Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3509 to Chapter 3590. Why did Emperor Pilwind call Feng Wuchen Grand Enforcer? Could it be that the mysterious Great Guardian of the ancient God Pavilion was the junior in front of him? It couldn't be wrong, they hadn't heard wrongly. Great Emperor Danfeng had indeed addressed Feng Wuchen as Great Guardian. My lord is the Grand Enforcer of the ancient God Pavilion. The alchemists from the Sacred Hall of the Ancient Pill and other factions were shocked and incredulous. How is this possible? He's the Grand Enforcer of the ancient God Pavilion? Emperor Celestial Qilin couldn't believe his eyes. Who is he? An old man exclaimed, realizing that Feng Wuchen was someone important. Emperor Ancient Shaman called him Senior Brother, and Emperor Pilwind called him Grand Enforcer. How could he be an ordinary young man? My lord is the Grand Enforcer of the ancient God Pavilion. He must be. I can't be wrong. Emperor Pilwind can't be wrong. My lord's attainments in the field of alchemy are unfathomable. No wonder Emperor Aeon named him Grand Enforcer. The position of Grand Enforcer isn't worthy of my lord at all. The alchemists from various factions were in an uproar. The alchemists who hadn't entered the main hall couldn't even shed a tear. What? Grand Enforcer is your senior brother? Emperor Pilwind's old eyes widened in shock. Emperor Pilwind stared at Feng Wuchen for a full minute, his heart pounding. He'd heard from Emperor Ancient Shaman that a very powerful alchemist was going to give a lecture, and one that wasn't any weaker than Emperor Peerless. Emperor Pilwind hadn't expected this powerful alchemist to be the Grand Enforcer of the ancient God Pavilion. Emperor Ancient Shaman smiled. That's right. The Grand Enforcer of the ancient God Pavilion is my senior brother. You're late, old brother Pilwind. Emperor Pilwind could tell that Emperor Ancient Shaman's alchemist realm had risen again. At this rate, he would definitely break through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm within 3 years. Emperor Pilwind was filled with regret, but he'd been delayed by other matters. There's no need for that, Vice Pavilion Master. As long as you don't mind, I can give you pointers at any time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly meant for the Heavenly Qilin Emperor and the other alchemists who had yet to enter the hall. If you guys don't have time to give pointers, the others can do it any time. Thank you, my lord. Please accept me as your disciple. Great Emperor Danfeng was so excited that he immediately knelt down. Although Danfeng Great Emperor was the Vice Pavilion Master of the ancient God Pavilion, his power and alchemist level were much weaker than Ancient Shaman Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen was the senior brother of the ancient Shaman Great Emperor, so how could he dare to suppress Feng Wuchen? Great Emperor Danfeng's kneeling frightened everyone badly. He was the Vice Pavilion Master of the ancient God Pavilion. He actually took the initiative to kneel and acknowledge him as his master. The ancient sorcerer Great Emperor and the others had not expected this, and they were all stunned. Registered disciple? Feng Wuchen paused, then hurriedly helped Great Emperor Danfeng up. Vice Pavilion Master, you can't do that. How can I accept you as my disciple? Great Emperor Danfeng did not get up. My lord, I wasn't talented enough to become Emperor Peerless' disciple back then. This is the regret of my life. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I will kneel forever. Senior brother. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the others looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had no choice but to smile. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple. Vice Pavilion Master, please rise. That's great. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Great Emperor Danfeng was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly. The alchemists present, including the Heavenly Qilin Emperor and the others, were all dumbfounded. They had mocked Feng Wuchen before, but now that the alchemist's cultivation had increased, and Great Emperor Danfeng had become his disciple in front of everyone, it was a slap to their faces. There was no need to mention how envious Elder Mu and the others were. They had already seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. They all wanted to become his disciple, but they knew it was impossible because their talents were too weak. Vice Pavilion Master, I have many disciples, but their seniority is much lower than yours. You have to think carefully. Feng Wuchen smiled. What, many disciples? Wouldn't all of Feng Wuchen's disciples be terrifying existences? Don't worry, Master. I'm already very happy that you accepted me as your disciple. Naturally, I can't mess up the seniority. Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully. Vice Pavilion Master, are you sure you want to take a junior as your master? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the ancient god pavilion? An old man beside Great Emperor Celestial Qilin said in a deep voice. What does this have to do with you? Great Emperor Danfeng said coldly. He glanced at the old man, and the old man trembled in fear. Why aren't you old farts scramming? I won't argue with you for insulting my senior brother, but listen carefully. From today onwards, you are the enemies of the ancient alchemy sacred hall. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman shouted angrily. No one from the Divine Pill Pavilion is allowed to step into the ancient alchemy city. Otherwise, you will be killed. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor, do you really want to fall out with me? Great Emperor Celestial Qilin asked in a deep voice. He could no longer control his anger. So what? You insulted my senior brother, and that's a capital offense. Today, I'll let you live. Scram. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman shouted angrily. Insulted my master? Great Emperor Danfeng's face darkened, and his eyes became fierce. He said coldly, how dare you? From today onwards, all titled ancient gods of the Divine Pill Pavilion are not allowed to take the Ancient God Pavilion's test. Without the Ancient God Pavilion's test, you can forget about stepping into the Great Emperor realm. When Great Emperor Danfeng said that, Great Emperor Celestial Qilin and the others' faces changed. Great Emperor Danfeng, you're abusing your power. Do you know what the consequences will be if Great Emperor Myriad Era knows about this? An old man shouted angrily. So what? You should know the consequences for insulting my master. Great Emperor Danfeng said unyieldingly. Great Emperor Danfeng, you don't have the final say. The ancient god pavilion has been passed down for tens of millions of years. You should be clear about the rules of the ancient god pavilion. You can't abuse your power for your own selfish reasons and forbid anyone from taking the titled ancient god examination. The heavenly Qilin Emperor shouted angrily. Great Emperor Celestial Qilin, don't forget that the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion is my master. Anyone who wants to take the titled ancient god test has to go through my master, Great Emperor Danfeng sneered. You. Great Emperor Celestial Qilin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The three elders were furious, but they didn't dare to do anything. No matter how strong the Divine Pill Pavilion was, they couldn't compete with the ancient god pavilion. That was because they were courting death. The ancient god pavilion had been passed down for thousands of years, and its strength was comparable to the supreme main shrine. The Divine Pill Pavilion was nothing. Feng Wuchen was the great guardian, and he was in charge of the titled ancient god test. As long as he wanted to, he had 10,000 ways to make the titled ancient god fail the test. All he had to do was say a few words. Old fart, you forced us into a dead end. I won't let you off easily. Great Emperor Celestial Qilin was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent soared. The moment the ancestor of soul force erupted, all the alchemists present felt a strong sense of submission. The feeling of not being able to control themselves and having their souls order them to submit made them feel fear they had never felt before. In that instant, the soul energy of all of the blacksmiths was completely suppressed, making it impossible for them to resist. They felt as if a god had descended upon them. And Feng Wuchen standing in front of them was a god. Intense fear spread to every cell in their bodies. All of the alchemists present, except for the ancient sorcerer emperor, were scared out of their wits and lost control of their bowels. That was because he was the ancestor of soul force, the ancestor of all soul force. Before the ancestor of soul force, all soul force had to kneel. Soul, the ancestor of soul force. Emperor Celestial Qilin and the other alchemists were all scared out of their wits. Emperor Peerless Ancestor of Soul Force, Emperor Celestial Qilin and the others finally understood. Why did the ancient shaman emperor and the others call Feng Wuchen senior brother? Why did the alchemist's cultivation level increase after their lessons? Because Feng Wuchen was Emperor Peerless' personal disciple. In the entire Panga realm, only Emperor Peerless possessed the ancestor of soul force that suppressed all soul force. Feng Wuchen hadn't obtained the ancestor of soul force by luck or by snatching it. It was simply impossible. Only Emperor Peerless' personal disciple had the right to be acknowledged by the ancestor of soul force. There was no need for Feng Wuchen to admit it. Everyone could guess. How dare they insult Emperor Peerless' personal disciple? They were courting death. Emperor Peerless was the first alchemist since the creation of Panga realm. He was the ancestor of countless alchemists. His status and prestige were supreme. He was an existence that no one could surpass. Senior brother's ancestor of soul force is even stronger than master's ancestor of soul force. The ancient shaman emperor was extremely shocked. Emperor Peerless was already an invincible existence in the alchemy world. But Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying. The tyrannical ancestor of soul force forced Emperor Celestial Qilin to his knees. His old face was pale and cold sweat poured down. This was the first time Emperor Celestial Qilin had felt such overwhelming pressure. Pooh! The ancestor of soul force locked onto the heavenly Qilin Emperor. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted, directly causing the heavenly Qilin Emperor to cough out blood. The fact that the ancestor of soul force could easily injure the heavenly Qilin Emperor showed just how terrifying and tyrannical the ancestor of soul force was. The elders and disciples of the Divine Pill Pavilion were so scared that they all knelt down, not daring to utter a single word. This great emperor's soul force can't resist at all. My soul force has completely submitted. The heavenly Qilin great emperor was terrified. He had never felt so powerless before. At that moment, he felt as if his fate had been controlled by Feng Wuchen. Seeing this scene, the alchemists of the major forces were scared out of their wits once again. That was an Emperor Realm alchemist. If I don't argue with you, do you really think you're so great? Is an Emperor Realm alchemist really that amazing? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The ancestor of soul force was getting more and more terrifying. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor's mouth. His injuries were getting worse. The celestial Qilin Emperor's soul force didn't resist at all. It was the ancestor of soul force. Do you think that you're happy to humiliate me? Feng Wuchen asked in a daze. He swept his cold gaze over, causing the elders and disciples of the Divine Pill Pavilion to lower their heads in fear. The celestial Qilin Emperor didn't dare to utter a single word. He had already realized how terrible his mistake was. The junior in front of him wasn't someone he could provoke. Why aren't you speaking? Where's the awe-inspiring aura from before? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His ferocious gaze was like a demon staring at the celestial Qilin Emperor. That terrifying gaze caused the celestial Qilin Emperor's soul to tremble. Pooh! Under the attack of the ancestor of soul force, the celestial Qilin Emperor coughed out blood once again. His soul was mercilessly attacked, and his injuries worsened to the extreme. He's so tyrannical. Looking at the tyrannical Feng Wuchen, Moran's heart was beating wildly. She liked tyrannical experts. Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly the type she liked. No alchemist dares to be arrogant in front of me, and no alchemist dares to humiliate me. You guys are really daring. Feng Wuchen's tyrannical voice resounded throughout the ancient Pill Sacred Hall. It was filled with deterrence. The elders and disciples of the Divine Pill Pavilion were kneeling on the ground like loyal servants, trembling in fear. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. Spare my life, my lord. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, my lord. The heavenly Qilin Emperor was completely terrified as he begged for mercy. He could clearly feel that his soul and state of mind were about to fall apart. The celestial Qilin Emperor finally felt the tyranny and terror of the ancestor of soul force. It was endless darkness and despair. The celestial Qilin Emperor didn't want to experience it a second time. Not in his entire life. Please spare my life, my lord. The elders and disciples of the Divine Pill Pavilion begged in fear. Humph. You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. From today onwards, the Divine Pill Pavilion is under my control. Those who disobey will be reduced to ashes. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold words seemed to be above all things, looking down on them. That was the true attitude of a god. After the ancestor of soul force disappeared, the heavily injured celestial Qilin Emperor collapsed, his face pale. All the alchemists present heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestor of soul force was too terrifying. At this moment, all the alchemists looked at Feng Wuchen with even more respect. There was even a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. The celestial Qilin emperor said in fear and immediately knelt down. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed coldly. The celestial Qilin emperor was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He immediately changed his words. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit. The elders and disciples of the Divine Pill Pavilion said one after another. The celestial Qilin emperor and the rest regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. They thought that this was a nameless junior, but they didn't know that he was a terrifying god. They were already very lucky to be able to survive such a terrifying existence. Who would dare to not submit? To be able to submit to Feng Wuchen was the honor of everyone in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Others didn't even have the qualifications to submit. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Scram. Feng Wuchen said coldly. We won't disappoint you. The celestial Qilin emperor said respectfully and immediately left with the elders and disciples. All of them were afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. Feng Wuchen, you're really something. You're about to gain control of another powerful force. The chaotic mystical fire beast laughed. The Divine Pill Pavilion was at the 35th level of heaven. It was enough to see how powerful this force was. If they didn't insult me repeatedly, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Since they provoked me, they have to pay a price. They came to me on their own accord. It's already good that I didn't kill them. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. After this incident, all the alchemists secretly decided that when they returned, they would definitely tell their people not to provoke Feng Wuchen. They weren't as lucky as the Divine Pill Pavilion. End of chapter. After today's lesson, everyone's alchemist realm has improved a lot. Some of you even broke through. Go back and feel it. I'm sure you'll be enlightened. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he looked at the alchemists. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The alchemists cupped their fists and thanked him respectfully. The alchemists had gained a lot today. They needed to go back and feel it. After they left, Zhuge Qingtian said, My lord, the ancient alchemy sacred hall didn't invite them. It should be a disciple who spread the news. It's fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's a good opportunity to establish the ancient alchemy sacred hall's prestige. Senior brother, I'm worried that they'll spread the news, Beimeng Xian said worriedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Don't worry. They won't spread the news. They don't have the guts. The ancestor of soul power suppression was enough to scare them. Spread the news? That would be courting death. How would they dare to offend such a terrifying alchemist? They were eager to please him. How would they betray Feng Wuchen? Let's go. Bring me to the alchemy pavilion. I'll guide you in refining powerful pills and the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Heaven-defying divine pearl? Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran were stunned. They did not know what it was. That's great. With senior brother's guidance, we'll definitely be able to refine it. Senior brother, this way please. The ancient shaman emperor was excited. Elder Nalan and the other two were as excited as children. Zhuge Qingtian, Mu Yunqi, and the others were stunned when they saw how excited the ancient shaman emperor was. The ancient alchemy sacred hall's disciples were also stunned. They still needed Feng Wuchen's guidance to refine the pills. They were great emperor-level alchemists. Master, what kind of pill is the heaven-defying divine pearl? Great Emperor Danfeng asked curiously. After all, he had never heard of it. You'll know in a while, Ancestor Wu said excitedly. On the other hand, Elder Mu gathered everyone as soon as he returned to the profound temple. Including the temple master. Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what had happened. The Grand Elder looked serious. Something big must have happened. It must be about the lecture. The Great Elder has already become a titled ancient god alchemist. It seems that the Great Elder has something important to announce. Soon, everyone from the profound divine hall gathered at the square. The disciples who were outside also returned one after another. There were tens of thousands of them. The palace was extremely quiet. Everyone was looking at Elder Mu. Great Elder, what's the matter? The hall master asked curiously with a grave expression. This was the first time Elder Mu had gathered everyone. It was clear that this matter was of great importance. Elder Mu looked at everyone. Then, he bent his hand and condensed an energy human body. It was Feng Wuchen. Everyone, take a good look at this person, Elder Mu said solemnly. The hall masters, elders, and all the disciples' gazes fell on Feng Wuchen's energy body. The palace master frowned and asked, Great Elder, has this person offended you? Are you going to hunt him down? As soon as the hall master said this, Elder Mu was so scared that his entire body trembled, and his soul almost left his body. Hunt down this person? Was he tired of living? Elder Mu immediately shouted, remember this clearly. You must not provoke this person. If you see him, either get lost or greet him respectfully. If anyone offends this person, the profound divine hall will not care about your life or death. Do you understand? As soon as Elder Mu said this, everyone in the profound divine hall was dumbfounded. Who was this person that Elder Mu was so fearful of? Understood. The disciples replied respectfully, but they were very confused. Great Elder, who is he? The hall master asked. Hall master, this person is the expert who is teaching in the ancient alchemy divine hall. He's extremely terrifying. He's the god of all alchemists. We must not provoke him. At the same time, he's also the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. I can't reveal too much, Elder Mu said solemnly. Hiss, the palace master and the other elders all gasped in horror. The god of all alchemists, the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, who would dare to provoke such a terrifying person? This person is so young. Is he really that terrifying? The hall master asked in horror. He could not believe it. Elder Mu said solemnly, Heavenly Qilin Emperor was easily injured by him. Now, the entire divine pill pavilion has surrendered. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you can't imagine how terrifying he is. The divine pill pavilion had surrendered, the hall master and the elders were stunned. All the disciples were also stunned. Wasn't this too terrifying? It was not just the profound divine hall. After the alchemists of the major forces went back, they also warned all the disciples that they must not provoke Feng Wuchen. None of the alchemists dared to leak the news. Tianyun Temple. A figure appeared in a flash and landed directly on the square of the palace. It was a young man. Chu Outyen, where did you go? I've been waiting for you for a few days. Don't tell me you're cultivating in seclusion. The man shouted. He went directly to the palace where Chu Outyen was. He was very familiar with it. It was obvious that this person had a good relationship with Chu Outyen and often came to the Tianyun temple. Swish swish swish. As soon as the man took a step forward, a dozen guards came and stopped him. What are you doing? Go away. I'm not in the mood to play with you today. Stop fooling around. I have something to talk to Chu Outyen about. The man waved his hand, thinking that the guards were joking with him. One of the guards said sternly, Young Master Yang, you trespassed into the Tianyun temple. This is already a capital offense. Leave quickly. Young Master Yang, leave quickly. This is not a place you can come to. Another guard whispered and gave young Master Yang a look. What do you mean? You dare to stop me? Get out of my way. Young Master Yang shouted angrily. He had not noticed that something was wrong. Chu Outyen. You bastard. What tricks are you playing now? Young Master Yang shouted angrily. Young Master Yang, leave quickly. One of the guards was so anxious that he was about to cry. What was wrong with young Master Yang? Did he not see the look in his eyes? Was he really that stupid? Alright, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've grown. Chu Outyen, they are no match for me. Let's not play games. Come out quickly. I have something important to talk to you about. Don't waste my time. Young Master Yang shouted, thinking that Chu Outyen was playing with him. The guards almost fainted from anger. Young Master Yang was too stupid, wasn't he? So it's young Master Yang from Heaven Marquis Abode. Against the Skywalker's voice rang out. The complexions of the dozen or so guards changed dramatically, and their expressions immediately became respectful. Young Master Yang frowned and looked in the direction of the main hall. The voice was familiar. When Against the Skywalker came out, young Master Yang's expression changed. He said in shock, Against the Skywalker. You. Why are you in the Tianyun temple? Weren't you imprisoned? Chu Outyen is dead. You don't have to look for him. But you trespassed into the Tianyun temple. This is a capital offense. Against the Skywalker said coldly. What? Chu Outyen is dead? Young Master Yang's expression changed again. He could not believe it. If it were not for against the heavens, young Master Yang would not have believed it. But now, young Master Yang believed it, because it was against the heavens. Young Master Yang finally realized why the guard had asked him to leave. Because something had happened to the Tianyun temple. Against the heavens' appearance in the Tianyun temple explained everything. If the guard did not know him, why would he be so kind as to ask him to leave? But what had happened? Why did no one know? Against the heavens should have been imprisoned. It was impossible for him to appear in the Tianyun temple. Did you kill Chu Outyen? Young Master Yang frowned and asked. Against the heavens sneered, don't you think you should think about yourself first? Young Master Yang's expression darkened. What the hell is going on? Besides Chu Outyen, Chu Yunfei seems to be dead too. I can't sense his aura, young Master Yang thought to himself. At this time, the Tianyun temple's elders and upper echelons, as well as many disciples, came out. Young Master Yang glanced around and found that it was the elders. Had they all submitted to against the heavens? Grand Elder, what happened in the Tianyun temple? Young Master Yang asked the Grand Elder. The elders shook their heads helplessly, not daring to speak. The disciples did not dare to speak either. The Tianyun temple had changed hands. If they were not loyal, their lives would be in danger. Against the heavens sneered, young Master Yang, don't waste your breath. Young Master Yang glared at Defiant Heaven Walker coldly. Defiant Heaven Walker, this young master doesn't believe that you would dare to touch me. You being able to escape surprised me. If the controlling temple knew about this, do you think you could escape? Since you threatened me, I'll break your limbs first. Against the heavens sneered. He was not afraid of the controlling temple at all. You. Young Master Yang was enraged. There really was an ancient lord who had made a move. Big Brother Li, what are you doing? Young Master Yang panicked and roared. Crack. Crack. Big Brother Li didn't answer. He directly attacked and broke young Master Yang's 4 limbs. The heart-wrenching screams frightened the disciples of the Tianyun temple. Seeing that you are a junior, I won't kill you. Against the sky laughed coldly, send young Master Yang back. If he dares to trespass into the Tianyun temple again, I will kill him without mercy. Yes. Palace Master. Several guards immediately ran over. Against heaven. You bastard. Just you wait. The heavenly Marquis Manor will never forgive you. Young Master Yang roared in pain. Against the sky was no longer a controller, and Heaven Marquis Abode was not afraid. Oh? Is that so? Against the sky laughed coldly. Then I will wait. Against heaven. I absolutely won't forgive you. Young Master Yang's furious roars came one after another. What a joke. Mingyuan Pavilion. In the hall, Qing Lao titled Ancient God's face was extremely gloomy. They had been investigating for many days. Although they knew the whereabouts of Feng Wuchen, they still could not find out where Feng Wuchen came from. Even the Temple of Control could not find anything. Lord titled Ancient God, that kid is at most a scion titled Ancient God. Lord Leimu can definitely deal with them. There are still some weak ones among the Dragon's Soul that we can capture as hostages, an elder respectfully suggested. Great Elder is right. If he really has a background, why would he be at the first heaven? Second Elder nodded in agreement. Lord titled Ancient God, don't hesitate. We must kill them as soon as possible. Third Elder urged. Qing Lao titled Ancient God said coldly, this kid is not simple. Don't underestimate him. Qing Lao titled Ancient God would never forget the overbearing power of Feng Wuchen's punch. It made him extremely wary. Brother Qing Lao, this Ancient God has already investigated. From the 20th heaven down, there is no news about this kid. He has no background, a dignified voice sounded. With Brother Lei's words, I can rest assured. Ancient God Qing Lao finally revealed a smile. The elders were also overjoyed. Although they could not find out Feng Wuchen's background, with Lei Mu's words, it was enough for them to do it. Don't worry about this. For safety reasons, this ancient god has already informed the other two titled ancient gods. There will definitely be no problems, Lei Mu's voice sounded again. That's great. Qing Lao titled ancient god smiled and was completely relieved. At this time, a guard entered the main hall and respectfully reporting to the titled ancient god, the heavenly Marquis Manor has sent news that something has happened to the heavenly cloud temple. Chu Yunfei and Chu Outyen were killed, and the temple master is against heaven. He injured young Master Yang, and the heavenly Marquis Manor hopes that Lord can avenge them. Against heaven did it? Qing Lao titled ancient god narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if that is the case, then go to the Tianyun temple first and capture against heaven. With him as a hostage, we will be able to deal with that kid without fail. Pass down the order. Go to the Tianyun temple immediately and capture against heaven. Then send the news to the temple of control. Our two factions will join forces and kill that kid. After the order was given, Mingyuan Pavilion immediately sent out more than 10 ancient lord experts, led by the 3 elders. After the Temple of Control received the news, they also immediately sent out orders. Many experts rushed to the Tianyun temple. Apart from that, Mingyuan Pavilion and the other factions under the Temple of Control also moved out. The strongest factions in the first heaven had all moved out. The sudden commotion caused many factions to be shocked and confused. What had happened in the first heaven that had been peaceful for several years? Mingyuan Pavilion, the Temple of Control, and the other major factions had all moved out. Which faction in the first heaven was qualified to make them move out together? Tianyun Temple. Against the sky, and the elders sensed a powerful aura coming their way. Oh? So soon? Against heaven's lips curled up slightly. The elders smiled bitterly and helplessly. They knew that no matter who came to the first heaven, they would die. Even if it was a powerful titled ancient god from the Paragon main temple, they would also die. Swish swish swish. Above the Tianyun temple, Qing Lao titled ancient god, 2 other ancient gods, and the ancient god of the Temple of Control appeared first. Several elders and ancient lord experts arrived one after another. Terrifying auras pressed down on the Tianyun temple mercilessly. The disciples of the Tianyun temple trembled in fear. Nidian Xing, surrender now. Qing Lao titled ancient god shouted coldly. Against heaven spread out his hands and laughed coldly. I don't know what you are talking about. Do you know what you are talking about? You are asking for death. Take him down. The temple master of the Temple of Control roared. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyao also appeared. The ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather had also come. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, ancient god Qing Lao and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. All the experts felt like they had seen a devil. They were truly afraid of Feng Wuchen. He had heavily injured a titled ancient god with one punch. His strength was truly terrifying. They would never be able to forget that scene for the rest of their lives. Feng Wuchen's appearance caused even the people of the Tianyun temple to feel endless fear. That man was too terrifying. Ancient god Qing Lao composed himself and coldly said, since you're all here, I'll kill all of you today. Stinking brat, you won't be able to escape today. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's lips curled up into a dangerous smile. Looking at the void, Feng Wuchen coldly laughed. The 3 titled ancient gods hiding in the dark, there's no need to hide. Come out. Lei Mu and the other 2 were shocked as they looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. They had been discovered. As expected of someone who could defeat Qing Lao, you're not simple, Lei Mu's cold and arrogant voice rang out. 3 titled ancient gods appeared out of thin air, and a surging wave of energy swept out, causing everyone to feel suffocated. 3 Cyan titled ancient gods. Feng Wuchen coldly smiled. Are the 3 of you sure you want to get involved? Get involved? Lei Mu grinned. Brat, this ancient god is a member of the Supreme Main Temple. Do you think I want to get involved? Big brother Lei Mu, don't waste words with him. Get rid of this brat. Ancient god Qing Lao gloomily said, his vicious gaze fixed on Feng Wuchen. Making an enemy out of the supreme main temple is courting death, a Xian-titled ancient god viciously said, his cold-killing intent spreading out. Attack! Lei Mu angrily shouted, and the three Xian-titled ancient gods attacked together. Stinking brat! It's too late for you to regret it now. Ancient god Qing Lao sneered, extremely pleased with himself. The Tianyun temple elders were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads helplessly. You're the one who's regretting it. This man was the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. The green-titled ancient god's power burst forth and shook the entire level 1 heaven. The void cracked and collapsed as if it was the end of the world. Countless cultivators were so scared that their souls trembled. Titled ancient gods were definitely the top experts in the Panga realm, and they could kill ancient gods with one finger. You defeated Qing Luo with one punch. It's clear that you are quite powerful. Let this ancient god witness your strength. Lei Mu shouted, his killing intent overflowing. You don't have the right to ask the Great Guardian to intervene. An icy voice could be heard. Great Guardian? Lei Mu and the other two titled ancient gods were stunned and stopped in their tracks. Who was the Great Guardian, Dragon Soul Great Protector? The only person they could think of was the Dragon Soul Great Protector. Don't have the right, a green-titled ancient god said coldly. Such arrogance. As green-titled ancient gods, they were powerful and had extraordinary status, yet someone dared to say that they didn't have the right. This was a provocation to them, a great humiliation. Puny Dragon Soul Great Protector, you're nothing. Ancient god Qing Luo angrily cursed. Impudent, a thunderous roar could be heard. Plush, this roar caused Qing Luo to vomit blood and his soul to leave his body. What kind of F***king expert was this? With a roar, he had heavily injured a titled ancient god. A violent aura suddenly descended from the sky like a tsunami, covering the entire first heaven in an instant. A white-titled ancient god, Lei Mu and the other two instantly paled, ancient god Qing Luo and the others also paled, the experts of the various major factions also paled. 90 seconds later, in the sky above the Tianyun temple, White Tiger appeared, and an even fiercer wave of energy exploded, forcing Lei Mu and the other two back several hundred meters. Lei Mu and the other two looked at White Tiger in horror. Ancient God Pavilion's White Tiger titled Ancient God. Lei Mu and the other two's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was actually a titled ancient god of the Ancient God Pavilion. Intense unease and fear welled up in their hearts. The experts of the Dark Abyss Pavilion and the other major factions were thoroughly frightened. Utter despair, this was King White titled Ancient God, let alone 3 green titled Ancient Gods, even 100 or 1,000 of them would not be a match for a white titled Ancient God. Swish swish swish, Huangfu Tian, Wan Qianhan, and 17 other white titled Ancient Gods appeared one after another. All 17 white titled Ancient Gods, Lei Mu and the other two were completely flabbergasted, Ancient God Qing Luo and the others were also flabbergasted. In front of 18 white titled ancient gods, Lei Mu and the other two were nothing more than ants. Greetings, Great Protector. The 18 white titled ancient gods respectfully kneeled. Boom, the massive missile exploded in Lei Mu and the others' ears. All of them were dumbfounded, their heads buzzing. At this moment, they finally understood. Great Protector, not Dragon Soul Great Protector, it was the Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion. The Great Protector personally conferred by the Emperor of all ages. Who was the Emperor of all ages? He was a terrifying expert close to the Great Emperor of all ages. The Ancient God Pavilion was an existence that even the Supreme Main Temple had to be wary of. They had actually offended the Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion, Qing Lao, a titled ancient god, actually wanted to kill the Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion. How audacious! Didn't they know that the Great Protectors of the Ancient God Pavilion were all great emperors, not to mention the Great Protector? Get up, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, Great Protector. The 18 people said respectfully as an overwhelming aura swept out. At this moment, Qing Lao and the others were so frightened that they knelt down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could feel the aura of death lingering around them. Lei Mu. Are you trying to get us killed? A green titled ancient god roared furiously. He was both terrified and furious. Lei Mu could not even shed a tear. He said in horror, I don't know his identity. You're from the Supreme Main Temple, but we're not. We can't afford to offend the ancient god pavilion. If you want to die, die far away. Don't get us killed. Another green-titled ancient god roared furiously. Then, he said respectfully to Feng Wuchen, Great Protector, we don't know your identity. We'll leave now. You want to leave after offending the Great Protector? White Tiger's bone-chilling voice had already sentenced them to death. The two green-titled ancient gods were in despair. They were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with despair. I'm from the Supreme Main Temple. You can't kill me. Leimu was also terrified. Although he was from the Supreme Main Temple, how could he not be afraid when facing 18 white-titled ancient gods? Moreover, this was the first heaven, White Tiger said coldly, so what if you're from the Supreme Main Temple? Have I not killed enough people from the Supreme Main Temple? Great Protector, I've already sealed the first heaven. Jiao Xian's respectful voice was heard as he appeared above the Tianyun Temple. A great emperor expert. Jiao. Great Emperor Jiao Xian. The two green-titled ancient gods had thoughts of killing themselves. Endless regret welled up in their hearts. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. The first heaven was sealed by a barrier. Great Emperor Jiao Xian had arrived personally, along with White Tiger and 18 other white-colored titled ancient gods. Leimu knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today, even if he came from the Supreme Main Temple, it was useless. The ancient god pavilion wasn't afraid of the Supreme Main Temple at all. Moreover, Leimu and the rest had offended the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. Feng Wuchen glanced at Jiao Xian and smiled faintly. Well done. Great Guardian, how should we deal with them? White Tiger asked respectfully. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen said calmly as though it was a trivial matter. What? Leimu and the rest were shocked. They were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen said that he would kill them all. Everyone in the Tianyun Temple was also shocked. The Mingyuan Pavilion and the Controlling Temple were both forces under the Supreme Main Temple. Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill them all. This was a slap to the Supreme Main Temple's face. Great Guardian, please spare us. Great Protector, we know our mistake. We didn't know your identity. We hope that you can forgive us. Great Guardian, we are innocent. We didn't know anything. We were just following orders. Qing Lao and the rest kowed out and begged for mercy. They were terrified and desperate. Offending the Great Guardian is a crime worthy of death. Kill them. White Tiger said coldly. Every word was filled with murderous intent. Kill. Huangfu Tian roared. The 18 white-colored titled ancient gods attacked at the same time. It was over, it was completely over, they were all a bunch of lunatics, they didn't take the Supreme Main Temple seriously at all, boom. 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 Ah. The 18 white-colored titled ancient gods attacked. Their methods were cruel and ruthless. Each punch was merciless. In less than 10 seconds, Leimu and the other two titled ancient gods died tragically. The experts of the Mingyuan Pavilion and the Controlling Temple were all killed, the experts of the forces under them were all killed, they were all killed. On the other hand, Lu Qingyang, Jian Chou, and the others were all boiling with excitement. Ancient gods of the deep, you will be in charge of the Deep Abyss Pavilion. Ancient god White Feather, you will be in charge of the shrine. Send people to take over the various major factions. Kill anyone who disobeys. Feng Wuchen ordered. As Lord Feng commands, ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather said respectfully. From today onwards, the first heaven will be controlled by the Dragon Soul. Whoever is not convinced, let him come to Dragon Soul. The order of the first heaven is controlled by the Dragon Soul. Whoever violates the order of the first heaven will be personally dealt with by the Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly, as if he was above all living things and looked down on them. The Dragon Soul's conquest of the Panga realm had officially begun. Soon, the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather took control of the Deep Abyss Pavilion and the temple once more. Nidian Xing was still the controller, and the emissary was still the emissary. They controlled any world below the first heaven. The Deep Abyss Pavilion and the major factions under the temple were also taken over. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. After the news spread, the entire first heaven was shaken. Countless factions spread the news like crazy. What kind of person was so daring, they dared to make an enemy of the Supreme Main Temple? Who didn't know that the Supreme Main Temple was the overlord of the Panga realm, and they dared to take over the First Heaven and control the order of the First Heaven? They were king courting death. However, the major factions like the Deep Abyss Pavilion and the Temple were already taken over. The other First Heaven factions didn't dare to say anything. Where did this dragon soul come from? I've never heard of it. Is it really not afraid of the Supreme Main Temple? I heard that ancient god Qing Lao and the others were all killed. This dragon's soul is very strong, and his methods are extremely cruel. Those who disobeyed were also killed. Too scary. This dragon's soul must not be provoked. They dare to make an enemy of the Supreme Main Temple. They must have terrifying strength. The major factions and countless cultivators were discussing. The final conclusion was that the dragon's soul must not be provoked. Because they all thought of the destructive aura from before. That was a white ancient god. Moreover, there was also a terrifying great emperor. Who dared to provoke the First Heaven, who had the guts, unless they didn't want to live? Not long after the news spread, many leaders of the First Heaven factions expressed their goodwill to the dragon's soul. However, there were also many forces that kept a respectful distance from them as they were worried that they would be killed. Dragon soul. Husband, the Supreme Main Temple is the overlord of the Panga realm. Is it really okay to offend them? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know the ancient god pavilion's strength. No matter how strong it was, Feng Wuchen was only the great guardian. Ling Xiaoxiao was most worried that if Feng Wuchen caused trouble, the ancient god pavilion would kick Feng Wuchen away. Why would the ancient god pavilion make an enemy of the Supreme Main Temple for Feng Wuchen? Don't worry, my wife. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. You still have me. But something will happen. My lord, how strong is the ancient god pavilion? Jianzhou asked. My lord, can the ancient god pavilion fight against the Supreme Main Temple? Yi Qingyu continued to ask. Feng Wuchen smiled. To be honest, I'm not too sure. But the ancient god pavilion is very strong. Feng Wuchen had never been afraid of the Supreme Main Temple, even without the ancient god pavilion. The ancient alchemy temple and the divine pill pavilion were two terrifying factions. They were enough to make the Supreme Main Temple wary. My lord, you're not afraid. What are we worried about? If we have time, we'll cultivate hard. Chu Shitian shrugged and smiled. Our dragon's soul isn't weak either. Emperor Yi Jun's faint laughter suddenly sounded. Emperor Yi Jun. Lu Qingyang and the others were overjoyed. Emperor Yi Jun appeared, followed by Do Hun, Yi Mu, and the others. Greetings, my lord. Emperor Yi Jun and the others bowed respectfully. Emperor Yi Jun, is there any news? Feng Wuchen asked. Emperor Yi Jun knew what Feng Wuchen was asking. He shook his head. Not yet. It's not easy to find out about the reincarnation pagoda. Give me some more time. I'll try my best to find someone to investigate. It's not easy, but there's no hurry. Feng Wuchen nodded. After all, the reincarnation pagoda was sealed by Demon Soul Supreme. My lord, Dragon Soul has recruited many people. They're already outside, Do Hun said respectfully. Let's go out and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already sensed the presence of more than 100 experts. Outside the hall, there were more than 100 experts in the square. There were dozens of titled ancient gods, and the rest were ancient gods and ancient lords. Greetings, my lord. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out, the 100 or so people knelt respectfully. Titled ancient gods. Ancient gods. Jianzhou and the others were shocked. Brother Do Hun, did you recruit them? There are dozens of titled ancient gods. Yanhu asked in shock. Lu Qingyang and the others were also shocked. Of course. Do Hun smiled. How many days had it been, Do Hun had recruited so many experts? Rise. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Emperor Yi Jun is right. Our dragon soul is not weak. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and dozens of ancient god rings flew out. White ancient god rings and black ancient god rings. Dozens of ancient god rings flew out. Even Emperor Yijun's eyeballs were about to fall out. Yimu and Dohun shuddered. Their fearful gazes landed on the dozens of ancient god thumb rings. White Tiger, Huangfu Tian, and the others were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale and terrified. White and black ancient god rings. Lu Qingyang, Jian Chou, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Where did Feng Wuchen get so many ancient god rings from? This isn't a joke, right? They are ancient. Ancient gods from the ancient era. Wan Qianhan stared dumbstruck at the dozens of ancient god thumb rings. Ancient titled ancient gods? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked again. The white tiger's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said in alarm. Moreover, at that time, the ancient god pavilion's old pavilion master personally tested me to become an ancient god. Personally tested by the old pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion, how terrifying was that? Ancient black titled ancient gods. I'm afraid they've already become great emperors. Emperor Yijun exclaimed. Emperor Yijun was an ancient black titled ancient god. He had already become an ancient great emperor. Great emperor! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Among the dozens of ancient god thumb rings, there were 22 black ancient god thumb rings and 13 white ones. How many of the 22 black ancient god rings would become great emperors? How terrifying would it be if all of them became great emperors? Even the ancient god pavilion couldn't produce so many great emperors. There was a reason why Feng Wuchen didn't care about the 38 great emperors of the ancient god pavilion. Feng Wuchen activated his bloodline power and injected it into the 35 ancient god rings. At the same time, he transmitted some information about the Sword Soul Emperor. Buzz buzz. For a moment, the ancient god rings emitted all kinds of dazzling light. At the same time, they emitted an extremely terrifying ancient aura. Just the aura alone was enough to shake the Dragon Soul Palace. It was indeed an ancient god ring. He really is an ancient titled ancient god. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others widened their eyes. Not long after, waves of terrifying and ferocious Qi waves swept out violently. At this moment, White Tiger and the others held their breaths. Dohun and Knight held their breaths and stared at the shining ancient god ring without blinking. Swish, the first figure appeared. It was the great ancient emperor. The second figure appeared. It was the great ancient emperor, the third one, the ninth, 18 of them, 22 figures appeared. All of them were ancient great emperors, 22 ancient great emperors. Terrifying waves of air rolled, and everyone could feel the overbearing and scorching aura. White Tiger, Duhun, and the others were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were dumbstruck. They were like stone statues. At that moment, they only felt like they were being bombarded indiscriminately, and their heads were buzzing. Even Emperor Yijun was shaken to the core. Many of the 22 great ancient emperors were stronger than Emperor Yijun. Moreover, Emperor Yijun knew quite a few people. Shocking, incomparably shocking, the ancient god pavilion definitely couldn't produce 22 great ancient emperors. Even the supreme main temple might not be able to do so. However, this was not the end. The experts who appeared on the 13 white ancient god rings were all black-colored titled ancient gods. That's right, they were all black-colored titled ancient gods. There were even a few who had reached the peak and were half a step away from the great emperor realm. 35 experts were terrifying. What were the 38 experts of the ancient god pavilion? If Feng Wuchen didn't want it, then he didn't want it. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were numb from the shock. There was dead silence in the Dragon Soul Palace. Everyone was staring blankly at the 35 terrifying experts. After sleeping for so many years, it's time to wake up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he sized up the 35 experts. The 35 experts were also sizing up Feng Wuchen. Obviously, they all knew that it was Feng Wuchen who was summoning them. We will obey your orders, my lord. The 35 experts suddenly knelt down on one knee at the same time, their expressions extremely respectful. Seniors, you don't have to be so courteous. Please rise. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. The sudden scene scared the Dragon Soul members out of their wits. They were all even more confused. The 35 experts had all knelt down before Feng Wuchen. They even called Feng Wuchen my lord. Didn't that mean that they were already members of the Dragon's Soul? If that was the case, then the Dragon Soul's strength was really not weak. 22 great ancient emperors. Including Great Emperor Yijun, there were 23 of them. How was that not weak? They could completely crush 10 goody divine temples. Great Emperor Ao Feng. Great Emperor Ling Tian. Great Emperor Tianmen. Great Emperor Divine Snow. Great Emperor Yijun shouted one by one, his face full of shock. Blood Demon King. When they looked at Great Emperor Yijun, many of the great ancient emperors were surprised and surprised. The 35 experts were either saved by the Sword Soul Emperor or taught by the Sword Soul Emperor. They all knew of the existence of the Blood Demon Monarch. Great Emperor Yijun was the eldest disciple of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. How could they not know? It was just that Great Emperor Yijun didn't know all of them. You're still alive. That's great. That's great. Great Emperor Yijun was so excited that his eyes were wet. They hadn't seen each other for millions of years. No one could understand that kind of joy. Now the Dragon's Soul has 23 great ancient emperors, 18 black-colored ancient gods, and 39 white-colored ancient gods. Its strength is definitely not inferior to the superpowers of the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen said majestically. An extremely domineering aura spread out. This didn't include the gold-colored ancient gods and the other ancient gods. In addition to the ancient Sacred Pill Temple and Divine Pill Pavilion, its strength had reached a terrifying level. 23 great emperors have conferred the title of Dragon Soul War God. 18 black-colored ancient gods have conferred the title of Divine Soul War God. 39 white-colored ancient gods have conferred the title of Divine Soul War God. Feng Wuchen personally conferred the title of Divine Soul War God. Yes, Great Emperor. Great Emperor Yijun and the others replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, Dragon Soul War God, go to the various heavens of the Panga realm and secretly collect information about the superpowers. Report to me at any time. Divine Soul War God and Divine Soul War God, stay in the Dragon Soul and hide your aura. I will help you break through to the Great Emperor realm as soon as possible. I want to fight my way from the first heaven to the 36th heaven, destroy the Supreme Divine Palace, and take over the order of the world. His domineering and arrogant words made everyone's blood boil. Yes, Great Emperor. Great Emperor Yijun and the others replied respectfully again. They all felt a surge of excitement. The Dragon Soul War God immediately disappeared and went to the various heavens of the Panga realm. My husband is really going to fight his way to the 36th heaven. He is going to be an enemy of the Supreme Divine Palace. He really wants to destroy the Supreme Divine Palace. Ling Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil. The Dragon Soul's current strength was so terrifying. Why would it be afraid of the Supreme Divine Palace? There was no need at all. In the palace. Brother Feng, the first level of heaven is under our control. Are we going to fight our way to the second level of heaven? Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. The Dragon Soul had conferred 3 war gods with terrifying strength. Lu Qingyang and the others couldn't wait to fight their way up. Since the first level of heaven was under their control, the second level of heaven, third level of heaven, fourth level of heaven, all the way to the 36th level of heaven. The Dragon Soul had 23 great ancient emperors and so many powerful titled ancient gods. It wouldn't be a problem for them to fight their way up to the 36th level of heaven. Husband, we just ascended not long ago. Isn't it too soon to fight our way to the second level of heaven? The Supreme Main Divine Palace must be very powerful to be able to rule the Panga realm. Ling Xiaoxiao was worried. She was worried that Feng Wuchen would underestimate the enemy because of Emperor Yijun and the others. Alliance Master, I'm also worried. The Supreme Main Divine Palace must have its reasons to be able to become the overlord of the Panga realm and suppress the ancient god pavilion. Lan Yu was also worried. Brother Feng, Sister Xiaoxiao, and Sister Lan Yu are right. Miao Qingqing nodded. I know you're worried. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Cultivate in seclusion. Little Zhang and the others should be ascending in a month. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were relieved after hearing Feng Wuchen's words. After all, the Feng Wuchen they knew would never underestimate his enemy. He wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. More and more people ascended from the ancient immortal world. Zhang Junlan, Crimson Emperor, Luanshan, Yi Jianying, Long Xiaoyang, and the others ascended one after another. Shan Tong, Long Qianya, Gu Yuan, Fairy Yu Yin, Qing Xin, and Xian Yuan Mo's all ascended as well. Wild Leopard, clan leader Qian Yao, and the others also ascended. They believed that in another half a month, the soldiers of the ancient immortal world would also ascend. Now, the Dragon Soul Palace had become lively. In just half a month, with the help of the heaven-defying Divine Pearl and the Thousand Spirit Pool, everyone's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already successfully broken through to the mid-ancient general realm. Zhang Junlan and the others, who had ascended later, had also reached the late ancient realm. After half a month of getting along with Lu Qingyang, the martial immortals of 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 martial under Qiu Tian's guidance. His comprehension of the sword principal domain was getting deeper and deeper. Even though his cultivation did not rise in the slightest, his comprehension of the way of the sword had significantly boosted his fighting prowess. Big brother Qiu Tian, how is it? How have we improved in the past half a month? White Tiger asked excitedly. He could already feel that his sword moves were much stronger than half a month ago. Big brother Qiu Tian, what about me? After half a month of hard cultivation, I feel that my sword principal realm has improved. Lifeng asked anxiously. Sigh. Qiu Tian shook his head in disappointment and said, there is still half a month. If the Lord is not satisfied by then, you guys can do as you see fit. Qiu Tian's disappointment had already explained everything. Their progress was too slow and their comprehension of the way of the sword was too poor. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone who is taught by the Lord is very powerful. Our Dragon Soul Venerables are all above you in terms of the way of the sword. Train hard and don't embarrass the Lord, Qiu Tian said and turned to cultivate on a rock at the side. White Tiger and Lifeng were deeply affected. However, they were not angry because of Qiu Tian's words. After all, Qiu Tian was telling the truth. Whether it was Lu Qingyang, Zhang Junlan and the others who had ascended later, including Yang Mei Er and Mu Honglian, their way of the sword was above them. It was just that their cultivation was not as good as theirs. We are all trash. We are all trash. The more trash we are, the more we have to train hard. If you don't want to be trash, you have to train hard. You can't embarrass the Lord. Dozens of people shouted loudly as if it was a slogan. Even the Dragon Soul Palace heard it. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded. How could they shout such a slogan? Lu Qingyang, Chu Shitian, and the others couldn't help but laugh loudly. Pairs of strange eyes looked at Lu Qingyang and the others. Miao Qingqing glared fiercely, scaring Lu Qingyang so much that he immediately covered his mouth and broke out in cold sweat. Qiu Tian, who was cultivating, had a look of astonishment on his face as if he was looking at an idiot. White Tiger, Lifeng, who taught you that? Qiu Tian asked in confusion. Lu Qingyang. Dozens of people answered in unison. Seeing Qiu Tian's confused expression, dozens of people revealed a look of embarrassment. Pfft. Qiu Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No wonder Lu Qingyang and Jian Chou often came over in this half a month. It turned out that they were teaching them to shout such a slogan. In Lu Qingyang's words, this was to encourage them to work harder and cultivate harder. Feng Wuchen did not like trash. Forget about Lu Qingyang, even a supreme commander was involved. Lu Qingyang was a malignant tumor. As long as he was around, no matter who it was, they would most likely go crazy after a long time. Hee, big brother Feng, I'm just encouraging them to cultivate. Lu Qingyang chuckled. Shut up. Miao Qingqing glared fiercely and reached out to Lu Qingyang's waist and twisted it. Lu Qingyang's face instantly turned green and twisted, but he did not dare to shout out. He looked like he was holding in shit. Qingqing, Chu Shitian and big brother Jian Chou are also involved. Lu Qingyang endured the pain and said. He could already feel a piece of flesh falling off. Jian Chou and the rest's faces changed drastically. Lord, it's Lu Qingyang's idea. Ning Tiancheng betrayed without hesitation. That's right. It's Lu Qingyang's idea. Chu Shitian stood out. Lu Qingyang was furious, but Miao Qingqing was here, so he did not dare to do anything. He could only hold it in. Seeing Lu Qingyang's resentful eyes, Zhang Junlan and Crimson Emperor could not help but laugh. Second heaven. In a large faction. Dragon soul? On the main seat, the grey-robed man frowned and asked doubtfully, what's the background of this dragon soul? How dare they come to second heaven? I've investigated the dragon soul, but no one in the first heaven knows what the background of the dragon soul is. The dragon soul's strength is not strong. They are a group of ancient extreme realm and ancient general realm cultivators, the subordinate reported respectfully. Ancient extreme realm and ancient general realm? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Since when did these pieces of trash think so highly of themselves? This kind of trash could break through the second heaven barrier. Stop joking, okay? Haha. The man on the main seat laughed loudly, full of disdain. The news has already spread in the second heaven, and it has already angered many large factions. I'm afraid it won't be long before the dragon soul sets foot in our second heaven. Maybe the dragon soul has a hidden powerhouse, the subordinate said respectfully. The grey-robed man narrowed his eyes and sneered disdainfully, humph. Then let them come. Let the dragon soul open its dog eyes and see the strength of the second heaven. Deity Ring. Feng Wuchen was cultivating diligently. His dozens of primordial spirit avatars were crazily absorbing the pure energy of the thousand spiritual pool. The thousand spiritual pool of Great Emperor Xianxia Turtle is really powerful. Without the help of the heaven-defying pearl, I can break through to the middle stage in half a month, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. In another half a month, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would definitely break through to the ancient king realm. The so-called half a month meant that he was in the deity ring for half a month. It was only 3 days in the outside world. No one in the entire Pangu world could achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. Not even the number one genius could do it. Not long ago, he had used the heaven-defying pearl to increase his cultivation. Naturally, he could not use it again in a short period of time. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would definitely have broken through to the ancient king realm. Now, Feng Wuchen would enter the deity ring to cultivate as soon as he had time. The thousand spiritual pool and powerful treasures were enough to allow Feng Wuchen's cultivation to increase rapidly. Feng Wuchen was very clear that there were many experts in the Pangu world. He had to increase his cultivation at the fastest and most stable speed. Although the dragon soul was powerful, it was not his own strength. Feng Wuchen would only be at ease if he had super strength. Where is that mysterious force? Feng Wuchen was puzzled as he cultivated. His cultivation had broken through to the ancient general realm, but he still could not feel the existence of that mysterious force. This made Feng Wuchen depressed. It was a pity that the chaotic Xian fire beast did not know. Otherwise, he might have a way to discover this mysterious force. Feng Wuchen had already seen how terrifying the mysterious force was. If he could obtain this mysterious force, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Demon Soul Sovereign in the future. I should be able to break through to the ancient king realm in half a month, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He also hoped to break through to the ancient king realm as soon as possible. Young Feng, if you really want to increase your cultivation as soon as possible, I have a way. An old man's faint laughter came from the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed elder appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. The black-robed old man was not the profound clear heavenly emperor. When Feng Wuchen broke through to the middle stage of the ancient general realm, the reincarnation pagoda unsealed the next great emperor. The profound clear great emperor had already disappeared. The old man in front of him was the great desolation emperor. Feng Wuchen stopped cultivating and asked out of curiosity, Great desolate heavenly emperor, what method is that? The first layer of heaven has a place called the Yin-Yang Valley. That place gathers yin and yang qi all year round, forming a very special valley. It's very helpful to the cultivation of ancient generals and ancient kings. You can try it. The Great Desolation Emperor smiled faintly. Yin-Yang Valley? Feng Wuchen frowned. He had never heard of it before. There aren't many people who can enter the Yin Valley. I'm not too sure about the details. Back then, I just happened to know about it, Great Desolation Emperor said with a smile. Good. I'll try it right away. Feng Wuchen nodded. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Feng Wuchen immediately found Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Qiu Tian. Only the 5 of them had reached the ancient general realm. Husband, where are you in such a hurry to go? Ling Xiaoxiao asked out of curiosity. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I'm bringing you guys to a place that'll be very helpful to your cultivation. Lord, what place is it? Qiu Tian asked. You'll know when you get there. Feng Wuchen smiled. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the messenger, asking for the exact location of the Yin Valley. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen's group of 5 arrived at the Yin Valley. Only when they arrived did they know what it meant to be a sea of people. Big brother Feng, is this the place you want to bring us to? Isn't there too many people? Lu Qingyang's face was filled with astonishment. At a glance, there was a dense mass of people all around. If there weren't 100,000, there were at least 80,000. What was this place? Why were there so many people gathered? A large group of cultivators were all in the ancient general realm and ancient king realm. Not a single ancient emperor realm was seen. Yin Valley. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He also didn't expect so many people. What is this place? What are they all here for? Yanhu asked in puzzlement. To cultivate. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Yin Valley is a special place that gathers yin and yang qi. Ancient general realm and ancient king realm cultivators enter Yin Valley to cultivate. Their cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds, but very few can enter. But Feng Wuchen also didn't know the details. Feng Wuchen casually asked someone and found out the reason. To enter Yin Valley, one had to satisfy 3 conditions. The yin and yang qi of Yin Valley was very terrifying. To enter Yin Valley, one had to be able to withstand the yin and yang qi. Many cultivators were swallowed alive because they couldn't withstand the yin and yang qi. If one couldn't even withstand the yin and yang qi on the surface of the valley, forget about entering to cultivate. In the valley, who knew how many people had died? This was the first condition, and also the lowest condition. The second condition was to give gifts. Yin Valley was managed by Yin Temple. If one couldn't take out valuable treasures, they wouldn't be qualified to enter. Yin Temple was very powerful and had ancient Lord Realm experts. Ordinary factions couldn't do anything about it. Of course, if it was someone from a big faction, there was no need to give gifts. Firstly, Yin Temple couldn't be offended. Secondly, one had to rely on themselves to enter Yin Valley. No one could help them. It was useless even if they destroyed Yin Temple. The third condition was to defeat the Yin Temple guards guarding Yin Valley. Yin Temple guards were late-stage ancient kings and were very powerful. This condition was the most difficult and demanding. Almost no one could do it. This was also the main reason why very few people could enter. Even so, there were still many cultivators who came. Especially the ancient kings, they all came with the mentality of giving it a try. Defeat a late-stage ancient king? Lu Qingyang's eyeballs were about to fall out. How could they win with such a huge difference in strength? Lord, the yin and yang qi is a little strange. Qiu Tian frowned as if he sensed something. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, the yin and yang qi has a very terrifying violent aura and a terrifying aura of resentment. The combination of the 2 auras will make people lose their minds. Ancient generals and ancient kings won't be able to withstand it. Even if they can withstand it, only ancient kings can enter. Ancient generals won't stand a chance. Then how do we go in? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. With their strength, they were no match for ancient kings. Even if Feng Wuchen tried his best, he couldn't defeat a late-stage ancient king. Instantly subdue the enemy. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The entrance of the valley was filled with white bones. These were all people who had been devoured by the yin and yang qi. Many ancient kings were defeated as well. You want to enter Yin Valley with such strength? You're courting death. You should feel lucky that you didn't defeat me because I'm saving you. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Go ahead and try. The guard of the Yin Palace sneered arrogantly. He looked at the crowd with disdain. No one knew how many people had died in the Yin Valley, but people kept coming. It couldn't be helped. The temptation of the Yin Valley was too great. Because every cultivator who came out of the Yin Valley had their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. After all, everyone who entered the Yin Valley could only cultivate for 3 days. But in just 3 short days, he was able to raise the cultivation of an ancient King Realm cultivator by 1 star. Talented geniuses could even raise their cultivation by 2 stars. This was also why so many cultivators came despite knowing the danger. Wealth came from danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Looking at the many skeletons at the entrance of the valley and the dozens of injured ancient kings, no one dared to go up. Humph! Don't look down on us. A mid-stage ancient king shouted angrily, his eyes filled with viciousness. Please, the Yin temple guard sneered arrogantly. Under everyone's gazes, the mid-stage ancient king first went to the entrance of the valley and endured the terrifying Yin Qi. Even though he was a mid-stage ancient king, his face was distorted as cold sweat poured down his back. Clearly, it was very strenuous. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao saw it. Even a mid-stage ancient king can't bear it? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, feeling worried. Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yan Hu's expressions became more serious. Little beauty, this is Yin Qi. Normal people can't bear it. This guy won't be able to bear it soon. Suddenly, an arrogant laugh came from behind. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but turn around to take a look. A white-robed man walked over with a group of people. His arrogance was written all over his face. Seeing the white-robed man, the surrounding cultivators all made way in fear. The white-robed man was dazed for a few seconds when he saw Ling Xiaoxiao's face. The white-robed man was instantly attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty. Beautiful. Too beautiful, her beauty could topple countries, I must have her, no matter the cost. So it's the young lord of the mystic cloud ancient city. The Yin temple guard smiled politely, no longer as arrogant and disdainful as before. He even cupped his fists toward the young lord of the mystic cloud ancient city. Clearly, he didn't dare to offend the young lord of mystic cloud ancient city. The mystic cloud ancient city's strength was not weak. As a guard, he naturally did not dare to be impudent in front of the mystic cloud ancient city's young lord. The young lord of Xianxia ancient city glanced at the guard and nodded in satisfaction. Kid, go to the side and cool off. The young master of Xianxia ancient city patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and said in a commanding tone. He was extremely arrogant. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He didn't even look at them. The eyes of Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the other 3 were instantly filled with cold killing intent. Oh? You're quite arrogant. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not move, the mystic cloud ancient city's young lord sneered, Brat, if you don't behave yourself, this young lord will let you have a taste of being chopped into pieces. Stinking brat. Why aren't you scramming? You're courting death. A guard angrily shouted at Feng Wuchen. He was also extremely arrogant. Preposterous. Do you believe that I won't chop off your legs right now? Another guard shouted angrily. This group of people was used to being arrogant. The more arrogant the guards were, the more the young lord felt proud. The surrounding cultivators only watched the show, not daring to say a word. With the young lord of Xianxia ancient city here, who dared to provoke him, did they not want to live anymore? However, Feng Wuchen ignored them, treating them as air. His gaze was fixed on the cultivators enduring the yin-yang energy. Arg! Soon, miserable cries came from the entrance of the valley. The middle-stage ancient king cultivator finally couldn't endure it and was crazily devoured by the yin-yang energy. Soon, there was no more sound. The flesh and blood disappeared, leaving behind only bones. The fresh bones made one's scalp tingle. Brat, did you see that? Even a middle-stage ancient king would end up like this. The Yin-yang temple guard sneered at Feng Wuchen. I advise you to scram. Offending young Lord Shangguan is much worse than this. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen grinned with disdain. Humph. You are seeking death. The Yinyang temple guard's face sank. The Yinyang temple guard had already decided that if Feng Wuchen couldn't pass, he would give up. If he could endure the Yinyang energy, he would ignore the second condition. When the time came to fight, he would definitely beat Feng Wuchen to death. Brat, don't be ignorant. Young Lord Shangguan is very strong. Who in the entire Xianxia ancient city and the nearby factions doesn't know of his strength? If you don't scram, you might lose your life. Huh. There are many ignorant people in the world. To dare to be arrogant before young Lord Shangguan, it's like throwing an egg against a rock, seeking death. Little beauty, how is this brat worthy of you? Only young Lord Shangguan is qualified. Your future is boundless if you follow young Lord Shangguan. Young Lord Shangguan is the #1 genius of Xianxia ancient city. Some of the ancient kings started flattering young Lord Shangguan in order to curry favor with him. However, young Lord Shangguan seemed to enjoy it. Brat, why don't you ask around about my status in Xianxia ancient city? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Young Lord Shangguan sneered proudly. Little beauty, if you want to go in and cultivate, I just need to say a word. As long as you follow me obediently and serve me well, you can go in as many times as you want. I don't care. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Young Lord Shangguan's face turned cold as he laughed arrogantly. Little beauty, I have never failed to get what I want. It's just a word from me. Just take whatever you want. It's that simple. Arrogant and arrogant, extremely domineering, however, what young Lord Shangguan said was true. Xianxia ancient city was very strong, and the city lord was extremely protective. It was precisely because of this that Shangguan too was arrogant and domineering. Young Lord Shangguan is right. This is the strength of Xianxia ancient city. Brat, you want to fight with young Lord Shangguan with just a few of you? Who do you think you are? Young Master Shangguan can crush you to death with a single finger. Young Lord Shangguan just wants to play with the little beauty. What's the big deal? It's not like we won't return her to you. The cultivators said one after another, flattering Shangguan. Tuesday Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and the other two were furious. They couldn't bear it anymore. Feng Wuchen's face also became extremely cold. Big brother Feng, give the order. Lu Qingyang wanted to tear Shangguan Tu apart. Order, Shangguan Tu and the others were stunned at first, then they all laughed out loud. They laughed crazily and did whatever they wanted. Order? Why don't you give the order? Haha. If you know anyone, just call them. The more, the better. A guard laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. Brat, if you don't call people, don't even think about entering Yinyang Valley today. The Yinyang Palace guard sneered mockingly. Everyone was looking forward to Feng Wuchen giving the order to call people and then watching Shangguan Tu and the others suppress them with overwhelming force. What? Will the Yinyang temple interfere with other people's entry into the Yinyang Valley? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he looked at the Yinyang temple guard coldly. With just one look, the guard felt like he was being stared at by a devil. He trembled in fear. That feeling was terrifying. He had never felt anything like it before. That pair of eyes was too scary. However, he quickly ignored it. The guard calmed himself down and sneered. Of course not. You've offended young Master Shangguan. I'll kill you for the third condition. How could the Yinyang temple be afraid of Feng Wuchen, since they wouldn't stop him? Feng Wuchen ignored them. Feng Wuchen looked at Shangguan Tu and said coldly, Young Master Shangguan, right? If you don't kneel down and apologize to my wife in half an hour, there's no need for the Mystic Cloud ancient city to exist. What? Shangguan Tu froze, then laughed arrogantly. Haha. No need for it to exist? No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're the first. I'm looking forward to it. So the little beauty is your wife. I like other people's wives. I'll let your wife know that my little brother is stronger than you. Haha. Shangguan Tu laughed even more arrogantly. Haha. Is this kid's head kicked by a donkey? You want our young master to kneel down and apologize? Half an hour, right? We'll give you half an hour. You don't know what's good for you. If you kneel down and apologize to the young master now, He might let you see your wife's happy expression. Haha, kid, think carefully. If you don't kneel down and apologize, you won't even have the chance to see it. Maybe you haven't even seen your wife's expression before. The guards of the mystic cloud ancient city all laughed arrogantly. The surrounding ancient king realm cultivators also mocked and laughed maniacally. Feng Wuchen's face couldn't be any colder. His bloodthirsty killing intent exploded. Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yan Hu were also enraged. How dare they insult Ling Xiaoxiao in public? They must die. You guys are shameless to the extreme. Ling Xiaoxiao cursed angrily. She was so angry that her face turned pale. She wanted to kill them all. TSK, what a terrifying murderous aura. Try it if you have the guts. Come, I'll beat you up. Shang Guantu sneered in a mocking manner as he patted his own face with his palm. Shang Guantu couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen to make a move and then fiercely counterattack. He wanted to cripple Feng Wuchen in front of Ling Xiaoxiao so that Ling Xiaoxiao could see his domineering aura. Ling Xiaoxiao might even be charmed by him. The more Shang Guantu thought about it, the more excited he became. Do it. Hurry up and do it. The guards and a few ancient kings in the surroundings shouted. Humph. Useless trash. The Yinyang Palace guard said disdainfully. However, what they didn't know was that the emissary had already started a massacre in Profound Cloud Ancient City. All the people of Mystic Cloud Ancient City were massacred. The emissary had received Feng Wuchen's order to kill without mercy. The emissary killed his way to the main city. His strength was terrifying, and no one was his match. The guards of the Xianyun Ancient City, the elders, and their descendants were all killed without exception. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river in Profound Cloud Ancient City. More than 10,000 guards were killed, and the streets were filled with corpses. In the main city, corpses were piled up like mountains, and the thick smell of blood enveloped the entire city. Husband! Save me! Save me! A beautiful woman screamed for help in extreme fear. The emissary held the Pangu sword and walked over step by step like a bloodthirsty demon. Stop! The city lord of Profound Cloud Ancient City, Shang Guanfei, shouted in terror. He alone killed more than 10,000 people in Profound Cloud Ancient City. No one was his match. Shang Guanfei wasn't his match at all. You deserve to die. The emissary said coldly. The emissary swung his sword and killed the beautiful woman mercilessly. Madam! Shang Guanfei shouted in grief. Shang Guanfei was so sad that he wanted nothing more than to fight the emissary. But he didn't dare. Even if he was an early-stage ancient lord, he didn't dare to make a move. Because above Profound Cloud Ancient City was against heaven. Lord Controller, Lord Emissary, how did Shang Guanfei offend you? Why did you start a massacre in Profound Cloud Ancient City? Why? Shang Guanfei shouted in grief. Your son offended someone he shouldn't have offended. If you go to Yinyang Valley now, you might be able to see him one last time, the emissary said coldly. What? Shang Guanfei's expression changed drastically, and he quickly rushed to Yinyang Valley. Master, Shang Guanfei is already there, the emissary said respectfully. Go to Yinyang Temple. Against heaven said coldly. The two of them disappeared. Shang Guanfei was an ancient lord, and he could reach Yinyang Valley in half an incense stick's time. At this moment, Shang Guantu and the others were still laughing arrogantly and mocking him. Kid, how is it? Half an incense stick's time is almost up. Where are you? If no one comes, then this young master will eat your wife in front of you. I believe many people want to see it, Shang Guantu sneered in a mocking manner. Ling Xiaoxiao was furious. She gritted her teeth and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had been insulted so shamelessly. Wife, don't be angry. He won't live. Anyone who insults you will die today, Feng Wuchen comforted gently, but his words were cold and heart-shaking. Lu Qingyang and the others knew that Feng Wuchen had given the order. Feng Wuchen had already given the order. Brat, because of your words, I've decided that after I've played enough, everyone here can play with your wife if they want. I'll drive you crazy. Shang Guantu sneered in a mocking manner. Young Master Shangguan, I want to. Me too. Me too. Several ancient king realm cultivators shouted excitedly, images of them toying with Ling Xiaoxiao already appearing in their minds. Count me in, young Master Shangguan. The Yinyang temple guard sneered and looked at Feng Wuchen disdainfully. Aren't you very arrogant? Let's see how arrogant you can be when everyone takes turns to play with your wife. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Shangguan too. You bastard. Who did you offend? Xianyun ancient city was bathed in blood. Your mother was also killed. Everyone had been killed. You bastard. Everyone in Xianyun ancient city was killed by you. Old man will kill you. Shangguan Fei used all his strength and roared crazily, resounding throughout the entire Yinyang Valley. Everyone could hear how furious Shangguan Fei was from his terrifying roar. Boom! At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Shangguan Tu and the others, leaving them charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Shangguan Tu was dumbfounded, and his face was filled with horror. The dozen or so guards were also dumbfounded and terrified. They collapsed to the ground like walking corpses. The ancient king realm cultivators who were flattering Ling Xiaoxiao and did not forget to humiliate her were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. The Yinyang temple guards were also scared out of their wits, and their bodies trembled. At this moment, they all looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. End of chapter. Among everyone present, only Shangguan Tu had offended Feng Wuchen. The bloodbath in Xianyun ancient city was undoubtedly Feng Wuchen's doing. Shangguan Tu had offended Feng Wuchen to the core. He had humiliated Ling Xiaoxiao in public. His filthy thoughts had completely infuriated Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had said before that if Shangguan Tu did not kneel down and apologize to Ling Xiaoxiao within half an hour, there would be no need for Xianyun ancient city to exist anymore. Now, Xianyun ancient city was really in a bloodbath, horror, extreme horror, everyone present was scared out of their wits. Fear had reached the depths of their souls. Massacring the mystic cloud ancient city, killing everyone. How cruel was this, but Shangguan Tu had insulted Feng Wuchen's wife. Everyone present had heard how filthy and despicable those words were. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, if it were anyone else, as long as they had the ability, they would definitely massacre Xianyun ancient city. You did it? Shangguan Tu asked in horror, his voice trembling. Shangguan Tu could already feel the endless aura of death above his head. The dozen or so guards had completely lost their souls. Despair and deep fear were written all over their bodies. Who had they offended? They had actually massacred Xianyun ancient city within half an hour. No one can insult my wife. Those who insult her must die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without the slightest trace of human emotion. Extremely domineering, his supreme majesty seemed to be above all things. At this time, Shangguan Fei had already shot over. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the terrified Shangguan Tuesday smack, poof, Shangguan Fei went up and slapped him. With a crisp smack, Shangguan Tu spat out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Everyone in Xianyun ancient city was killed by you. What did you do? Shangguan Fei roared crazily, the veins on his face bulging. Shangguan Tu was so terrified that he could not say anything. This is called retribution. Lu Qingyang sneered. There was no need to mention how much hatred they felt. Smack. Pooh. Shangguan Fei slapped Shangguan Tu hard again. It was the kind of slap that could kill him. Shangguan Tu spat out blood again. Bastard. Beast. Shangguan Fei roared. Pa pa pa. Shangguan Fei vented his anger crazily and slapped Shangguan Tu more than a dozen times in a row, which made Shangguan Tu's face deformed. No one pitied him, nor did they dare to. Shangguan Tu reaped what he sowed. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change in the slightest. He was still as cold as ever. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were the same. Father, stop hitting him. Don't hit me, I know I'm wrong, Shangguan Tu said in horror and pain. He was already on the verge of death. At this moment, Shangguan Tu was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Of all people, he just had to provoke Feng Wuchen, this lunatic. Yes, I'm hitting you. Shangguan Fei roared. Your mother, your uncles, and your uncles all died because of you. You destroyed the entire profound cloud ancient city. Shang Guanfei cursed as he beat him up. Shang Guanfei really wanted to kill Shang Guantu now. His wife was killed by this bastard. But his palm was flesh, and so was the back of his hand. How could Shang Guanfei bear to kill his only son? In the study room. At this moment, Shang Guantu was already badly mutilated, and he was on the verge of death. If he was not treated in time, he would definitely die. If you can't do it, my men can help you, but you have to die too. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Shang Guanfei, who had just stopped, could not help but tremble. He looked at Feng Wuchen. Shang Guanfei was sure that Shang Guantu had offended this person. Little brother, this bastard has offended many people. Now, he has been beaten half to death by old man, and everyone in profound cloud ancient city has been killed. Can you spare this bastard's life? Shang Guanfei begged in grief. No, he must die. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly, his face expressionless. Old man, you don't know what your son did just now. If you knew, you would never plead for him, Lu Qingyang said coldly. He doesn't deserve to die. Please be merciful. Old man only has one son. Shang Guanfei begged, almost kneeling down. My lord has already given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. He has no one to blame but himself. Yanhu said fiercely. Kill. Feng Wuchen did not waste any more words and directly ordered. No one could save Shang Guantu's life after insulting Ling Xiaoxiao. No. Shang Guantu turned pale with fright. Father, save me. I don't want to die. Shang Guantu was terrified to the extreme. He had never felt this way before. Swish. A black shadow flashed by, and Shang Guantu's throat was instantly slit. He died on the spot, his expression filled with horror and despair. No. Shang Guanfei cried in grief, but it was too late. The person who attacked was so fast that no one noticed it. But the more they couldn't detect it, the more terrified they felt. Who was this man in front of them? Why? Why are you so cruel? Shang Guanfei cried in grief, his whole body trembling. He wanted revenge, but there was nothing he could do. Shang Guanfei knew very well that the moment he attacked, the expert in the dark could kill him 10,000 times over. Because your son humiliated my wife in public, he deserves to die. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You deserve to die too. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swish. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by, and Shang Guanfei's head flew off. Spare our lives, Lord. The dozen guards and the ancient king cultivators all knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Their foreheads were bleeding from the kowtows. Kill. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Swish swish swish. The black shadow appeared again at an even faster speed, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. The cultivators present were scared out of their wits, and all held their breaths. They were all secretly glad that they did not participate, or none of them would have survived. The entire place was dead silent. Even the drop of a needle could be heard. The air was filled with fear and death, and everyone was trembling. You have a share too. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the Yinyang temple guard. Don't kill me. I'm from the Yinyang temple. If you kill me, the Yinyang temple will not let you go, the guard said in fear. The guard only realized how stupid he was after he finished speaking. The Xianxia ancient city's strength was about the same as the Yinyang temple's. The Xianxia ancient city was bathed in blood. Why would Feng Wuchen be afraid of the Yinyang temple? The terrifying mysterious person just now was definitely not someone the Yinyang temple could deal with. Still daring to threaten him in such a situation was undoubtedly courting death. What is the Yinyang temple? Do you think you're worthy of killing me? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. I was wrong. Spare my life, Lord. I'll let you in now. The guard kowtowed in fear, and his intestines turned green from regret. I don't need you to let me in. The Yinyang temple will be back soon. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you. I'll apologize to the lady right now. Dear lady, I was blind. I shouldn't have insulted you. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Don't kill me. I'll kowtow to you. The Yinyang Palace guard begged for mercy. He kowtowed and slapped himself. It's too late. Feng Wuchen's cold words pierced the guard's heart. It was the first time he felt such despair. Chi. The black shadow didn't hesitate. Like a killing machine, it killed mercilessly as soon as it received an order. You're courting death, Yanhu said fiercely. All the cultivators present felt endless fear. Many people's eyes turned red. Feng Wuchen was too terrifying. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. Everyone remembered Feng Wuchen and the others' faces. They remembered them even more clearly than their own parents. Meanwhile, Yinyang Palace. On the square, the palace master, Yinyang Feng Shui, the elders, and many other higher-ups looked respectful. Everyone in the Yinyang Palace was also gathered on the square. They were so respectful that it was as if they were welcoming a god. Tian the arrival of the young master of the second heaven glazed temple is an opportunity for the Yinyang Palace. You must seize it. The bright path of the Yinyang Palace depends on you. Yinyang Feng smiled, full of confidence in his son. Dad, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't embarrass the Yinyang Palace, Yinyang Tian said with a smile. Yinyang Feng Shui nodded with satisfaction. Palace Master, young Master Xiahou Ying has come to the Yinyang Palace. If we climb up this branch, the Yinyang Palace will definitely rise to a higher position. It won't be too much for us to be on the same level as the Control Palace, an elder said happily. That's right. The Yinyang Palace has sacrificed too much for this opportunity. We can't miss it no matter what, Yinyang Feng Shui said with a smile. What bullshit T messenger? Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten the Yinyang Palace? Let's see if he can touch our people, an elder sneered disdainfully. The messenger had come to the Yinyang Palace before, but they didn't take it seriously. From today onwards, the Yinyang Temple will no longer fear controlling the temple. Yinyang Feng Shui sneered, the current Temple of Control is no longer a subordinate force of the Supreme Temple. If we can destroy them, we'll be doing Demon Soul Sovereign a favor. We might even make the Yinyang Temple the overlord of the first heaven. The Yinyang Palace was overjoyed. Everyone imagined that the Yinyang Temple would become the overlord of a level 1 sky. Swish, at this moment, a figure appeared above the Yinyang Palace. It was a young man. It was the young master of the colored glass temple, Xiahou Ying. Xiahou Ying's body exuded an extremely powerful aura, and a kingly aura emanated from between his brows. Xiahou Ying's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the ancient Lord realm. Welcome to the Yinyang Sacred Palace, young Lord Xiahou. Everyone in the Yinyang Sacred Palace knelt down to welcome him. This was the highest form of respect for Xiahou Ying. Xiahou Ying nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, get up. Please enter the main hall, young Lord Xiahou, Yinyang Feng Shui said respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Young Lord Xiahou, I prepared everything for you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied, Yinyang Feng smiled respectfully. Haha. Young Lord Yinyang knows me best. I'm very satisfied, young Lord Xiahou laughed happily. Men understood each other. Yinyang Feng Shui nodded inwardly, very satisfied with his son's method. It suited young Lord Xiaohu's taste. Everything would be easy as long as the young lord was happy. A banquet had already been prepared in the main hall. Young Lord Xiahou sat down without hesitation and gestured for Yinyang Feng Shui and the others to do the same. It's our honor to have you here, young Lord Xiahou, Yinyang Feng Shui said with a happy smile, full of respect. Xiahou Ying laughed happily. My father said that as long as the Yinyang Temple is loyal, the overlord of the first heaven will be yours. Wonderful. Thank you, young Lord Xiahou. We'll definitely be loyal. Yinyang Feng Shui was so excited that he almost knelt to express his gratitude. Yinyang Feng immediately filled Xiahou Ying's cup with wine and said happily, young Lord Xiahou, we can talk about other things later. Some things are more important. Let's have a drink or two first. It'll be more exciting and I guarantee you'll want to die. Haha. Great. Xiahou Ying was so excited that he couldn't wait. Come, let me toast you, young Lord Xiaohou. Cheers. Yin Yangfeng laughed happily and drained his cup in one gulp, showing his forthrightness. Yin Yangfeng Shui and the others also toasted, secretly giving Yin Yangfeng a thumbs up. However, just as Xiaohoing and Yin Yangfeng Shui were rejoicing, the guard commander hurried in. Commander! How dare you disturb young Master Xiaohou's good mood? Kneel and apologize. Yin Yangfeng Shui shouted angrily. Ah, there's no need to be angry, Yin Yang Palace Lord. Just say what you want to say. I won't blame you. Xiaohoing smiled happily, looking very magnanimous. Thank you, young Lord Xiaohou. Something has happened, Palace Lord. The Yinyang Valley Guard has been killed, the commander reported respectfully. What? Yinyang Feng Shui and the others' expressions changed drastically. The Grand Elder glanced at Xiaohoing, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, preposterous. Who dares to kill a guard of my Yinyang Hall? They don't care about the Yinyang Palace or the colored glass temple at all. The elder was indeed a sly old fox. He had just climbed up to the colored glass temple and immediately brought it out. Yinyang Feng Shui secretly praised him. Xiaohoing had just been praised to the heavens, so he couldn't lose face. Didn't it feel good to be high and mighty? Besides, Xiaohoing was the young lord of the colored glass temple with a powerful force behind him. There was no need to worry about such a small matter. I don't know yet, but it must be related to the emissary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened us, the commander said respectfully. Humph. Controlling the temple again. Yinyang Feng Shui gritted his teeth in anger. Controlling the temple? Xiaohoing frowned slightly. That was a faction under the sovereign main temple. Although they didn't care, it was still related to the sovereign main temple. The colored glass temple couldn't afford to offend it. Young Lord Xiaohou, you may not know this, but the ancient gods of the Mingyuan Pavilion and the controlling temple were imprisoned, but for some reason, they suddenly came out. The ancient gods who took over later all disappeared, Yin Yangfeng hurriedly explained. In other words, the Mingyuan Pavilion and the controlling temple are no longer under the sovereign main temple. The first heaven is now under the control of Dragon Soul, who even threatened to take over the order of the world. Dragon Soul? Xiaohoing was surprised. What's the background of this Dragon Soul? He's quite bold to take over the order of the world? He's really courting death. Yinyang Feng Shui and the others were stunned by Yinyang Sky's words. Young Master Xiaohoing had come to Yinyang Palace, and they couldn't wait for him to make a move. Colored Glass Palace was terrifyingly powerful and could absolutely crush Control Palace and Dark Abyss Pavilion. Xiaohoing only needed to give an order to mobilize Colored Glass Palace's experts to help. But why didn't Yinyang Sky interfere? What was going on? The Great Elder, this old fox, quickly understood. Yinyang Sky secretly winked at Yinyang Feng Shui, who finally understood, his son was brilliant. Yinyang Sky was deliberately provoking Xiaohoing, Colored Glass Palace was powerful. As the young master, how could Xiaohoing shrink back in front of Yinyang Palace? Young master is right. Young Master Xiaohou, you can't take risks. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to Palace Master Xiaohou. The Grand Elder nodded gravely and looked at Yinyang Sky approvingly. Yinyang Sky's move was very effective. Xiaohoing was extremely arrogant. The more he was provoked, the better the effect. As the young master of Second Heaven Colored Glass Palace, wouldn't he be a joke if he was afraid of a First Heaven faction? If Xiaohoing showed cowardice in front of Yinyang Palace, how could he keep his face, as expected? Xiaohoing waved his hand and said proudly, don't worry. It's just a small control palace. I've seen the controller. Isn't it just Nidian Xing? Why won't he kneel when he sees me? Xiaohoing firmly believed that Colored Glass Palace's strength was enough to make Nidian Xing kneel. Yinyang Feng Shui and the others were overjoyed when they heard Xiaohoying's words. If Xiaohoing made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress the control palace. You're right, young Master Xiaohou. Nidian Xing should know your identity. Yinyang Sky pretended to react. If young Master Xiaohou makes a move, even ancient god White Feather will have to kneel, not to mention Nidian Xing. Yinyang Feng Shui flattered happily. Xiaohoing drank a cup of wine and frowned. When I was in second heaven, I heard about this dragon soul. It said that dragon soul wants to fight his way to second heaven. All the factions in second heaven have spread the news. What? Fight his way to second heaven? Yinyang Feng Shui and Yinyang Sky were dumbfounded. Dragon soul was truly audacious. She dared to say anything. Fighting up to the second heaven? Did he really think that he could fight his way up to the second heaven just because he had mastered the first heaven? Did he really think that the major forces of the second heaven were pushovers? This time, I also wanted to investigate this dragon soul. You have to be responsible for your words. If the dragon soul truly has the strength, then the second celestial layer will wait. If it doesn't, then we'll just destroy it. Xiaohang continued with a smile, a ruthless and cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. If the dragon soul dares to control the first layer of heaven, he must have a certain level of strength. All the major forces in the first layer of heaven are crazily spreading this news, Yinyang Feng Shui said solemnly. Father, that's not necessarily true. Rumors can't be trusted. I've heard that the dragon soul has ancient extreme and ancient general cultivators, and there are quite a few of them. However, I've never seen any strong cultivators. Perhaps other strong cultivators are trying to fool others and have been transferred to the dragon soul. Yinyang Tian shook his head and said, Yinyang Temple has been in the first layer of heaven for so many years, but we've never heard of the dragon soul. It's even more impossible for there to be any white-titled ancient gods or great emperors. Young Master Yinyang is right. I don't believe it either. I believe that many major forces in the first layer of heaven don't believe it either. They just don't dare to speak carelessly. The great elder smiled faintly. Xiaohang nodded and said proudly, however, no matter how strong they are, the dragon soul dares to insult the second layer of heaven. They must die. How terrifying the dragon soul was. Only the Mingyuan Pavilion, the temple that controlled it, the major forces under them, the Tianyun Temple, and the Xianing Temple knew. The other forces were just guessing. Young Master Shaho, Temple Master, should we go to Yinyang Valley now? The great commander asked after listening for a long time. Since we already know who did it, there's no need to rush. Aren't they in Yinyang Valley? They might not be able to come out alive. Just send someone to guard them. Yinyang Sky smiled and said, Young Master Shaho has arrived at the Yinyang Temple. We must not be negligent. Revenge is a small matter. Young Master Shaho, I prepared first-class goods for you. I'll bring you over in a while. In comparison, how could the life and death of a guard compare to Xiaohang? The Yinyang Temple could not afford to offend Xiaohang. However, what they did not know was that behind the Temple of Heaven was the dragon soul that controlled the first layer of heaven. Haha. Good. Very good. Young Master Shaho laughed happily. He was very satisfied with Yinyang Sky's arrangement. The great commander was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything. At the same time, Yinyang Valley. Master, no one from the Yinyang Temple has come, the messenger said respectfully. Feng Wuchen did not care. After all, he had already killed the guard. Let's go. It's time for us to go in and try. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, looking forward to it. With the Yinyang Temple guard killed, they only needed to fulfill the first condition to enter the Yinyang Valley. Looking at the people around him, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Now is a chance. If you think you can withstand the Yinyang Qi, you can try. Thank you, my lord. The crowd thanked him excitedly. Without the last two conditions, their chances of entering the Yinyang Valley had greatly increased. Feng Wuchen led the way to the entrance of the Yinyang Valley. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. The violent yin and yang qi surged. Madly. The surrounding cultivators all held their breaths, their expressions filled with fear. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others did not change their expressions. They were not worried about Feng Wuchen's safety at all. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen had an extremely powerful bloodline power, even a great emperor's divine power was enough to resist the yin-yang qi. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen had an immortal body. Facing the violent and resentful yin-yang qi, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. This yin-yang qi has been absorbed by my body and seems to be able to strengthen it. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. In just a moment, the yin-yang qi enveloping Feng Wuchen strangely disappeared. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. Next, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were the same. They did not even frown. They were only at the ancient general realm. If a mid-stage ancient king could not withstand it, how could an ancient general withstand it? Everyone present looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were all petrified. Soon, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others entered the Yin-Yang Valley. At this moment, many ancient kings among the surrounding cultivators went forward to try. In the Yin-Yang Valley, the sky was dark, and the wind was raging. Moreover, it was a storm formed by yin-yang qi, cutting their faces like blades. It was difficult to move. In the Yin-Yang Valley, the yin-yang qi was more than 10 times stronger than at the entrance. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Valley was filled with an extremely pure and vast yin-yang qi. End of chapter. Big Brother Feng, this pure and enormous energy, could it be that it's for us to cultivate? Lu Qingyang asked excitedly as he felt the yin and yang energy. This energy is extremely huge. It should be. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord, such a huge amount of pure energy can indeed make our cultivation soar. Yanhu said excitedly. He could not wait to cultivate. Husband, the yin and yang energy storm is too strong. We can't move. How are we going to cultivate? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with difficulty. She could barely open her eyes. We only have 3 days. There's no need to go too deep. We'll just cultivate here. Feng Wuchen said. It would only be a waste of time to go deeper into the valley. The 5 of them sat cross-legged against the storm and cultivated. They did not know if they did not cultivate. As soon as they entered the state of cultivation, Feng Wuchen and the rest discovered that the powerful storm was crazily pouring into their bodies. Their bodies were completely unaffected. Lord, this huge amount of pure energy can be directly absorbed. It's crazily pouring into the body. Qiu Tian exclaimed in shock. This was the first time they had encountered such a strange situation. The huge yin and yang energy crazily poured into their bodies. No wonder they said that we can break through after cultivating for 3 days. The endless energy is pouring in. It's too huge. It's crazily strengthening my ancient yuan energy. Lu Qingyang said in shock. He was also ecstatic. Make use of the time to cultivate. Feng Wuchen said. The yin and yang energy was like a primordial beast, pouring into their bodies without restraint. Feng Wuchen and the rest were crazily and greedily absorbing. The speed of cultivation was visible to the naked eye. Cultivating in the Yin-Yang Valley also depended on talent. No matter when or where, cultivation depended on talent. In just 1 day, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao broke through to the late-stage ancient general realm. On the 2nd day, Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yanhu also broke through to the late-stage ancient general realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage ancient king realm. As long as they went back to cultivate for half a month, they would definitely break through to the ancient emperor realm. Lu Qingyang and the other 2 had also reached the early-stage ancient king realm. Even Feng Wuchen was shocked by this terrifying improvement. Penghu domain was really full of wonders. One had to admit that the Yin-Yang Valley was indeed a cultivation holy land. It was a pity that the Yin-Yang Valley was only suitable for ancient generals and ancient kings. Beyond the ancient kings, there was no effect at all. As for the reason, no one could explain it. I can't believe that I managed to break through 2 levels in just 3 days of cultivation in this godforsaken place. Lu Qingyang was ecstatic. Heavens! 3 men braved the storm and walked over. There were never more than 5 people in the Yin-Yang Valley, but now there are 8. A man looked at Feng Wuchen's group of 5 in shock. The man in white walking at the front saw Ling Xiaoxiao, and his eyes sparkled. He was instantly attracted to her as if she was magical. There was actually such a beautiful fairy in the world. Senior brother, she's a great beauty. She's even prettier than senior sister. Another man exclaimed. His eyeballs were about to fly out. Sensing their gazes, Ling Xiaoxiao's face turned cold. Lu Qingyang and the other 2's faces darkened. The man in white ignored Feng Wuchen's group. His eyes never left Ling Xiaoxiao. I'm Su Yuan. How should I address you? Can we be friends? Su Yuan asked politely like a gentleman. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said indifferently and turned to leave the Yinyang Valley. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others left as well. They didn't even look at Su Yuan, completely ignoring her. Senior brother, how dare they ignore you? A junior brother widened his eyes. Su Yuan was the first disciple of Xianing Holy Palace. He was young, but his cultivation had reached the advanced ancient king realm. He almost broke through to the ancient king realm when he came to the Yinyang Valley. He was a genius disciple of Xianing Holy Palace. His identity was full of honor, but he was ignored. Su Yuan's gentlemanly face instantly darkened. Senior brother, should we chase after them? If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll think they're great. A junior brother asked angrily. No need. There must be a lot of people outside. We can't embarrass Xianing Holy Palace. There will be plenty of chances in the future. The fact that the 5 of them can enter shows that they're not simple. They're not weak either. Let's figure out their background first, Su Yuan said with a cold smile. How could the cultivators who could enter the Yinyang Valley be mediocre? What bothered Su Yuan the most was that he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Look. They're out. Intermediate Ancient King Realm. They broke through 2 levels. That fairy has broken through to the advanced Ancient King Realm. Which faction are they from? Aren't they too talented? Disciples? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see what happened 3 days ago? He must be the young master of some powerful faction. Seeing Feng Wuchen and the others come out, the crowd outside the Yinyang Valley exclaimed in shock and disbelief. They're the ones who killed the Yinyang Palace guards. A cultivator pointed at Feng Wuchen and the others and said to the leader of the guards. Humph. How dare they? Stop them. The leader ordered coldly as he glared at Feng Wuchen and the others. Swish. 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 As soon as Feng Wuchen and the others came out, more than 10 guards blocked their way. They were the Yinyang Palace guards. Master, do you want to kill them? The messenger asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen didn't answer, but his lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, Su Yuan and the others came out of the Yinyang Valley and saw the scene. What's going on? Su Yuan frowned and asked in confusion, what happened to the Yinyang Palace people? Do they have a grudge against the Yinyang Palace? A junior brother guessed. After asking, they found out that Feng Wuchen and the others had killed the Yinyang Palace guards. Serves them right. Weren't they great just now? I'd like to see how they deal with the Yinyang Palace guards. A junior brother sneered. The leader of the guards is an early ancient emperor. They are merely at the ancient king realm. Just wait for them to suffer. Another junior brother gloated over their misfortune. What they didn't notice was that the spectators were looking at them as if they were idiots. Su Yuan and the others didn't know how terrifying Feng Wuchen was, but they had seen it with their own eyes. Are you the ones who killed the Yinyang Palace guards? The leader of the Yinyang Palace guards walked over and stared at Feng Wuchen and the others fiercely. He looked like he wanted to tear Feng Wuchen and the others apart. Yes, that's right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Kill the Yinyang Palace guards? Su Yuan and the other 2 were stunned. Aren't they a little too bold? Don't they know how terrifying the Yinyang Palace is? The Yinyang Palace had an ancient lord, and they could stand up to the major forces under the Mingyuan Pavilion. Killing the Yinyang Palace guards was courting death. Senior brother, looks like we don't have to do anything. They're dead for sure. It's just a pity for that beautiful fairy. One of the junior brothers sneered. That might not be the case. Su Yuan grinned. He seemed to have thought of a solution and whispered, Third junior brother, go back and report to the young master immediately. Third junior brother was stunned, but he quickly reacted and rushed back excitedly. Brat, I thought you would deny it. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. The leader sneered. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said casually, it's just killing a person. There's no need to deny it. He's not worthy of me denying it. Arrogant. You all have to die for killing the Yinyang Palace guards. Attack. The leader roared and a violent aura burst out. More than a dozen guards rushed forward, each of them looking ferocious. All of them were ancient kings. "Qingyang, test your strength," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "Hee, I was waiting for Big Brother Feng to say that." Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly with a hint of madness. Their cultivation had reached the mid-stage ancient king realm. Facing more than 10 ancient king guards, they could test their cultivation results. Domineering bloodline power burst out, and a violent shockwave swept out. Their combat strength soared rapidly. They had soared by a whole level. How is this possible? The leader was shocked. The dozen or so guards were also startled. Late-stage ancient king realm. How is this possible? What kind of power did they use? Su Yuan's eyes were about to pop out. The surrounding cultivators also widened their eyes. They had never seen anyone's power increase by a whole level. Just how powerful was his combat strength? Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yan Hu all shot out explosively. In order to test their strength, Lu Qingyang and the other two did not use their full strength. Instead, he exchanged blows with a dozen or so guards to get used to the explosive power. A few minutes later, more than a dozen guards were heavily injured by Lu Qingyang and the other two. Their arms and legs were broken, and they were wailing and rolling on the ground. The dozen or so guards didn't even have time to cast their spells. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Too weak. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly, as if he hadn't had enough fun yet. Useless trash. You've disgraced the Yin-Yang Palace. The leader scolded as he unleashed the power of an early ancient emperor. You sound like you won't embarrass the Yin-Yang Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid at all. The guard leader's face darkened. His narrowed eyes flashed with a cold light. An intense and suffocating murderous aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding cultivators all retreated in fear. Don't tell me this brat wants to fight with Chief Shou? He entered the Yin-Yang Valley to cultivate. This brat can't be an ancient emperor. Su Yuan frowned as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Since he wasn't an ancient emperor, there was no need for Su Yuan to be afraid. Chief Shou, why don't you let me try? Su Yuan suddenly said as he walked over step by step. So it's the first disciple of the Xianning Holy Palace, Su Yuan. Chief Shou sneered. Alright, I believe in your strength too. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yuan. What is this bastard trying to do? Lu Qingyang frowned. When they were in the Yin-Yang Valley, Su Yuan's malicious gaze had already displeased Feng Wuchen and the others. Now that Su Yuan suddenly stood out, he naturally didn't have good intentions. Chief Shou, I'll help you get rid of him. Can you spare this fairy's life? The young master will be here soon. I'm sure the young master of the Yin-Yang Valley will like her very much. You'll have done a great deed by then. She's such a beautiful fairy. Once the young master and the others are tired of her, won't it be our turn? We can't let her go to waste, Su Yuan whispered in Chief Shou's ear. Chief Shou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost drooled. He smiled happily. Brother Su, you're so smart. That's a good idea. It's settled then. Although the conversation was soft, Feng Wuchen still heard it. Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. No matter who it was, anyone who insulted Ling Xiaoxiao had to die. Brat, you dared to ignore my existence in the Yin-Yang Valley. I'll make you pay the price, Su Yuan said fiercely. He was as ferocious as a tiger. As the first disciple of the Xianning Holy Palace, how could he be ignored by a nobody? This kind of humiliation could not be allowed to exist. The powerful strength of a late ancient king erupted, and his ferocious aura was terrifying. Su Yuan's strength was not something the guards could compare to. As the first disciple of the Xianning Holy Palace, his cultivation technique was naturally more powerful, and his combat strength was much stronger than the guards. I'll take your life. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. The moment Su Yuan insulted Ling Xiaoxiao, he was already a dead man in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Is that so? Let's see if you're capable. Su Yuan said fiercely. A cold murderous aura erupted, and he suddenly shot out. A huge spiderweb-like crack appeared on the ground where he stepped. It's too easy to kill you, Feng Wuchen sneered and threw out a punch. Feng Wuchen's punch was not flashy, but it was definitely domineering. Boom. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the two fists fiercely collided. There was a loud boom, and the impact of the collision swept out wildly. The ground of the valley shook and cracked. This guy is really strong. Those guards are no match for him, Yanhu said with a frown. It's a pity that big brother Feng is stronger. Lu Qingyang sneered. Feng Wuchen did not use any strength in this punch. It was purely physical strength. In a head-on collision, Su Yuan was pushed back a few steps by Feng Wuchen, and a piercing pain came from his arm. How is this possible? Su Yuan was in disbelief. He attacked with all his might, but he was pushed back by Feng Wuchen's physical strength. Just as Su Yuan was in shock, he suddenly noticed a black shadow appearing out of nowhere. Boom, puff, a fierce and domineering punch landed on Su Yuan's abdomen, and Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? What kind of speed is this? What kind of power is this? Su Yuan was shocked. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen threw out another punch. Su Yuan's body was about to fly out, but Feng Wuchen grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Ignore you? Are you worthy? You want me to pay the price? Do you have the ability? Do you have the qualifications? Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of chapter. How dare you insult my wife? No one can save you today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the depths of hell. You. Who the hell are you? Su Yuan was terrified to the extreme. Her mental defenses had completely collapsed. As the eldest disciple of the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace, this was the first time he felt such overwhelming power. This was the first time he felt such intense fear. This was the first time he met such a perverted person. The person who will kill you, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. You can't kill me. I'm the eldest disciple of the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace. If you kill me, the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace won't let you go. Su Yuan said fearfully. Su Yuan could see that the cold murderous intent in Feng Wuchen's eyes was very real. Feng Wuchen was really going to kill him. Is the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace very powerful? Feng Wuchen said with a disdainful smile. The strength of his claw gradually increased. Su Yuan felt like he could not breathe. Intense uneasiness and despair welled up in his heart. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to your wife immediately. Please spare my life, Su Yuan begged in fear as he struggled. Su Yuan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Feng Wuchen was so terrifying, he would not have dared to provoke him even if he had 100 guts. It's too late, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Then, he suddenly increased the strength of his wrist. Eldest senior brother, the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace disciple shouted in fear. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react. They had thought that Su Yuan's strength would be more than enough to deal with Feng Wuchen. However, no one had expected Feng Wuchen to be so strong that Su Yuan was no match for him. He had injured Su Yuan in an instant. This was probably the strength of an ancient emperor. Only now did they realize that not only did Feng Wuchen have a terrifying force, but his own strength was also very strong. Brat! Your arrogance ends here. Chief Zhou roared furiously and charged towards Feng Wuchen. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His aura was majestic. Chief Zhou was at the early stage of the ancient emperor realm, so his speed and strength were far above the ancient king realm. In the blink of an eye, Chief Zhou had already closed in on Feng Wuchen. He immediately threw a punch at him. Feng Wuchen grinned and grabbed Su Yuan's neck to greet her. Boom! Pooh! A fierce punch landed on Su Yuan's chest, causing Su Yuan to spit out blood. Feng Wuchen, who was behind her, was also pushed back dozens of meters. The power of an ancient emperor was much stronger than that of an ancient king. What? Chief Zhou's face suddenly changed. Su Yuan looked at Chief Zhou in horror and said, Chief Zhou, you. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yuan's aura disappeared. Su Yuan had never imagined that he would die at the hands of Chief Zhou. It wasn't easy for him to enter the Yin-Yang Valley, and his cultivation had already reached the late-stage ancient king realm. He wasn't far from breaking through to the ancient emperor realm. But as soon as he left the Yin-Yang Valley, he was killed. Eldest senior brother. The disciple from the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace was completely dumbfounded. Eldest senior brother. At this moment, third junior brother's terrified shout came from nearby. The young master of the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace is here. Someone shouted in panic. Swish. Swish, three figures shot over at lightning speed, their bodies exuding extremely powerful auras. The man in black leading them was the young master of the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace, Lin Hao. Century Lin Hao's cultivation had reached the mid-stage ancient emperor realm, and he was even stronger than Chief Shou. The mysterious cloud ancient city was bathed in blood. Even if the mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace came, they would still die, let alone young Master Lin. Sigh, they don't even know who they have offended. The surrounding cultivators were discussing in low voices. Young master, eldest senior brother was killed. The disciple shouted in panic, his face as pale as a sheet. Lin Hao's cold gaze swept over Chief Shou, and his terrifying gaze caused Chief Shou to tremble. Chief Shou hurriedly explained, young master Lin, although Su Yuan died in my hands, that brat used Su Yuan's body to block my attack. He was the one who caused Su Yuan's death. He even killed my Yin-Yang Temple's guard. Young master, Chief Shou is right. He used eldest senior brother's body to block the attack. The disciple who came out of the Yin-Yang Valley with Su Yuan said. Lin Hao's vicious gaze swept over Feng Wuchen as he said coldly, you killed the Yin-Yang Temple's guard and my mysterious Shadow Immortal Palace's disciple. Brat, you're quite bold. As he spoke, Lin Hao's gaze also fell on Ling Xiaoxiao. Taking a closer look, Lin Hao's mouth couldn't help but curve into an evil smile, his eyes shining as he stared unscrupulously at Ling Xiaoxiao. He couldn't wait to devour Ling Xiaoxiao. Chief Shou, kill him and capture that woman. Lin Hao ordered coldly. Shameless bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and scolded. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, my wife, don't be angry. Anyone who insults you will have to pay the price. I must kill this person. Chief Shou shouted angrily. Immediately after, he burst out with all his strength, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Feng Wuchen's face was cold as he activated the primeval ancestor and the eternal realm's power. An extremely domineering aura and power burst out, shocking everyone. Oh? Ancient power? Lin Hao's eyes widened as he felt the domineering power of the primeval ancestor. Such domineering power, I must take it. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with greed. Late ancient king. Die. Chief Shou's eyes flashed with disdain. As long as it wasn't the ancient emperor realm, Chief Shou didn't care about it. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the battle armor and dragon god sword. His combat strength soared crazily until it reached the peak of the late ancient king realm. This was Feng Wuchen's strongest combat strength. It can actually increase such a powerful combat strength. Lin Hao frowned and was shocked. The cultivators present were also shocked by Feng Wuchen's domineering combat strength. Even Chief Shou felt that it was a little unbelievable. Because Feng Wuchen and the other four could increase their combat strength. Humph. Give me your life. Chief Shou shouted angrily as he threw out a punch, bringing with it a destructive aura. Husband, be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao warned. After all, the opponent was an ancient emperor realm. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword in his hand and met the attack head-on. The sword's body was filled with domineering sword light. Boom, buzz. Buzz, a sword and a fist collided head-on. With a loud explosion, the powerful force of the collision spread out in all directions like a tide, causing the entire valley to shake. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all in the fierce collision. He can actually block my strength. Chief Shou's face was filled with shock and disbelief. A peak late ancient king can actually contend with an early ancient emperor realm? Lin Hao was stunned. All the cultivators present were staring with their eyes wide open. Since when did an ancient king become so powerful? Since when could he contend with an ancient emperor realm? This was impossible. B** starred. How dare you look down on me? If I don't kill you, I'm not human. Feng Wuchen's contempt and mockery infuriated Chief Shou. He roared like a ferocious tiger, and his murderous aura exploded. Which ancient emperor could tolerate the contempt and humiliation of an ancient king? The furious Chief Zhou took out his 4-star Pangu artifact, and his combat strength increased significantly. Boom! 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 Chief Zhou immediately launched a ferocious attack. One move after another, and each move was fatal. He did not give Feng Wuchen any chance to catch his breath. From the mountain range to the sky, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. However, Chief Zhou could not believe that all his ferocious attacks were perfectly blocked by Feng Wuchen. The domineering power of the sword light made him feel a bone-piercing pain. This was the first time Chief Zhou had encountered such a powerful late-stage ancient king. All kinds of sword techniques had reached perfection, and he was unable to withstand them. Since he could not gain an advantage in close combat, Chief Zhou immediately used his Pangu art. Feng Wuchen also used his sword technique without hesitation. The battle was unusually intense, and powerful energy ripples spread out continuously. Everyone present was dumbfounded by what they saw. This was definitely the first time they had seen an ancient king and an ancient emperor fight as equals. They could not believe that a peak late-stage ancient king could be so powerful. This kind of strength was incomprehensible. Where did that kid come from? Is he really so powerful? Lin Hao was in disbelief, and his expression was a little dazed. As time passed, Chief Zhou's aura gradually weakened, and his strength was greatly depleted. He was gradually at a disadvantage. Boom, puff, an extremely domineering sword radiance blasted Chief Zhou's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. An ancient emperor was defeated. Chief Zhou had never imagined that as an ancient emperor realm cultivator, he would lose to a late-stage ancient king realm cultivator. This was a great humiliation. If this spread out, Chief Zhou would be too ashamed to face anyone. Is this kid a monster? Chief Zhou looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if he was looking at a monster. I heard your conversation just now. So, you have to die too, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared. I'm the leader of the Yinyang Temple Guards. If you dare to kill me, all of you will die. Don't forget that you killed Su Yuan. Chief Zhou shouted angrily. As the leader of the Yinyang Temple Guards, he actually lost to an ancient king. He wanted to find a hole to hide. TSK, Feng Wuchen didn't waste any more words. The dragon god sword pierced through Leader Zhou's heart. This was Feng Wuchen's answer. You really dare to kill me. Chief Zhou couldn't believe it. Is Feng Wuchen crazy? He was on the Yinyang Temple. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had killed Su Yuan and offended the Xianxia Celestial Palace. Was Feng Wuchen not afraid of death? Feng Wuchen pulled out the dragon god sword coldly, and Chief Zhou died on the spot. Young master, he killed Chief Zhou. How could he have such powerful strength? Chief Zhou was an ancient emperor. Third junior brother said in horror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Is he crazy? Is he not afraid of the Yinyang Temple's revenge? Another disciple said in horror. This person is so strong. It must be related to his ancient power. Lin Hao said in his heart, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Leader. The dozen or so guards who had been seriously injured all cried out in horror. Quick! Go back and report to the temple master. We can't let that kid go. One of the guards shouted in grief. My lord, how are you? Qiu Tian came over. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Other than using up some energy, he was unharmed. Although Chief Zhou was an ancient emperor, he could not hurt Feng Wuchen. An eternal life realm physical body was very strong. Who are you? Lin Hao suddenly asked. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's background. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. The crowd of onlookers shook their heads secretly. Lin Hao was courting death. The Xianyun ancient city had been massacred by the forces behind Feng Wuchen, and Shang Guanfei had been killed. The Xianyun Immortal Palace could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. If they offended Feng Wuchen, they would end up like the Xianyun ancient city. However, no one dared to say anything, let alone remind Lin Hao. They could not afford to offend Feng Wuchen. Lin Hao slowly rose into the air and said coldly, "You killed my Xianxia Immortal Palace's first disciple. Do you think I'll let you go? Even if you can escape, the Yinyang Temple and the Xianxia Immortal Palace will not let you go." Lin Hao was determined to get the ancient power in Feng Wuchen's body. How could he let Feng Wuchen go? Whether or not he took revenge was not important to Lin Hao at all. Lin Hao's current goal was Feng Wuchen's ancient power and Ling Xiaoxiao. Revenge was just a reason for him to seize power. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. He was not worried at all. The calmer Feng Wuchen was, the more uneasy Lin Hao felt. Lin Hao did not know why he had such a strange feeling. It was true that Feng Wuchen was powerful, but he could only fight against an early-stage ancient emperor. As a middle-stage ancient emperor, Lin Hao's strength could definitely crush Feng Wuchen. But why did he feel uneasy? Was it because of the ancient power? That was right. It must be the ancient power. That power was too domineering. After figuring it out, Lin Hao was relieved. "After I kill you, I will take your power, and your woman will be mine," Lin Hao said with a cold smile. The power of a middle-stage ancient emperor was fully unleashed. An incomparably powerful wave of air swept out, and the violent aura was even more frightening. "I am much stronger than Chief Zhou," Lin Hao said with a cold smile. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. A terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Lin Hao was about to attack. However, just as Lin Hao was about to attack, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly suppressed him. "Ancient Lord Realm." Lin Hao's face changed drastically. Then, his face turned pale. He said in horror, "Conferred. Conferred ancient god." The terrifying aura became more and more terrifying. This was the terrifying aura of a conferred ancient god. Conferred ancient god. The cultivators were in an uproar. Intense fear surged in their hearts. Everyone was dumbfounded. A conferred ancient god had appeared. Pfft. Lin Hao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Who is he? Lin Hao looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. This terrifying aura was directed at him. Lin Hao had already guessed that the conferred ancient god was Feng Wuchen's man. "If you want to bully the weak, count me in." A cold voice sounded in the void. In an instant, all the cultivators in the Yinyang Valley knelt down in fear. Everyone had guessed it at once. Not long ago, the terrifying aura of a great emperor and a white-titled ancient god had appeared. Rumor had it that it was the Dragon Soul. This meant that Feng Wuchen's group was from the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul controlled the entire First Heaven. They dared to provoke the Dragon Soul's people. They were courting death. You're from the Dragon Soul." Lin Hao was terrified, and the smell of urine came from his crotch. Lin Hao was so scared that he peed his pants. "What do you think?" Feng Wuchen sneered. Lu Qingyang waved his hand in front of his nose and sneered. "What a strong smell of urine. Weren't you all high and mighty just now? Why are you so scared that you peed your pants?" My lord, please spare my life." Lin Hao knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. No matter how strong the Black Shadow Immortal Palace was, it was impossible to fight against the Dragon Soul. Who the *CK could beat a titled ancient god? "My lord, should we kill him?" White Tiger appeared and asked respectfully with cupped fists. "My lord." Lin Hao's body stiffened, and he was completely stunned. The dozen Yinyang temple guards were so scared that they were in a vegetative state. The cultivators present were also scared out of their wits. The man in front of them was the Dragon Soul Lord. A white-titled ancient god was willing to submit to a late-stage ancient king. How terrifying was this man's background? Feng Wuchen sneered. "It's too easy to kill him. Destroy his cultivation and let him be a cripple for the rest of his life." "What? Don't destroy me. My lord, I beg you. I know I was wrong. Don't destroy me." Lin Hao was so shocked that he felt like he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Crippling his cultivation was even more painful than killing him. Boom. Pfft. White Tiger struck out with a palm, destroying Lin Hao's sea of qi and meridians. Lin Hao's eyes almost popped out. I'm destroyed. Lin Hao was scared out of his wits and could not accept it. Of course. He clearly felt his strength disappear, and intense pain and regret welled up in his heart. Being able to survive was already a blessing in disguise. Let's go. Feng Wuchen calmly spoke. The expert Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand soared into the sky and left. Are you regretting it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Go back and cry to your father. Lu Qingyang lightly patted Lin Hao's face and sneered. Several minutes after Feng Wuchen's group left, all the cultivators present were still in a state of panic. Lin Hao was completely dumbstruck on the spot, like a walking corpse. He had completely lost confidence in life. Yinyang Palace. Xiaohoying was venting in her room. As for Yinyang Sky, who was receiving Xiaohoying, his expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were about to spit fire. Reporting to young master, Mu Wan'er didn't escape back to the Mu family. We've searched everywhere but couldn't find Mu Wan'er. A guard respectfully reported. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even keep an eye on a woman. Yinyang Tian roared in a low voice, what are you waiting for? Continue to scram and search. If you don't find Mu Wan'er, don't come back. In order to receive Xiaohoying, Yinyang Tian had prepared 3 beauties. One of them was the Mu family's Mu Wan'er, the most beautiful of the 3. However, Yinyang Tian didn't expect Mu Wan'er to run away a few hours ago. Fortunately, I prepared 2 more. Mu Wan'er, if you dare to run away, there's no need for the Mu family to exist. Yinyang Tian narrowed his eyes, flashing with viciousness. Looking back, Yinyang Tian sneered in his heart, as long as I serve this trash Xiaohoying well, everything will be under my control. The cultivation methods and spells of the colored glass palace must be even more powerful. I still have to rely on this trash to increase my strength. At this moment, a guard quickly ran over and reported respectfully, reporting to young master, something has happened. The guards that were sent out have all been injured. Chief Zhou has been killed. What? Yinyang Tian's expression changed drastically. Do you know who it is? Yinyang Tian asked in a deep voice, cold killing intent spreading out. I don't know. They refused to say anything, the guard replied respectfully. Refused to say? Yinyang Tian was stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. What did he mean by refused to say? What was going on? Were they scared out of their wits? Did they not know that the Yinyang Palace had already climbed up to the colored glass palace? The current Yinyang Palace had a transcendent status. Who would they be afraid of? Bring this young master there. I want to see who dares to make an enemy of the Yinyang Palace. Yinyang Tian said gloomily. The Yinyang Palace was already high and mighty. How could they be bullied? In the Yinyang Palace square, more than a dozen heavily injured guards knelt, their faces pale with fear. No one spoke. No matter how the other guards asked, they wouldn't say anything. After a while, Yinyang Tian rushed over angrily. What's going on? Who beat you up? Who killed Chief Zhou? Tell me. Yinyang Tian asked angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. He was clearly in a state of rage. The dozen or so guards still didn't speak, trembling in fear. The Yinyang Palace now has the support of the colored glass palace. Even the Mingyuan Pavilion isn't afraid. What are you afraid of? Tell me. Yinyang Tian roared, looking like he was going to kill someone. Young master, we don't know what happened either. That's right, young master. We didn't see anything. We don't know what happened. The dozen or so guards didn't dare to speak the truth. There are many people in the Yinyang Valley. They must know something. Send someone to the Yinyang Valley to investigate. The Yinyang Palace is no longer what it used to be. I want to see who has the guts to do this. Yinyang Tian said in a deep voice. Yes. I'll head to the Yinyang Valley immediately. A guard leader said respectfully. Mystic Shadow Palace. The news of Lin Hao being crippled shocked the entire Mystic Shadow Palace. In the main hall, the palace master, elders, and upper echelons were extremely gloomy. Who crippled you? Father will avenge you. Palace master Lin Tianzhong gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old face was as ferocious as a tiger. Lin Hao was his only son, the future palace master of the mystic Shadow Palace. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, how could Lin Tianzhong sit idly by? What's going on? What happened? A beautiful woman hurried into the main hall and asked anxiously. Madam, Hauer's cultivation has been crippled, Lin Tianzhong said gloomily. What? Madam Lin's body stiffened as if she had been struck by lightning. Young master, tell us quickly. Who is it? The mystic Shadow Palace can't let him go. The great elder urged. Father, mother, great elder, don't ask any more. Don't pursue this matter. It's all my fault. It's my fault, Lin Hao said hurriedly. He was panicking. That was a white-titled ancient god. Revenge? Not letting him go, he must be tired of living, Lin Hao's reply stunned Lin Tianzhong and the others. Heavenly Dao Ancient City. On the third floor of a luxurious restaurant. Lu Qingyang and the other two were drinking. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were choosing beautiful jewelry on the streets of the city. Husband, look at this hairpin. It's so beautiful. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Feng Wuchen looked at it and smiled happily. My wife has good taste. It's very beautiful. I'll also find a beautiful one for Xiaoxiao. Husband, Xiaoxiao is still young. She doesn't need it. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and smiled. My wife, Xiaoxiao will be as beautiful as you when she grows up. I don't know which brat will get it. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Husband, you're thinking too far ahead. Xiaoxiao is still young. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. After choosing several beautiful jewelry, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were about to go back to the restaurant. But when Ling Xiaoxiao turned around and took a step forward, a figure suddenly bumped into her. Her head hit a piece of ground. Be careful, my wife. Feng Wuchen quickly reached out to support Ling Xiaoxiao. The person who bumped into them fell to the ground. It was a beautiful woman. But the woman was very embarrassed and had many injuries on her body. It hurts. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was distorted. I'm sorry. Are you all right? I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry. The woman endured the pain and got up. She kept apologizing to Ling Xiaoxiao. Her face was full of panic and fear. I'm fine. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly. Muwaner. You can't run away. At this moment, an angry shout came from the other side of the street. Muwaner's body trembled. She looked more and more frightened. She immediately rushed into the restaurant. Husband, they are the guards of the Yinyang Palace. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. She recognized them at a glance. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't say anything. Where did he go? Wasn't she here just a moment ago? A guard frowned. He looked left and right, but Muwaner was nowhere to be seen. Brat, did you see an injured girl running over? A guard asked Feng Wuchen, his attitude incomparably rude and unreasonable. I didn't see him, Feng Wuchen shook his head indifferently, and then pulled Ling Xiaoxiao towards the restaurant. Did you see that? His ferocious gaze swept across the crowd on the street. I didn't see anything. The crowd shook their heads in horror. The Yinyang Palace was so powerful that everyone was afraid of offending them. Muwaner can't have gone far. Send people to lock down the city. We can't let her get away. Everyone else, split up and search. We must find her. The leader of the group yelled. Understood. The guards quickly dispersed into the streets of the city. Muwaner was hiding on the third floor of the restaurant. The Yinyang Palace guards did not enter the restaurant. Muwaner could not help but sigh in relief. Your name is Muwaner? Ling Xiaoxiao led Muwaner to a seat and asked with a faint smile, Don't worry. They've already left. Why would the Yinyang Palace want to catch you? What do you mean why? Young Master Yinyang can catch whoever he wants. He wants to catch me to serve young Master Xiahou. I escaped, but there are 2 other girls. I'm afraid they've already been defiled, Muwaner said with a helpless smile. Shameless bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and cursed. She was furious when she heard this. There's no good person in the Yin Palace. Lu Qingyang shrugged. Can you help me get out of here? Just help me get out of the city. I won't get you involved. I have to go back to the Mu family immediately, Mu Wan'er asked anxiously, her pretty face full of panic and anxiety. If I escape, young Master Yin Yang will definitely make things difficult for the Mu family. He might even destroy the Mu family. I have to go back immediately. I thought I could find someone to help me escape, but I went to several big forces and they all drove me out. There's no way out now. I can only go back to the Mu family. No matter what, I have to protect the Mu family. Please help me get out of here. The city was blocked by the guards of the Yin Yang Palace. Mu Wan'er could not leave at all. Husband, please help her, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and said. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. How could Feng Wuchen refuse Ling Xiaoxiao's request? Great. Thank you. Thank you. Mu Wan'er thanked him gratefully. Feng Wuchen used the Thousand Illusion technique and took Mu Wan'er out of the Heavenly Dao ancient city. It was so quiet that the guards of the Yin Yang Palace did not notice it at all. Mu Wan'er was shocked by the magical and terrifying movement technique. Thank you, Mu Wan'er thanked him. Her pretty face showed a sweet smile, but there was a touch of bitterness. You're welcome, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After Mu Wan'er left, Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang appeared in a flash. My lord, Miss Mu has escaped. If she goes back now, won't she be walking into a trap? With the strength of the Mu family, they should not be a match for the Yin Yang Palace. Otherwise, why would the young master of the Yin Yang Palace dare to capture her? Qiu Tian said solemnly. Husband, I'm also worried. Mu Wan'er and I are fated. Let's follow them. If the Mu family is in trouble, let's help them, okay? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen with a worried face and asked. Ling Xiaoxiao was too kind. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The five of them followed. The Mu family. At this moment, there were thousands of guards blocking the Mu family's mansion. Each of them looked fierce. As long as the order was given, they would rush in and massacre the Mu clan. In the mansion's courtyard, the Mu family leader and the higher-ups were seriously injured. Many of the Mu family's guards were killed. The others were extremely frightened. They wanted to rush in but did not have the courage. Mu family leader, you still don't want to talk? There aren't many people in the Mu family for me to kill, the leader said coldly. The Mu family leader gritted his teeth and said angrily, kill them. The Mu family is no match for the Yin Yang Palace. Kill them if you want. Knowing that Lin Wan'er had escaped from the Yin Yang Palace, the Mu family leader was completely relieved. Even if the Mu family leader knew where Mu Wan'er was, he would not say it. Besides, the Mu family leader did not know at all. Chi. The leader slashed down with his saber, and another Mu clan guard was killed mercilessly. Old man, do you really think I don't dare? To tell you the truth, the young master has given the order to destroy the Mu family today, the leader sneered arrogantly. If you tell me where Mu Wan'er is, I might spare your life. In your dreams, the Mu family leader shouted angrily. Old man, I'm not satisfied with your answer, the leader sneered and ordered, go, massacre the Mu family. Leave no one alive. After the order was given, the thousands of Yin Yang Palace's guards rushed into the Mu family's mansion. Stop. At this moment, Mu Wan'er's shout rang out. Wan'er. The Mu family leader and the others were shocked. Wan'er, go, don't come back. Go, the Mu family leader shouted anxiously. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Mu Wan'er was right to come back. Because Mu Wan'er also guessed that Yin Yang Sky would attack the Mu family. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a big force to help her, so she could only accept her fate. I'll go back with you. Don't make things difficult for my father, Mu Wan'er said coldly. She was mentally prepared. Mu Wan'er, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. The leader sneered, from the moment you escaped from the Yin Yang Palace, you should have known what would happen to the Mu family. I'm not afraid to tell you that the young master is very angry and has ordered the destruction of your family. What? Mu Wan'er's face changed drastically. A few guards held on to Lin Wan'er. Lin Wan'er had already given up resisting. with her strength, it was impossible for her to defeat more than 1,000 guards. Mu Wan'er didn't expect that even if she came back, she couldn't protect the Mu family. Everyone in the Mu family was in despair, and their eyes were filled with resignation. That bastard from Xianxia. Patriarch Mu gritted his teeth and cursed. He was so angry that his internal organs were tumbling violently. Unfortunately, the Mu family didn't have the strength to fight against the Yin Palace. Although Patriarch Mu was also in the ancient emperor realm, he couldn't even defeat the leader of the Yin Palace guards. In front of a powerful force, the Mu family was vulnerable. The weak will always be trampled under the feet of the strong. Mu Wan'er, if you hadn't run away at that time, the Mu family might have survived. Unfortunately, you angered the young master. The leader sneered. The young master is entertaining the young master of the colored glass temple from the second heaven. You could have used young master Shao's identity to make the Mu family a subordinate force of the colored glass temple. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the opportunity. Do it. Massacre the Mu family. Mu Wan'er's tears fell, and her face was filled with despair and regret. Father, I've harmed you, Mu Wan'er said sadly. Because of her escape, the entire Mu family had been harmed. Wan'er, it's not your fault. It's all my fault. I didn't have the ability to protect you and the Mu family. Patriarch Mu blamed himself. It's not your fault, it's the Yin Palace. The Yin Palace bullies the weak and is overbearing. It's the Yin Palace that deserves to die. Feng Wuchen's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Wan'er's expression suddenly changed. She quickly turned to look at the source of the voice. Sure enough, it was Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Why are you here? Mu Wan'er was overjoyed, but she soon panicked and said anxiously, this is my business. Don't interfere. I don't want to get you involved. Who are they? The Mu family's patriarch was puzzled. He had never seen Feng Wuchen's group of 5 before. The leader's cold gaze also swept over. How dare you insult the Yin Palace? Do you not know how to spell the word death? The leader said coldly. More than 1,000 guards of the Yin Palace stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Swish, chi. Chi. Chi, the Thousand Illusions grand technique was used. In an instant, the guards who were holding Mu Wan'er were killed on the spot. So fast. What kind of movement technique is that? The leader frowned and was shocked. Stinking brat. How dare you kill a guard of the Yin Palace? An ancient emperor realm guard shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen ignored him and didn't even look at him. You killed the guards of the Yin Palace. Mu Wan'er was stunned and completely lost hope. But thinking that the Yin Palace was going to destroy the Mu family, Mu Wan'er couldn't care less. Since she was going to die anyway, why not drag them down with her? Miss Mu, are you all right? Ling Xiaoxiao flew over and asked with a smile. Thank you, Mu Wan'er thanked them gratefully and felt a strong surge of warmth in her heart. She thought back to when she went to ask for help from those big factions. They were friends with the Mu family, but no one helped her. But the people in front of her, who she had only met once, came to help her without fear of death. Miss Mu, you're too polite, Lu Qingyang said with a smile, the Yin Palace is too much. We can't stand animals like them. But I'm really sorry for implicating you. I don't want you to lose your lives because of me, Mu Wan'er blamed herself. Mu Wan'er knew how powerful the Yin Palace was. In the first heaven, there were too few big factions that could fight against the Yin Palace. What a kind lady. She's just like the Honorable Madam. Not everyone has such pure kindness, Qiu Tian thought to himself. I can't ignore it now. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Mu Wan'er smiled bitterly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination. She gritted her teeth and said, it's worth it to know you before I die. Miss Mu, don't worry. Qiu Tian smiled faintly and gave Mu Wan'er a reassuring look. For some reason, Qiu Tian's eyes made Mu Wan'er feel very warm and safe. It was a feeling she had never felt before. It was a very strange feeling. It was like no matter what happened, she didn't have to worry or be afraid. Kid, who are you? The leader asked coldly. Feng Wuchen killed the guards of the Yin Palace and didn't seem worried at all. He must have some background. You don't have the right to know. Feng Wuchen sneered. Arrogant. The leader's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. He ordered coldly, kill without mercy. I wonder if there are other big factions other than the Yin Palace. It's the same. The world controlled by the dragon's soul won't allow such factions to exist, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. White Tiger, kill him. Qiu Tian ordered. Pangu Art. Instant kill. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the air. Above the void, the sky suddenly darkened as a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Seal. The leader was so scared that he couldn't even speak. The giant blood eyes flashed with blood light. Almost instantly, the guards of the Yin Palace, including the leader, were all swallowed by the blood light. In the next second, the blood eyes disappeared, and so did the 1,000 guards of the Yin Palace. It was as if the 1,000 guards didn't exist in the first place. What's going on? Who attacked just now? Are the guards of the Yin Palace all dead? Mu Wan'er's face was filled with fear. She didn't know what had happened. The people of the Yin Palace all disappeared. Family leader Mu was dumbfounded. Everyone in the Mu family was dumbfounded. What kind of divine power was this? Killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. White Tiger, you bastard. Why did you have to use Panga Realm? Qiu Tian cursed in his mind. Mu Wan'er looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao in shock. No matter how stupid she was, she realized something. Feng Wuchen and the others didn't fear the Yin Palace and dared to kill their guards. They must have a powerful background. Who are you? Could it be? Mu Wan'er asked in shock. Was this a miracle? Mu Wan'er had never believed in miracles, but today she had seen it with her own eyes. She had thought that the Mu family would be destroyed today, and everyone had fallen into deep fear and despair. Mu Wan'er had never thought that Feng Wuchen's group, whom she had just met, would bring her a miracle. Mu Wan'er was very curious about Feng Wuchen's group's background, and she had already guessed a thing or two. Could they be Dragon Soul's people? No, this place is too far from Dragon Soul, so they shouldn't be Dragon Soul's people. But there are no forces nearby that aren't afraid of the Yin Temple. Otherwise, those big forces wouldn't leave them in the lurch. The person who attacked just now is very powerful. Although I don't know what his cultivation is, his aura is unimaginable, just like the white-titled ancient god. Mu Wan'er kept guessing, but she was most certain that it was Dragon Soul. That's right. Dragon Soul was being passed down in the first heaven. Mu Wan'er would never be able to forget that terrifying scene just now. Seeing Mu Wan'er's shocked expression, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Miss Mu, don't worry. Although the Yin Temple is strong, we are not afraid. Thank you, Mu Wan'er said gratefully. Reporting to Honorable Lord, the Yin Temple has 3 ancient lords secretly monitoring Dragon Soul, Wan Qianhan said respectfully. Oh? They actually dare to monitor Dragon Soul, they have guts, Feng Wuchen sneered inwardly. Kill them and send their bodies to the Yin Temple, Feng Wuchen said. Understood. Wan Qianhan replied respectfully. Wife, let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Can you tell me your names? I, Mu Wan'er, will remember your kindness for saving my life, Mu Wan'er quickly said. Ling Xiaoxiao. Lu Qingyang. Qiu Tian. Yanhu. Feng Wuchen. After introducing herself, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and said, Miss Mu, if you have time, please come to Dragon Soul to find us. Dragon Soul. Mu Wan'er's expression changed. It really was the Dragon Soul, the rumors were all true, the Dragon Soul really did have a white-titled ancient god. Mu Wan'er was just like everyone else. She was just guessing. She didn't know if the Dragon Soul really had a great emperor and a white-titled ancient god. However, after witnessing the terrifying scene just now, she already believed it. After Feng Wuchen's group of 5 left, Mu Wan'er still hadn't recovered from her shock. The entire Mu clan was still in shock and fear. Yin Palace. Young Master Yin Yang, it's been 4 hours. Where's Muwaner? Xiaohoing asked coldly. His eyes were cold. Young Lord Xiahou, I've sent out more than 1,000 men. There's absolutely no problem in flattening House Mu. Perhaps Muwaner hasn't returned. The guards had already sent back news that Muwaner had been lost. However, Yinyang Palace didn't dare to say that. He could only wait for news now. As long as he flattened House Mu, he wasn't afraid that Muwaner wouldn't appear. She hasn't returned to House Mu? Your people should be back by now. Can't you even deal with a small House Mu? You've disappointed me, Xiaohoing said coldly. Don't worry, young Master Xiahou. I'll definitely bring Muwaner back as soon as possible, Yinyang Palace said hurriedly, cold sweat pouring down his back. At this moment, a disciple hurried in and reported, Young Master, something happened. The guards you sent out are all gone. What? All gone? Yinyang Palace's expression changed drastically. There were more than 1,000 guards. There were also 2 ancient emperor leaders. How could they all be gone? It was impossible for House Mu to have that kind of strength. Xiahou Ying's expression completely darkened. He was extremely disappointed. Yinyang Palace, you've disappointed me too much, Xiaohoing said gloomily and left. Don't worry, young Master Xiahou. I'll bring Muwaner back as soon as possible to appease your anger, Yinyang Palace said in panic. He couldn't miss the opportunity to soar in the Yinyang Palace. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Yinyang Palace roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot, and blue veins bulged. I don't know either. They're all saying that a huge blood eye appeared in the sky above House Mu, and the guards we sent out were all gone in an instant. They said that House Mu has an expert protecting them, the disciple said in fear and trepidation. Slap, Yinyang Palace slapped him, and the disciple flew more than 10 meters away. Nonsense. How can House Mu have such an expert? Trash. All useless trash. Yinyang Palace roared in exasperation. Young Master, the Palace Lord wants you to go to the main hall immediately, a guard quickly came to report. What's the matter? Yinyang Palace asked angrily. The 3 ancient lords sent by Yinyang Palace to the Dragon Soul are all dead, the guard reported. What? Yinyang Palace almost vomited blood and anger and hurried to the main hall. There were 3 corpses of ancient lords in the main hall. The 3 ancient lords had their throats slit with a sword. In other words, the 3 of them had no chance to attack at all. They were instantly killed. Yin Yangfeng's face was as ferocious as a tiger, and his body was covered in cold killing intent. The elders' faces were ashen, and their anger soared to the sky. Could the rumors be true? Does Dragon Soul really have a great emperor and a titled ancient god? Yin Yangfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Impossible. How can a great emperor and a titled ancient god come to the first heaven? Dragon Soul must be using their fame to scare people. If Dragon Soul really had that ability, it would have gone to the 35th and 36th heaven long ago, Yin Yangfeng said gloomily. Young Master is right. The first elder nodded. Palace Master, if the Dragon Soul really has great emperors and titled ancient gods, we're in big trouble. They'll definitely know that we're from the Yin Yang Palace, an elder said solemnly. This was what he was most worried about. If it was true, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the Yin and Yang Palace. Yin Yangfeng's face suddenly changed, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. He hurriedly said, "This is bad. Go get young Master Xiahou." What's going on? The elders panicked. Yin Yangfeng was scared out of his wits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large group of people suddenly appeared in the sky above Yin Yang Palace. The Underworld Pavilion Master, Ancient Gods of the Deep, and the Elders. The Palace Lord, Ancient God White Feather, Controller, and Emissary. The Grand Emperor Temple, Watercloud Asgard, and other major factions leaders and experts. The Tianyun Temple, Heavenly Marquee Abode, and other major factions leaders and experts. Seeing so many experts appear, the Yin Yang Palace guards were scared out of their wits and knelt down in fear. Welcome, Lord Dragon Soul. The ancient gods of the deep and the others knelt respectfully. When he knelt down, the guards and disciples of the Yin Yang Palace were dumbfounded. The rumors were all true, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others appeared. There's no need for Yin Yang Palace to exist anymore, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yin Yang Feng, get out here and die, the ancient gods of the deep said coldly with a terrifying aura. Inside the Yin Yang temple, Yin Yang Feng Shui and Yin Yang Sky were kneeling outside a palace. They weren't sure if Dragon Soul had a great emperor or a titled ancient god. However, the Yin Yang temple couldn't compete with Mingyuan Pavilion at all. The experts who controlled the temple and several other major factions were here. The Yin Yang temple was no match for them. They could only ask Xiaohoing for help now. Within the palace, a series of panting sounds could be heard. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the elders' faces were red to their necks. Xiaohoing was venting crazily and didn't care about the Yin Yang temple at all. Xiaohoing naturally felt the terrifying auras of the ancient gods of the deep and heard the name of the Dragon Soul supremacy, but she wasn't afraid at all. Yin Yang Feng Shui and Yin Yang Sky didn't dare to disturb her at all. If they angered her, the Yin Yang temple would be doomed. They could only wait anxiously. After a while, a voice came from the palace. You can leave first. Hearing Xiaohoying's voice, Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohoying's words meant that the Yin Yang temple could still be saved. Thank you, young Master Xiaoho. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others kowtowed and thanked him gratefully, then rushed to the palace square. Yin Yang Sky, if you can't bring Muwaner back to serve me in 4 hours, the Yin Yang temple will perish on its own. Xiaohoying's voice made Yin Yang Sky tremble in fear and almost fall to the ground. This was Yin Yang Sky's last chance. And it was because of Muwaner's beauty. Soon, Yin Yang Feng Shui and the other higher-ups arrived at the square. Greetings, supremacy of Dragon Soul, ancient gods of the deep, and ancient god White Feather. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others bowed respectfully. They hadn't seen Dragon Soul supremacy before, so they didn't know who he was. But when they saw Feng Wuchen, who was standing at the very front, they were shocked. This young man was Dragon Soul supremacy? Yin Yang Feng Shui, do you know your crime? Ancient gods of the deep asked coldly, his monstrous aura suppressing Yin Yang Feng Shui. Just as the third elder had said, the Dragon Soul was here to denounce him. Yin Yang Feng Shui's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said in horror, the Yin Yang temple has offended you. Please forgive us, Lord Dragon Soul. 3 ants are courting death. They are not qualified for me to deal with them personally, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen was naturally not here for the 3 ancient monarchs. Other than the 3 of them who offended the Dragon Soul, the Yin Yang temple has never offended the Dragon Soul. What crime have they committed? The Yin Yang Feng Shui asked in confusion. He really didn't know how they had offended the Dragon Soul. What they didn't know was that a dozen of the Yin Yang temple guards were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Their fear was indescribable. The first layer of heaven and earth is controlled by the Dragon Soul. The Yin Yang temple knowingly violated the heaven and earth order and looked down on the Dragon Soul. This is an insult to the Dragon Soul. It is also a provocation to the Dragon Soul's dignity. Against the Sky said coldly. His voice was bone-chilling, like the king of hell. The Yin Yang temple has not violated the heaven and earth order. Please, Lord Dragon Soul. Yin Yang Feng Shui's face was filled with helplessness. How had the Yin Yang temple violated the heaven and earth order? The upper echelons looked at each other, while the disciples and guards were confused. Bullying the weak and abducting women is a crime, the envoy said coldly. Yin Yang Sky, you have done many dirty things. I don't need to say more, do I? This is also a violation of the heaven and earth order? Yin Yang Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then his face turned gloomy. He said with dissatisfaction, I say, Lord Messenger, what kind of order is this? I think you are targeting the Yin Yang temple, right? Yin Yang Sky, I am only talking about crimes, the envoy said coldly. As for violating the heaven and earth order, the people of the second layer of heaven should be in the Yin Yang temple, right? The first layer of heaven is controlled by the Dragon Soul. Without the Dragon Soul's permission, no matter which layer of heaven you are from, you are not allowed to set foot in the first layer of heaven. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others' faces changed drastically. They were all dumbfounded. Wasn't the dragon soul too controlling? Wasn't he too bold? That was the second layer of heaven. Did the young master of a second layer of heaven need to go through the dragon soul? How domineering was that? How arrogant was that? This was simply lawless and supercilious. We didn't know about the heaven and earth order controlled by the dragon soul, and the dragon soul never explained it. Moreover, young Master Xiaoho is the young master of the second layer of heaven, the glass temple. His status is extraordinary, and his bloodline is extremely noble. Although the dragon soul is strong, we can't afford to offend him, right? Yin Fengshui said coldly, his face ashen. If the dragon soul decides that the Yin temple has violated the heaven and earth order, I have nothing to say. However, the Yin temple will never accept unreasonable oppression. Yin Fengshui could see that the dragon soul was determined to destroy the Yin temple. Since that was the case, why should they give face? The Yin temple had Xiahou Ying's support. Why should they be afraid of the dragon soul? Sovereign dragon soul, aren't you being too arrogant? Do experts of other layers of heaven need the dragon soul's permission to enter the first layer of heaven? Do you think the dragon soul can fight against a transcendent faction? Do you want to kill us by controlling the first layer of heaven? You're joking with the lives of everyone in the first layer of heaven. The Grand Elder said angrily. Don't think too highly of yourself. Bullying the weak and kidnapping women is a crime for this young master. Who do you think you are? Yin Fengshui's face was full of disdain as he said fiercely, young Master Xiahou is in the Yin temple right now. Ancient gods of the deep, ancient god by you, shouldn't you know how strong the glass temple is? Try me if you dare. The disciples and guards of the Yin temple all started cursing when they saw the temple master and elders retaliating angrily. With Xiahou Ying's support, they had nothing to fear. Then I can tell you clearly now that I, the dragon soul, have the final say in the first layer of heaven. No one else can. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will die. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly with a supreme dignity that left no room for doubt. It was as if he was above all things. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will die. I haven't seen anyone so arrogant in many years. At this moment, Xiahou Ying's disdainful laughter rang out. Welcome, young Master Xiahou. Yin Fengshui and the others all knelt respectfully to welcome him. At this moment, everyone in the Yin temple except for the dozen or so guards was excited. Xiahou Ying would definitely be able to suppress the dragon soul with a transcendent attitude. When that happened, the Yin temple would be able to dominate the first layer of heaven. Soon, a figure appeared with a proud and arrogant face. Supremacy Longzun, you've offended Xiahou Ying. It's time for you to die. Yin Fengshui sneered inwardly as if he could already see the scene of Feng Wuchen and the others dying tragically. I've stepped into the first layer of heaven. I'd like to see who has the guts to stop me. Xiahou Ying said arrogantly as he glanced contemptuously at Feng Wuchen and the others. End of chapter. You are the dragon soul supremacy, right? Are you the one who wants to stop me? Or is it the ancient gods of the deep? Or is it ancient god White Feather? Xiahou Ying put his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance and disdain, as if Feng Wuchen and the others were ants. Xiahou Ying didn't even care about the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather. Because the colored glass divine palace was very powerful, suppressing or even killing two ancient gods was a piece of cake. The ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather didn't say anything, but they didn't show any fear either. But when Xiahou Ying's gaze landed on Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, and Lan Yu, he was instantly deeply attracted to them. The dragon soul actually had such stunning fairies. Did I see wrongly? There are actually such beautiful fairies in the dragon soul. Their beauty doesn't lose to Muaner's. Xiahou Ying's saliva was about to drip down. I have to take them down. If I don't take down all of these beautiful fairies, wouldn't I have made this trip for nothing? The Yinyang sky saw the change in Xiahou Ying's eyes and expression, and he sneered. Feng Wuchen looked at the arrogant Xiahou Ying with interest and sneered. The dragon soul has already taken control of the first heaven. Anyone who wants to step into the first heaven has to go through the dragon soul. You are no exception. Feng Wuchen didn't know how strong the colored glass divine palace was. However, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be afraid even if it was a level 20 or level 30 force, let alone a level 2 force. The colored glass divine palace was nothing. Feng Wuchen really wanted to see how big of a storm this arrogant Xiaoying could cause. The corners of Xiaoying's mouth rose slightly, and he sneered arrogantly. You have guts. How dare you look down on the colored glass divine palace and me? Do you know what kind of crime this is? Many factions in the second heaven have received the news that the dragon soul is going to fight its way to the second heaven. I'm also very curious about where your dragon soul's confidence comes from. Why don't you show me your dragon soul's strength now? You are not qualified. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. Feng Wuchen's insulting words made Xiaoying's face, and his eyes flashed with viciousness. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Feng Wuchen was really tired. Sensing Xiaoying's gloomy expression, Yin Feng Shui inwardly sneered. This was the result they wanted, dragon. The more Feng Wuchen infuriated Xiaoying, the better it would be for the Yin palace. If Xiaoying raged, the colored glass divine palace would definitely send experts to wipe out Dragon Soul, Mingyuan Pavilion, and other major factions in one fell swoop. Arrogant and conceited. Yin Feng couldn't stand Feng Wuchen's arrogance. He sneered disdainfully. Sovereign Dragon Soul, it's already a capital offense for you to not take young Master Xiahou seriously. Now you even dare to insult him. If you don't know the colored glass divine palace's strength, you can ask the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather first. When you understand the colored glass divine palace's strength, you will know what fear is. Only death awaits you if you offend young Master Xiahou. Sovereign Dragon Soul, ancient gods of the deep, if you kneel down and apologize to young Master Xiahou now and give him those beauties to enjoy, we might spare your lives. Hearing Yin Tian's words, Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, and the other girls' faces turned extremely cold. Waves of cold murderous intent erupted. Against the heavens, slap him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh, slap. Slap. Slap, against the heavens attacked without hesitation. He instantly appeared in front of Yin Tian and slapped him wildly. Blood and snot splashed out together, and countless teeth flew out. After more than a dozen slaps, Yin Tian's face was deformed and swollen like a pig's head. Yin Tian was dizzy from the slaps. His head was buzzing, and he had already forgotten the burning pain. Satisfaction, it felt so good, Yin Feng and the others were stunned. Against the heavens was too fast. They didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, Yin Tian had already become a pig's head, there was no time to stop it. Feng Wuchen dared to order Yin Tian to be slapped in front of Xiaoying. Did he really not take Xiaoying seriously? Was he not afraid of the Glass Temple's crazy revenge? Tian Yin Feng was heartbroken. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this pig's head was his son. Young Master Xiahou, they're too arrogant, too arrogant. They're slapping young Master in front of you. They don't take you seriously at all. They're humiliating young Master Xiahou, Grand Elder said with grief and indignation. Young Master Xiahou, you have to stand up for me. They're too arrogant and lawless. How dare they beat me up like this in front of you? Yin Tian cried and begged. Shut up. Xiaoying roared and glared at Yin Tian. Xiaoying had already entered a state of rage. Blue veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. There were cracking sounds. Defiant heaven, I recognize you. You dare to attack me in front of me? That means you're my enemy. You won't live past today. Xiaoying said viciously, like a wolf. Against the heavens, slap him. Feng Wuchen ordered with a cold smile. Yes, sir. Against the heavens' face was cold as he appeared in front of Xiaoying. How dare you? Xiaoying's face was ferocious, his killing intent soaring. Xiaoying might be the Glass Temple's young master, but his cultivation wasn't as strong as Against the Heavens. Against the Heavens was close to an ancient god. Slap, Against the Heavens slapped him without hesitation. Xiaoying spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a very crisp sound. However, it was like a giant bomb that exploded around the Yin Temple's people. Yin Feng Shui and Yin Tian were all scared out of their wits. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. All of them felt like they'd been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled, and their souls flew out of their bodies. Intense fear surged in their hearts, and they all felt breathless. This was the glass temple's young master. Against the heavens really dared to slap him. To Xia Hoying, this slap was an endless humiliation. It would definitely drive Xia Hoying crazy. How dare you hit me? Xia Hoying's face was full of shock. He couldn't believe that against the heavens really dared to slap him, and with such force, the vicious slap left Xia Hoying's face red and swollen. Slap him again. Feng Wuchen said coldly. You brat. You're tired of living. Xia Hoying roared in rage. Slap, against the heavens slapped him again. Another mouthful of blood and teeth flew out, and the other side of his face was swollen. This slap really stunned Xia Hoying. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others felt like death was upon them. Xia Hoying was beaten in the Yin Yang temple, and none of them could escape responsibility. If the glass temple held them accountable, the consequences would be unimaginable. End of chapter. Against the heavens. I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. This young master will slice off your flesh piece by piece, crush all the bones in your body, dig out your eyeballs, and cut out your tongue. I'll make you wish you were dead. Xia Hoying roared crazily. He had completely gone berserk. His crazed roar scared the Yin Yang Palace members out of their wits. Although they were very afraid of Yin Yang Feng Shui, they were also very excited and looking forward to it. It was very contradictory. But no matter what, they had achieved their goal. Staring at Feng Wuchen with bloodshot eyes, Xia Hoying roared crazily, and you? I'll chop you up with my own hands and feed you to the dogs. Everyone related to you will die. I'll make all of you wish you were dead. I'll make you regret offending me. So noisy. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely disgusted. Your mouth stinks. Against the heavens, slap him again. Don't stop without my order. He's disturbing my wife, Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen completely ignored Xia Hoying's threat. Yin Yang Feng Shui and Yin Yang Palace members were stunned again. How arrogant was Feng Wuchen? Xia Hoying's expression suddenly changed, and he roared crazily, then go ahead and try. As long as I survive, you'll definitely feel 1,000 times more pain and fear. Stinking brat, I'll definitely trample on your wife and the rest of them right in front of you. Not only that, everyone from the Colored Glass Palace and the Yin Yang Palace will have a chance to ravage them. Slap. Slap. Slap, slap. Slap. Slap, against the heavens attacked fiercely and crazily. He spat out blood and even lost his teeth. Xia Hoying's face swelled up at a visible speed, and the burning palm print was particularly eye-catching. Anger, extreme anger, Xia Hoying's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless viciousness and ruthlessness. Even if he killed Feng Wuchen 500 times, it would still be difficult to calm Xia Hoying's anger. In Xia Hoying's heart, there was endless bloodthirsty killing. The entire world was covered in blood. Only a frenzied massacre could vent his monstrous rage. I will never forgive you. This young master wants to tear you to shreds and grind your bones to dust. Xia Hoying roared madly and furiously. Pa pa pa. Against the sky did not seem to care at all, and continued to thrash. Without Feng Wuchen's order, heaven-defying would not stop even if he killed Xia Hoying. Everyone from the Yin and Yang temple was terrified. They trembled and didn't dare to make a sound. They were all worried that Xia Hoying would be whipped to death. If Xia Hoying died, none of them would survive. But now, there was nothing they could do except worry. Just against the heavens alone was not something they could deal with. Moreover, there was also the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather. Pa pa pa. The more Xia Hoying roared, the more ferocious heaven-defying became. At that moment, Xia Hoying felt like she was about to die. She was already losing consciousness. There was one thing that Xia Hoying could not understand at all. What was going on with Feng Wuchen and the others? Were they extremely arrogant, or did they really not know the terrifying power of the Colored Glass Temple? Did they not think of the consequences of abusing the Colored Glass Temple's young master like this? Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'll die. Stop. I know I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you right now. Stop hitting me. Xia Hoying was scared. He was really scared. If he did not beg for mercy, he would really die. After all, this was the first heaven, not the second. A powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its old haunts. If Xiao Haiying did not beg for mercy, he would definitely die. Xiao Haiying's face was completely deformed. His injuries were serious. It was much worse than the yin yang sky. He could not recognize it at all. Why aren't you roaring anymore? Where's the arrogance from before? Feng Wuchen sneered slightly, and at the same time, he signaled for Against the Sky King to stop. No more roaring. No more roaring. Xiao Haiying shook his head in fear. Seeing Against the Sky King stop, Xiao Haiying finally let out a sigh of relief. Everyone in the Yin and Yang temple also relaxed. Aren't you the colored glass temple's young master? Why are you afraid? Are you afraid of death? Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. Jian Chou sneered mockingly. I thought he could hold on for a long time. I want to slap him a few times. He really stinks. Gue Su sneered. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, Xiao Haiying said strenuously, Isn't your dragon soul very strong? Didn't you look down on the colored glass temple? You even threatened to fight your way to the second heaven. If that's the case, do you dare to let me call for help? What's the point of bullying others with numbers? So it's not that you're not convinced, but that you want to call for help. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. That's right. Xiao Haiying said fiercely. I'm not convinced. Isn't the dragon soul very strong? Aren't you very confident? I'll show you what great strength is. That's right. Do you dare to say a word? Yin Yang Sky shouted angrily, a smug look on his swollen face. As long as Xiao Haiying had the chance to call for help, the colored glass temple would definitely go all out, and Dragon Soul and the others would die. Yin Yang Feng Shui and the others seemed to have already imagined the wonderful scene of Dragon Soul and the others being massacred. What? Are you afraid? Didn't you say you wanted to fight your way to the second heaven? You don't dare to call for help? Seeing that Feng Wuchen was silent, Xiao Haiying sneered proudly. His arrogant attitude appeared again. My lord is afraid of you? Dream on. Against the Sky said fiercely. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Yin and Yang temple people and sneered. Because of Xiao Haiying, you can live for 3 more days. Since you insist on calling for help, then I'll agree to it. And I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Use all the connections and power of your colored glass temple. I'll wait for you in Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen said with a playful smile. Feng Wuchen not only called for help, but also gave you 3 days to prepare. Domineering, arrogant, Yin Yang Feng Shui and Yin Yang Sky were stunned and looked at each other. Feng Wuchen was so confident? Could the rumors be true? No. It definitely couldn't be true. 3 days? Haha. Ouch. Xiao Haiying laughed excitedly. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain came from his face, and his face turned green. Haha. Lu Qingyang and the others laughed. There's no need for 3 days. With an order from the colored glass temple, all the experts under the temple can gather within 2 hours. Your dragon soul can wait for death. Xiao Haiying gritted his teeth and roared. Within 3 days, your colored glass temple can come at any time. Dragon Soul will be waiting for you. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. Humph. Don't regret it. Yin Yang Sky sneered fiercely. Little beauty, I'll come to pick you up soon. Xiao Haiying sneered mockingly. He flew up and immediately shouted at Feng Wuchen. Brat, just you wait. I'll definitely enjoy your wife in front of you. You will pay a painful price for your words. Feng Wuchen said coldly. If he hadn't agreed to let Xiao Haiying call for help, he would already be a dead man. Haha. You are the one who will pay a painful price. Just wait for my crazy revenge. Xiao Haiying roared angrily. Then, he passed through the barrier and left the first level of heaven. Xiao Haiying had already seen the tragic end of Feng Wuchen and the others. He saw himself trampling on Ling Xiaoxiao in front of Feng Wuchen. He also saw the exciting scene of the disciples of the colored glass temple and the Yin Yang temple taking turns to play with the girls. After Xiao Haiying left, the Yin Yang Sky didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. No one in the Yin Yang temple dared to speak. If Feng Wuchen gave the order now, the Yin Yang temple would definitely be destroyed. This was what Yin Yang Feng Shui was most worried about. Of course, since Feng Wuchen had spoken, he wouldn't touch the Yin Yang temple now. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and flew away. There's going to be a good show soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Qingyang smiled excitedly and raised his eyebrows at Jian Chou. My lord told me to stay away from you. Jian Chou rolled his eyes. Then why are you still so close to me? Lu Qingyang glared at him. Bah. You're the one who's close to me. Stay away from me. Jian Chou cursed. Good, Jian Chou. See if I don't kill you. Little monkey, kill him with me. Lu Qingyang was furious and hurriedly called for help. Qiu Tian. Yanhu. As the supreme commander, I order you to kill that bastard Lu Qingyang. Jian Chou immediately roared. I have more people than you. Lu Qingyang roared. Soon, the combatants from both sides began to fight. Directly from the Yin Yang temple back to the Dragon Soul. Everyone from the Yin Yang Feng Shui and Yin Yang Sky had gloomy faces. Their faces twitched violently. The Dragon Soul's arrogance caused them to explode. Facing the colored glass divine temple, they actually did not take it to heart at all. He actually still had the mood to play around. These damned bastards. Yin Yang Sky clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Palace Master, could it be that the Dragon Soul really has the strength to contend against the colored glass temple? Otherwise, why would they still be so arrogant? They clearly don't put colored glass divine temple in their eyes. Third Elder asked worriedly. The uneasiness in his heart was extremely strong. Palace Master, could it be that the rumors are true? Are there really titled ancient gods and emperors in the Dragon Soul? An ancient monarch asked worriedly. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Yin Yang Feng Shui didn't say anything. Deep in his heart, he was also feeling uneasy. Impossible. They're just bluffing. When the powerhouses of the colored glass temple arrive, they'll definitely wag their tails and beg for mercy. Yin Yang Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yin Yang Tian would rather die than believe it. He only believed that the colored glass temple was stronger than the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul must be destroyed, otherwise, how could Yin Yang Tian be willing? However, they didn't notice that the dozen or so guards of the Yin Yang temple were in complete despair. They wanted to tell the truth, but they didn't dare to. If they said it, they would definitely die. If they didn't say it, they might still have a chance of survival. Second Heaven, Colored Glass Temple. The pig-headed Xiaohoing was intercepted by the temple guards. Stop right there. A guard stopped Xiaohoing and shouted arrogantly, Colored Glass Temple isn't a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. Get lost. This guy isn't here to ask for help, right? He's swollen like a pig's head. Another guard mocked. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you two little bastards. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Xiaohoing roared angrily and rushed in. Young master. The two guards were scared out of their wits. They could tell from his voice. Whoosh, an ancient lord appeared in a flash, looking at Xiaohoing with a face full of shock. Young master, you. What's wrong with you? Who beat you up like this? The man asked in disbelief. He had already realized the seriousness of the matter. Where's my father? Xiaohoing asked fiercely. In the main hall, pass down the order, gather all the experts of the colored glass temple. Xiaohoing ordered fiercely and then rushed to the main hall in anger. In the main hall, the colored glass temple master and the elders recognized Xiaohoing from his aura. However, when they saw Xiaohoying's pig-headed appearance, they were all stunned. What's going on? The colored glass temple master asked gloomily, his face ashen. The dignified colored glass temple's young master had been beaten into a pig's head. This was a challenge to the dignity of the colored glass temple and an insult to the colored glass temple. Xiaohoing immediately told him what had happened. Father, give the order quickly. I want to kill everyone in Dragon Soul. Leave no one alive. Xiaoheng roared in a low voice, unable to restrain his anger. Xiaoheng could not wait to kill his way to the first heaven and kill everyone in Dragon Soul. He also wanted to forcefully take revenge on Ling Xiaoxiao and the others in front of Feng Wuchen. As the Colored Glass Temple's young master, he was the center of attention wherever he went. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? When had he ever been humiliated like this? Dragon Soul is simply lawless. How dare he provoke and insult our Colored Glass Temple? This is unforgivable. The Great Elder was furious, his old face contorting. Humph. This Dragon Soul is truly arrogant. Not long ago, he threatened to fight his way to the second heaven. Now, he's ignoring our Colored Glass Temple. He's courting death. The second elder said fiercely, his cold killing intent erupting. The Colored Glass Temple master's old face was extremely gloomy. The Colored Glass Temple was a transcendent force in the second heaven. They had 5 ancient god experts, and they even knew a green-titled ancient god behind them. Such a powerful existence was actually chosen to be humiliated by a small force in the first heaven. How could the Colored Glass Temple Master tolerate this? He's actually arrogant enough to give you 3 days to prepare and allow you to call for reinforcements. The Colored Glass Temple Master said angrily, does he really think there's no one in the Colored Glass Temple? Father, I've already given the order to gather all the experts in the Colored Glass Temple. Hurry up and invite all the ancient gods you know and the experts from the various factions. I can't take this lying down. Xiaoheng said angrily through gritted teeth. Temple Master, doesn't Dragon Soul want to fight his way to the second heaven? Let's join forces with the other forces and let Dragon Soul see the power of the second heaven. We'll let them know how insignificant Dragon Soul is, the Great Elder said fiercely. Pass down the order. All the experts under the Colored Glass Temple, gather immediately. Great Elder, you're in charge of contacting the other forces. I'll personally invite the 3 ancient gods and that titled ancient god. The Colored Glass Temple Master ordered directly. The dignity of the Colored Glass Temple could not be challenged by anyone. The Colored Glass Temple could not be easily insulted by anyone, those who insulted them must die. Dragon Soul. You'll soon know how powerful the Colored Glass Temple is. Aren't you very arrogant? I'm looking forward to seeing your regretful and fearful expressions. This young master will soon let you know the terrifying consequences of offending this young master. Xiaoheng said with a ferocious smile. End of chapter. 2 hours passed. The Colored Glass Divine Palace had gathered all their experts. There were a total of 5 factions. There were nearly 100,000 of them. 8 ancient god experts and 1 green-titled ancient god. The lineup was terrifying. This was the power of the Colored Glass Divine Palace. Looking at so many experts, Xiaoheng was excited. An army of nearly 100,000 was gathered in 2 hours. Could Dragon Soul do it? Could Dragon Soul, Mingyuan Pavilion, and the experts of the Colored Glass Divine Palace together exceed 10,000? It was impossible, only the Colored Glass Divine Palace could do it. The Colored Glass Divine Palace was that powerful. Dragon Soul? Xiaoheng's face was full of disdain as he sneered, when you see the power of the Colored Glass Divine Palace, you will know what power is. Xiaoheng could already see the scene of Dragon Soul being slaughtered. A first heaven wants to fight a second heaven? He really doesn't know the difference between life and death. Let's go to the first heaven and see if this Dragon Soul is truly capable. An ancient lord sneered. I hope that the Dragon Soul will not disappoint us. I would like to see how arrogant this Dragon Soul supremacy is. An old man sneered in a mocking manner. Dragon Soul had threatened to fight a second heaven. This was undoubtedly picking on the second heaven factions. This was not just contempt, it was an insult. Now that they had the chance to attack Dragon Soul, how could they miss it? The experts of the 5 factions were all mobilized. In their eyes, it was Dragon Soul's honor to be able to make the 5 factions of the second heaven attack together. Dragon Soul looked down on them, so the 5 factions had to retaliate with the strongest method. Only then could they create a huge contrast and let Dragon Soul know how weak and insignificant it was. At the same time, it would give the 5 factions a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Brother Xiaoheng, what is the background of this Dragon Soul? The titled ancient god asked curiously. The glazed palace master shook her head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm not too sure either. I heard from Inger that the dragon's soul is now the overlord of the first heaven. The Dark Abyss Pavilion and the Control Shrine have a good relationship with the dragon's soul." Good relationship? The titled ancient god frowned and said solemnly, "Doesn't this have something to do with the supreme main divine palace? Lord titled ancient god, the original people of the Mingyuan Pavilion and the divine palace have been killed. Now, they are no longer subordinate to the sovereign divine palace," Xiaohoing said respectfully. "I see." The black-robed elder nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, this dragon's soul does have some strength, but he's too arrogant." "Humph. We must kill them all this time," Xiaohoing said viciously. His narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xiaohoing would never forget the humiliation that Feng Wuchen and Against the Sky had brought upon him. If he did not kill Feng Wuchen and Against the Sky, this humiliation would never go away. "Let's go," Palace Master Colored Glaze ordered. Close to 100,000 soldiers immediately headed for the first heaven. Their momentum was great, and their aura was majestic. In this battle, they would definitely trample on Dragon's soul. Soon, the Colored Glaze Temple led the army into the first heaven. Buzz. Buzz, the first heaven suddenly shook violently, and countless pitch-black cracks appeared. It was a shocking sight. A monstrous and terrifying aura swept through the first heaven, shocking everyone's soul. It gave people a sense of unparalleled fear. The cultivators of the various forces in the first heaven were terrified to the extreme. This was the end of the world. Titled Ancient God. Ancient God Elite. Elites of the second heaven. Could it be that they are here to deal with Dragon Soul? Not long ago, Dragon Soul was said to be fighting his way to the second heaven. I knew that the second heaven factions would make a move. With so many elites, they planned to completely destroy Dragon Soul. The various factions of the first heaven were discussing in horror. "They're here. The Colored Glaze Temple is here." Xianxia shouted excitedly as if he had won the lottery. "Yinyang Temple, follow me to Dragon Soul immediately." Yinyang Fengshui ordered immediately, his expression full of excitement. "The Colored Glaze Temple is here, Dragon Soul is dead for sure." The Yinyang Temple cheered excitedly and danced. The Colored Glaze Temple headed to Dragon Soul with the attitude of a victor. In front of the Colored Glaze Temple, Dragon Soul was trash. "It's over. The Yinyang Temple is completely finished. I only hope that Lord Dragon Soul can spare our lives." We didn't say anything. The dozen or so guards were already in utter despair. At the same time, the elites of the Mingyuan Pavilion, Control Temple, Tianyun Temple, and other forces under Dragon Soul rushed to Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul Palace. Feng Wuchen and the others were already waiting respectfully outside the palace. I gave them 3 days, I didn't expect them to come in 2 hours. But they gathered quite quickly, there should be quite a few forces. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly, not worried at all. Dragon Soul had the Emperor Soul War God and the Arcane Soul War God, so there was no need to worry at all. Even an army of 1,000,000 wouldn't be enough, let alone a mere 100,000 people. Lu Qingyang grinned coldly and said, "Brother Feng, they're in a hurry to die, we can't stop them." 8 ancient gods, and 1 titled ancient god. The Colored Glaze Temple is indeed powerful, no wonder Xiaohoing is so arrogant, Mad Leopard said expressionlessly. "Lord, the ancient gods of the deep and the others are here," Yiqingyu said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. "Prepare to welcome the guests, don't let the second heaven elites say we don't know how to treat guests." Dragon Soul. "Are you ready to die?" Xiahou Ying's wild and angry roar suddenly came from above the void. Cold murderous intent filled the sky. Swish swish swish. Not long after, the Colored Glaze Temple's army arrived. The leader was a titled ancient god and 8 ancient god elites. A black mass covered the entire Dragon Soul Palace, and the intense and terrifying pressure was almost suffocating. Looking at the black mass, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change, and he smiled faintly. "Welcome, Second Heaven elites, to my Dragon Soul as guests." "Welcome, Second Heaven elites, to Dragon Soul as guests." The Dragon Soul Palace roared. The way to treat guests had to be so domineering. Arrogant indeed. The titled ancient god frowned slightly. This kid is the Dragon Soul Lord? The colored glazed temple master and the others all looked at Feng Wuchen. This is the strength of the Dragon Soul? He wants to fight his way to the second heaven with this little ability? A temple master's face was full of disdain. The leaders and elders of the 5 forces all had looks of contempt and disdain on their faces. Dragon Soul Lord, do you see this? This is the power of my colored glazed temple. Trampling your dragon soul is as easy as flipping my hand. Xiaoheng roared proudly. Dragon Soul Lord, are you regretting agreeing to let me call for reinforcements now? Haha. Do you still remember everything this young lord has said before? My revenge will definitely be 100 times stronger. I will definitely let you know what fear is. Men. First, cripple against Tianxing for me. This young master wants to slice off his flesh piece by piece and crush all the bones in his body. End of chapter, 35th Heaven. The Alchemy Pavilion of the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall. Success. Success. Haha. This hall master has finally refined a heaven-defying divine pearl. The ancient shaman emperor laughed in ecstasy. Phew. It really wasn't easy. I only managed to refine one after risking my life. Nailan Gong let out a long sigh of relief as excitement welled up in his heart. Although it was a success, it's still far from the heaven-defying divine pearl that senior brother refined, Wu Zhu said with a bitter smile. We can only refine several hundred heavenly treasures to refine a heaven-defying divine pearl, but senior brother refined several thousand. But since we succeeded, we'll definitely be able to refine an even stronger heaven-defying divine pearl in the future, Beimeng Xian happily said. In order to refine a heaven-defying divine pearl, the ancient shaman emperor and the others had been frantically refining it. Hard work paid off. Their efforts had finally paid off. Let's go and find senior brother, the ancient shaman emperor excitedly said. Dragon Soul. Yinyang Feng Shui and the others arrived just in time to hear Xiahou Ying's furious roar. Dragon Soul is dead for sure. Yinyang Feng Shui was getting more and more excited. Dragon Soul only has 2 ancient gods. There's no way they can contend against Colored Glass Temple, Yinyang Feng Shui said with a smug sneer. This was the result of being arrogant and conceited. The members of Yinyang Temple were all extremely excited. At Xiahou Ying's command, 2 peak late-stage ancient lords appeared in a flash. Terrifying energy erupted, locking onto heaven-defying. Ancient God White Feather's old face darkened as cold-killing intent seeped out. Ancient God White Feather, you can try, Colored Glass Temple Master coldly said, his vicious eyes glaring at Ancient God White Feather. His disdainful gaze said it all. In front of Colored Glass Temple Master, Ancient God White Feather was nothing. Humph. You 2 old things will also die in a while. Xiaoheng furiously shouted, this young master said that anyone related to Dragon Soul will die. Attack. Cripple heaven defying. The 2 peak late-stage ancient lords shot out without hesitation. The moment they attacked, the ancient gods of the deep attacked. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the ancient gods of the deep blasted the 2 of them into a bloody mist. Ancient gods of the deep, you are courting death. Xiahou Ying's face instantly darkened. The glazed palace master glared at the ancient gods of the deep. A terrifying murderous aura burst out as he said in a gloomy voice, ancient gods of the deep, you've got guts. How dare you kill an expert of my glazed palace? Now that you have nothing to do with the supreme main divine palace, I can kill you easily. As he spoke, a terrifying power that was close to that of a green-titled ancient god swept out with an earth-shattering momentum. His terrifying aura alone had forced the ancient gods of the deep to retreat. Father, kill him. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If not for his lower cultivation, Xiaoheng would have killed the ancient gods of the deep with his own hands. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Feng Wuchen sneered. How arrogant, the titled ancient god said coldly. The dragon soul is indeed arrogant. Then I'll show you how arrogant I can be. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he pointed at the titled ancient god. I'll kill anyone who dares to attack me, including you. Boom. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, the second heaven experts and those from the Yinyang Palace felt their heads explode. Everyone was stunned. Had Feng Wuchen been kicked in the head by a donkey? What did he just say? The Yinyang Fengshui was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder said in a daze, he said he'll kill anyone who dares to attack him. And that includes that titled ancient god. Kill anyone who dares to attack him? How could he say such arrogant words? He didn't even take the titled ancient god seriously. Too arrogant. The faces of the glazed palace master and the elders turned completely savage. The eyes of the leaders of the second heaven forces were about to spit fire. Haha. The titled ancient god was so angry that he laughed. His murderous aura exploded, and his old face became as ferocious as a tiger's. I'd like to see what the dragon's soul is capable of. I'm going to kill you now. Call out the strongest person in the dragon's soul. The titled ancient god shouted angrily. The terrifying power of a titled ancient god erupted without restraint like a ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened. Buzz buzz, in an instant, the entire sky shook violently and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. The air was covered in a destructive aura and murderous aura. Boom, the titled ancient god suddenly stepped into the void. With a boom, his body shot out like a bolt of lightning. The intense roar was ear-piercing. Lord titled ancient god, leave him half alive. I'm going to torture him. Xiaohoing said hurriedly, a smug sneer on his face. If the strongest person in the dragon's soul doesn't come out, I'll kill you, the titled ancient god viciously said. With a titled ancient god taking action, everyone in the dragon's soul will die. Weren't you very arrogant before? Let's see how you regret it now. Yinyang Sky said excitedly, looking forward to it. He could already see the miserable end of the dragon's soul. Kill without mercy. Destroy the dragon's soul. Leave the ancient gods of the deep to me. The glazed palace master coldly said. He viciously glanced at ancient god White Feather and said, Ancient god White Feather, you can come as well. Don't waste my time. The leaders and experts of the second sky forces roared crazily, and waves of terrifying murderous aura burst out. Kill, someone angrily shouted. Nearly 100,000 soldiers swarmed forward, their aura surging. Humph. Puff. Puff. At this moment, a furious snort filled with supreme majesty rang out, causing the glazed palace master and the titled ancient god to vomit blood. A titled ancient god. The two old men's expressions changed drastically. A cold snort had injured a titled ancient god with just its aura. This was undoubtedly an even more powerful titled ancient god. What's going on? The dragon's soul has a titled ancient god? The titled ancient god's old eyes were about to fly out. He was scared out of his wits. At that moment, the old man already felt that invincible and terrifying aura. How is this possible? Xiahou Ying's smug face instantly stiffened. The Yinyang Sky was completely frightened into a vegetative state. The Yinyang Feng Shui people were petrified. That was a titled ancient god. A cold snort could injure a titled ancient god. The dragon's soul really had a titled ancient god. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz. At this moment, a terrifying energy sword that was tens of thousands of feet long shot over, carrying with it a terrifying power. This is a white titled ancient god. The titled ancient god old man was completely scared out of his wits. His body trembled violently, and his old face was drained of blood. He could already feel the intense aura of death enveloping him. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The glazed palace master roared in horror. The 100,000 second heaven army was scared out of their wits. The extremely terrifying sword gleam did not give anyone a chance to scream. The cultivators at the front did not even have a chance to react. It was merely an energy sword. The army of almost 100,000 was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Other than the leaders of the 5 factions and some elders who managed to dodge in time, the others were all dead. The army of almost 100,000 was reduced to less than 100 in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking, it was unforgettable. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. When they saw this, even the people of Dragon Soul were frightened out of their wits. As expected of a white titled ancient god. The moment he attacked, he shocked everyone with a single move. Xiaohoing was scared out of his wits. His body trembled violently. Yinyang Sky looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was paler than a dead man's. The fear on everyone's faces was indescribable. Dragon Soul really has a white-titled ancient god. The third elder of the Yin temple said in horror. He finally knew where the uneasiness in his heart came from. Grand Elder said in horror, the rumors are true. But why would a white-titled ancient god stay in a place like this? A white-titled ancient god. Yin Yangfeng felt that he was dead. How can this be? How can there be a white-titled ancient god in Dragon Soul? Wasn't it a rumor? How did it become true? Xiaoheng was scared out of his wits. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. Yin Sky, didn't you say it was a rumor? You killed me. Xiaoheng roared at Yin Sky. I didn't know. Yin Sky said in horror. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. They're all dead. One of the leaders was terrified. His old eyes were filled with despair. The titled ancient god and the colored glass temple master's pale faces were filled with fear. They did not dare to move. Moreover, they could not move. Their bodies were no longer under their control. Xiaoheng, is this the power of your colored glass temple? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. No matter how one looked at it, it was filled with mockery and contempt. Xiaoheng dared not speak. He felt as if a knife was pressed against his throat. He could not breathe. Why aren't you speaking? What happened to your arrogance and haughtiness? Didn't you want to cut off the controller's flesh? Didn't you want to torture my big brother Feng? Lu Qingyang asked with a cold smile. At this moment, White Tiger appeared. With just a glance, Palace Master Colored Glaze and the others had a mental breakdown. Their mental defenses collapsed as well. The aura of a white-titled ancient god was too terrifying. That formless pressure shook their souls to the point that their souls trembled. The green-titled ancient god and the glazed palace master knelt down in fear. In front of a white-titled ancient god, they were insignificant insects. Xiaoheng and Yin Sky also knelt down. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they realized that they couldn't speak. In just a few minutes, before they could even display their strength, the entire army was nearly wiped out. You've got guts, coming to Dragon Soul to cause trouble. White Tiger sneered. That simple sentence scared Palace Master Luli and the others so much that their bodies trembled. However, what happened next almost scared them to death. Are there no other experts? Wan Xianhan's voice rang out as she appeared. Two white-titled ancient gods, the eyeballs of glazed Palace Master and the others almost flew out. Everyone was petrified, as if they were stone statues. It wasn't over yet. Huangfu Sky and the other white-titled ancient gods appeared one after another. At this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated, and a huge sense of fear surged through their bodies. It was a trembling that came from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were born with reverence and fear for those gods. Xiaoheng and the others instantly felt as if their hearts were crushed by a mountain, and they almost stopped beating. In their frightened eyes, they saw that behind White Tiger and the others was a sea of blood piled up by thousands of corpses. They appeared one after another, and there were actually 38 white-titled ancient gods. Dragon Soul was actually so terrifying. Greetings, my lord. The white-titled ancient gods knelt down on one knee respectfully. This scene caused Xiaoheng and the others to feel even more despair than before. 38 white-titled ancient gods were actually Feng Wuchen's subordinates. In front of Feng Wuchen, they had to kneel. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? How could he have such a terrifying identity? It was 2F** King frightening. Looking at the people kneeling down, Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, I said that I would fight my way up to level 2. Do you still think that Dragon Soul is arrogant? Glazed Palace Master and the others shook their heads in fear, like machines. Arrogant? Not arrogant at all. Any random white-titled ancient god could destroy all the forces in level 2. With a wave of his hand. Xiaoheng, do you still remember what I said before? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. Xiaoheng's body trembled, and his Adam's apple moved. His mind was blank, and he had never felt such fear in his life. I said that you would pay the price for what you said, Feng Wuchen sneered. From the moment Xiaoheng insulted Ling Xiaoxiao, he was destined to die. My lord, how should we deal with this? White Tiger asked respectfully. Those who insulted my wife will be killed without mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly. No. Xiaohong cried out in fear. He cowed out and begged for mercy. My lord, please spare my life. This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one did not mean to insult your wife. Please spare my life. Now you know your mistake? It's too late. Jianqiu shouted angrily. Lu Qingyang sneered and said, no matter who it is, they will not be able to save you today. Glazed Palace Master and the others did not dare to fart. 38 white-titled ancient gods were present. Who would dare to plead for mercy? Furthermore, this was Xiahou Ying's fault. No, my lord, please spare me. I really know my mistake. I will do anything you want me to do. Xiahou Ying cowed out and begged for mercy. The terrified Xiahou Ying was in a mess. He did not know what to say other than begging for mercy. I always keep my word. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I gave you a chance to call for help and gave you 3 days. Yet, you came here to die in 2 hours. My lord, I really know my mistake. I will change in the future. Please spare my life. Xiahou Ying cowed out to the air until his forehead bled. White Tiger, kill him, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, my lord. White Tiger said respectfully and instantly appeared in front of Xiahou Ying. No. No. Xiahou Ying shouted in fear. He was about to go crazy. Father, save me. I don't want to die, Xiahou Ying cried and said. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared. They were Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the others. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor. The titled ancient god was overjoyed when he saw who it was. Glazed Palace Master and the other ancient gods were also overjoyed. They saw hope. The titled ancient god quickly shouted, Ancient Shaman Great Emperor, this lowly one is Fu Tianshu. I met Ancient Shaman Great Emperor 8 years ago. However, what happened next threw them into the abyss again. Senior. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the others bowed respectfully. Senior brother? Fu Tianshu's face froze, and he was dumbfounded. An unprecedented fear surged out like a volcanic eruption. The leaders and elders of the Level 2 forces and the Yin-Yang Temple felt like their heads were about to explode. Xia Haing's hope that had been ignited was instantly extinguished. He was so scared that he didn't dare to beg for mercy. The ancient alchemy temple master, ancient sorcerer emperor, called Feng Wuchen senior brother. They didn't hear it wrong, it was senior brother. The other 3 great emperors were alchemists, and they also called Feng Wuchen senior brother. Who was Feng Wuchen? His identity was too terrifying. They all believed it when they heard that the Dragon Soul had a great emperor expert. Those who were observant would realize that the great emperor's aura this time was even more terrifying than the great emperor aura they had felt before. Pfft. Luli Palace Master spat out a mouthful of blood. Who on earth did Xia Haing provoke? Seeing how happy you are, it seems like you've successfully refined it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he looked at the ancient sorcerer emperor and the other 3. Senior brother is right. We've successfully refined it. We didn't disappoint you, ancient sorcerer emperor said with a smile. Nailin Gong said respectfully, with senior brother's guidance and the time spent refining it, we can feel that our realms have improved. Of course. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked with a smile, did the deputy pavilion master refine it? Senior brother, Great Emperor Danfeng has something important to do, so he hasn't refined it yet, Wu Zhu said respectfully. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Hearing their conversation, the people from the 5 forces of the second heaven were all scared out of their wits. They held their breaths, and no one dared to say anything. Senior brother, we couldn't make a breakthrough in refining, so we came to ask for your advice, Ancient Sorcerer Emperor said quickly. We'll talk later. I have to settle a small matter first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the other 3 glanced at Fu Tianshu and the others, and their faces turned pale. Just one glance was enough to scare them. Fu Tianshu wanted to say something, but he realized that he did not know what to say. What else could he say? After offending Feng Wuchen, he still wanted to live. White Tiger, do it. Feng Wuchen sneered. Xiaohong shuddered and stopped begging for mercy. He had already given up. Xiaohong knew that he would definitely die today. Boom, when the white tiger's palm landed, Xiaohong turned into a bloody mess. Gulp, the level 2 cultivators and the people of the Yin-Yang temple all swallowed their saliva in fear. Many of them even had tears in their eyes. They were all scared to tears. Revered Lord, this old thing wants to kill you. Should we kill him? Wan Qianhan asked respectfully. Fu Tianshu was so scared that he couldn't speak. Kill, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Fu Tianshu stood up for the colored glass divine temple. How could Feng Wuchen let him off? Boom, Wan Qianhan dodged, followed by an explosion. Fu Tianshu had already turned into a bloody mist. If he had known that the dragon's soul had so many terrifying titled ancient gods, Fu Tianshu would never have come. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Kill him too. Feng Wuchen pointed at the colored glass palace master. The colored glass palace master's face was full of despair. He had completely given up. After provoking such a terrifying existence, the colored glass palace had no hope. Boom, Wan Qianhan attacked without hesitation. With a palm strike, the colored glass palace master was reduced to ashes. And the Yin-Yang temple. Other than the 12 guards who survived in the Yin-Yang valley, kill the rest. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over the Yin-Yang Feng Shui and the others. As soon as he said that, the Yin-Yang Feng Shui and the others were in complete despair. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. No one begged for mercy, nor did they dare to. They all knelt there and waited for death. The dozen or so guards cried tears of joy. They finally understood Yin-Yang Feng Shui. The dozen or so guards already knew how terrifying the dragon's soul was, so they did not dare to say anything. They should have noticed the dozen or so guards' abnormalities long ago. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lord, leave the Yin-Yang temple to us, Against the Sky said respectfully. He immediately led the experts in charge of the temple to attack. No one dared to resist. In less than a minute, the Yin-Yang temple. Lord, did you kill the rest of the second heaven? White Tiger asked respectfully. The 6 ancient gods did not dare to fart. The people of the 5 forces trembled in despair. Husband, we've killed enough people today. Let the rest of the second heaven go back, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly whispered. Master, let them go. At least there won't be any trouble when the dragon's soul goes to the second heaven in the future. When the time comes, it will be easy for the dragon's soul to control the second heaven, Zhang Junlan added. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly. Since my wife has spoken, let them go. My wife is kind and does not intend to bicker with you. Feng Wuchen looked at the 5 forces of the second heaven. After Feng Wuchen said this, the cultivators of the 5 forces felt as if they had been pardoned. Their hearts were completely at ease. Thank you, Lord, for not killing us. Everyone kowtowed to express their gratitude. If there is a next time, you should know the consequences, Feng Wuchen said coldly. If not for Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Feng Wuchen would not have let them go. Lord, don't worry. We won't dare to offend you again, the 5 forces replied fearfully, breaking out in cold sweat. Once was enough. How could there be a next time? 38 white-titled ancient gods and 4 great ancient emperors. Who would dare offend such terrifying existences again? Were they tired of living? Scram! Lu Qingyan shouted coldly. The 6 ancient god experts and the cultivators of the 5 great factions fled the first heaven in terror, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. To them, the first heaven was undoubtedly the 18th level of hell. It was too terrifying. Emissary, send someone to take over the Yin-Yang temple, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, Lord, the emissary replied respectfully and disappeared in a flash. My wife, you all go and cultivate first, Feng Wuchen said gently with a smile. Then, he led the 4 great ancient sorcerer emperors to the elixir pavilion. Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and the other alchemists followed. In the elixir pavilion, Feng Wuchen said calmly, This is my student, Zhang Junlan. This is my disciple, Nia Huang. Both of them have mastered the creation of the heaven-defying jewel. Although their alchemy realms are not as good as yours, they are definitely not bad in the field of alchemy. Greetings to the 4 great emperors. Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and the rest cupped their fists respectfully and bowed. You are welcome. We will need your guidance in the future. The 4 great ancient sorcerer emperors were very polite. The great ancient sorcerer emperors continued, Senior, although we have created the heaven-defying jewel, we are still unable to achieve a breakthrough. Please give us some guidance. Breakthrough? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, Great ancient sorcerer emperors, it is already very good that you were able to create the jewel within a month. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, you will need more time. However, I can give you some guidance now. End of chapter. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others had successfully broken through to the ancient emperor realm. Jian Chou, Zhang Junlan, and Mad Leopard were now in the ancient king realm. In just half a month, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. At that moment, the divine soul battle gods and mysterious soul battle gods were gathered at the back mountain. Everyone's expression was filled with respect. Looking at the dozens of experts in front of him, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Qiu Tian has already taught you for a month, and your sword principal domain has improved. This is within my expectations. However, the so-called improvement is rubbish to me. I don't know if there's a problem with Qiu Tian's teaching, or if there's a problem with your comprehension, or if you're lazy. Qiu Tian's face changed, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't dare to speak. Bai Hu and the others also became nervous. They thought that Feng Wuchen was going to praise them, but before they could be happy, a basin of cold water was poured over them. Feng Wuchen continued, It's still very far for you to comprehend the manifestation of sword intent, so I plan to help you improve your cultivation first. After a month, if there's no obvious improvement, I'll teach you personally. I prepared a supreme treasure for you in the 5-time space ring that I've refined. Cultivate well. Bai Hu, Lai Feng, and the others were overjoyed and looked forward to it. The divine soul battle gods were all black-titled ancient gods, and a few of them had already reached the peak. They only needed an opportunity to break through to the great emperor realm. The supreme treasure that Feng Wuchen mentioned might really be able to help them break through to the great emperor realm. Swoosh, at that moment, a figure appeared and said respectfully, My lord, there's news. It was great Emperor Ao Feng. Qiu Tian, bring them to cultivate and give them the space ring, Feng Wuchen said and handed a storage ring to Qiu Tian. Yes, my lord. Qiu Tian replied respectfully, then brought Bai Hu and the others to the depths of the mountain. What's the news? Feng Wuchen asked. Great Emperor Ao Feng said respectfully, one of Demon Soul Sovereign's Yuan spirit clones has already returned to the Supreme Main Divine Palace. We don't dare to approach the Supreme Main Divine Palace. Essence Soul Avatar? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Not long ago, the Supreme Divine Palace sent people to investigate the mysterious person who broke into the 36th layer heavens. However, they didn't make any progress in the past month. They didn't even find any information about the mysterious force that appeared before. They didn't even find any information about the death of the Flame Wind Emperor. Demon Soul Sovereign was furious. That's why he returned to the Supreme Divine Palace. Do you know where he came from? Feng Wuchen asked. Great Emperor Ao Feng said respectfully, we only know that we came back from a dimensional space, but we don't know the exact location. Great Emperor Yi Jun is still investigating. Why did he come back? Don't tell me he wants to investigate personally? Feng Wuchen asked again. Great Emperor Ao Feng said respectfully, Demon Soul Sovereign has already ordered many great ancient emperors to investigate. Now, 3 great ancient emperors have already gone to the Goody Divine Palace. The 36th layer heavens and above are all locked down. Furthermore, all the major forces are investigating. I suspect that they have already discovered our existence. It seems like they want to find out something from the Goody Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen sneered coldly. He wasn't worried at all. How would the Goody Divine Palace dare to reveal anything? Great Emperor Ao Feng asked respectfully, Great Emperor, do you want me to warn the Goody Divine Palace? No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head and frowned, now isn't the time to go against the Supreme Divine Palace. Moreover, Demon Soul Sovereign's Yuan spirit clones have already returned. Great Emperor scattered in different worlds, do your own things and don't alert them. Understood. Great Emperor Ao Feng said respectfully. Send a message to Great Emperor Yijun, tell him to be careful. Don't go near the Supreme Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen instructed. Understood. Great Emperor Ao Feng replied respectfully. After Great Emperor Ao Feng left, Great Emperor Ao Feng's voice sounded, Demon Soul Sovereign, that old monster, should be hiding in the dimensional space to heal himself. Heal? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. Great Emperor Ao Feng, are you referring to the hidden injuries from the battle back then? That's right. In the battle back then, 100 great emperors joined forces. Although they couldn't injure him, the master of the reincarnation pagoda borrowed our strength and did his best to injure him. Unfortunately, he couldn't defeat him. Great Emperor Ao Feng replied. The master of the reincarnation pagoda should also be in the Panga realm. Even with all of you together, you can't defeat him. That old monster's strength is truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen frowned. He couldn't imagine such a terrifying existence. By the way, Great Emperor Ao Feng, you guys are more familiar with the dimensional space. Do you know where that old monster might be? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. The dimensional space is boundless. No one knows how big it is. Trying to find him is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, the biggest possibility is that he should be in the deepest part of the dimensional space. That's because even the great emperors don't dare to set foot there. Great Emperor Ao Feng replied through voice transmission. The deepest part of the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen was a little disappointed. If the great emperors didn't dare to set foot there, there was no need to talk about others. The chances of finding out the exact position of the master of the reincarnation pagoda were too slim. Don't think too much. Cultivate well. Great Emperor Ao Feng replied with a smile, with your current strength, even if you know where he is, you can't change anything. Instead, you'll alert the enemy. Feng Wuchen was stunned and said awkwardly, Great Emperor Ao Feng is right. Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, have you been to the deepest part of the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. I don't know. I've never been there. Don't ask me. The Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast replied lazily. Feng Wuchen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Second Heaven. Myriad Dao Palace. Reporting to Palace Master, we can confirm that Glazed Palace Master did not return to the second heavenly layer. The army of 100,000 sent by the 5 great forces has also not returned. However, the Palace Masters and Elders of the other forces have returned, an ancient lord respectfully reported. Even the army of 100,000 hasn't returned? An elder frowned deeply, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his old face. Humph, it seems like the first heaven is already under their control. They seem to be going to destroy the dragon's soul, but they're actually trying to take control of the first heaven. Another elder said angrily. Palace Master, it's been half a month. If we don't take action, we won't be able to do anything to them when the glazed palace grows stronger. Instead, we'll be in danger. A guardian said solemnly. On the main seat, the Myriad Dao Palace Master had a grave expression as he said in a deep voice, don't forget that Fu Tianshu hasn't returned either. Moreover, I can't sense their auras. When the Myriad Dao Palace Master said that, the expressions of the guardians and elders changed drastically. They couldn't sense their auras. Firstly, they were hidden. Secondly, they were killed. It was impossible for Fu Tianshu and the Glazed Palace Master to hide. Palace Master, you mean that they were killed? The Great Elder asked in shock. He couldn't believe it. If Fu Tianshu and the Colored Glaze Palace Master were really killed, then wouldn't the army of close to 100,000 be killed as well? Did the first heaven have such terrifying power? It was impossible. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace was very clear about the strength of the first heaven. Even if there were 2 first heaven, they wouldn't be able to defeat 1 second heaven. Because of this, they weren't willing to believe it. If it was true, then the first heaven was too terrifying. That was an army of 100,000. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace Master said in a deep voice, I also don't believe it is true. It is impossible for a first heaven to have the power to fight against a titled ancient god, not to mention the dragon's soul. However, the spirit void's secret technique couldn't sense their aura. There is an 80 to 90% chance that they were killed. Fu Tianshu is a titled ancient god. Who in the first heaven can kill him? The protector still didn't dare to believe it. Dragon Soul said not long ago that he could fight his way to the second heaven. Perhaps the Dragon Soul really has the power. Palace Master, why don't you send people to the Colored Glaze Palace and the other forces to check? Then, send people to the first heaven to check. If it is as you said and they were killed, then the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace can swallow the Colored Glaze Palace and the other forces, the Great Elder said solemnly. Yes, I have the same idea. The Myriad Tao Immortal Palace Master nodded. The Spirit Void secret technique sensed the result, and the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace Master didn't dare to act rashly. Before investigating clearly, he wouldn't act rashly. However, when the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace sent people to check, they were shocked to find that, other than the Colored Glaze Palace, the other forces were actually in seclusion. Although the Colored Glaze Palace didn't close their gates, they forbade any disciples from going out. They even spread the news that they wouldn't meet anyone. No one knew what had happened. When the news spread to the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace, the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace Master and the elders were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this too strange? There must be a reason for this abnormality. The Colored Glaze Palace and the Skywind Palace are really strange. Something must have happened. The Myriad Tao Immortal Palace Master's old face was extremely solemn. Forbade all disciples from going out? Closing the gates? This kind of strange thing had never happened before. They had only gone to the first heaven and they had already become like this. Were they afraid? Could it be related to the dragon soul? The Great Elder frowned. Closing the mountain gate and forbidding disciples from going out was undoubtedly a sign of fear. What could make the Colored Glass Temple afraid? Could it be, as the Myriad Tao Palace Master said, that Fu Tianshu and the Glazed Palace Master had been killed? Wouldn't that mean that the 100,000-strong army had been wiped out? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The gazes of the protectors, elders, and upper echelons all turned to the Myriad Tao Palace Master. The Myriad Tao Palace head said solemnly, "We can't confirm the reason now. We can only confirm it when we receive news from the first level of heaven. If it's really as this Palace Master said, that Fu Tianshu and the Colored Glass Divine Palace were killed, then this Dragon Soul is definitely not someone we can provoke." When the Dragon Soul said that he wanted to fight his way up to the second heaven, I'm afraid that he really has the strength to do so. I hope it's not because of the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen stopped cultivating in the Divine Ring. Dozens of primordial spirit clones began cultivating their soul power. Since he ascended to the Panga realm, although Feng Wuchen had broken through to the ancient Emperor realm, his alchemist realm remained at the ancient King realm. Moreover, he had just broken through to the ancient King realm. It's all thanks to the treasure left behind by Master. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to improve my soul power. The Pangu Origin Stone is extremely rare, even in the Panga realm. The primordial spirit clones should be able to break through to the ancient Emperor realm after cultivating for another month, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. The Pangu Origin Stone had the powerful effect of improving one's soul power. It was extremely tempting to all alchemists and was extremely rare in the Panga realm. The reason why Feng Wuchen could break through to the ancient King realm so quickly was because of the Pangu Origin Stone. If he relied on the primordial spirit clones to cultivate, even if Feng Wuchen was extremely talented, it would be difficult for him to break through to the ancient general realm in such a short period of time. The Yin-Yang Valley is not suitable for the ancient Emperor realm to cultivate. The heaven-defying divine pearl still needs some time. I can only rely on the Thousand Spirits pool now. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Your current cultivation speed is already fast enough. With your current combat power, you should be able to fight with an advanced ancient Emperor realm expert. Soon, you will be able to break through to the ancient Lord realm. The Chaos Emperor appeared. Feng Wuchen sighed and said, "It's a pity that the primordial spirit clones can only form 36 at most. It's a pity that this technique can't be upgraded. Otherwise, I should be able to form more. This way, even without the heaven-defying divine pearl, my cultivation can still improve rapidly. You should be content, right?" Others don't have the heaven-defying divine pearl, the thousand spirits pool, or powerful treasures to cultivate. Even I didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed back then, the Chaos Emperor said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. How many months had it been since Feng Wuchen ascended to the Panga realm? Now, he was already in the Ancient Emperor realm. Others might not be able to reach the Ancient Emperor realm even after hundreds of years of cultivation. Come on, let's test your current strength. Your cultivation speed is too fast. You can't ruin your foundation. Show me your full strength. I haven't been active for many years. I've almost forgotten how it feels to fight, the Chaos Emperor said with a smile and immediately released the strength of an advanced Ancient Emperor realm expert. All right. Feng Wuchen shouted as his fighting spirit burst out. The primordial ancestor and the eternal realm expert erupted with all their strength. He even took out his armor, dragon god sword, and the Eye of the Sun. His domineering and ferocious combat power soared to the advanced Ancient Emperor realm. This was Feng Wuchen's strongest combat power. Chaos Emperor. Take this. Feng Wuchen shouted and shot out ferociously. Emperor Yuanshir's divine power is indeed domineering, the Chaos Emperor said with a smile as his strong fighting spirit was stimulated. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, an intense battle unfolded in the divine ring. The first heaven was calm. Suddenly, two green-titled ancient gods appeared in the air. It's been many years since I came to the first heaven, one of the titled ancient gods said with a faint smile, a hint of disgust flashing through his eyes. The other bitterly grumbled, Big Brother Wuching, you can still laugh at a time like this. The Grand Elder is really too much. Of all the people he could find, he just had to make the two of us take over the first heaven. In my opinion, such a weak first heaven is completely unnecessary. Old brother Jin Luo, to be honest, I don't like it either. The world of the weak is too boring, but for us, it's actually very safe. Ancient God Wuching faintly smiled. We still haven't found any clues about the mysterious person or that mysterious power, and we can't even find out who killed the Flame Wind Emperor. Even if Devil Soul Supreme is furious, we won't be punished. That's true. Jin Luo nodded. Only then did his brows relax slightly. Let's go. Let's take over the first heaven as quickly as possible and then raise an ancient god. At that time, we can leave the first heaven, Ancient God Wuching said with a faint smile. The two of them flew toward the deep abyss pavilion. End of this chapter. Deep in the mountain behind Dragon Soul, White Tiger, Lai Feng, and the others were still swinging their swords a second ago, but in the next second, they stopped at the same time. What's wrong? If this continues, I won't be able to answer to Master. Sensing that Bai Hu and the others had stopped, Qiu Tian slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Brother Qiu Tian, someone from the first heaven is here, Lai Feng smiled. They are different from the previous ones. The previous one was from the second heaven, but these two are from the 33rd heaven, Bai Hu added. 33rd heaven? Are they titled ancient gods? Qiu Tian frowned and asked. A green titled ancient god. They are heading to the Mingyuan Pavilion, Tang Xian said. Mingyuan Pavilion? Qiu Tian frowned and said, they are from the Supreme Main Temple. Qiu Tian guessed it immediately. I will report to Master immediately. Qiu Tian disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen was teaching Ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the others how to refine the heaven-defying pearls. Ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the others had been staying in the Dragon Soul Elixir refinery for the past half a month. In order to break through and refine a more powerful heaven-defying pearl, they had given their all. They had no choice as the heaven-defying pearls were too tempting. Ancient Sorcerer Emperor, you should take a break. Sometimes, relaxing will allow your brain to work better, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Thanks to Senior Brother's guidance, we have improved a lot in the past half a month. We can't waste such a good opportunity, Ancient Sorcerer Emperor said with a smile. He had no intention of stopping. Senior Brother, the more we integrate, the more soul power we consume. With our soul power, we shouldn't consume too much soul power to refine a low-grade heaven-defying pearl. However, we have a feeling that we don't have enough soul power. We have been following Senior Brother's instructions. What's going on? Wuzu asked in confusion. That's right, senior brother. Why is this happening? Did we make a mistake somewhere? Beimeng Xian hurriedly asked. The four of them had the same feeling. With their great emperor realm, refining a low-grade heaven-defying pearl was equivalent to refining a low-grade elixir. Logically speaking, it shouldn't consume too many souls. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled and said, refining the heaven-defying divine bead requires a large amount of soul force. You have just started refining, so it's normal for you to feel this way. Little Zhang and the others were also like this at the beginning, but after refining a lot, this feeling will slowly disappear. Don't worry. I see. The ancient shaman great emperor and the other three nodded in unison. At this moment, Qiu Tian walked into Alchemy Pavilion and said respectfully, reporting to Honorable Lord, 2 green-titled ancient gods from the first heaven have arrived and are heading towards Mingyuan Pavilion. White Tiger said that they are from the 33rd heaven. I just let one go, and 2 more came. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It seems like the people of the Supreme Divine Palace want to regain control of the first layer of heaven. I thought they really didn't care about the first layer of heaven. With just 2 green-titled ancient gods, they want to regain control of a layer of heaven? Aren't they underestimating the dragon soul? Let's go and take a look. Mingyuan Pavilion. The 2 ancient gods, Wu Qing and Jin Luo, appeared in a flash. A terrifying aura and pressure swept across the area without any restraint. For a moment, the entire Mingyuan Pavilion was in a state of panic. The experts and guards were all suppressed by Wu Qing. Their faces were filled with pain. The ancient gods of the deep, the elders, and the upper echelons were unable to withstand this terrifying aura. After the shock, the aura disappeared. Everyone in Mingyuan Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, even the face of the ancient gods of the deep was extremely pale. Wu Qing and Jin Luo slowly descended onto the plaza. Many guards were so frightened that their hearts were trembling. Although the aura had disappeared, the formless aura was still filled with deterrence. Jin Luo's fierce and cold gaze swept across, and he said arrogantly, this titled ancient god heard that the dragon soul has gained control of Mingyuan Pavilion. How bold of you to dare to touch a force under the Supreme Divine Palace. Whoever is the strongest in the dragon soul, get out here and accept your death. After a while, the ancient gods of the deep and the upper echelons came out of the main hall. Mingyuan? When they saw the ancient gods of the deep, Wu Qing and Jin Luo were stunned. Wasn't the ancient gods of the deep imprisoned? What was going on? Are you the traitor that the news spoke of? Did you kill Qing Luo? Wu Qing frowned and asked coldly. The ancient gods of the deep said angrily, this ancient god is not a traitor. He was abandoned. No matter what the reason is, those who betray the Supreme Divine Palace must die. Jin Luo said fiercely. His voice was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. As he spoke, Jin Luo walked over step by step. The terrifying power and aura of a titled ancient god burst out at the same time. Mingyuan, it's impossible for you to kill Qing Luo with your strength. We've received news that the dragon soul has controlled the first heaven. Call out the strongest person in the dragon soul. Jin Luo said coldly. He looked like he wanted to end this quickly. The ancient gods of the deep sneered in disdain, the strongest person in the dragon soul? Humph, you're not qualified. Interesting. Jin Luo's lips curled up dangerously. He said mockingly, then this titled ancient god will kill you first. The strongest person in the dragon soul will definitely come out. Perhaps I'll have to re-evaluate the first heaven. Perhaps this trip was not in vain. Wu Qing smiled coldly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and was extremely arrogant. Die, you old bastard. Jin Luo shouted coldly, and then he suddenly shot forward. How dare you touch my dragon soul's people? You're quite bold. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter sounded. I can't sense this person's aura. Jin Luo frowned and suddenly stopped. Wu Qing frowned, 2 people came. One is only an ancient king and the other can't sense anything. This person isn't simple. In the next second, Feng Wuchen and Qiu Tian appeared. Greetings, Lord. Everyone in the Mingyuan Pavilion knelt down respectfully. Lord? Jin Luo and Wu Qing stared at Feng Wuchen. Qing Luo died in this person's hands? you're the Dragon Soul Lord? Who are you? Wu Qing asked expressionlessly. She didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. You're not qualified to know. Feng Wuchen sneered. Arrogant brat, I don't know if you have the ability to be arrogant. Jin Luo narrowed his eyes and his killing intent multiplied. You can try. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a playful smile. No matter who you are, anyone who goes against the Supreme Main God Palace must die. Let me see what you're capable of. Jin Luo shouted angrily. His fighting intent exploded as he charged at Feng Wuchen with full force. You're not qualified to fight with the Lord. An extremely cold voice sounded. Then, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. A white-titled ancient god. Wu Qing and Jin Luo's expressions changed drastically. There was a white-titled ancient god in the Dragon's Soul, no wonder Qing Luo, a titled ancient god, was killed. No wonder the first heaven was controlled by the Dragon's Soul, there was a white-titled ancient god behind him. Wasn't the Dragon's Soul Lord in front of them even more terrifying? End of chapter. If you want to fight, fight with me. The icy voice of the white tiger could be heard once again with an imperious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the white tiger appeared. The aura of a white-titled ancient god instantly crushed Wu Qing and Jin Luo's mental and psychological defenses. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This was the fear of the weak. In front of White Tiger, Wu Qing and Jin Luo felt breathless. It was as if White Tiger's appearance had dispelled the air around them. When he took a closer look, why did he find the White Tiger somewhat familiar? They couldn't remember where they had seen him before. Both of you, attack together. Don't waste time. You only have one chance. White Tiger's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes became fiercer and colder. Wu Qing and Jin Luo didn't dare to attack. Did they want to die? This was King white-titled ancient god. Even if there were 10,000 of them, they couldn't defeat a white-titled ancient god. Any cyan-titled ancient god could kill them as easily as killing an ant. What? Didn't you just say that the strongest dragon soul would come out? Why don't you dare to attack? White Tiger sneered, full of mockery and contempt. Wu Qing and Jin Luo were furious. But they didn't dare to attack. Why don't you try attacking in front of a white-titled ancient god? Wu Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She calmed herself down and said, You are enemies with the Supreme Main Temple. Aren't you afraid of offending Demon Soul Supreme? Aren't you afraid of dying? As a white-titled ancient god, you should know how powerful Demon Soul Supreme is. I advise you not to interfere in case you lose your life. I'm not afraid to tell you that Demon Soul Supreme has returned to Panga Realm. Jin Luo suppressed his fear and said angrily. He was full of threats. Are you threatening me? White Tiger appeared in front of Jin Luo and asked condescendingly. At that moment, Jin Luo was scared out of his wits. He felt as if his heart was crushed by a mountain and almost stopped beating. Wu Qing was also shocked. It was too fast, and she couldn't detect it at all. White Tiger's eyes had a domineering aura. It was as if he was playing with everyone. Jin Luo was holding his breath, and he couldn't move. You'll have to pay the price for threatening me. White Tiger sneered and pointed his index finger at Jin Luo's forehead. The moment they touched, Jin Luo's body trembled violently. He was terrified to the extreme. It seemed like a light tap, but Jin Luo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lord White-titled ancient god, I know I was wrong. Spare me. Facing the threat of death, Jin Luo admitted defeat and begged for mercy without hesitation. Don't you have the support of the Supreme Main Shrine? Didn't he have the support of the Demon Soul Sovereign? You're afraid of death too? The White Tiger mocked. Far water, can't put out a nearby fire, Jin Luo replied in fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Jin Luo was truly afraid that the White Tiger's index finger would suddenly erupt with terrifying power. He could kill him with a single finger. It would be strange if Jin Luo wasn't afraid. My lord, how should we deal with them? Should we kill it? White Tiger looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen looked at the two of them with a smile and didn't say anything. The more Feng Wuchen remained silent, the more afraid they became. If they had known that the first heaven was so terrifying, they wouldn't have come. No, 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 my lord, don't kill me. We'll leave immediately. Jean Luo knelt down in fear. My lord, we're just following orders. These are the orders of the great elder of the 33rd heaven. We didn't want to come. Wu Qing also knelt down. The great elder of the 33rd heaven? The white tiger sneered. It's that old thing. He's the only one who likes to meddle in other people's business. You're white. Killing God white tiger. Wu Qing suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth in fear. She stared at the white tiger with wide eyes. After thinking for a long time, she finally remembered. It was fine if she didn't remember, but now that she did, she was scared out of her wits. Killing God white tiger? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't know that the white tiger had such a title. To have such a title, the white tiger was very famous in the Panga realm. The killing god white tiger was an unruly existence, but he was willing to submit and accept Feng Wuchen's guidance. Killing god white tiger? Qiu Tian was also surprised. After all, they didn't know much about the white tiger's past and had never asked. What? White. Killing god white tiger? Jean Luo's eyes were about to fly out. Jean Luo's mind was blown. He was scared out of his wits. He dared to threaten the killing god white tiger. The killing god white tiger was the most terrifying existence among the white-titled ancient gods. Even the black-titled ancient gods had to be wary of him. Oh? You recognize me? The white tiger looked at Wu Qing in surprise. It was indeed the killing god white tiger. White tiger, I didn't expect you to have the title of killing god. You must be very famous in the Panga realm, right? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Compared to my lord, I'm not worth mentioning. The white tiger smiled embarrassedly. My lord, they were sent by the great elder of the 33rd heaven. We can't let them go. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. The ancient gods of the deep quickly said. Old thing. Shut up. Jean Luo roared at the ancient gods of the deep. My lord, don't listen to him. When we go back, we won't say anything. We won't say anything. My lord, please spare our lives. Jean Luo looked at Feng Wuchen, kowtowing and begging. There will be more trouble whether we kill them or not. It's just a matter of time. Feng Wuchen said faintly, kill them. We should go to the second heaven. No. My lord, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. It was the great elder who ordered us. It had nothing to do with us. Jean Luo and Wu Qing were desperate. They kowtowed frantically and cried. They had just stepped into the first heaven for less than an hour. They had wanted to regain control of the first heaven and nurture the ancient gods. Everything had gone down the drain. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. The first heaven is no longer the first heaven of the past. If you barge in recklessly, you will lose your life. Remember this in your next life. The white tiger grinned coldly. TSK TSK. Two terrifying rays of light flashed and instantly pierced through the glabella of Jean Luo and Wu Qing. The two green-titled ancient gods died on the spot. Barging into the first heaven had violated the order of the first heaven. Attacking and even threatening the dragon's soul was a crime punishable by death. Moreover, they were from the Paragon main shrine. They deserved to die. Feng Wuchen made a grabbing motion, and two storage rings flew over. Ancient gods of the deep, their storage rings are yours. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Thank you, my lord. The ancient gods of the deep thanked him respectfully. Pass down my order. The dragon's soul and the experts under him are to head to the second heaven immediately. Take down the second heaven in 2 hours. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes. Qiu Tian and the white tiger said respectfully. End of chapter. The dragon's soul venerables order immediately spread to all the major forces in the first layer of heaven. Dragon soul, Mingyuan pavilion, control shrine, Tianyun temple and other major forces experts all gathered. Looking at the cultivators of the major forces, Jianchou said excitedly, we have a lot of experts in the first layer of heaven. The strongest was the dragon soul. The dragon soul venerable that Do Hun had recruited last time were all ancient gods and ancient lords. A mid-stage ancient king fighting his way up to the second heaven. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Long Xianxia smiled happily. Kuei-ing said indifferently, only Lord Sovereign has such courage. Shan Tong glanced at Feng Wuchen and said with a smile, you just killed 2 titled ancient gods and now you're fighting your way to the second layer of heaven. Brother Feng is really domineering. The strength of the second layer of heaven should not be much stronger than the first layer of heaven. Moreover, the colored glass shrine and the others are scared out of their wits. This battle should not waste too much time. Long Xiaofeng said with a smile. Qianniu shook his head slightly and said indifferently, the colored glass shrine should not be the only major force in the second layer of heaven. There are definitely existences that can contend with them. Patriarch Qianniu is right. Long Shihun nodded with a smile. Feng Brat, give the order. Long Shitian urged. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said with a smile, ancient gods of the deep, open the barrier. Everyone can't wait. Yes. Ancient gods of the deep replied respectfully. A terrifying power was activated. Ancient gods of the deep put his hands together. Not long after, a huge hole was torn in the barrier of the void. Let's go. Feng Wuchen roared. The army attacked and killed their way to the second layer of heaven. Senior brother is really in the mood. Ancient Shaman Emperor smiled faintly. With senior brother's identity and strength, isn't it better to directly establish the dragon's soul in the 36th layer of heaven? If you are strong enough, why are you afraid that the other layers of heaven will not submit? I really don't understand why you have to fight your way up from the first layer of heaven. Nailengong shook his head. Feng Wuchen was the senior brother of the great ancient Shaman Emperor and the others, so he could completely control the ancient alchemy divine palace. The divine elixir pavilion had already submitted to Feng Wuchen. In addition to his identity as the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, he could create a terrifying dragon soul. Senior brother should be tempering his strength, the ancient shaman great emperor said with a faint smile. Second layer of heaven. Myriad Dao Immortal Palace. Reporting to Palace Master, we have already investigated everything. The first heaven has already been completely controlled by the dragon soul, Fu Tianshu and the glazed Palace Master have already been killed, and an army of nearly 100,000, other than the glazed Palace Protector elders and the Palace Masters and elders of a few large forces, everyone else has been killed. The experts who had returned from scouting respectfully reported. As expected. Myriad Dao Palatial Master took a deep breath. Where did this dragon soul come from? Can a titled ancient god be killed? The great elder was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't imagine it. Almost 100,000 soldiers were all killed. The second elder and the other higher-ups were so frightened that their hearts trembled. In the main hall, there was an aura of fear. Recalling the abnormal behavior of the glazed palace and a few other large forces, how scared were they? The dragon's soul must not be provoked. Myriad Dao Palatial Master had already made up his mind to never provoke the dragon's soul. For the Myriad Dao Palatial Master to say this, it was enough to show how terrifying the dragon's soul was. Palace Master, the glazed palace has suffered great losses. Should we take the opportunity to annex them? The great guardian asked. Myriad Dao Palatial Master suppressed the fear in his heart and said, the dragon's soul will fight its way to the second layer of heaven sooner or later. Annexing the glazed palace is already meaningless. Could it be that our Myriad Dao's immortal palace also has to submit to the dragon's soul? An ancient lord asked, clearly unwilling to do so. Not provoking the dragon's soul doesn't mean that we have to submit to the dragon's soul. Although the dragon's soul is strong, the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace is not to be bullied, Myriad Dao Palatial Master said in a deep voice. Although he was afraid of the dragon's soul, he was not afraid to the extent of submitting to the dragon's soul. Myriad Dao Palatial Master dared to not submit to the dragon's soul. It seemed that he had some trump cards. Pass down the order. No one in the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace is allowed to provoke the dragon's soul. Even if the dragon's soul fights its way to the second layer of heaven, we will not interfere. Myriad Dao Palatial Master ordered. But just as Myriad Dao Palatial Master gave the order, a guard rushed in with a panicked expression. Reporting to Palace Master, something big has happened. Dragon. Dragon Soul is here. The guard reported in horror, his mind blank. What? The Dragon Soul is here? The expressions of the upper echelons in the hall changed. The Dragon Soul came so quickly, was the Dragon Soul already so domineering? Reporting to Palace Master, many experts from the Dragon Soul came. The Glazed Palace and many other major factions have submitted to them. The guard said in horror. Did the Dragon Soul go on a killing spree? The Protector asked anxiously, looking a little flustered. There is no need to go on a killing spree. The various factions in the second layer of heaven should have guessed that the Glazed Palace had failed. Wherever the Dragon Soul went, all the major factions submitted to them. The guard replied in horror. Directly submitted, the upper echelons in the hall were completely dumbfounded. The various factions in the second layer of heaven were not fools. The Glazed Palace prohibited their disciples from going out. The other 4 major factions also closed their doors. The 100,000-strong army was nowhere to be seen. Even a fool could guess that something had happened. Not long after, the Dragon Soul came to the second layer of heaven. Which major faction dared not to submit? Myriad Tao Palatial Master's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Palace Master, what do we do now? An elder asked worriedly. The great elder said solemnly, the Dragon Soul came aggressively. He must be very confident in his own strength. The Dragon Soul came to the second layer of heaven, so he must have made sufficient preparations. However, it is not so easy to control the second layer of heaven. The Myriad Tao Immortal Palace will not make a move. Myriad Tao Palatial Master said solemnly, as long as we don't make a move, the Dragon Soul will not touch us. Myriad Tao Palatial Master had a certain level of confidence in his own strength. However, in the next second, he was slapped in the face. Palace Master, we can't do this. The Dragon Soul has already arrived at our Myriad Tao Immortal Palace. The guard panicked. What? They are already here? Myriad Tao Palatial Master was shocked. His old eyes were about to pop out. The Protector Elders and the upper echelons could no longer sit still. Wasn't the Dragon Soul too domineering? They actually came so quickly. Did they really think that the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace was a pushover? They are here. They are all here. They are all outside the hall. The guard was so anxious that he was about to cry. If they were not here, would I be so terrified? Myriad Tao Immortal Palace, one of the second layer of heaven's superpowers. The Dragon Soul will give you 2 choices. 1. Submit. 2. Die. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from outside the hall. Since he wanted to fight his way to the 36th layer of heaven, he definitely couldn't be merciful. Feng Wuchen had to use his strength to suppress them. The domineering and arrogant words entered the hall, causing it to fall into dead silence. The Protector Elders and the others all looked at the Myriad Tao Palatial Master. The Myriad Tao Immortal Palace was in a life-and-death situation, so they had no right to make a decision. Only the Myriad Tao Palatial Master could make a decision. The Myriad Tao Palatial Master's face turned from gloomy to ferocious. He walked out of the hall with the Protectors and Elders following behind. Not long later, the Myriad Tao Palace Master and the Elders walked out. Seeing the disciples and guards of the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace kneeling down, the Myriad Tao Palace Master and the rest looked even worse. Only when the Myriad Tao Palace Master and the Elders appeared did the disciples and guards dare to stand up. Lord, the one at the front is the Myriad Tao Palace Master, the ancient gods of the deep said respectfully. Ancient God White Feather respectfully said, although the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace is powerful and is on par with the colored glass divine temple, the one who truly controls the second heaven is the subordinate faction of the Sovereign God Palace, the Thunderfire Holy Temple, and the 3 other factions under it. Feng Wuchen nodded and sized up the Myriad Tao Palace Master. Dragon Soul Lord, when your Dragon Soul fought its way to the second heaven, the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace didn't care at all. We also didn't offend you. Why did you attack the Myriad Tao Immortal Palace? The Myriad Tao Palace Master asked in a deep voice as he stared at Feng Wuchen. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's age. He was able to control the first heaven at such a young age and even killed Fu Tianshu and the colored glass divine palace master. He was a genius among geniuses. If he wasn't a genius, how could he kill an ancient god and a titled ancient god at such a young age? Because I want the myriad Dao immortal palace to submit. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It seemed like a simple sentence, but it carried with it an unquestionable dignity. Arrogant, domineering, the moment this was said, the myriad Dao palace master and the elders exploded in anger. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and their veins were bulging. Many disciples and guards were also infuriated. However, no one dared to go against them. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. You're going too far, the myriad Dao palace master gritted his teeth and said furiously. His eyes were about to spit fire. The myriad Dao immortal palace didn't provoke the dragon soul, but the dragon soul came knocking on their door and didn't care about the myriad Dao immortal palace at all. Did they really think that the myriad Dao immortal palace was a pushover? Palace master, the dragon soul is too arrogant. The protector gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, unable to bear it any longer. How dare you bully our myriad Dao immortal palace? The great elder's face twitched violently as he wished he could swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Old thing, stop being so wishy-washy. Are you going to submit or not? Say something. Lu Qingyang could not help but scold impatiently. Old thing, how dare he insult the myriad Dao palace master as an old thing? The myriad Dao palatial master was about to go crazy from anger. A cold murderous aura burst out in an instant. However, the expressions of Feng Wuchen and his group did not change at all. They all looked like they were going to eat the myriad Dao immortal palace. He was treating the myriad Dao's immortal palace like a worm. Who could bear this? The myriad Dao palatial master got angrier the more he looked at it. Stinking brat. The myriad Dao immortal palace was not to be trifled with. How dare you disregard the myriad Dao immortal palace and insult me? Even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I will make you pay a painful price. The myriad Dao palace master suddenly roared furiously as his murderous aura exploded. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I am looking forward to the myriad Dao immortal palace's strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Buzz buzz, terrifying shockwaves swept out like a storm, and a violent and terrifying power began to erupt. The myriad Dao palace master's strength was comparable to the colored glaze palace masters. They were both experts who were half a step away from becoming green-titled ancient gods. Myriad Dao immortal palace, listen to my command. Kill without mercy. The myriad Dao palace master roared furiously. The words kill without mercy were enough to show how furious the myriad Dao palace master was. Kill without mercy. The myriad Dao immortal palace suddenly let out a deafening roar as murderous aura exploded continuously. The dragon soul's arrogance and overbearingness had completely infuriated the disciples of the myriad Dao immortal palace. Their faces were ferocious and their eyes were bloodshot. They were like vicious wolves. Stinking brat. This ancient god wants to see how capable you are. The myriad Dao palace master roared furiously as he shot forward like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Feng Wuchen said coldly. With this order, the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god Baiyu attacked at the same time. Kill. Jianzhou roared furiously. The dragon soul supremacies all moved out. Long Xiaoyang, Long Qi, and Lu Qingyang also attacked. A great battle was about to erupt. The faces of Lu Qingyang, Shan Tong, and the others were filled with excitement. Their fighting spirit was high. Ming Yuan, Baiyu, the two of you are not this ancient god's match, the myriad Dao palace master roared furiously. The myriad Dao palace master was indeed qualified to say this. The myriad Dao immortal palace was very powerful, and its protectors and three elders were all ancient gods. The entire myriad Dao immortal palace had 8 ancient gods. This was also why the myriad Dao palace master dared to shed all pretense of cordiality with the dragon soul. There's still us. High in the sky, 10 odd figures appeared, and a terrifying shockwave swept forth. Dragon soul ancient god experts. Ancient god experts. The myriad Dao palace master's expression changed, and he was stunned. Dragon soul actually had 13 ancient gods, no wonder it was so arrogant and domineering. Dragon soul had come prepared. There are actually 13 ancient gods. The palace master and the elders can't win against 15 ancient gods. Even Fu Tianshu is dead. Dragon Soul definitely has a titled ancient god. Dragon Soul is too strong. We're no match for Dragon Soul. The entire Myriad Dao Immortal Palace felt like they had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. The battle had just begun, and they had already lost in terms of momentum. How were they supposed to fight 15 ancient gods? It was impossible to win. Myriad Dao Palace Master, how many can you fight? The ancient gods of the deep asked with a sneer. The 8 ancient gods gave it their all, but they were all defeated in the end. In front of 15 ancient gods, they were clearly too weak. Even though the Myriad Dao Palace Master was a peak ancient god, it was difficult for him to resist the power of 15 ancient gods. As for the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace disciples, they were completely crushed. In less than an hour, the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace suffered heavy casualties. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Dragon Soul had dozens of ancient lords. Against Tian Xing and a few others had reached the peak ancient lord realm, and they were extremely strong. The entire palace was filled with the thick smell of blood. Lu Qingyang and Jian Chou might only be at the ancient king and ancient emperor realm, but they were abnormally strong, and their methods were extremely cruel. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace disciples were all frightened out of their wits. Even the experts who had just joined Dragon Soul broke out in cold sweat at the ferocity of Lu Qingyang and the others. The heavily injured Myriad Dao Palace Master was filled with grief and indignation. If he had submitted, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. The Myriad Dao Palace Master was indignant. Ancient God Lei Yin, this ancient god agrees to your conditions. Give up the 6-star Pangu artifact. Make your move. The grief-stricken Myriad Dao Palace Master suddenly roared at the void. Hearing the Myriad Dao Palace Master's roar, Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. But to the Myriad Dao Palace Master's disappointment, there was no response. Ancient God Lei Yin, are you going to watch the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace be destroyed? The Myriad Dao Palace Master roared. Myriad Dao Palace Master, you are not qualified to discuss conditions with this ancient god. Is it difficult for this ancient god to obtain the 6-star Pangu artifact? A cold and contemptuous voice came from the void. The vitality of the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace had been greatly damaged, and they had indeed lost the qualifications to negotiate. But from ancient god Thunderflame's words, it seemed like he didn't care about the Dragon Soul at all. He, ancient god Thunderflame, could take the 6-star Pangu artifact at any time. No one could stop him. Ancient God Lei Yin. The Myriad Dao Palace Master was infuriated. His old face was as malevolent as a ferocious tiger as he roared, how dare you deceive this ancient god? You don't care about my Myriad Dao Immortal Palace. Myriad Dao Palace Master, this ancient god did not deceive you. The colored glass divine palace has already submitted, and your Myriad Dao Immortal Palace is indeed the overlord of the second heaven. This ancient god will definitely not go back on his promise to you. Unfortunately, your Myriad Dao Immortal Palace is no match for the Dragon Soul. You have no fate with the position of overlord. Ancient god Thunderflame let out a disdainful laugh. You. Pooh. The Myriad Dao Palace Master was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Myriad Dao Palace Master, have you thought it through? The disciples of the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace won't be able to hold on for much longer, Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, ignoring ancient god Lei Yin. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace suffered heavy casualties, and the number of deaths increased rapidly. Palace Lord, submit. The Great Elder said helplessly and sorrowfully. The Protector also urged in horror, Palace Master, don't hesitate anymore. The disciples are all going to die. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace is willing to submit. The Myriad Dao Immortal Palace Master didn't hesitate at all. The Myriad Dao Palace Master was very clear that if the Thunderfire Sacred Hall didn't make a move and didn't submit, everyone in the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace would die. He didn't want to see his years of hard work go to waste. Stop. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dragon Soul's people immediately stopped. Even if they were about to kill the other party, they did not make a move. Everyone from Dragon Soul withdrew. The disciples and guards of the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace fell to the ground as if they had been pardoned. That intense feeling of death was too terrifying. Wouldn't it have been better if you had surrendered earlier? Lu Qingyang sneered. So many disciples died before they submitted. You were the ones who caused their deaths, Long Qi said with a grin. The myriad Dao Palace head was filled with regret. If they had submitted from the start, they wouldn't have killed so many disciples and guards. However, the myriad Dao Palace master had never expected that ancient god Thunderflame would stand by and do nothing at such a crucial moment. Sovereign Lord Dragon Soul, to show my sincerity, I am willing to hand over the 6-star Pengu artifact. It is currently sealed deep within the palace. The myriad Dao Palace master respectfully cupped his fists and reported. In his opinion, Feng Wuchen must also want to obtain the 6-star Pengu artifact. I don't think so, Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. These 3 simple words stunned the myriad Dao Palace master and the others. The disciples of the myriad Dao Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. They all looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. That was a terrifying 6-star Pengu weapon. Feng Wuchen actually said that he didn't like her. Did I hear wrongly? Even titled ancient gods might not have a 6-star Pengu weapon. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. As a golden titled ancient god, Duhan only had the 7-star Pangu sword. In Pengu realm, Pengu artifacts with 6 stars or higher were extremely rare. They were enough to make titled ancient gods fight to the death. Looking at the dumbfounded myriad Dao Palace master, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, do you want to give it to ancient god Thunderflame? Even if I die, I won't give it to him. The myriad Dao Palace master gritted his teeth and said angrily. At this moment, he wished he could tear ancient god Thunderflame into pieces. I don't want to give it to him either, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Little Zhang, destroy the 6-star Pengu artifact. Feng Wuchen looked at Zhang Junlan and said with a smile. Yes. Teacher. Zhang Junlan said respectfully. If you want to destroy the 6-star Pengu artifact, you will have to see if this ancient god agrees to it. Ancient god Thunderflame's gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Who do you think you are? Do I need your agreement to do anything? Are you even worthy? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile of disdain. Little Zhang, go and bring it back. I will destroy it. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. I will destroy it for you to see. The moment these words came out, the myriad Dao Palace master and the others were stupefied once more and stood motionless. Did he need to be so arrogant and domineering? Ancient god Thunderflame was a titled ancient god. The Thunderflame Temple was the true overlord of the second heaven. It was so strong that even 10 myriad Dao immortal palaces would not be its match. Even though it was such a powerful existence, Feng Wuchen dared to say that ancient god Thunderflame was nothing. Within the Thunderflame Temple, ancient god Thunderflame was also stunned. He clearly did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant. He did not even care about a titled ancient god. An incomparably intense rage surged into his heart, and a chilling killing intent that could shake one's soul surged out like a tsunami. Ancient god Thunderflame was enraged. All the upper echelon members in the hall were given a fright. The first was ancient god Thunderflame's anger and killing intent. The second was Feng Wuchen's arrogance. They also did not expect that the dragon soul from the first heaven would not care about ancient god Thunderflame. He even dared to insult him. The Thunderflame Temple was a subordinate faction of the Paragon God Palace. Did he really think that he could contend against the Thunderflame Temple just because he controlled the first heaven? While they were still in shock and disbelief, the myriad Dao Immortal Palace's master had already brought Zhang Junlan to the depths of the palace. After the myriad Dao Immortal Palace's master removed the seal, Zhang Junlan brought the 6-star Pengu artifact to Feng Wuchen. Watch carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered as he activated the myriad fire ancestor to burn the 6-star Pengu artifact. Terrifying white flames appeared, and the domineering aura scared the souls of everyone in the myriad Dao Immortal Palaces. In less than 10 seconds, the 6-star Pengu artifact melted. The powerful Pengu artifact was completely destroyed. Do you see it? Do you still think that I need your permission to do anything? Feng Wuchen sneered as he waved his hand and threw away the melted debris. Feng Wuchen not only dared to say that ancient god Thunderflame was nothing, he even dared to prove it. Feng Wuchen originally thought that ancient god Thunderflame would appear. However, even after the 6-star Pengu artifact was destroyed, he did not even see half a shadow. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill ancient god Thunderflame, but unfortunately, he did not come. Dragon Soul. Ancient god Thunderflame's eyes narrowed into a straight line as his facial muscles twitched violently. Palace Master, this Dragon Soul Sovereign is too arrogant. He's humiliating you, Hall Master. An elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The Grand Elder frowned deeply as he said gravely, this Dragon Soul Sovereign is indeed arrogant, but he has the ability to do so. Don't forget that Fu Tianshu also died in his hands. If he did not have any ability, how would he dare to be so arrogant? This should be the reason why Palace Master did not take action. Ancient God Thunderflame forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart as he said gloomily, those who look down on him are all dead. This brat intentionally angered this ancient god to lure this ancient god out so that he can kill me. There must be a powerful titled ancient god behind the Dragon Soul. Ancient God Thunderflame truly did not dare to rashly take action. After all, no one knew just how powerful the Dragon Soul was. Grand Elder, immediately send a message to Third Heaven and send someone to investigate the Dragon Soul's strength, Ancient God Thunderflame said coldly. I destroyed the 6-star Pangu artifact, but you did not react at all? Could it be that you are afraid of our Dragon Soul? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer, looking like he had given an inch and wanted a mile. Feng Wuchen wanted to provoke Ancient God Thunderflame so that he could lure him out. Although Thunderflame Ancient God wasn't afraid of Dragon Soul, he didn't dare to underestimate them. After all, Thunderflame Temple was a subordinate force of Supreme Main Divine Palace. Although they were too weak and Supreme Main Divine Palace didn't care about them, they still had people behind them. Brother Feng, I don't think that guy dares to come out at all, Lu Qingyang said with a playful smile. Dragon Emperor shrugged and smiled. Brother Feng, let's go. Emissary, order someone to take over the Great Dao Palace, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, the emissary replied respectfully. Ancient gods of the deep, are there any other evil forces in the second heaven? Feng Wuchen looked at ancient gods of the deep and asked. Dragon Soul didn't defeat all the forces in the second heaven. Dragon Soul only targeted the evil forces. Dragon Soul didn't touch any of the righteous forces in the second heaven. Thunderflame Temple and the 3 forces under it, ancient gods of the deep replied respectfully. They're not in a hurry. Let's go back to Colored Glass Temple first. We'll cultivate there for the time being, Feng Wuchen said lightly and then led the army to retreat. Warrior Soul, bring the Dragon Soul Venerables to the second heaven Colored Glass Temple directly, Feng Wuchen said to Warrior Soul. Warrior Soul immediately brought the Dragon Soul Venerables to the second heaven Colored Glass Temple after receiving the message. This time, Dohun was recruiting ancient gods and titled ancient gods. The lineup was stronger than the first time. Lord, how are Knight and Lifang Sword Principal Domain? It's been more than a month, Warrior Soul asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I'm afraid they need my guidance. Emperor Yi Jun wants to track down the Reincarnation Pagoda, and you want to recruit the Dragon Soul Venerables. Although Qiu Tian's guidance isn't a problem, their progress is too slow. They're improving their cultivation now. We'll see how it goes in a month. Anyway, they won't be worse than the Ancient God Pavilion. If he didn't make any achievements, how could he slap the faces of those experts in the Ancient God Pavilion? Big Brother Feng, it's all Big Brother Lu Qingyang and Big Brother Jianchao's fault. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes at Lu Qingyang. Qingqing, this is called giving them motivation. This is helping them cultivate, Lu Qingyang explained. Shan Tong shook his head helplessly and said, only Qingyang can say such shameless words. Haha. Long Shuling and the others burst into laughter. Lu Qingyang wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen glanced at him, scaring him into shutting his mouth. Jianchou didn't dare to let out a fart as he broke out in cold sweat. Lu Qingyang is poisonous. I must stay away from him. Qingqing, didn't you go to the Mu clan with Xiaoxiao and the others? Feng Wuchen asked. Mu Wanner had invited Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to the Mu clan to be guests mainly to thank the Dragon Soul for saving her life. She had also invited Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen had tactfully declined. Qingqing, let's go. Sister Wanner is already waiting for us at the Dragon Soul. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao's chuckle could be heard. Big brother Feng, let's go. Miao Qingqing ran out of the hall. My lord, I'll go and protect Madam, Purple Succubus said respectfully. No need. Cultivate well. Let Lai Feng and the others protect her secretly. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. With a peak-titled ancient god as her bodyguard, as long as they weren't great emperors, no one could touch Ling Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The envoy suddenly sent news. The myriad Dao Immortal Palace has been destroyed? Feng Wuchen frowned. The Thunderfire Temple did it. They were very ruthless. The myriad Dao Palace Master and the others were heavily injured and couldn't resist at all. We couldn't save them in time, the envoy said respectfully. Feng Wuchen sneered, it seems like the Thunderfire Temple was worried that our dragon soul would become stronger, so they didn't give the myriad Dao Palace Master and the others a chance to live. The myriad Dao Immortal Palace had 8 ancient gods. They weren't weak. My lord, when should we take action? The envoy asked respectfully. The myriad Dao Immortal Palace is an evil force. It's not worth pitying them. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and smiled faintly, now isn't the time to take action. We still need to wait. Wait? I don't understand. The envoy shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Annihilating the Thunderfire Temple is a piece of cake for us dragon souls. But after annihilating them, stronger people will appear. Right now, the Thunderfire Temple is more anxious than us to annihilate them. They must be making preparations. When the time comes, we'll wipe them all out. Now that we have time, we should cultivate properly. If we have nothing to do, we can drink tea, drink wine, and chat. Isn't that good? I see. The envoy nodded his head. The dragon's soul had already reached the second heaven. Sooner or later, they would move against the Thunderfire Temple. Since that was the case, the Thunderfire Temple naturally wouldn't give the dragon's soul a chance to grow stronger. The Thunderfire ancient god really wanted to destroy the dragon's soul as soon as possible and kill Feng Wuchen with his own hands. He wanted to let Feng Wuchen know who was the real overlord of the second heaven. Swish, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Greetings, ancient god Jing Yan. The envoy bowed respectfully and left. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked. Jing Yan reported respectfully, my lord, something happened to Hong Ji. Aren't you cultivating in the first heaven? What's going on? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. Jing Yan said respectfully, my lord, Hong Ji received a voice transmission and went to the 33rd heaven. Jing Yan told him what had happened. In the 33rd heaven, the young pavilion master of the heavenly void pavilion captured Hong Ji's sister to lure her out. The young pavilion master of the heavenly void pavilion had admired Hong Ji for many years, but unfortunately, he couldn't get what he wanted. It wasn't easy for him to capture Hong Ji's sister, so he immediately informed Hong Ji. Hong Ji's trip resulted in an accident. Hong Ji is from the Ice Abyss Godluan clan. They have already been destroyed. Where did her sister come from? Feng Wuchen asked, his expression turning cold. I'm not too sure either. Jing Yan shook his head. How's the strength of the heavenly void pavilion? Feng Wuchen asked, a hint of viciousness flashing across his eyes. Very strong. Their strength is second only to the God's Eye Palace, and the pavilion master is a black-titled ancient god, Jing Yan replied respectfully. Not everyone is qualified to touch the people of the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Feng Wuchen activated his space-time divine power. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with Jing Yan in a flash. Feng Wuchen's space-time divine power was integrated with space divine power. He could completely ignore the barrier of the Panga realm. After arriving at the 33rd heaven, Jing Yan brought Feng Wuchen to the heavenly void pavilion. My lord, the great elder of the God's Eye Palace, Emperor Dark Eye, is in charge of every heaven under the 33rd heaven. He has a close relationship with the heavenly void pavilion, Jing Yan said respectfully. Emperor Dark Eye's status is even higher than that of the God's Eye Palace Master. In the Supreme Main Palace, he's the strongest below the Great Emperor. He's a black-titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen said coldly, I don't care who he is. Those who touch my dragon's soul must pay the price. Feng Wuchen was also an extremely protective person. "My lord, what's wrong? Hongji is not in the Heavenly Void Pavilion." When they were about to reach the Heavenly Void Pavilion, Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped. In the direction of the Heavenly Void Pavilion, he could not sense Hongji's soul essence at all. The power of Nether Emperor's life soul could control any soul body. At the same time, it could also sense the essence of any soul body. If Feng Wuchen said that she was not in the Heavenly Void Pavilion, Hongji was definitely not there. "Hongji, where are you?" Jing Yan hurriedly asked through voice transmission. However, Hongji did not respond. "My lord," Hongji did not respond, Jing Yan said with a frown, becoming more and more worried. Hongji did not respond. Either something had happened or there was a barrier blocking her. Feng Wuchen activated the power of his life soul again and closed his eyes to search for the essence of Hongji's soul body. In the south. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept to the south. "South?" Jing Yan frowned slightly and said, "My lord, I know. She's in the 10,000 Flower Valley." 10,000 Flower Valley? Feng Wuchen had never heard of this place. The 10,000 Flower Valley is a large force. The 10,000 Flower Valley is filled with beautiful women. It's a place where the young master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion often goes. Many young masters of large forces like to go there to have fun, Jing Yan replied. A large force allows various large forces to have fun there? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with disbelief. This is also the brilliance of the 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master. Although the 10,000 Flower Valley is not as strong as the Heavenly Void Pavilion, even the God's Eye Palace has to be wary of it. Jing Yan said respectfully, "It's because the 10,000 Flower Valley's appeal is very terrifying. The large forces from the 30th to the 36th heaven are all related to the 10,000 Flower Valley." Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, "Are you saying that the 10,000 Flower Valley is equivalent to a brothel? The female disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley provide fun for the young masters of the various large forces in order to build relationships?" "That's right. Many women who want to curry favor with the young masters of the large forces want to join the 10,000 Flower Valley," Jing Yan said respectfully. Jing Yan said respectfully, "The direct disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley are all very powerful geniuses. I heard that they are all red-titled ancient gods. Without a certain level of power and status, one doesn't have the right to see them. According to what I know, young Master Di Tian has the right to see them. Even black-titled ancient gods might not be able to see them. Young Master Di Tian was at the Great Emperor realm. He naturally had the qualifications to do so. If that's the case, this 10,000 Flower Valley really isn't simple." Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. The 10,000 Flower Valley was located in a majestic immortal mountain in the south. There were hundreds of palaces built on the immortal mountain. At a glance, there were many young men playing in the palaces in the valley. A myriad of flowers bloomed in the gorge, and it was suffused with an extremely comfortable and refreshing fragrance. It was as if one was able to instantly forget all troubles. "What a unique fragrance," Jing Yan said. 10,000 Soul Silk Flower. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. "This is a kind of flower that can cause slight hallucinations. It's also poisonous. If one breathes in too much of the fragrance of the flower, one will develop inner demons, and one's resentment will become stronger and stronger. In the end, one will release one's evil side." "Lord, is this flower so scary?" Jing Yan was so frightened that he had goosebumps all over his body. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Don't you know about this place? You should know that people who come to this place often get angry easily. Their temperaments are violent, and they will kill people if they don't get along." "That's right. It's like that." Jing Yan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was sweating profusely. "Don't worry. 1 or 2 times won't be a problem. The fragrance will disappear in a few days." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The 10,000 Soul Silk Flower is often used to refine hallucinatory powder. If it is used together with a formation, it will be very scary. If the 10,000 Flower Valley has an alchemist, then it must have an extremely powerful illusory formation. There really is an alchemist, an ancient god realm alchemist. Let's go and take a look." Feng Wuchen had already sensed a powerful soul power. It came from the palace of the 10,000 Flower Valley's master. Lord, are we going to save people just like this? Jing Yan asked in shock. What else? Feng Wuchen asked in reply. Although the 10,000 Flower Valley was strong, the dragon soul was not weak either. The 10,000 Flower Valley's network was terrifying, but was Feng Wuchen's network weak? The 10,000 Flower Valley's appeal was terrifying, but was Feng Wuchen's appeal not terrifying? A new guest has come to the 10,000 Flower Valley. There is also a blue-colored titled Ancient God. Pass down my orders. Receive them well and do not neglect them. In the main palace, a beautiful woman was lying on the main seat. The beautiful woman did not look very old, but her body emitted an extremely powerful aura. She was the 10,000 Flower Valley's master, Queen 10,000 Flower, any titled Ancient God, the young master of a large faction, or the eldest disciple of a person with status and power were qualified to enter the 10,000 Flower Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley liked to make friends with experts. Regardless of which titled Ancient God it was, the 10,000 Flower Valley would make friends with them. This was because the greater the network, the more terrifying the status. Jing Yan was a blue-colored titled Ancient God. Naturally, she was qualified. Lords, welcome to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Two female disciples wearing white brocades flew over to welcome them. They were delicate and pretty. Their sweet laughter made people feel relaxed and happy. Thank you, Feng Wuchen thanked them politely. However, when Feng Wuchen entered the 10,000 Flower Valley, he flew directly to the palace where Hongji was. Jing Yan followed closely behind him. Lords, this is the first time you have come to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Hence, you do not understand the 10,000 Flower Valley. Please follow me. I will bring you there and tell you the rules of the 10,000 Flower Valley. The two female disciples used a strange movement skill to block Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan. Lord, this way please, the other female disciple said respectfully with a smile. No need. You don't have to worry about me. I am here to look for someone. Please move aside, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The female disciple who blocked Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Lord, without the permission of the other guest, you cannot disturb him. This is the rule of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, there are no rules here. What does your 10,000 Flower Valley's rules have to do with me? Move aside. Jing Yan shouted coldly. She released a powerful aura. Lords, it seems like you have come to the 10,000 Flower Valley to behave atrociously. Let me give you a reminder. Even great emperors have to show some respect to the 10,000 Flower Valley. You. The female disciple's smiling face instantly turned cold. I told you to move aside. Feng Wuchen interrupted her. His voice was bone-chilling. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes scared the female disciple so much that she trembled. The other female disciple was also frightened. What a terrifying gaze, that unquestionable and supreme might seem to be above all things. With just a gaze, the two female disciples involuntarily retreated to the side. Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan flew directly to Hongji's palace. Quickly report to the Valley Master. Someone has come to the 10,000 Flower Valley to behave atrociously. After a while, the two female disciples reacted. End of chapter. A female disciple quickly flew to the main palace to report. After all, Jing Yan was a blue-level titled Ancient God. Every titled Ancient God, even the weakest green-level titled Ancient God, was a symbol of status. Your Majesty, someone has barged into the 10,000 Flower Valley, the female disciple reported respectfully. Oh? Barging into the 10,000 Flower Valley? Queen 10,000 Flower was very surprised, as though this was something impossible. For so many years, other than young Master Di Tian, no one else has barged in. It seems like the 10,000 Flower Valley has been peaceful for too long. But that's good. I'm bored, and it's interesting to have some people here to cause trouble. Queen 10,000 Flower's every movement was extremely elegant, and her entire body emitted a noble aura that was extremely lethal to men. She was definitely a target that all men in Panga Field wanted to conquer. The 10,000 Flower Valley has been peaceful for too long. The people outside have probably forgotten how powerful the 10,000 Flower Valley is, an elder said with a charming smile as a vicious look flashed across her beautiful eyes. The female disciple reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, they just arrived, but we don't know who they are. However, one of them has a very frightening look." "So, it's the two new guests." Queen 10,000 Flower laughed softly. A barely detectable vicious look flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, on the other side. "How dare you behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley? You must be tired of living." Another female disciple's pretty face was extremely cold. Thinking back to how embarrassing she had been, her heart was filled with rage. Swish! 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 Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan had just flown a short distance when dozens of 10,000 Flower Valley disciples rushed into the sky and blocked their path. Waves of murderous intent locked onto Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan. "How dare you all? How dare you behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley? No one dares to behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Anyone who dares to behave atrociously and cause trouble must die. Leave the 10,000 Flower Valley immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The 10,000 Flower Valley disciples were all very powerful. Even when facing a titled ancient god, they were not afraid at all. "Little brat, do you think you can behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley just because you have a blue-level titled ancient god? Are indigo titled ancient gods very strong? You came to the 10,000 Flower Valley to behave atrociously and disturb our mood. There's no need for the 10,000 Flower Valley to do anything. With a single order from this young master, you'll be reduced to ashes. There will always be arrogant people who don't know what kind of place the 10,000 Flower Valley is. Even great emperors have to be wary of you, yet you two dare to behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley? You must be tired of living." Mocking laughter could be heard from several palaces. Feng Wuchen ignored these mocking sneers. "I am Wanhua Shui. If the two of you are here as guests, the 10,000 Flower Valley will definitely treat you as guests. However, if you are here to cause trouble, then you have come to the wrong place." A clear and dignified voice rang out. "Greetings, Protector." Dozens of female disciples bowed respectfully. Pink flower petals drifted out of thin air and immediately transformed into a stunningly beautiful fairy. She was charming and flirtatious. Wanhua Shui was an ancient god realm expert and she was very powerful. Wanhua Shui rolled her beautiful eyes and glanced at the stunning fairy indifferently. She laughed softly and said, "Even if you are an indigo titled ancient god, you won't have a good ending if you behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley." In the past, many titled ancient gods died in the 10,000 Flower Valley. She was full of threats. Jing Yan was fearless, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Feng Wuchen glanced at Wanhua Shui and smiled faintly. "I know about the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, I have to remind you that the person I am looking for is in the 10,000 Flower Valley. The person I want to save is also in the 10,000 Flower Valley. If the 10,000 Flower Valley stops me again, can I assume that the 10,000 Flower Valley is also involved in this matter? Also, this is the second time you have stopped me. If anything happens to my people, the 10,000 Flower Valley won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Wanhua Shui creased her eyebrows and her face turned grave. Feng Wuchen's simple words shocked her. This person is very unfamiliar, but he is the first person who dares to be arrogant in the 10,000 Flower Valley. His eyes are very calm, but they are very scary. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. Wanhua Shui sized up Feng Wuchen seriously and thought to herself, "I have been in the 10,000 Flower Valley for so many years. Other than young Master Di Tian and the others, I have never seen anyone who is not afraid of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Moreover, this person is very arrogant and overbearing. I feel that he is even scarier than young Master Di Tian." Wanhua Shui could not see through Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen dared to say such arrogant words. He was either too arrogant or had a great background. From Feng Wuchen's calm and terrifying eyes, Wanhua Shui did not think that Feng Wuchen was too arrogant. Wanhua Shui believed that her judgment would not be wrong. The man in front of her was not simple. Wanhua Shui glanced at Feng Wuchen who was about to leave and was shocked. "Young Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion. Young Pavilion Master did bring two women in just now. Could it be, whoosh?" At this moment, a young master appeared in a flash, his face full of arrogance. It was as if the whole world belonged to him. Protector Shui, there is no need for you to personally deal with such a small character. While the man was arrogant, he also put on the most handsome posture. It was obvious that he admired Wan Huashui very much. He couldn't wait to hug the beauty. Cripple him. But before he could finish, Feng Wuchen spat out 3 words expressionlessly. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Wan Huashui and the dozens of disciples changed at the same time. They all wondered if they had heard wrongly. Those who could enter the 10,000 Flower Valley definitely had a great background. Feng Wuchen actually said to cripple him. The man was stunned at first, then he turned ferocious and glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Brat, are you tired of living? The man shouted angrily. Pa. Pfft. Jing Yan slapped him without hesitation. The force was so strong that the man was sent flying, and more than 10 teeth flew out. With just one slap, the arrogant man fainted. The man absolutely could not believe that someone in the 10,000 Flower Valley and the 33 levels of heaven dared to slap him. And it was the kind that directly knocked him out. It was a great humiliation. The crisp sound of the slap was unbelievable. The young masters of several palaces were stunned. Wan Huashui and the dozens of female disciples were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen did not know the man's identity, but they knew it very well. However, Feng Wuchen ignored him and hit him. I don't have time to waste. If you still want to stop me, he will be your ending. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Wan Huashui. Wan Huashui did not finish her sentence, but she was frightened by Feng Wuchen's gaze and actually moved aside. Great Guardian! Stop him! Queen Wanhua's cold and majestic voice sounded. The 10,000 Flower Valley had a huge network, and Queen Wanhua didn't dare to stop anyone. Queen Wanhua wasn't even afraid of great emperors. Among the 10,000 Flower Valley's network, there were also transcendental forces with great emperors in charge. If someone dared to behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley, wouldn't others laugh at the 10,000 Flower Valley for its undeserved reputation? I'd like to see who's so daring to behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Queen Wanhua's sexy lips curled up slightly. She had a proud and noble attitude. Swish, in the next second, a beautiful figure appeared and stopped Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan. Wan Huashui and dozens of disciples also caught up, and more powerful disciples appeared. The queen has ordered. No one is allowed to behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Do you know the consequences of barging into the 10,000 Flower Valley? Great Guardian Wan Huaqinglian said coldly. Wan Huaqinglian's cultivation had reached the level of a red-titled ancient god, and she was even stronger than Jing Yan. Her terrifying aura suppressed Jing Yan. The 10,000 Flower Valley's repeated obstructions made Feng Wuchen furious. Hong Ji had been taken away by the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion for so long, and no one knew what the consequences would be. The palace where the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion was had a barrier, and they couldn't ask about Hong Ji's situation through voice transmission. I don't know what the consequences are, but I know that if you don't move away, someone will die. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. His cold voice was bone-chilling, and it made one's heart tremble. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, not only did he behave atrociously in the 10,000 Flower Valley, he even dared to say that someone would die. He didn't take the 10,000 Flower Valley seriously at all. An inexplicable fear surged in Wan Huashui's heart. This was because Feng Wuchen's gaze was even more terrifying than before. Great Guardian, young Master Yang has been severely injured by this person and is unconscious. Wan Huashui reported respectfully as her beautiful eyes glanced at Feng Wuchen. What? Young Master Yang? Wan Huaqinglian's expression changed drastically, and she glanced fiercely at Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan. How dare you? He actually dared to injure young Master Yang. Young Master Yang has a great emperor behind him. Not only are you courting death, but you are also bringing trouble to 10,000 Flower Valley. Today, I absolutely won't spare you all. Wan Huaqinglian shouted angrily, a cold killing intent already locked onto Feng Wuchen. Is that so? Feng Wuchen remained expressionless, but the anger in his heart grew stronger. His eyes didn't change at all. There was no worry or fear at all. This person must have a great background. Wan Huashui became more and more certain. The more certain she was that Feng Wuchen had a great background, the more scared Wan Huashui became. Humph. Feng Wuchen suddenly snorted angrily. Pooh. Within the main palace, Third Elder suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Third Elder. The faces of Queen Myriad Flower and the Grand Elder changed dramatically. This is. Third Elder's face was filled with terror. Moreover, it was a fear that he had never felt before. This was the first time the Third Elder had felt such fear from the depths of his soul. That feeling was too terrifying. So, you're an alchemist. No wonder you're so arrogant. How dare you injure an elder of my 10,000 Flower Valley? Queen Myriad Flower was furious, and a terrifying killing intent swept out like a tsunami. Queen Myriad Flower disappeared, and the Grand Elder and the upper echelons moved out. Queen, please wait. We can't afford to offend this person. This is bad. Third Elder wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Third Elder was extremely terrified, and hurriedly moved out with his heavily injured body. At the same time, seeing Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude, Wan Huaqinglian was furious, and wanted to kill Feng Wuchen and Jingyan. How dare you? How dare you injure an elder of my 10,000 Flower Valley? Queen Myriad Flower's angry and cold voice rang out, and an unparalleled terrifying aura erupted. Swish swish swish. Queen Myriad Flower, the two elders, and the upper echelons appeared one after another. Queen Myriad Flower's cultivation had reached the level of a black-titled ancient god, and her strength was absolutely terrifying. The elders and a dozen upper echelons were also titled ancient gods. At a glance, they were all stunning beauties. Each one was prettier than the other, and they were extremely charming. Greetings, Your Majesty. Wan Huaqinglian, Wan Huashui, and the others knelt respectfully. The 10,000 Flower Valley disciples also dashed over and knelt down. My lord, she's the 10,000 Flower Valley's lord, Queen Myriad Flower, Jingyan said softly. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over them. He was expressionless and fearless. Your Majesty, these are the two people who caused trouble in the 10,000 Flower Valley, and they even injured young Master Yang. I'm about to kill them. Wan Huaqinglian reported respectfully. Queen Myriad Flower's cold gaze was fixed on Feng Wuchen and Jingyan. The elders and upper echelons were also sizing up Feng Wuchen. They had never seen these two unfamiliar faces before. Who are you? Queen Myriad Flower's pretty face was extremely cold, and she said coldly, causing trouble in my 10,000 Flower Valley is already a capital offense, and now you've injured my 10,000 Flower Valley's third elder. Do you know the consequences? Queen Myriad Flower, right? Let me tell you clearly, my people have been captured and brought here, and we don't know if they're dead or alive. Do you know what the consequences will be? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. I'm only here today to save people, but you've stopped me again and again. I can now confirm that the 10,000 Flower Valley is involved in this matter. If anything happens to my people, you'll know the consequences. Feng Wuchen's words were sonorous and domineering, with an unquestionable tone, as if he was above all things. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Void Pavilion. Wan Huashui immediately reported. Shut up. Queen Myriad Flower scolded, and a terrifying wave of air turned into a storm. Feng Wuchen's words further angered Queen Myriad Flower. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this, and no one had ever dared to ignore the 10,000 Flower Valley. Even young Master Di Tian was not as arrogant as Feng Wuchen. Even the God's Eye Palace had to be respectful. Two people of unknown origins, who were they? Kid, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this, and also the first person who dares to threaten the 10,000 Flower Valley. Queen Myriad Flower said coldly, since you're so confident, I'll play with you. Is that so? As long as you're happy. Feng Wuchen grinned. Seal the 10,000 Flower Valley. Queen Myriad Flower shouted. Queen Myriad Flower's angry voice resounded throughout the 10,000 Flower Valley. Green Lotus and the others might not be able to alarm the young masters of the various palaces. But Queen Myriad Flower was different. In the various palaces, some young masters had already come out one after another. He actually alarmed Queen Myriad Flower. Seriously injuring an alchemist elder? Isn't he too bold? Who would bear to hit such a beautiful woman? They'll be in trouble if they angered Queen Myriad Flower. But it's also their honor. They'll be happy even if they become ghosts. One by one, the young masters of the various factions mocked. Their gazes all landed on Queen Myriad Flower and the elders. All of them wanted to turn into beasts and pounce on them. But the moment they saw Feng Wuchen, they were all scared out of their wits. End of chapter. It's him, it's really him. It can't be wrong. The Grand Elder gathered everyone in the temple just to say that no one is allowed to provoke this person. How can it be him? He can't be offended. My father said that whoever provokes this person has to end it themselves. The young masters of the various palaces trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how powerful the forces behind them were, they all fell into extreme fear and despair. Their faces were extremely pale. It was as if they had seen a ghost. It was even more terrifying than seeing a ghost. It was as if they had already seen the scene of their deaths. However, there was no movement at all in the palace where the young master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion was. Perhaps it was because of the barrier, but he didn't notice the movement outside at all. Queen Wanhua and the others didn't notice the fear and despair of the young masters of the various forces. Their eyes were all on Feng Wuchen. At Queen Wanhua's order, the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley immediately sealed off all the exits of the valley. Many ancient gods and titled ancient gods appeared in the sky in a flash. 18 titled ancient gods, dozens of ancient gods, and hundreds of ancient lords. This was the strength of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Of course, this didn't include the strength of the network. Kid, although my 10,000 Flower Valley doesn't have any great emperors, it's not weak. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Queen Wanhua said coldly. The more arrogant Feng Wuchen was, the more he despised the 10,000 Flower Valley. The more Queen Wanhua wanted to use her strongest force to crush him and slap his face, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. The 10,000 Flower Valley did intervene. The 10,000 Flower Valley had stopped them again and again. Now that they wanted to attack, they had completely angered Feng Wuchen. The 10,000 Flower Valley has been peaceful for too long. Many people must have forgotten the strength of the 10,000 Flower Valley. The Grand Elder smiled charmingly, but her beautiful eyes were filled with viciousness. As long as the Queen says the word, many experts of the major forces in the Panga realm will come to help, including many great emperors. No matter what force is behind you, if you offend the 10,000 Flower Valley and the Queen, you must die. The second elder said. Fiercely, her face as cold as ice. Brat, you have the guts to come to 10,000 Flower Valley and behave atrociously. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Tell me about the power behind you. I'd like to see if you really have what it takes to be so arrogant. Queen Myriad Flower said coldly. Feng Wuchen sneered, you'll know soon enough. Your Majesty, I think they're just bluffing. Let me kill them. The Myriad Flower Green Lotus said fiercely. Stand down. Queen Wanhua said sternly. The Myriad Flower Green Lotus shut her mouth obediently, not daring to say another word. Who is he? To be able to remain so calm in front of Milady Queen, this is definitely not an act. Wanhua Shui was horrified. She wanted to tell Queen Wanhua, but she didn't know what to say. Queen Thousand Flowers, I hope you're mentally prepared, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Queen Wanhua replied coldly, I'm ready at any time. Very good. My people were captured and brought to 10,000 Flower Valley. 10,000 Flower Valley tried to stop me again and again. I've already decided that 10,000 Flower Valley is involved in this matter. If anything happens to my people, there's no need for 10,000 Flower Valley to exist. Anyone who interferes in this matter will be investigated by me. No one will be able to escape. I also hope that you can bear the consequences. I'll give all of you a chance now. I'll give you 2 hours to use all your connections and power. After 2 hours, there won't be a second chance. Queen Thousand Flower, I hope you won't regret this. Feng Wuchen's words were extremely domineering, carrying an aura of disdain for the world. When Feng Wuchen said this, the young masters of the various forces were completely dumbfounded. Wanhua Shui's pretty face was extremely pale at this moment. Her heart was beating wildly, and intense uneasiness and fear surged in her heart. This man was extremely terrifying, extremely dangerous. The Grand Elder of 10,000 Flower Valley and the others were also furious. All of them wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Didn't he just bring a blue-colored titled ancient god? How could he be so arrogant? Arrogant. How dare you look down on my 10,000 Flower Valley? Queen Thousand Flower was furious. Her pretty face darkened. She had never seen such an arrogant person before. Queen Thousand Flower shouted angrily, "I'll also give you 2 hours. You can, Queen, don't." At this moment, the third elder's terrified cry was heard. The heavily injured third elder struggled to move out. Because of his fear and heavy injuries, he fell directly to the ground. The third elder said in extreme fear, "Is it too late?" Third elder. Queen Thousand Flower and the others looked at the third elder in confusion. They didn't know why the third elder was so frightened and panicked. However, what happened next scared the Queen Thousand Flower and the others into a vegetative state. "My lord, I came to 10,000 Flower Valley today to have fun. I definitely didn't participate in this matter. I hope you can investigate this matter." "My lord, this matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything, and I don't want to participate in anything. My lord, I have nothing to do with 10,000 Flower Valley. I didn't know about your subordinates being captured. My words are all true. My lord can investigate this matter." In the hundreds of palaces, the young masters and powerful titled ancient gods in front of each palace all knelt down. Their terrified looks couldn't be described with words. Young Master Yang, who was unconscious, also knelt down after waking up. He didn't even dare to fart. Queen Thousand Flower, the elders, and the upper echelons were all dumbfounded. Even Green Lotus was dumbfounded. Green Lotus was also dumbfounded. All the disciples of 10,000 Flower Valley were dumbfounded. The young masters and titled ancient gods of these large factions all had extraordinary identities. The forces behind them were monstrous. But now, they were all kneeling before Feng Wuchen. No matter who it was, they all called Feng Wuchen Lord. What kind of terrifying identity was this? Who exactly was he? At this moment, Queen Thousand Flower started to panic. The elders, upper echelons, and even the disciples of 10,000 Flower Valley were all panicking. At this moment, everyone felt a strong sense of fear and unease. What kind of terrifying existence did 10,000 Flower Valley offend? Queen Thousand Flower, you only have 2 hours. You are so confident in the strength of 10,000 Flower Valley. I also want to see how much energy 10,000 Flower Valley has. I also want to know what the consequences will be. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Queen Thousand Flower was already stunned on the spot, feeling weak all over. Queen Thousand Flower was already regretting it in the depths of her heart. Only now did she truly realize that she had caused a huge disaster. This disaster was very likely to bring a destructive blow to 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen ignored her and flew directly to the palace where the young master of Heavenly Void Pavilion was. In front of everyone in 10,000 Flower Valley, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the powerful barrier dissipated into thin air as if it was nothing. Feng Wuchen destroyed the enchantment with a wave of his hand. Such a powerful method shocked everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley. The young master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion was a white-titled ancient god. He had set up a powerful barrier, so who could destroy it so easily? Even Queen 10,000 Flower would need to use a powerful force to destroy the enchantment. But Feng Wuchen just waved his hand gently. Without any energy fluctuations, the enchantment dissipated. Such a powerful method was unheard of. Feng Wuchen's move was enough to intimidate them. At this moment, in the palace. Pa pa pa. The sound of a whip being lashed came from the palace, accompanied by a crisp scream. Little b *tch, you've been hiding from me for half a year. You've finally been caught by me, right? Let's see where else you can hide. If it weren't for you, little b *tch, Hongji would have fallen into my hands long ago. You don't know how much fun I've had. It's you, little b *tch, who ruined my fun. I'll whip you to death, you little b *tch. A man dressed in black brocade was viciously lashing out with a whip as he shouted angrily to vent his anger. This person was none other than the young master of the Heavenly Void Pavilion, Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the white-titled ancient god realm, and he was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Void Pavilion. He was also one of the top geniuses in the 33 heavens. The woman Xianxia whipped was Hongji's good sister, Yukuei. Yukuei's clothes were mostly torn, and she was covered in blood. It was very scary. Streaks of blood covered her body, and her flesh was badly mangled. Many places had dried up, and her tattered clothes and dried blood stuck to her flesh. She looked very scary. Yukuei's breath was extremely weak. She was only half a breath away from death. How cruel of a torture was she subjected to? Yukuei didn't know how many times she had fainted. But the crazy Xianxia whipped her mercilessly again and again. She fainted and woke up, then fainted and woke up again. It was extremely cruel and ruthless. This was a woman. How could he be so ruthless? He was worse than a beast. Hongji was trapped by a terrifying force and screamed at the top of her lungs, but Xianxia didn't stop. Xianxia. You be *starred. What a crazy bastard. Stop. Hongji shouted angrily as she struggled with all her might. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks. No one could imagine that kind of despair and helplessness. Hongji wanted to save Yukuei. She would rather be the one being whipped than see her younger sister being abused like this. Pa pa pa. The more Xianxia whipped her, the more excited he became. She really wanted to beat Yukuei to death to vent her anger. Little bitch. Shout. Why aren't you shouting anymore? Haha. Who told you to spoil this young master's plans? Call him out. Xianxia roared and laughed as he whipped Xianxia crazily. It was crazy to the extreme. The ferocity and viciousness of his methods completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley heard it clearly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were all scared out of their wits. Old friends, they all saw Feng Wuchen's incomparably ferocious face. No one knew what the consequences would be. At this moment, the ones who were most afraid were none other than everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Feng Wuchen's people were abused like this. Who knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen would be when he went crazy? Your Majesty, I wanted to say that young Master Nya brought 2 women to the 10,000 Flower Valley today and that this person is very dangerous. I wanted to warn you, but your Majesty didn't let me. Wan Huashui's face was pale with fear. She was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, he's not to be trifled with. Third Elder said with difficulty, but it was too late to stop her. The 10,000 Flower Queen no longer had her previous elegance and nobility. Now, there was only fear. Xianxia. You're a bastard. You're a bastard. I'll never forgive you. Hongji was about to go crazy. Unfortunately, Hongji's cultivation base was not enough to break through Xianxia's power. Hongji, do you want to take off your clothes or do you want me to help you? I can't hold back my fire anymore. I'm going to sleep with you today. Enjoy it and make up for the pain of missing you for half a year. Xianxia stared at Hongji with a perverted expression. His mind was full of dirty thoughts. Shameless bastard. Hongji screamed madly. Just say the word and I'll withdraw my power. Xianxia smiled wickedly. Xianxia didn't like to force himself on her. He wanted her to be willing. If she wasn't willing, he would torture her until she was willing. You'd better answer quickly, or Yukuei will die. Xianxia sneered and whipped her again. This time, Yukuei fainted again. Her breath was so weak that it was negligible. Yukuei! Hongji screamed in panic. What do you think? Have you thought it through? I'll whip her and she'll die. Xianxia threatened as he raised his whip. Stop. I'll do it. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want. Let Yukuei go. Hongji gave in. Yukuei's torture was all because of her. Hongji didn't want Yukuei to die because of her. Haha. Xianxia laughed madly. The day had finally come. Hongji. I've been thinking about your body day and night. Today, I can finally taste it. I'll make you happy. Xianxia's beastly nature was aroused and he was extremely excited. Xianxia waved his hand and withdrew the power that trapped Hongji. Hongji didn't resist and went limp. Hongji, no matter what, Yuekue is still a beauty. How could this young master bear to kill her? When her injuries are healed, this young lord is going to enjoy himself. Xianxia walked toward Hongji and laughed excitedly. Now, let's enjoy ourselves. You. Hongji was furious. Even if you don't agree now, it's too late. If you dare to resist, Yuekue will die. Be a good girl and have fun with me. You'll love it. Haha. Xianxia laughed crazily. Everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley, including the queen, was terrified. Especially the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. They were so scared that they fell to the ground. No one had expected Xianxia to be so heartless and inhumane. Xianxia had been enjoying the pleasure of torturing Yuekue and didn't notice that the barrier had been broken. He also didn't notice that Feng Wuchen and Jingyan had entered the hall. However, as soon as Xianxia got close to Hongji, he suddenly sensed something and spun around. Who are you? Xianxia roared and glared at Feng Wuchen and Jingyan. Only then did Xianxia realize that the barrier had been broken. He was too careless. My lord. Hongji looked up in despair. She finally broke down and burst into tears. That faint glimmer of hope in his heart had finally turned into a dazzling radiance. When Feng Wuchen saw Hongji's desperate look, he was both heartbroken and furious. Brat, how dare you ruin my plan? You must be tired of living. Xianxia glared at Feng Wuchen with a murderous look. After half a year, he finally caught Yuekue and forced Hongji to submit. However, at the critical moment, someone interrupted him. Xianxia was enraged. Feng Wuchen had to die. Jingyan, save her, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was cold and emotionless. Jingyan immediately flashed and left. Humph. How dare a mere blue-colored titled ancient god try to save someone under my nose? Who gave you the confidence? Xianxia said with disdain. His face was extremely ferocious. While Xianxia was talking, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Hongji silently. It's okay. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen comforted her softly. Thank you, master. Hongji cried sadly and threw herself into Feng Wuchen's arms. It's okay now. Don't worry. I'll avenge you. Whoever dares to touch my people will die. Feng Wuchen patted Hongji's back gently. What? Xianxia was shocked. He looked back in disbelief. When did Feng Wuchen appear behind him? Xianxia didn't notice it at all. What kind of body movement was that? Seeing Hongji crying in Feng Wuchen's arms, Xianxia's head exploded. The woman he liked was in another man's arms. While Xianxia was furious, Jingyan had already saved Yuekue, who was dying. You're courting death. Xianxia roared angrily. The terrifying power of a white-titled ancient god burst out crazily. It was not easy to get Hongji. How could he let her be saved by someone else? Impossible. Lai Feng. Kill him. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, master. A cold voice with a hellish murderous look was heard. A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out violently with the power to destroy everything. A peak-titled ancient god. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his heart raced. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if the Grim Reaper was staring at him. A black-colored peak-titled ancient god. Queen Wanhua and the others exclaimed in unison. This aura was too terrifying. Comparable to a great emperor, in the blink of an eye, Lai Feng appeared in front of Xianxia like a ghost. His terrifying speed was completely beyond Xianxia's ability to react. You're Lai. Xianxia recognized Lai at first glance, and the fear in his heart instantly multiplied. Boom. Pooh. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Liefeng's palm landed on Xianxia's chest. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the palace like a cannonball. The gate of the palace was directly destroyed, and the palace collapsed instantly. A palm strike from his physical body already possessed such terrifying power. Boom. Pooh. Before Xianxia could stop, there was another explosion. The terrifying power once again made Xianxia spit out another mouthful of blood. His body turned into a black line and landed heavily on the square. A huge crater was created by the explosion. Lai Feng swooped down ferociously at a terrifying speed. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Lai Feng's fist smashed down fiercely. With a deafening boom, it blasted Xianxia through the square and into the immortal mountain below like a falling meteorite. The power was so strong that it shook the entire immortal mountain. The scene was visually shocking. His strength and speed were both explosive. It took less than 3 seconds. His terrifying strength deeply shocked everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. As soon as Feng Wuchen came out, with Hongji, who was on the verge of collapse, Lai Feng appeared with Xianxia, who was half dead. When Lai Feng appeared with Xianxia, everyone finally saw Lai Feng's true face. They didn't know until they saw it, but they were shocked. Boom, everyone felt as if their minds were being blown. The Ancient God Pavilion's black titled Ancient God Lai Feng. Lai Feng from the Ancient God Pavilion. Queen of 10,000 Flowers was scared out of her wits. Queen of 10,000 Flowers and the young masters of the major forces all widened their eyes. They couldn't believe it. Lai Feng was Feng Wuchen's subordinate. Didn't that mean Feng Wuchen was from the Ancient God Pavilion? That was a super force that was on the same level as the Supreme Main Temple. In front of the Ancient God Pavilion, the Valley of 10,000 Flowers was like a reptile. The Ancient God Pavilion was a dragon in the sky. How dare the Valley of 10,000 Flowers challenge Feng Wuchen? They were courting death. My lord, he is disabled, Lai Feng said respectfully. Xianxia's injuries were very serious. His chest had completely collapsed, and he had completely lost consciousness. His vitality was fading. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yu Kuei, who was still breathing, and then put his hand on Yu Kuei's shoulder and injected his eternal life realm energy into Yu Kuei's body. In the next moment, a miraculous scene appeared. Under the extremely shocked gaze of everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, Yu Kuei, who was on the verge of death, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few blinks of an eye, Yu Kuei was completely healed. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Yu Kuei immediately knelt down to express her gratitude. She was also shocked at first. This young man actually had such a terrifying and miraculous ability. Everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers and the young masters of the other forces were all dumbfounded. What kind of ability was this? Yu Kuei only had half a breath left. She had actually recovered in a flash. Feng Wuchen first waved his hand and silently broke the powerful shield. Now, he just put his hand on Yu Kuei's shoulder, and she recovered in a flash. The more Feng Wuchen showed such a powerful ability that they had never heard of before, the more frightened Queen of 10,000 Flowers and the others were. Yu Kuei. Hongji was overjoyed. Sister Hongji. Yu Kuei cried with joy. The two girls, who were in a desperate situation a second ago, hugged each other tightly. My lord, how should we deal with him? Lai Feng asked respectfully. Castrate him. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Without hesitation, Lai Feng took out the Pangu sword and swung it down. Lai Feng castrated Xianxia in front of everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Ah! Xianxia screamed, and his second brother spat out blood. Xianxia was extremely frightened. He roared at Lai Feng, You castrated me. So what if I did? Lai Feng sneered, not taking it seriously at all. Xianxia did not dare to fart. Lai Feng was an expert of the Ancient God Pavilion. Xianxia did not dare to offend him at all. Send a message back to the Heavenly Void Pavilion. Within an hour, everyone in the Heavenly Void Pavilion must go to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers and kneel down to apologize to Yu Kuei and Hongji. Otherwise, no one in the Heavenly Void Pavilion will live past today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Didn't you hear what my lord said? Lai Feng asked fiercely. I'll send the message back right away. Xianxia glanced at Feng Wuchen, feeling extreme fear in his heart. He kept guessing Feng Wuchen's identity. Queen of 10,000 Flowers, you still have an hour. Feng Wuchen cast a cold gaze. The bone-chilling words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Queen of 10,000 Flowers' body. End of chapter. Endless regret filled her heart. Queen Wanhua couldn't believe that this young man was so powerful. A terrifying expert like Lifeng was actually his subordinate. What kind of status did this man have in the ancient god pavilion? Not long ago, the ancient god pavilion had announced the appointment of a new great guardian. The news shocked the entire Panga realm. The man in front of her was so unfamiliar, but he had a powerful superpower and could suppress Lifeng. Could this man be the grand guardian of the ancient god pavilion? The more Queen Wanhua thought about it, the more certain she was. The more certain she was, the more worried she became. The Thousand Flower Valley did have a powerful influence and a huge network. However, this influence and network were useless in front of the ancient god pavilion. The ancient god pavilion was a superpower that tested ancient gods. It controlled all the tests in the Panga realm. Who dared to offend it? Who dared to offend it? Even the ancient gods of the supreme main shrine had to be polite in front of the ancient god pavilion. Unless they didn't want to get the ancient god thumb ring that represented every level of the ancient god realm. Who didn't want the symbol of status, the noble honor, and the superior status? Young Lord Yang, who is he? Queen Wanhua asked through voice transmission. She was panicking. Queen Wanhua, I don't know who he is. Don't ask. We can't afford to offend him anyway, young Lord Yang replied. He just wanted to leave alive. Boom, young Lord Yang's voice transmission made Queen Wanhua's head explode. Her stunning face stiffened again. Young Lord Wang, can you tell me who he is? Queen Wanhua asked young Lord Wang. Queen of 10,000 Flowers, 10,000 Flowers Valley is finished this time. His identity is extremely terrifying. Back then, my father gathered everyone, no matter if they were in seclusion or outside, just to announce that no one can offend this person. Whoever offends him will have to fend for themselves. We have all seen his energy form. Young Master Wang transmitted. Young Lord Wang said a lot, but he didn't dare to say Feng Wuchen's identity. To be precise, young Lord Wang didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity. Hearing young Master Wang's voice transmission, Queen Wanhua was even more shocked. She felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The more mysterious Feng Wuchen was, the more frightened and curious Queen Thousand Flower was. But when she continued to ask the other young masters, no matter who it was, no one dared to reveal Feng Wuchen's identity. Because they didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity. They only knew that after the ancient alchemy divine palace's lecture ended, the forces behind them all said that they could not provoke this man. Queen Wanhua suddenly thought of the third elder and quickly asked, Third elder, do you know who he is? The third elder shook his head strenuously and said, I don't know his identity, but his soul power is even more terrifying than the ancient shaman great emperor. What? Even more terrifying than the ancient shaman emperor? Queen Myriad Flower's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The third elder smiled bitterly and said, On the day of the lesson in the ancient alchemy divine palace, I missed the opportunity because I was in seclusion. Later on, I heard from other alchemists that the person who taught the lesson was a young man. The ancient shaman great emperor, Nalan Gong, and the others all addressed him as senior brother. This person should be him. Senior brother. Queen Myriad Flower was completely dumbfounded. On one side was the ancient shaman great emperor's senior brother. On the other side was the ancient god pavilion's senior brother. How terrifying was his identity, even more terrifying was the ancient shaman great emperor's senior brother. Was this related to Emperor Peerless? Queen Myriad Flower did not dare to think about it anymore. She had to think of a way to resolve this matter now. The forces behind young Lord Yang and young Lord Nya are completely useless. What should we do? Queen Myriad Flower was burning with anxiety. Oh right, young Lord Di Tian. Queen Myriad Flower's hope was instantly ignited. The Goody Divine Palace was powerful. The ancient god pavilion might give them some face. And the Divine Pill Pavilion's young lord. Queen Myriad Flower felt more and more hopeful. At the same time, Heavenly Void Pavilion. After receiving Nye Qingxiu's message, the Heavenly Void Pavilion's pavilion master and senior brother were scared out of their wits. Lifeng Black titled Ancient God? The elders and senior brother were shocked. Their faces all turned green. What's going on? How did this brat provoke the ancient god pavilion's people? Is he tired of living? The Heavenly Void Pavilion's pavilion master was furious and panicked at the same time. Pavilion Master, I heard that the young lord captured 2 women. It should be related to them, an ancient god expert said respectfully. How dare you? I told you that this little bastard would die in the hands of women sooner or later. Now something has happened, right? The Pavilion Master said gloomily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This concerns the survival of the Heavenly Void Pavilion. There's no time to lose. Pavilion Master, we have to rush over immediately, one of them said anxiously. He did not dare to delay for even a moment. The Heavenly Void Pavilion Master did not dare to delay. He immediately ordered everyone in the Heavenly Void Pavilion to rush to the 10,000 Flower Valley. There was only an hour. If they were a step late, not only would Xianxia be killed, the Heavenly Void Pavilion might even be destroyed. The 10,000 Flower Valley was dead silent. No one dared to speak or look at Feng Wuchen. Time passed by slowly. Xianxia waited in fear. Every day felt like a year. In just an hour, the 10,000 Flower Valley's disciples and young lords felt like half a century had passed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air finally broke the silence. The people of the Heavenly Void Pavilion had finally arrived. Father, Elder, save me. Xianxia had a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer. A large number of figures flew over one after another. There were tens of thousands of them. Seeing that everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley, young lords, and experts of the various major forces did not dare to speak, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Void Pavilion panicked. Old man, Heavenly Void Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Xianxia. Your Excellency Lifeng, what did my son do? Xianxia asked politely, not daring to put on airs. You can ask your son about that yourself, Lifeng said expressionlessly, his voice cold and detached. Xianxia's heart sank, but when he saw that Xianxia had been castrated, he instantly guessed it. Father. Xianxia looked at Xianxia in panic. It seems that you know your son very well. I won't talk nonsense with you. All of you, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you don't have to go back, Feng Wuchen said coldly. All of them kneeled down and apologize? Xianxia's second brother was killed, and they still had to kneel down and apologize? Was there a need to go that far? Who are you? Xianxia asked with a frown. The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. Lifeng said coldly. The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. As soon as Lifeng said this, the 10,000 Flower Valley, Heavenly Void Pavilion, and the young lords of the various major forces were deeply shocked. He was indeed the great guardian conferred by the Emperor of all ages. Lifeng said coldly, your son touched the great guardian's people. No one can save him today. If you want to live, kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, none of you can go back unless you can defeat me. Xianxia's body trembled. He was completely desperate. The faces of Xianxia and the other higher-ups were extremely ugly. They could apologize, but they definitely couldn't kneel. One of the major powers in the 33 heavens. They actually had to kneel and apologize to 2 girls. Where would they put their faces in the future? This was simply a great humiliation. Seeing that Xianxia and the rest didn't move, Lifeng couldn't help but sneer, looks like you guys aren't willing. It's a pity that you guys didn't see Xianxia's inhumane side. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, a cold and soul-stirring murderous aura spread out. Lord Great Guardian, we can accept the apology, but there's no need to kneel, right? Xianxia said in a low voice, his heart fiercely struggling. On one hand, he was afraid of Feng Wuchen's identity, and on the other hand, he had to take care of his dignity. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You have to bear the consequences of your son's mistakes. Asking you to kneel and apologize is already merciful enough, Feng Wuchen said coldly, his voice cold and piercing, without a trace of emotion. I don't have time to waste with you guys. If you don't kneel and apologize, then die. Xianxia's old face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that the great guardian wouldn't give him any face at all. Everyone in the 1000 Flower Valley and the young masters of the major powers looked at Xianxia and the rest. Kneel and apologize or not? What a domineering man, the kind I like. I wonder if he's married, Yu Kuei said in her heart, her beautiful eyes looking at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength and domineering aura instantly conquered Yu Kuei. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Feng Wuchen was already married. Pavilion Master, what do we do now? Do we really have to kneel and apologize to those two girls? An elder asked in a low voice, obviously unwilling to do anything shameful. If they really kneeled, how could they face others in the future? If this spread out, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the 33 heavens? Pavilion Master, I heard that the great guardian of the ancient god Pavilion is in charge of the test for the title of ancient god. This person can't be offended, or else we can forget about the test. Young Master has already offended him. If we don't kneel and apologize, I'm afraid that we won't be able to return, an ancient god expert said with a face full of panic. Feng Wuchen wasn't just saying that casually. If they really did not kneel down and apologize, Feng Wuchen would really kill them all. The elders and the higher-ups were speechless. Is your dignity more important than your life? Lowering his head to the great protector of the ancient god Pavilion did not seem to be a shameful thing. Not to mention the heavenly void Pavilion, even a more powerful force would have to lower their heads in front of the ancient god Pavilion. Nie Qingxi remained silent, struggling with his thoughts. Nie Wuxiu, apologized to the two fairies. Nie Qingxi suddenly knelt down and apologized. After thinking it over, Nie Wuxiu had no choice but to lower his head. To Nie Wuxiu, although dignity was important, living was more important. We apologize to the two fairies. Everyone in the heavenly void pavilion knelt down and apologized. They had no choice. Who asked Nie Qingxi to offend Feng Wuchen? Fairy Yu Kuei, this is up to you to decide. If you are willing to forgive them, I will let them go. If you are not willing to forgive them, Lai Feng will kill them all, Feng Wuchen said to Yu Kuei. The moment he said that, Nie Wuxiu and the others exploded in anger. If Yu Kuei did not forgive them, wouldn't they have knelt down for nothing? But they did not dare to let go, they could only pray that Yu Kuei would forgive them. Everyone in the Thousand Flower Valley was so scared that their hearts were beating wildly. This man was too scary. Reading book Pavilion I will decide? Yu Kuei was shocked. Yu Kuei, don't worry. No matter what decision you make, the Lord will stand on our side, Hong Ji said with a smile. Great protector, I forgive them, but Nie Qingxi cannot. Yu Kuei mustered up her courage and said. Thank you for your forgiveness, Fairy Yu Kuei. Hearing Yu Kuei's words, Nie Wuxiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, but you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Nie Wuxiu and the others had just heaved a sigh of relief, but now their hearts were in their mouths again. They really felt like vomiting blood. All the titled ancient gods of the heavenly void pavilion are not allowed to go to the ancient god pavilion for the examination in the next 500 years. Feng Wuchen said coldly with an aura of disdain. Nie Wuxiu and the other titled ancient gods' faces were ashen. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Thank you, great protector, everyone in the heavenly void pavilion thanked him respectfully. The heavenly void pavilion won't have a second chance. Scram. Feng Wuchen said coldly, of course, if you want to take revenge, you're welcome at any time. Revenge, this was King courting death, Nie Wuxiu was the first to fly away. The elders and higher-ups, as well as everyone else, left one after another. They did not dare to stay for even a moment. Kneeling and apologizing was already embarrassing enough. Father. Nie Qingxi was in complete despair. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Nie Wuxiu did not even look at him. It was obvious that he had given up on this son of his. Lord, should we kill him now? Lai Feng asked respectfully. Spare me, great protector. Nie Qingxi begged in fear. This was his last hope. Yu Kuei, you kill him. Feng Wuchen looked at Yu Kuei and said. Great protector, killing him will only dirty our hands, Yu Kuei said in disgust. She did not want to get close to this crazy bastard at all. Yes, yes, yes. Fairy Yu Kuei is right. Killing me will only dirty your hands. Nie Qingxi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. In order to survive, he did not care about dignity and honor. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, throw him down and let him fend for himself. No. Lai Feng, Lord Feng, please don't. Nie Qingshu screamed in extreme fear. Lai Feng ignored him and threw Nie Qingshu down. Nie Qingshu's injuries were serious. He was only half alive. Whether he could survive after falling from such a high place would depend on his own luck. Queen of 10,000 Flowers, your time is almost up. Call all the experts you can. Feng Wuchen glanced at Queen of 10,000 Flowers coldly. At first, Queen of 10,000 Flowers did not think much of Feng Wuchen's glare. Only now did Queen of 10,000 Flowers realize how terrifying it was. Queen of 10,000 Flowers and the Great Protector panicked again. Feng Wuchen would not let them go just like that. The young lords of the major factions were also terrified. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would punish them. Queen of 10,000 Flowers immediately sent a message to the Goody Temple and the Divine Pill Pavilion. They were Queen of 10,000 Flowers' biggest supporters. If the Goody Temple and the Divine Pill Pavilion could not do anything, 10,000 Flowers Valley would be finished. You better call the strongest, Feng Wuchen reminded her. Queen of 10,000 Flowers frowned. She had finally found a glimmer of hope, but Feng Wuchen's words shattered it instantly. The Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion might not give face to the Goody Temple and the Divine Pill Pavilion. I have requested for help from Goody Shrine and Divine Pill Pavilion. Both forces have sent people over. Everyone in the 10,000 Flower Valley finally relaxed upon hearing Queen Wanhua's words. Queen Wanhua purposely raised her voice when she said that. She wanted to see the change in Feng Wuchen's expression. However, to Queen Wanhua's disappointment, there was no change in Feng Wuchen's expression. His eyes were still cold and terrifying. Not only Feng Wuchen, but even Lai Feng and Hong Ji were expressionless. The Ancient Emperor Shrine and the Elixir Pavilion were both transcendent forces. Did Feng Wuchen really look down on them? If that was the case, Wanhua Valley was completely hopeless. Soon after Queen Wanhua sent out the news, Goody Shrine and Divine Pill Pavilion sent out experts. As it was Queen Wanhua who sent the news personally, both forces sent out great emperors. They're here. Queen Wanhua looked up at the void. Swish. Swish, above the void, two figures appeared at the same time. An unimaginably terrifying aura swept out. In just an instant, everyone felt an enormous pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Great emperors. The person from the Ancient Emperor Shrine was the Grand Elder, Duan Yunlei. The person sent by the Divine Pill Pavilion was the Great Protector Feng Tianma. Welcome, Great Elder Duan Yunlei. Welcome, Great Guardian Feng Tianma. Everyone in Wanhua Valley welcomed the arrival of the two great emperors. The young masters of various forces didn't move and continued to kneel. Queen Wanhua purposely glanced at Feng Wuchen when she was welcoming them. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. It was as if the two great emperors didn't exist. Is he really that confident? Queen Wanhua wasn't sure. Queen Wanhua, you're welcome, Duan Yunlei smiled faintly and said politely. Feng Tianma glanced at everyone present and asked with a smile, Queen Wanhua, I wonder what happened to Wanhua Valley? Since you asked us for help, it must be something big. Queen Wanhua hurriedly said, I was blind and unintentionally offended the great guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion. I hope that the two of you can intercede on my behalf. Queen Wanhua was no fool. She sought help from the two major powers not because she wanted to deal with Feng Wuchen, but because she wanted them to help her. With her ability, it was obviously impossible for her to persuade the two great forces to deal with Feng Wuchen. She didn't have that ability yet. The Goody Divine Palace and the Divine Pill Pavilion did not have that kind of power. The Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion? Duan Yunlei and Feng Tianma were both stunned. They knew that the Ancient God Pavilion had conferred the title of Great Guardian, but they had never seen it happen. Lai Feng, is this the Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion? Feng Tianma glanced at Lai Feng and then looked at Feng Wuchen. An unfamiliar face. Feng Tianma didn't know Feng Wuchen. On the day of the lecture in the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, Feng Tianma was not present. After all, he was not an alchemist. That's right. Lai Feng grinned. However, when Duan Yunlei looked at Feng Wuchen, he was scared out of his wits. It was Feng Wuchen, the person who killed young Lord Di Tian, The person that the Supreme Divine Palace wanted to investigate was the mysterious person who barged into the 36 levels of heaven. Duan Yunlei was extremely terrified. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he almost fell down. Queen Wanhua frowned slightly. She saw the changes in Duan Yunlei's expression. Duan Yunlei's fear made Queen Wanhua feel like she had fallen into a deep valley. The elders and guardians of the Thousand Flower Valley, as well as many powerful disciples, saw Duan Yunlei's terrified expression. Even Emperor Duan Yunlei was afraid of this man. How terrifying was this man? Duan Yunlei's old face was extremely pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare to speak at all. Great Guardian, I'm the Great Guardian of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Feng Tianma. Although I don't know the details, can you do the Divine Pill Pavilion a favor? Why don't we minimize this matter? Feng Tianma didn't notice Duan Yunlei's terrified expression. Duan Yunlei looked at Feng Tianma in shock. Didn't Feng Tianma know that Feng Wuchen was now the owner of the Divine Pill Pavilion? Do the Divine Pill Pavilion a favor? Feng Wuchen looked at Feng Tianma playfully and sneered. You're not qualified. Even if the pavilion master of the Divine Pill Pavilion is here, he's not qualified, let alone you. Hearing this, the smile on Feng Tianma's face instantly stiffened. A monstrous anger burst out crazily. Feng Wuchen ignored Feng Tianma. Queen Wanhua, is this the strongest force of the Thousand Flower Valley? There's still a little time before the 2 hours. You can call for more powerful people, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked at Queen Wanhua again. Queen Wanhua was completely flustered. Her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to say. This was already her strongest backer. Where could there be more powerful people? Where could she find them? However, Feng Wuchen didn't give her any face, not even one. It seems like there's no more. Feng Wuchen said coldly, then I'll let the Thousand Flower Valley know the consequences now. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Thousand Flower Valley was shocked. They felt as if they had fallen into hell. Intense fear and despair welled up in their hearts. Great Guardian, are you taking advantage of your position to bully others, or are you using your strength to bully the weak? When did the ancient god pavilion become so shameless? What's the point of bullying women? You're humiliating the Divine Pill Pavilion. Feng Tianma suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Feng Wuchen's disregard made Feng Tianma furious. In front of so many fairies in the Thousand Flower Valley, not only did Feng Wuchen not give him any face, but he even ignored his existence. This was simply an insult to him in public. However, Feng Wuchen was the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, and his status was extraordinary. Feng Tianma didn't dare to offend him easily. If he didn't offend him, he could at least talk, right? Feng Tianma was the great guardian of the Divine Pill Pavilion, so he still dared to say a few words. However, Duan Yunlei, who was at the side, almost fainted. The young masters of the major forces were also scared out of their wits. Feng Tianma! How dare you? Lai Feng shouted angrily, and his face was extremely pale. Feng Tianma sneered and said, Why? Can't I say a few words? Could it be that the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion can't force others to speak? Seeing that you're the great guardian of the Divine Pill Pavilion, I didn't want to argue with you, but you're courting death. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, and his cold eyes swept over Feng Tianma. Great guardian, don't think of using the ancient god pavilion to bully people. I'm the great guardian of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Feng Tianma retorted. Feng Tianma was a great emperor expert, so he didn't need the ancient god pavilion's assessment. He also had the Divine Pill Pavilion behind him. He believed that the ancient god pavilion wouldn't attack him because of a small matter. However, what Feng Tianma didn't know was that the young masters of the major forces below were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This man was the senior brother of the ancient sorcerer Great Emperor. The Divine Pill Pavilion was nothing in front of him. Feng Tianma was King courting death. Not anymore. Feng Wuchen sneered and said. Not anymore. Feng Tianma was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's words kept repeating in his mind. Feng Tianma didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that Feng Wuchen could persuade the Divine Pill Pavilion master to remove him as the great guardian? That was impossible. Feng Tianma was a great emperor expert, the representative of the Divine Pill Pavilion. It was impossible for the Divine Pill Pavilion to remove him from his position. Great Guardian, you're really confident. Feng Tianma sneered. If you really have the ability, you can try. I'm right here. I also want to see how you're going to make me lose my position as the Great Guardian. Although Feng Wuchen was the Great Guardian of the ancient God Pavilion, he wasn't qualified to manage the other major forces. You'll know soon. The Divine Pill Pavilion Master is on his way, Feng Wuchen sneered. He had already ordered the Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor to come to the Thousand Flower Valley at the fastest speed. The Pavilion Master is on his way? Feng Tianma was stunned and couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen was the Great Guardian of the ancient God Pavilion. But he wasn't qualified to invite the Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor. The Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor was a powerful alchemist second only to the ancient Shaman Great Emperor. He was even more powerful than Great Emperor Danfeng, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the ancient God Pavilion. Feng Wuchen was just a Great Guardian. What qualifications did he have? Even Great Emperor Danfeng couldn't invite him. Great Guardian, are you kidding? To be frank, with your status as the Great Guardian, you can't even invite the Pavilion Master. You don't have that qualification. Even Great Emperor Danfeng can't invite him, let alone you, Feng Tianma sneered. Everyone present, except for Feng Tianma, believed it. Queen Wanhua also hoped that Feng Wuchen couldn't invite him. Feng Tianma would rather believe that a pig could climb a tree than believe that Feng Wuchen could invite the Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor. But just as Feng Tianma's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared. Feng Tianma's face turned green when he saw the person. Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor, the Pavilion Master of the Divine Pill Pavilion really came. Pavilion Master, why are you here? Feng Tianma was stunned. What qualifications did he have to invite Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor? No, that was absolutely impossible. It must be because of Queen Wanhua. The Heavenly Qilin Emperor was probably worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it, so he came personally to take a look. Since he had promised Queen Wanhua, if he couldn't keep his promise, wouldn't he be embarrassing the Divine Pill Pavilion? Would others laugh at the Divine Pill Pavilion for being good-looking but useless? Feng Tianma hurriedly flew over and asked respectfully, Pavilion Master, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the 10,000 Flower Valley so that I could let the 10,000 Flower Valley receive you? However, it's good that the Pavilion Master is here. This subordinate's and Grand Elder Duan Yunlei's face didn't work. He didn't take us seriously at all. A new broom sweeps clean, you know that. Moreover, the Great Guardian of the ancient God Pavilion likes to use his power to bully others and women. He doesn't respect anyone. In his eyes, while speaking, Feng Tianma finally turned his head to look at Duan Yunlei. But when he took a look, he was immediately dumbfounded. His voice became softer as he spoke the last sentence. Only now did he realize that Duan Yunlei's old face was completely pale and covered in sweat. What was going on? Why would the Grand Elder of the Goody Divine Palace be so scared? Not only Duan Yunlei, but Feng Tianma also realized that the elders and guardians of the 10,000 Flower Valley, as well as all the disciples, were terrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The young masters of the major forces were even kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Could it be that they were afraid of the Heavenly Qilin Emperor? Impossible. Behind these young masters, many forces had great emperors. Even if they were afraid of the Heavenly Qilin Emperor, they wouldn't be so scared. Feng Tianma looked at the Heavenly Qilin Emperor again and realized that the Heavenly Qilin Emperor's old face was extremely gloomy. Feng Tianma was very clear that the Heavenly Qilin Emperor was extremely furious. 7th. At this moment, Feng Tianma finally realized something. He suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Slap, puff, the Heavenly Qilin Emperor suddenly slapped Feng Tianma. With a crisp slap, Feng Tianma spat out blood and more than a dozen teeth flew out. With just one slap, Feng Tianma's face was deformed. With one slap, a great emperor's face was deformed. It could be seen how ruthless the Heavenly Qilin Emperor was. The 10,000 Flower Valley and the young masters of the major forces were all frightened. All of them held their breaths. Queen 10,000 Flower's body trembled violently. She had been in the Panga realm for so many years. What kind of world had she not seen? But the Heavenly Qilin Emperor's slap really frightened her. The Heavenly Qilin Emperor didn't need to be so ruthless, right? Although the Heavenly Qilin Emperor was inferior to the ancient Shaman Great Emperor, the Divine Pill Pavilion and the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall were enemies. Even if Feng Wuchen was the senior brother of the ancient shaman Great Emperor and could invite the Heavenly Qilin Emperor, the Heavenly Qilin Emperor would still be defeated. But this slap was indeed too heavy. Feng Tianma's dignity and honor were destroyed. This slap stunned Feng Tianma. Feng Tianma wasn't stupid. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it. He had already realized the seriousness of the matter. His intuition told him that this was related to Feng Wuchen. He couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen with a terrified expression. Humph. If this pavilion lord still didn't come, I would have been killed by you. From now on, you're no longer the Divine Pill Pavilion's great protector. Heavenly Qilin Emperor roared furiously. The moment Heavenly Qilin Emperor's words came out, everyone present jumped in fright once more. Pavilion Lord, why would this subordinate harm you? Feng Tianma said angrily and innocently. Heavenly Qilin Emperor ignored him and quickly came in front of Feng Wuchen. Under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, he bowed respectfully toward Feng Wuchen. That's right. It was a bow. Master, Heavenly Qilin Emperor said respectfully. Boom, Heavenly Qilin Emperor's address made everyone present, including Lai Feng, Hong Ji, and the rest, have a boom in their heads. This old thing addressed Exalta's master? Lai Feng looked at Feng Wuchen dumbfoundedly. Master? Queen 10,000 Flower and the elders and protectors were all dumbfounded. Queen 10,000 Flower nearly fainted. Her entire body was powerless and already doubted life. Feng Wuchen was actually Heavenly Qilin Emperor's master, ancient shaman emperor's senior brother, the Divine Pill Pavilion's master, and the great protector of the ancient god pavilion. What a terrifying identity this was. 10,000 Flower Valley actually provoked such a terrifying beast. If they knew why Duan Yunlei was so afraid, they might be scared to death. He's that ancient shaman emperor's senior brother? The Divine Pill Pavilion's master. Feng Tianma's eyeballs almost flew out. He looked as though he was struck by lightning and was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Feng Tianma only understood now. Why did Feng Wuchen say not anymore? The Divine Pill Pavilion was his. What could Feng Wuchen not do? Feng Tianma's mind went blank. He felt as though he had fallen into hell. He actually dared to oppose the Divine Pill Pavilion's master. He was simply courting death. Master, how should we deal with him? Heavenly Qilin Emperor asked respectfully. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Heavenly Qilin Emperor knew better than anyone how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Master, please spare my life. I didn't know your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend you even if I had 10,000 guts. Master, please spare my life. This subordinate knows his mistake. I beg Master to give this subordinate a chance. I will do whatever Master asks me to do. I beg Master to spare my life. Feng Tianma cowed out crazily and begged for mercy. Tears even came out. As long as he could survive, even if he was asked to eat shit, Feng Tianma would eat it without hesitation. He would even say it was delicious. It wasn't so easy to reach the great emperor realm. Who would be willing to die after being used to the treatment of a great emperor, who wasn't afraid of death? Cripple him and make him unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. Feng Wuchen said coldly without even looking at him. What? Feng Tianma turned pale with fright. Yes. Master. Heavenly Qilin Emperor said respectfully without hesitation. No. No. Master, please spare my life. Pavilion Master, please don't. Feng Tianma was in despair. His body trembled violently and didn't listen to orders anymore. As a great emperor expert, what he valued the most was his life and cultivation. If his cultivation was crippled, it was no different from death. Master, the cultivation of a great emperor isn't easy to come by. Subordinate has cultivated for millions of years. Subordinate begs you, don't cripple my cultivation. Subordinate is willing to make up for my mistakes. Please give subordinate another chance. Feng Tianma cried and begged for mercy. Not killing you is already giving you a chance. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Boom, Heavenly Qilin Emperor attacked without hesitation. He slammed a palm on Feng Tianma's abdomen, directly destroying his qi. Feng Tianma originally planned to resist, but he realized that he couldn't move. Heavenly Qilin Emperor had already trapped him. Heavenly Qilin Emperor was an ancient great emperor. He completely suppressed Feng Tianma in terms of strength. Feng Tianma couldn't resist at all. Feng Tianma, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Heavenly Qilin Emperor transmitted his voice. Clearly, he was somewhat heartbroken. Feng Tianma was nurtured by Heavenly Qilin Emperor, but now he wanted to cripple him personally. Heavenly Qilin Emperor's palm strike made Feng Tianma completely despair. His body fell. There was a reason why Feng Wuchen was so ruthless to Feng Tianma. Feng Tianma didn't know anything, but he said that Feng Wuchen was taking advantage of his power to bully others. This was covering up the 10,000 Flower Valley's crime. Could it be that Hong Ji and Yu Kuei suffered for nothing? Grand Elder Duan Yunlei, you didn't interfere. This has nothing to do with you. Go back and tell the Tianzong and Di Wuyun that I won't pursue the Goody Shrine, Feng Wuchen said to Duan Yunlei. Thank you, Lord Feng. Duan Yunlei bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. His heart was completely at ease. Duan Yunlei didn't stay any longer and immediately disappeared. The short conversation once again shocked everyone present. They could all hear that the Goody Shrine was very afraid of Feng Wuchen. Moreover, they already knew that Feng Wuchen was extremely terrifying. What was the identity of the Lord Feng that Duan Yunlei mentioned? After this small matter was settled, it was the 10,000 Flower Valley's turn. Queen 10,000 Flowers, this matter has nothing to do with your 10,000 Flowers Valley. I've made my intentions clear from the start. Even if 10,000 Flowers Water tried to stop me, I didn't intend to pursue the matter. Unfortunately, you ignored my repeated warnings. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze instantly frightened Queen 10,000 Flowers, causing her to tremble violently and involuntarily take a few steps back. Queen 10,000 Flowers remembered clearly that Feng Wuchen had indeed warned her. However, Queen 10,000 Flowers was too confident in her own strength. You all should have heard about Nie Qingxi's deranged behavior, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he glanced at Green Lotus. Just one glance was enough to make Green Lotus's heart beat wildly and his blood boil, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. Green Lotus couldn't bear that kind of fear and collapsed to his knees. Feng Wuchen's face grew darker and darker. He asked fiercely, if I didn't have this kind of power, what do you think would have happened to Hongji and Yue Kuei? No one dared to answer. Because they could all guess the consequences. If Feng Wuchen didn't have this kind of terrifying power, with Nie Qingxi's deranged behavior, Hongji and Yue Kuei would have been tortured to death. Because of your obstruction, Yue Kuei suffered more pain and torture. Can you bear it? Because of your obstruction, Hongji was almost ruined. Feng Wuchen's cold words were sonorous and powerful, with an unparalleled majesty. Everyone in 10,000 Flowers Valley was terrified. Because they couldn't bear Feng Wuchen's anger at all. The disciples couldn't bear the fear and pressure and collapsed one after another. Even the elders and protectors were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Lai Feng, kill her. Feng Wuchen pointed at Green Lotus and ordered coldly. Wanhua Qinglian was scared out of her wits. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Green Lotus wanted to beg for mercy, but she found that she couldn't speak. It was as if there was a knife at her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. That kind of fear and despair was indescribable. Green Lotus knew that no one could save her. Yes, Lord. Lai Feng said respectfully. Even if it was a woman, he didn't hesitate at all. Swish. A beam of sword light flashed and disappeared. A sword to the throat. Green Lotus was dead. Stop. Queen 10,000 Flowers shouted in panic. But it was too late, Liefeng's speed was terrifying. Seeing Green Lotus's corpse fall, the disciples of 10,000 Flowers Valley couldn't be more terrified. Lotus. Queen 10,000 Flowers said with tears in her eyes. Because her orders had caused the death of the myriad flower lotus, Queen 10,000 Flowers was filled with regret. If she had investigated the situation, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. If she hadn't thought so highly of herself, 10,000 Flowers Valley might have been able to get acquainted with Feng Wuchen. but it was too late. Hongji and Yukue were cruelly humiliated in 10,000 Flowers Valley, and 10,000 Flowers Valley tried to stop them. If it was someone else, they might have already massacred 10,000 Flowers Valley. All the ancient gods of 10,000 Flowers Valley, including those who broke through, are not allowed to take the test for 1,000 years. Feng Wuchen said coldly. This was the punishment for 10,000 Flowers Valley. This was the consequence. Feng Wuchen didn't give the order to massacre 10,000 Flowers Valley. This was already very merciful. This punishment made Queen 10,000 Flowers and the elders feel as if they had been pardoned. They were completely relieved. Lord Protector, thank you for not killing us. Queen 10,000 Flowers knelt and thanked him. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. After Feng Wuchen's group left, 10,000 Flowers Valley was still deathly silent and sorrowful. This was the first time 10,000 Flowers Valley had encountered such a terrifying person since its establishment. Back then, young Master Di Tian didn't make 10,000 Flowers Valley so afraid. On the other hand, the young masters of the various factions all heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they all sat down, panting heavily. I was really scared to death. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Lord Protector is too scary. We can't afford to offend him at all. To think that we even insulted him just now. I thought I was dead for sure. I'm still very scared now. God's Eye Temple. Ancient God Wind Mark reported some matters. 10,000 Flower Valley? The Dark Eye Emperor frowned. Why would the Heavenly Qilin Emperor appear there? The Goody Temple's Grand Elder is also here. This elder also sensed Niawushu's aura. Reporting to Grand Elder, according to the news I heard, the 10,000 Flower Valley offended the Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion. Nye Qingshu also offended the Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion, so they asked Duan Yunlei and the others to settle it. Nye Qingshu has already been killed, Ancient God Wind Mark said respectfully. That mysterious Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion? No wonder it alarmed the Heavenly Qilin Emperor. The Dark Eye Emperor smiled faintly. The Dark Eye Emperor slowly got up and smiled. This elder also wants to know who this mysterious Great Guardian is. Someone favored by the Emperor of all eras and replaced Fierce Wind must not be simple. This mysterious Great Guardian must be a great Emperor expert. This subordinate went to the Ancient God Pavilion not long ago, but I didn't see the Great Guardian, Ancient God Wind Mark said with certainty. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a stunning woman in green clothes. The moment the woman appeared, the temperature in the temple dropped by dozens of degrees. The expressions of the Dark Eye Emperor and Ancient God Wind Mark changed, and they immediately knelt respectfully. Greetings, Great Emperor Cold Frost. The two of them said respectfully. Is there any news? The Cold Frost Great Emperor asked coldly. Every word that came out of her mouth was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. The Dark Eye Emperor suppressed his fear and said respectfully, Not yet. If there's no news, why are you so idle that you don't even report to this Great Emperor? Don't you know that Lord Demon Soul is furious? The Great Emperor Cold Frost asked coldly. An unbearably terrifying aura erupted from her. The souls of the Dark Eye Emperor and Ancient God Wind Mark were scared out of their wits. Reporting to the Great Emperor Cold Frost, no one has seen the mysterious person. The entire Panga realm has been searched, but he still hasn't been found. That mysterious power from before disappeared and didn't reappear. As for that mysterious person, I'm afraid only the people of the Goody Temple have seen him. Ancient God Wind Mark respectfully reported, his back drenched in cold sweat. Continue to send people to search. Even if you have to turn the entire Panga realm upside down, you must find the mysterious man and the mysterious force. Emperor Lung Xuang said coldly. No one dared to disobey her command. She looked like a woman, but she was very domineering. Understood, the Dark Eye Emperor and Ancient God Wind Mark replied respectfully. If there's still no news, you can kill yourselves. Emperor Cold Frost said coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling, without any human emotions. A wisp of frost appeared and the Cold Frost Great Emperor disappeared into thin air. The Dark Eye Emperor and Ancient God Wind Mark breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were filled with panic. Facing a Great Emperor expert, they were unable to withstand the terrifying aura and pressure. There is no way to investigate the mysterious power. The Dark-Eye King shook his head helplessly. The mysterious power had only appeared once. Even if the Dark-Eye King and the others wanted to investigate, they had no idea where to start. Except for the Goody Temple, no one had ever seen a mysterious person who had broken into the 36 layers of heaven. The Goody Divine Temple didn't know who the mysterious man was. They all claimed that they had never seen him before. How was he supposed to investigate this? There were so many people in Panga Realm. Was he supposed to investigate them one by one? How long would it take to find out? The Paragon Main Temple sent 5 great ancient emperors to investigate, but it's been so many days, and they still haven't found anything. They're pushing the blame onto us, Ancient God Wind Mark said unhappily. Lower your voice. The Dark-Eye Emperor glared at Ancient God Wind Mark. Grand Elder, that mysterious power isn't something we can deal with. If it wants to hide, we won't be able to find it, Ancient God Wind Mark said grumpily. Keep looking, the Dark-Eye Emperor said solemnly. Send an order to Ancient God Blood Zen. Order him to make another trip to the ancient immortal world. That mysterious power might have returned to that kid's body. That mysterious power is extremely frightening. If it really did return to that kid's body, we probably won't be able to sense it. We might as well tell the Cold Frost Great Emperor and the others, Ancient God Wind Mark suddenly said. That's not a bad idea. Have Ancient God Blood Zen go to the ancient immortal world immediately. The Dark-Eye Emperor nodded. Second layer of heaven, Colored Glass Divine Palace, Prisoner Heaven, how are Xiaoxiao, Qingqing, and the others? Feng Wuchen asked as soon as he returned to the palace. Prisoner Heaven respectfully reporting to High Lord. High Lord's wife and Qingqing are cultivating in the first layer of Heaven Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked the emissary, has there been any movement from the Thunderflame Holy Hall? After destroying the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace, there's been no movement, but they've sent people to secretly investigate our Dragon Soul, the emissary respectfully reported. Since they haven't made a move, we'll bide our time and cultivate, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen did not remain in the Colored Glass Divine Palace. Instead, he returned to the Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen first went to the Alchemy Pavilion to take a look while giving pointers to the Ancient Shaman Emperor and the others. After that, he entered the Divine Ring to cultivate. Emperor Yuanshi? Why are you here? Feng Wuchen, who had just entered the Divine Ring to cultivate, was surprised to see Emperor Yuanshi and the Great Desolate Emperor chatting happily. You were dealing with something just now, so I didn't disturb you, Emperor Yuanshi said with a faint smile. Emperor Yuanshi is looking for me? Feng Wuchen asked. Emperor Yuanshi nodded and smiled, the Space Emperor wants to see you. The Space Emperor? Feng Wuchen was stunned and immediately said, the Space Emperor who fought with Emperor Yuanshi back then? That's right. Emperor Yuanshi smiled and said, he has already noticed you, but your spatial divine power is too weak. I've already explained everything to him. With his help, our chances of winning will be higher. Since Emperor Yuanshi has already explained it, why does the Space Emperor want to see me? Feng Wuchen asked, puzzled. The Reincarnation Pagoda chose you, so the Space Emperor naturally wants to see what kind of person you are. Emperor Yuanshi smiled. Alright, I also want to see an expert whose strength is on par with Emperor Yuanshi. Feng Wuchen nodded and readily agreed. Feng Wuchen had heard about the Space Emperor's strength from Emperor Yuanshi a long time ago. The Space Emperor's strength could be said to be on par with Emperor Yuanshi among the 100 emperors. Thunderfire Temple. In the temple, a figure appeared. A Xian titled Ancient God. A titled Ancient God from the third heaven. Big Brother Quicksand, you're finally here. Thunderfire Ancient God smiled happily. Just because you call me Big Brother, how can I not come if you need me? Moreover, I'm also very curious about this dragon soul you spoke of. Ancient God Quicksand happily smiled. Old Brother Quicksand is still the best to me. Thunderfire Ancient God happily smiled, not daring to move. Lord Ancient God Quicksand, Fu Tianshu fell at the hands of the dragon soul. This dragon soul is not simple, the Grand Elder respectfully said. In that case, the dragon soul must have a scion titled Ancient God Quicksand sneered. It's precisely because I guessed that the dragon soul has a scion titled Ancient God that I came to you for help. Thunderflame Ancient God said in a low voice, the dragon's soul fought his way up to the second heaven and even humiliated me. He'll definitely attack the Thunderflame Temple. Although the Thunderflame Temple is a subordinate force of the Supreme Main Temple, we were the ones who submitted to them. The Supreme Main Temple might not care about our life or death. Old Brother Quicksand knows a lot of experts, so I can only ask you for help. The forces under him were just words. The Supreme Main Divine Palace might not care about the weak forces. Don't worry, little brother. The puny dragon's soul is nothing to be afraid of, Ancient God Quicksand said proudly, not taking the dragon's soul seriously at all. If it was just a Xian titled Ancient God, Quicksand was not afraid. With Brother Quicksand's words, I'm relieved. Thunderflame Ancient God smiled happily. Let's go. I've already prepared a banquet. Let's have a few drinks together. In the dimensional space. Emperor Yuanshi brought Feng Wuchen into the dimensional space. Although Feng Wuchen had been to the dimensional space, he had only been to the surface. He had not been to the depths. Even the great emperors of the 10 directions did not dare to step into the depths of the dimensional space. Emperor Yuanshi, the dimensional space is such a mysterious space. There's nothing in it. Can one cultivate in it? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Feng Wuchen really did not know how to cultivate in the dimensional space. Could it be that one had to cultivate in the middle of a star? The dimensional space is not completely empty. You'll know when you go deeper. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly. There's also a self-created world. It's not difficult for a great emperor to create a world. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. An hour later, Emperor Yuanshi and Feng Wuchen arrived at the depths of the dimensional space. After flying for an hour, they did not see a single person. The endless dim stars looked like they were in outer space. The deeper I go, the stronger the strange aura in the dimensional space. Although I don't know what it is much stronger than the spiritual qi in the Panga realm. It is very helpful for practicing the power of the ancient realm, Feng Wuchen thought. At this moment, Emperor Yuanshi stopped. Do you see the energy entrance in front? Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly. Not far in front of them, there was an energy entrance that emitted a faint black light. Mysterious, strange, and full of the unknown, it made people feel a little scared. Using his soul force, Feng Wuchen discovered that the strange aura at the entrance was at least 10 times stronger. The world inside the entrance must have an even stronger strange aura. Where does the entrance lead to? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The second layer of the dimensional space. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly and said, there are 7 levels to the dimensional space. Basically, no one cultivates in the first level. Only when you reach the second level will you encounter some titled ancient gods. The scariest part of the 7th level is also the deepest part. Even the great emperors of the 10 directions might not be able to come out alive. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked, Emperor Yuanshi, what is the danger of the dimensional space? You will know after entering the second level of the dimensional aura and dimensional storms. Let's go. Emperor Yuanshi took the lead and entered the second level. Feng Wuchen followed behind, feeling more and more curious. Okay. The dimensional aura in the second level of the dimensional space was very terrifying. The moment he stepped into the second level, Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, as if something was suppressing his body and making it difficult for him to move. It was a very heavy feeling. Emperor Yuanshi, this dimensional aura is 100 times stronger than the first level. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked and could not help but gasp. Feng Wuchen finally understood why Emperor Yuanshi said the dimensional aura was dangerous. This was only the second level, and the dimensional aura was already so terrifying. Let's go. The Space Emperor is on the 6th level. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly and immediately flew to the 3rd level. Emperor Yuanshi, isn't Demon Soul Sovereign on the 7th level? Feng Wuchen guessed. Emperor Yuanshi said faintly, that's right. There are not many people in the Panga realm who can enter the 7th level. Back then, many great emperors of the 10 directions died on the 7th level. If Demon Soul Sovereign wants to recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation, the 7th level of the dimensional space is the most suitable. It's just that no one knows where exactly he is. In that case, the real body of the reincarnation pagoda must be on the 7th level. Feng Wuchen concluded. It's hard to say. The space on each level is very large. It's not easy to find the reincarnation pagoda. Yi Jun is now on the 4th level and has not found anything. Emperor Yuanshi smiled. About 6 hours later, Emperor Yuanshi and Feng Wuchen finally arrived at the 6th level of the dimensional space. The dimensional aura on the 6th level of the dimensional space was very terrifying. As for how terrifying it was, Feng Wuchen did not know. Emperor Yuanshi's power had been enveloping it all this time. When Emperor Yuanshi and Feng Wuchen appeared on the 6th level, a hole suddenly appeared in the dim space. This is the world where the Space Emperor is. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly. After a while, Feng Wuchen and Emperor Yuanshi appeared in an ocean world. Below them was an endless sea. Many immortal mountains floated in the sky, surrounded by immortal mist. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. The world that was created also had a very terrifying dimensional aura. Welcome to the world of this great emperor. A voice filled with majesty rang out. A man in a white robe appeared, and a faint white aura swept out. As expected of an expert who is comparable to Emperor Yuanshi. His aura is visible to the naked eye. Feng Wuchen was shocked. With just one look, Feng Wuchen could feel the terrifying strength of the Space Emperor. This person was the Space Emperor. Feng Wuchen sized up the Space Emperor, and the Space Emperor sized up Feng Wuchen. Emperor Yuanshi, is he the person chosen by the reincarnation pagoda? The Space Emperor smiled faintly. Yes. Emperor Yuanshi nodded. Feng Wuchen quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Junior Feng Wuchen greets the Space Emperor. Emperor Yuanshi is right. You have indeed cultivated the strongest physical body. It is indeed not simple. You have even fused the spatial and spacetime divine powers. It is just too weak. However, you have the divine powers of Emperor Yuanshi and the others. You also have a powerful bloodline that surpasses Yinglong. You are indeed not weak. The Space Emperor smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen smiled. This is also thanks to the help of Emperor Yuanshi and the others. The Space Emperor shook his head slightly. Their inheritance only allows you to cultivate more powerful techniques and the Panga technique. To be able to control their power and cultivate the Panga technique, it is all up to you. The strongest physical body is also up to you. No one else can help you. Although I have no enmity with that old devil, since Emperor Yuanshi has spoken, I will help you this time and bestow you with spatial divine powers. Feng Wuchen was well aware of the terror of space divine power. The Space Emperor was the master of space divine power, so how could he give it to others so easily? Feng Wuchen didn't know how Emperor Yuanshi persuaded the Space Emperor. But Feng Wuchen didn't dare to believe that the Space Emperor would really give him space divine power. What? You don't believe me? Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, the Space Emperor laughed. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, to be honest, I don't believe it. Emperor Yuanshi and the others only gave me their inheritance because the reincarnation pagoda chose me. They believe in me. But the Space Emperor wasn't sealed by the reincarnation pagoda. I don't know how Emperor Yuanshi persuaded you, but for every great emperor of the 10 directions, whether it's the Panga method or divine power, both are extremely important. They are treasures that ordinary people can't imagine. They can't be given away so easily. You're very smart. The Space Emperor laughed and said, this great emperor indeed won't give you my power so easily, but this great emperor can't refuse Emperor Yuanshi's conditions. Conditions? Feng Wuchen looked at Emperor Yuanshi. Sure enough, the Space Emperor still needed conditions. Although Feng Wuchen didn't know what the conditions were, if the Space Emperor couldn't refuse, it was obvious that the conditions were very important. Emperor Yuanshi smiled faintly and said, help him enter the Panga realm. Enter the Panga realm? Feng Wuchen was shocked, and his expression stiffened. Emperor Yuanshi had this kind of ability, he could even help the great emperors break through the Panga realm. If Emperor Yuanshi had this kind of ability, couldn't he just break through on his own? Seeing Feng Wuchen's thoughts, Emperor Yuanshi said, this great emperor doesn't have that kind of ability. If I can defeat old devil Yao Hun, I can give some of his blood essence to the Space Emperor. With his current cultivation, he only needs a huge amount of energy to break through. I see. Feng Wuchen finally understood. Feng Wuchen, this great emperor knows that the chances are slim. After all, old devil soul strength is indeed terrifying. However, for millions of years, this great emperor has tried too many methods to break through to the Panga realm. The Space Emperor sighed, breaking through to the Panga realm not only requires tremendous power, but also opportunities. Breaking through to the Panga realm is the greatest wish of this emperor's life. Therefore, no matter how small the opportunity is, this emperor does not wish to miss it. I don't have many millions of years left. From the words of the Space Emperor, one could tell how difficult it was to break through to the Panga realm. As one of the first great emperors of the 10 directions after Pangu created the world, the great emperor of space had an absolutely terrifying talent, but he still couldn't break through to the Panga realm. It could be seen how harsh the conditions for a breakthrough were. Feng Wuchen could hear the helplessness and powerlessness in the Space Emperor's words. Is it really so difficult to break into the Panga realm? Millions of years is really unimaginable. Feng Wuchen sighed inwardly. Millions of years ago, Devil Soul Sovereign was already in the Panga realm. After millions of years, no one knew how powerful Devil Soul Sovereign was. After all, Devil Soul Sovereign had not appeared for millions of years. It was only recently that a clone returned to the Panga realm. The Panga realm is so difficult to break through. Even if I can save the great emperors of the Reincarnation Pagoda, I'm afraid I can't defeat Devil Soul Sovereign. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. No matter what, we have to try. Emperor Yuanshir's old eyes flickered with intense unwillingness. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Emperor Yuanshir said, Feng Wuchen, whether you can defeat Devil Soul Sovereign or not, our strength is not the most important thing. The most important thing is your strength. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I know. I will continue to work hard and improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Master left me many treasures in his storage ring. Whoosh! At this moment, the Space Emperor flicked his finger, and a white light flew out and drilled into Feng Wuchen's forehead. An extremely terrifying power that was not inferior to the primeval Lord of the Origin crazily rushed into Feng Wuchen's body. Is this the true power of space? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Feng Wuchen, this is the origin of space power. After refining it, you will have powerful space power. Space power is all-encompassing. No matter what kind of space you are in, you can enter and exit it freely. You can even control any space that doesn't belong to you. The Space Emperor said seriously, unless there is a power stronger than space power, no space can trap you. You will understand the power of space power in the future. Thank you, Space Emperor. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed. The Space Emperor shook his head slightly. There is no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Emperor Yuanshir. His offer was indeed something I couldn't refuse. In return, I will also give you a treasure. Feng Wuchen smiled and flipped his hand over. A storage ring appeared out of thin air. What is this? The Space Emperor asked curiously. He could see that it was a storage ring, but if Feng Wuchen was willing to give it away, then it must be something special. This is a storage ring with 5 times the normal capacity. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? 5 times? You made it? The Space Emperor's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. I hope you like it. Feng Wuchen, you have already received Emperor Peerless True Inheritance. The Space Emperor asked in shock. Wasn't this talent a little too terrifying? How could he have received Emperor Peerless True Inheritance at such a young age? I am still far from Master's level. Feng Wuchen smiled modestly. It seems that the Reincarnation Pagoda chose you for a reason. The Space Emperor quickly recovered and smiled happily. Let's go. Go back and cultivate. Emperor Yuanshir smiled faintly. I will send him back. Emperor Yuanshir, please stay. The Space Emperor hurriedly said. Then I will have to trouble you. Emperor Yuanshir nodded. The Space Emperor waved his hand and Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, Feng Wuchen had strangely appeared in the first Sky Dragon soul. Emperor Yuanshir, what is this Feng Wuchen's background? The Space Emperor frowned and asked solemnly. He is a dragon. Why? What did you discover? Emperor Yuanzhi asked, puzzled. My divine power of space is a little special. When I gave him the origin of my divine power of space, I felt a mysterious and terrifying power. The Space Emperor said solemnly. Other than our power, Feng Wuchen does not have any other power. Emperor Yuanzhi shook his head. The Space Emperor said solemnly that energy was able to suppress this emperor's spatial god force, making this emperor feel an intense sense of danger. I don't know what kind of energy it is, and there seems to be something terrifying in his spiritual space that this emperor can't see. Is there such a thing? Emperor Yuanzhi was shocked. You don't know? The Space Emperor looked at Emperor Yuanzhi in shock. Emperor Yuanzhi shook his head and said, Indeed, I don't know. Feng Wuchen might not have noticed it himself. This mysterious power disappeared the moment I sensed it, the Space Emperor said solemnly. Disappeared in an instant? Emperor Yuanzhi was shocked again. Seeing Emperor Yuanzhi's expression, the Space Emperor said in annoyance, Humph. It's definitely not an illusion. You'd better be careful. I really don't know what kind of power it is. Emperor Yuanzhi was slightly embarrassed. He nodded and said, I'll be careful. With that, Emperor Yuanzhi disappeared. The Space Emperor frowned and muttered to himself, I've never seen that kind of power. I also hope it's an illusion, but it's definitely real. Not only did it suppress my space god power, but it also made me feel a strong sense of danger. Even old demon soul doesn't have this kind of power. After leaving the dimensional space, Emperor Yuanzhi immediately went to look for Feng Wuchen. He could tell that the Space Emperor was not lying. But no matter how he looked, he could not find any mysterious power. Could it be that the Space Emperor was really hallucinating? If there really is some kind of mysterious power, I should be able to sense it, Emperor Yuanzhi thought to himself. Since he could not find anything, the primeval heavenly emperor left. Husband, who are you talking to? At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao entered the hall. She looked around but did not see anyone. My wife, you must have heard wrongly. I'm the only one in the hall, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He quickly walked over and hugged Ling Xiaoxiao. Maybe I heard wrongly. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. My wife, aren't you cultivating? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. I miss Xiaoxiao, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her precious daughter. He simply couldn't calm down to cultivate. Husband, let's go back and see Xiaoxiao, okay? Ling Xiaoxiao asked quickly, looking at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. Good, I also miss my baby girl. With a 5-time space ring, I'm afraid little Xiaoxiao has already grown up a lot, Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. Feng Wuchen had originally planned to refine the spatial divine power, but now he could only postpone it. Nothing was more important than Xiaoxiao. Great! Husband, let's go back right away. Ling Xiaoxiao was as excited as a kitten and kissed Feng Wuchen's face fiercely. Alright, let's inform the great ancient shaman emperor and the others first, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Ancient immortal world. Ancient god Blood Zen once again stepped into the Emperor Immortal Palace. The Emperor Immortal Palace did not activate its formation, so ancient god Blood Zen directly descended onto the plaza. It's him. Leng Muching immediately recognized ancient god Blood Zen and immediately returned to the main hall to report. A little while later, Feng Jingxiong, Long Tianchou, and the others appeared one after another. The moment they saw ancient god Blood Zen, the expressions of Feng Jingxiong and the others turned extremely grave. This ancient god is looking for the master of Dragon Soul, ancient god Blood Zen said expressionlessly. Long Tianchou cupped his fists and politely said, Lord titled ancient god, the master of Dragon Soul is not here. He has been gone for a long time and has yet to return. Not here? Ancient god Blood Zen frowned and asked, where is he? Feng Jingxiong shook his head and said, he didn't say, so we don't know. This kid can completely conceal his aura. Even this ancient god can't sense his aura. Ancient god Blood Zen inwardly felt helpless. Ancient god Blood Zen didn't say anything else and simply vanished. No one knew why ancient god Blood Zen was looking for Feng Wuchen. No matter what it was, they didn't dare to reveal that Feng Wuchen had ascended. Whoosh, but a few moments after ancient god Blood Zen left, Feng Wuchen appeared with Ling Xiaoxiao. Lord Chen Er. Xiao. It really is longer. The members of the Emperor Immortal Palace were both surprised and delighted. Chen that ancient god Blood Zen came to find you again. He just left, Xiao Qingqing hurriedly said. Ancient god Blood Zen? Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, it seems like he's still investigating that mysterious power. That's not right. Doesn't ancient god Blood Zen know that I'm called Feng Wuchen? In the Panga realm, the person who broke through the 36 layers of heaven is called Feng Wuchen. Does ancient god Blood Zen not know? Feng Wuchen was astonished. Ancient god Blood Zen truly didn't know. He had been in seclusion all this time and was about to break through to the gold-titled ancient god realm. Let's ignore him. Dad, Mom, let's go back and see Xiao, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile, his face filled with impatience. Feng Jingxiong also smiled happily. We were just talking about going back in the main hall, and now you're back. Dad, Grandpa, let's go back too. Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. Haha. Great. Ling Muyan laughed happily. Everyone clicked and was incomparably happy. 33 layers of heaven. In the main hall of the God's Eye Palace, ancient god Blood Zen appeared and respectfully knelt on one knee. Grand Elder, Hall Master, subordinate went to the ancient immortal world, but Feng Wuchen wasn't there. They also don't know where Feng Wuchen is. Feng Wuchen? Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the Dark Eye Emperor, the Hall Master, and the upper echelon changed. Ancient god Blood Zen was confused, not knowing why they had such a big reaction. Blood Zen, did you just say Feng Wuchen? The Dark Eye Emperor asked uncertainly, his old face filled with shock. Yes. Ancient god Blood Zen asked in confusion, Grand Elder, is there a problem? The Dark Eye Emperor suddenly stood up and ordered, immediately pass down the order. Immediately bring people to the ancient immortal world and find Feng Wuchen's whereabouts as soon as possible. Grand Elder, what's going on? Blood Zen asked in confusion. Ancient god Blood Zen, you've been cultivating in seclusion, so you might not know, but the mysterious person who forced his way into the 36th heaven is called Feng Wuchen. The news came from Protector Yao of the Shrine of Goody, and we've finally found him, an elder said in joy. What? Ancient god Blood Zen's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, how could it be him? You still don't understand? The Dark Eye Emperor said in a low voice. That mysterious power was in his body before. This kid is from the ancient immortal world, but he was able to force his way into the 36th heaven. It must be related to that mysterious power. We've finally found a clue. The Dark Eye Emperor's words made ancient god Blood Zen react. After confirming the identity of the mysterious person, everything made sense. So that kid's name is Feng Wuchen. Ancient god Wind Mark was also shocked. Wind Mark, Blood Zen, immediately bring people to the ancient immortal world. The mysterious power must still be in his body. You must be careful. If you have no other choice, capture him and threaten him, the Dark Eye Emperor ordered. Understood, the two respectfully replied and immediately vanished. Grand Elder, immediately report to Emperor Cold Frost and the others, the Hall Master excitedly said. The Dark Eye Emperor immediately reported to Emperor Cold Frost. End of this chapter. There's news. Emperor Cold Frost suddenly opened her eyes. There were 3 other emperors beside her. Emperor Thousand Mountain, Emperor Water, and Emperor Xing Kuei. What news? Emperor Qian Shan looked at Emperor Lung Xuang. Mysterious person or mysterious power? Emperor Xing Kuei asked as he looked at Emperor Cold Frost. Emperor Dark, I just sent news that the mysterious person who barged into the 36th heaven had a mysterious power in his body. In other words, the mysterious power must still be in his body after it disappeared, Emperor Cold Frost said coldly. Where is he? Emperor Water asked. Ancient immortal world. Emperor Cold Frost said coldly, Emperor Dark, I has already sent people to the ancient immortal world to search for this person. I believe there will be news soon. Then let's go to the ancient immortal world now. Emperor Thousand Mountain said coldly, we've already wasted a lot of time. If we don't find out soon, Lord Demon Soul will punish us severely. Swish. Swish. Swish, in the sky above the Emperor Immortal Palace, dozens of figures appeared at the same time. They were ancient god Wind Mark and ancient god Blood Zen. Behind them were dozens of titled ancient gods. Waves of terrifying aura swept across the area like an avalanche. In an instant, it covered the entire ancient immortal world. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. What's going on? Blood Cicada is here again. Cold Dusk's expression changed. Saber Soul, go to the sacred world and report to the Exalt. Cold Dusk ordered. Saber Soul did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to the sacred world. Soon, Heavenly Realm, Yunyuzi, and the others appeared again. Where are those people from before? Ancient God Blood Cicada asked with a frown. He found that Long Tiancho and the others were gone. They are cultivating in seclusion. Heavenly Realm cupped his fists and replied calmly. Ancient God Wind Mark said coldly, this titled ancient god doesn't care what method you use. Find that brat Feng Wuchen immediately. Heavenly Realm said, we already said that the Exalt left for a few months and did not return. We don't know where he is. I'll only give you 2 hours. If you don't see Feng Wuchen after 2 hours, the consequences are not something you can bear, Ancient God Wind Mark said coldly, his tone extremely domineering. Lord's cultivation is so strong and he can completely hide his aura. We don't even know where to find him. Aren't you making things difficult for us? Yun Yuzi smiled bitterly. Old fogey, this is your problem, not this titled ancient gods, Ancient God Wind Mark said coldly. The Saints' World. In the main hall of the Rakshasa Immortal Palace. Xiao Xiaofeng stuck close to Ling Xiaoxiao and was extremely obedient. Ling Xiaoxiao grew very quickly while cultivating in the quintuple space ring and was now a little over 4 years old. She was very obedient and sensible. Xiaoxiao, come, let Grandpa hug you. Feng Jingxiong was extremely happy. Xiaoxiao, be good. Let Grandpa hug you, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Xiaoxiao, your cultivation has increased quite a bit. Looks like you didn't slack off, Feng Wuchen said with a happy smile as he looked at Xiaoxiao dotingly. Daddy, Xiaoxiao is working very hard. I didn't slack off. Big sister Ling can testify, Xiao Xiaofeng said with a serious expression. She looked extremely cute. Uncle Feng, although Xiaoxiao likes to play, she's working very hard, Ling said with a smile. Xiao Xiaofeng quickly ran to Feng Wuchen and asked excitedly, Daddy, when are you going to bring Xiaoxiao out to play? My cultivation is too strong. They don't dare to play with me. Daddy will bring you out to play now. Feng Wuchen happily hugged Xiao Xiaofeng and said with a smile, also, as long as Xiaoxiao doesn't bully them and protects them, they will definitely play with you. At this moment, Saber Soul appeared and immediately rushed to the main hall of Rakshasa Immortal Palace. Lord, something has happened. Saber Soul anxiously shouted, Panga Realm's ancient god Blood Zen and the others are here again. There are also dozens of titled ancient gods. Again? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. It seemed that Panga Realm had found something. But at this moment, he had finally come back to see his daughter, and now he had to run into such trouble. Daddy, are you leaving again? Xiao Xiaofeng asked reluctantly. Her big watery eyes were moist. Xiaoxiao, your daddy has something important to do. I'll be back soon to accompany you, okay? Mother Dragon said with a smile. Grandma, is what you said true? Xiao Xiaofeng asked seriously. Mother Dragon smiled and comforted her. Of course, Xiao Xiaofeng is so obedient. Why would I lie to you? Daddy, will you be back soon? Xiao Xiaofeng asked. Of course, Daddy will be back soon. Daddy will bring you out to play. Feng Wuchen gently patted Xiao Xiaofeng's head. Husband, you must be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao reminded him. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen nodded and left with Saber Soul. On the other side, at Emperor Celestial Palace. Emperor Qian Shan, Emperor Long Shuang, and the others had also arrived at Emperor Celestial Palace. The unimaginably terrifying aura caused the Heavenly Realm and Yunyoji to collapse on the ground. Their faces were pale and filled with pain. They couldn't withstand the aura of a great emperor. Where is Feng Wuchen? If you don't tell me, I'll kill all of you. Water God Emperor threatened fiercely. We really don't know where he went. Huang Yin said with difficulty. Even if you don't tell me, I have a way. Emperor Qianshan said coldly. He grabbed the air and sucked one of them over. Emperor Qianshan said coldly, words can lie, but memories can't. In your memories, you must know where Feng Wuchen went. Hearing this, the heavenly realms people's faces changed. Stop. Just as Emperor Qianshan was about to cast a spell, Feng Wuchen's shout was heard. Feng Wuchen and Saber Soul appeared. My lord is back. The heavenly realms people heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Qianshan, this person is Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Blood Zen said respectfully. He's Feng Wuchen who challenged the 36th heaven? Water God Emperor and the others looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned. The person you're looking for is me. Let go of my people. Emperor Qianshan slowly let go and sneered. As expected, you're not simple. As they said, I couldn't sense your aura or even any energy fluctuation. It wasn't easy to find you. Brat, you forced your way into the 36th heaven. Lord Yaohan is furious. I advise you to obediently return with us. Emperor Xingkuwei said coldly. Lord Emperor, he must still have that mysterious power in his body. You must be careful. Ancient God Wind Mark said respectfully. This person relied on that mysterious power to defeat Tianzong and the others. This power can't be underestimated. Emperor Cold Frost said coldly. The mysterious power isn't in my body. Ancient God Blood Zen has already checked several times. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Ancient God Blood Zen said in a low voice, this ancient god has indeed checked, but after you challenged the 36th heaven, the mysterious power must still be in your body. Less nonsense. Just come with us. Water God Emperor said fiercely. End of chapter. Chaos Emperor, do you want to go back with them? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. He couldn't make a decision. If he went back with Emperor Qianshan, Feng Wuchen might not be able to come back alive. Even if he didn't die because of his eternal life realm body, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to come back. But if he didn't go back with Emperor Qianshan, things would get out of hand once they fought. At that time, Demon Soul Prime might be lured out. Even if it was just a clone, no one would be able to defeat it. Once Demon Soul Prime was lured out, Emperor Yuanshi and the others wouldn't be able to defeat it at all. At the same time, they would be exposed. If he went back with Emperor Qianshan, there might be a glimmer of hope. Are you going to take the risk? Chaos Emperor asked. Yes, if we act now, we will definitely be exposed and Dragon Soul will be implicated. Moreover, we don't know where the true body of the Reincarnation Pagoda is. It's not the right time to act, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Well, you're right, but it's also very risky, Chaos Emperor said telepathically. I can't care so much, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. He had already made his decision. I'll go back with you, Feng Wuchen replied. My lord. Everyone's expression changed. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At least you know what's good for you, Emperor Qianshan sneered. Then, he waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen. Ancient God Feng Hen and the others also left. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, I'm going to the Supreme Main Shrine now. It's all up to you, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Don't worry. Since Panga Realm is taking action, I won't stand by and do nothing. Who asked you to be chosen by the Chaos Ancestor? Chaos Xian Fire Beast said. Feng Wuchen felt more at ease after hearing the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's words. Soon, Emperor Qianshan brought Feng Wuchen back to the Supreme Main Shrine. Is this surging aura from Demon Soul Prime? For a mere clone to possess such power, it is indeed terrifying. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Thousand Mountain Great Emperor and the other 3 ancient Great Emperors brought Feng Wuchen into the hall. The 3 elders of the Supreme Main Divine Palace appeared at the same time. Terrifying aura swept across the place like a tsunami. All 3 of them were 10 Directions Great Emperors, his strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 elders are not weaker than the Great Emperors of Reincarnation Pagoda. Moreover, there are many 10 Direction Great Emperors in Supreme Main Shrine, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Greetings, elders. Emperor Qianshan and the others knelt down respectfully. Feng Wuchen also knelt down on one knee. Who is he? An elder slowly asked. His old eyes merely sized up Feng Wuchen, not leaving the slightest trace. The other two elders also calmly glanced at him. Elders, he is the mysterious person who challenged the 36 levels of heaven, Feng Wuchen. The mysterious power that angered Demon Soul Prime is also in his body. Emperor Qianshan reported respectfully, this person came from the ancient immortal world. He relied on that power to challenge the 36 levels of heaven. When the three elders first heard that he came from the ancient immortal world, they were shocked. After all, the cultivators in the ancient immortal world did not have that kind of power. However, when they heard that he relied on the mysterious power, they were relieved. So it is the same person, Elder Qianshan said indifferently. His old eyes were emotionless like an old pine tree. Xuechan said that the mysterious power was not in his body. They saw the mysterious power leave him. After that, he challenged the 36 levels of heaven. Therefore, we can be sure that the power is still in his body, Emperor Xingkue said respectfully. Elder Qianshan nodded slightly. He looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Feng Wuchen, do you know what kind of power it is? No. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. What about that power? Elder Qianshan asked again. To be honest, I don't know if that power is in my body. I can't control it. Sometimes it is not in my body, Feng Wuchen said, shaking his head. Elder Qianshan frowned slightly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Feng Wuchen at an extremely fast speed. He pointed his sword finger at Feng Wuchen's forehead. Oh? The power of ancient Yuan? Elder Qianshan asked in surprise, you have already ascended to the Panga realm? Yes, I just ascended not long ago. Feng Wuchen did not hide it. If you can ascend to the Panga realm, you must be a top genius in the ancient immortal world. You are not simple. Elder Qianshan smiled faintly. Emperor Qianshan and the other three frowned at the same time. If he had already ascended to the Panga realm, why was Feng Wuchen in the ancient immortal world? Wasn't that against the order of heaven and earth? As expected, we can't find it. This power is hidden very deeply. Perhaps it has already escaped. Elder Qianshan frowned deeply. He was somewhat disappointed. Emperor Qianshan and the other three were secretly shocked. What kind of power was this? Even Elder Qianshan couldn't find it. Elder Qianshan, can't you see it? An extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded, with an aura of disdain for the world. Greetings, Lord Demon Soul Supreme. The three elders and Emperor Qianshan and the other three knelt down respectfully at the same time. The degree of respect was as if they were kneeling and worshipping the Buddha. Here he comes. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. A middle-aged man appeared. He was wearing a gorgeous white brocade. His whole body was filled with nobility and gave off an invincible aura. This was the man standing at the top of the Panga realm, Demon Soul Supreme. Feng Wuchen was very surprised. He did not expect Demon Soul Supreme to be so young. In Feng Wuchen's opinion, Demon Soul Supreme should be an old man. I am incompetent. I couldn't see it. Elder Qianshan said respectfully. Demon Soul Supreme walked slowly towards Feng Wuchen. The invisible and terrifying aura made Feng Wuchen breathless. Was this the terror of a Panga realm expert? After checking, Demon Soul Supreme frowned and said, I can't see it either. Other than the power of ancient Yuan, there is nothing else. The mysterious power is not in his body. Demon Soul Supreme was very confident. If he said there was nothing, then there was definitely nothing. Elder Qianshan and the others were convinced. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked by the means of the chaotic Xian fire beast. Even the overlord of the Panga realm could not see it. Feng Wuchen hid his strength well. Even old Ghost Yao Hun couldn't tell. Great Desolation Emperor was shocked. He was worried that he would be found out. What Emperor Qianshan did not know was that it was all thanks to the chaotic Xian fire beast. Feng Wuchen did not have the ability to do so. Why did you challenge the 36 levels of heaven? The order of heaven and earth is controlled by me. You violated the order of heaven and earth, which is the greatest disrespect to me. Do you know the consequences? Demon Soul Supreme asked expressionlessly. Since Demon Soul Supreme controls the order of heaven and earth, Where were you when the ancient immortal world was bullied by the Panga realm? And where were you? I thought no one was in charge of the order of heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen asked sharply. How dare you? How dare you be rude to Demon Soul Supreme? Emperor Qianshan shouted coldly. Demon Soul Supreme raised his hand and said with a frown, Panga realm bullied the ancient immortal world? During the mysterious period? Why didn't I know? If you knew, why would I use the mysterious power to challenge the 36 levels of heaven? Feng Wuchen sneered. Go on. Demon Soul Prime looked gloomy. He wasn't feeling indignant for Feng Wuchen. But someone dared to ignore the order of heaven and earth. This was disrespectful to him. Feng Wuchen looked at Demon Soul Prime and thought, this person doesn't have the aura of the reincarnation pagoda. Seems like I miscalculated. It will take a long time to find the real body of the reincarnation pagoda. Feng Wuchen wanted to find something from Demon Soul Prime. But there was nothing. I know you can't afford to offend the mysterious force and I'm very cooperative. But the people of Panga realm took this opportunity to bully the ancient immortal world. Young Master Di Tian secretly helped the cultivators of the ancient immortal world improve their cultivation and bullied the weak like us. He even threw my 3-year-old daughter into the dimensional space. Isn't this against the order of heaven and earth? Does anyone care? You high and mighty experts violated the order of heaven and earth. How dare you say that I violated the order of heaven and earth? What a joke. I broke through the 36 levels of heaven just to kill young Master Di Tian. If I didn't have that mysterious force, I could only endure the humiliation. Endure the unreasonable oppression of Panga realm. Feng Wuchen's words were sonorous and domineering. Even if he was killed in front of Demon Soul Prime, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Demon Soul Prime's face was gloomy to the extreme. Those who violated the order of heaven and earth must be severely punished. As the overlord of Panga realm, his subordinates dared to violate the order of heaven and earth. They didn't take him seriously at all. The 3 elders also looked gloomy. They weren't angry because of the people who violated the order of heaven and earth, but because of Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude. He didn't take them seriously at all. Young Master Di Tian was killed by him? Water God Emperor was shocked. But why didn't Goody Shrine do anything? Could it be that he was scared? Even today, Panga realm dares to threaten the people of the ancient immortal world while pursuing the mysterious force. Does this count as violating the order of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen said again. Emperor Qianshan's face changed and cold sweat broke out on his back. Feng Wuchen actually dared to scheme against him at this time. Thousand Mountain Emperor was furious, but he did not dare to do anything in front of Demon Soul Supremacy. Pass down the order. Investigate those who violate the order of the world. No matter who they are, they must be severely punished. Demon Soul Supremacy said coldly. A terrifying chill spread throughout the hall. Understood. Great Elder said respectfully. Casting a cold glance at Feng Wuchen, the Demon Soul Paragon said, I don't care what your reason is. You have violated the order of the world by breaking through the 36th layer of heaven. However, I will not kill you for now. Your life still needs to draw out the mysterious power. No matter who it is, anyone who violates the order of heaven and earth set by me must be severely punished. Qianshan, take him away. His domineering words carried an aura that was above all things. Understood. Thousand Mountain Emperor respectfully accepted the order. As expected, Demon Soul Sovereign would not let Feng Wuchen go so easily. Feng Wuchen also guessed that once they arrived at the Sovereign God Palace, it would be difficult to return. However, it was still better than being exposed. There was no news of the reincarnation pagoda, and he could not save the 10-Direction Emperor. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, he could not go against the Sovereign God Palace. Such an outcome was already very good. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Follow suit. You're welcome. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast replied. To the Chaos Xian Fire Beast, this was a piece of cake. Feng Wuchen, Demon Soul Old Devil has no intention of letting you go. Chaos Emperor said. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile, Chaos Emperor, don't forget that I have an eternal realm physical body now. He shouldn't be able to kill me. Demon Soul Old Devil is ruthless. Back then, he was worried that we would threaten his position, so he killed all of us. He will not allow any power that can threaten him to exist. Chaos Emperor replied. Don't worry, great desolate Emperor. I've already obtained the Space Emperor's space god energy. If you imprison me, you can refine this energy. When I escape, the Supreme Main Shrine won't notice. Feng Wuchen laughed confidently. Even without the space divine power, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. When they arrived at the Sovereign God Palace's prison, Thousand Mountain Emperor kicked Feng Wuchen into the prison. Brat, you're trying to scheme against me? You've got some guts. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. Even if Demon Soul Sovereign spared you, I won't let you go. You are now a member of the Pengu world. It's easy for me to kill you. Thousand Mountain Emperor said coldly. Feng Wuchen did not say a word and ignored him. After Emperor Qianshan left, Feng Wuchen left a clone behind while his original body entered the divine ring. He took the opportunity to refine the space divine power. In just 3 days, Feng Wuchen successfully refined the space divine power. His cultivation level also reached the peak of the mid-stage Ancient Emperor realm and was just a step away from the late stage. Continue to cultivate. I can use the powerful treasure left by Master to break through to the Ancient Lord realm. Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. Feng Wuchen planned to break through to the Ancient Lord realm with this rare cultivation. Opportunity. What Feng Wuchen did not know was that Thousand Mountain Emperor and the other ancient emperors were severely punished because of him. Blood Cicada titled Ancient God, Wind Mark titled Ancient God, and dozens of others were also severely punished. Even though Dark Eye Emperor did not go to the ancient immortal world, he was severely punished because he was the one who gave the order. Emperor Qianshan was furious. Dark Eye Emperor and the others were also furious. They had finally found the mysterious person and the mysterious power. Not only were they not rewarded, but they were also severely punished. Everyone's heart was filled with rage. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen was still useful and they could not kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was now cultivating without any worries. At the same time, on the 6th level of the dimensional space, Space Emperor, Feng Wuchen is imprisoned in the Supreme Main God Palace's prison. Please save him. The Chaos Emperor just sent news. Emperor Xianxia said anxiously. What? Space Emperor's expression changed drastically. What happened? Emperor Xianxia told him what had happened. Space Emperor frowned and said solemnly, mysterious power? Is it the power that I sensed before? It should be, but Demon Soul Sovereign can't find it, Emperor Xianxia said worriedly. I'll go to the Supreme Main God Palace now, but Demon Soul Sovereign might not give me face. Space Emperor was not sure. At the same time. Great Guardian, where are you? I went to the Dragon Soul, but they don't know where you are. There are a few titled ancient gods in the Ancient God Pavilion who need to be tested. Feng Wuchen's clone opened his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Finally, there was good news. I'm imprisoned in the Supreme Main God Palace's prison, Feng Wuchen said. What will Sovereign Demon Soul do? Feng Wuchen was filled with anticipation. Feng Wuchen had always been curious about the Ancient God Pavilion's strength. Now, he had a chance to find out. Was the Supreme Main Shrine stronger than the Ancient God Pavilion? Soon, he would have an answer. Feng Wuchen wasn't worried because of his identity as the Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion. Ancient God Pavilion's main hall. Guardian Kuang Feng had already reported this matter to the Emperor. Sovereign Demon Soul has imprisoned Feng Wuchen. It seems like he has already found out about Feng Wuchen's breakthrough. The Emperor frowned. What kind of mysterious power is that? Old Monster Soul must be after this mysterious energy. Emperor Myriad Era's curiosity was piqued. Pavilion Master, should we head to the Supreme Main Shrine? Kuang Feng asked respectfully. Old Demon Soul must be after this mysterious energy. Feng Wuchen made use of this energy to suppress the Goody Shrine and even killed young Master Di Tian. This energy must be terrifying. I'm afraid Old Demon Soul won't let him go so easily. The Emperor said solemnly. Right at this moment, Emperor Yuanxi's voice sounded. Emperor Yuanxia, you must pay attention to Feng Wuchen. He is our only hope. The mysterious energy in Feng Wuchen's body is terrifying. Even I can't detect it. Not long ago, the Space Emperor noticed the mysterious energy in Feng Wuchen's body. I don't know if it's the same energy. Whether it's the same energy or not, we must not let him fall into old demon soul's hands. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance. Don't worry, brother Yuancher. I'll head to the Supreme Main Shrine now. The Emperor Yuancher transmitted his voice. Right now, he was most worried that Sovereign Demon Soul wouldn't let Tian go. Supreme Main Shrine. The Space Emperor was the first to appear. A vast aura swept across the entire Supreme Main Shrine. Of course, it wasn't released on purpose. It was just a terrifying aura. Space Emperor. Everyone in the Supreme Main God Palace was terrified when they sensed the domineering aura. Greetings to the Space Emperor. Everyone in the Supreme Divine Palace bowed respectfully, not daring to be negligent. The Space Emperor's status was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the most precious guests in the Supreme Main God Palace. In the entire Panga realm, there were not many 10-direction great emperors who dared to barge into the Supreme Main Shrine. The Space Emperor was definitely one of them. The Space Emperor. What a rare guest. After so many years, the Space Emperor's strength has grown even stronger. The Great Elder and the other higher-ups all flashed over. In front of the Space Emperor, the 3 elders of the Supreme Main Divine Hall didn't dare to put on airs. The first reason was because the Space Emperor was their senior. The second reason was because the Space Emperor was stronger than them. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still no match for the Space Emperor. Old Demon Soul, I know that your clone has returned. Show yourself. The Space Emperor said in a deep voice, ignoring the 3 elders. We haven't seen each other for millions of years. I wonder what business the Space Emperor has with me. Sovereign Demon Soul's faint laughter rang out as his figure appeared. Feng Wuchen is my personal disciple. Why did you capture him? The Space Emperor asked in a deep voice. Personal disciple? The expressions of the 3 elders and the higher-ups changed drastically. Feng Wuchen was the personal disciple of the Space Emperor. Even Demon Soul supremacy was stunned. He didn't expect this at all. What? You allow your people to violate the order of heaven and earth, but you don't allow my personal disciple to do so? The Space Emperor questioned aggressively. How could the Space Emperor not be angry when his personal disciple was captured? Space Emperor, there's no need to be angry. Sovereign Demon Soul smiled faintly. My people have violated the order of heaven and earth and have been severely punished. Even if it's your personal disciple who violated the order of heaven and earth, he can't be let off easily. Since that's the case, I won't be biased towards Feng Wuchen. Punish him as soon as possible. If it affects my disciple's cultivation, I'm willing to risk my life. The Space Emperor said coldly. Space Emperor, it's not up to you to decide what I want to do. Sovereign Demon Soul smiled faintly. He wasn't threatened at all. Even if it was just his clone, he was confident in dealing with the Space Emperor. Oh? Is that so? The Space Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. I still have a pill refined by Emperor Peerless. Do you want to try it? No matter how strong the pill is, can it be stronger than a Panga Realm cultivator? Sovereign Demon Soul said arrogantly. What if the ancient God Pavilion is included? Emperor Myriad Era's voice sounded at this moment. Ancient God Pavilion? Sovereign Demon Soul was stunned. What the F***ck does this have to do with the ancient God Pavilion? Emperor Myriad Era, the elders of the ancient God Pavilion, and the 10 protectors appeared. Emperor Myriad Era, what does this have to do with the ancient God Pavilion? The great elder of the Supreme Divine Palace frowned and asked. Junior greets the Space Emperor. Emperor Myriad Era cupped his fists and bowed. The Space Emperor nodded. This was the Space Emperor's status. Feng Wuchen is the great protector of the ancient God Pavilion. I personally conferred the title. What do you think it has to do with him? Emperor Myriad Era asked gloomily. What? He's the great protector of the ancient God Pavilion? The elders and upper echelons of the Supreme Divine Palace were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen was the mysterious great protector. Emperor Myriad Era, are you joking with me? Feng Wuchen has just ascended to the Panga realm. What right does he have to be the great protector of the ancient God Pavilion? Sovereign Demon Soul said solemnly with an ugly expression. Emperor Myriad Era smiled and said, Sovereign Demon Soul, this is old ancestor Xianzhan's decision. I don't have the right to know. Why don't you ask old ancestor Xianzhan? Sovereign Demon Soul frowned. He was only a clone now. Even if he could suppress the Space Emperor and Emperor Myriad Era, the Supreme Divine Palace would suffer heavy casualties if a battle broke out. Sovereign Demon Soul was well aware of the ancient god pavilion's strength. It was the only existence in the Panga realm that could contend with the Supreme Divine Palace. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have such an identity. If old ancestor Xianzhan comes, my clone won't be able to suppress him. Sovereign Demon Soul frowned and thought to himself. On one side was the Space Emperor's disciple and on the other side was the great protector of the ancient god pavilion. They were not to be trifled with. Sovereign Demon Soul, you have to think carefully. I'm here on the old ancestor's orders. Emperor Myriad Era frowned and said. Sovereign Demon Soul smiled faintly and said, since old ancestor Xianzhan wants him, I'll let him go. However, if Feng Wuchen dares to offend me again, even if old ancestor Xianzhan comes personally, Feng Wuchen will die. Sovereign Demon Soul gestured for the guards to let Huang Xiaolong go. Soon, someone brought Feng Wuchen out. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked them. It's good that you're fine. Let's go. Space Emperor said domineeringly. Space Emperor, please wait. Emperor Wanxi quickly stopped Huang Xiaolong and said awkwardly, the ancient god pavilion still has a few titled ancient gods waiting for Chief Enforcer to take the test. Can I send Chief Enforcer off later? Approved. Space Emperor nodded. Many thanks to the Space Emperor. Emperor Myriad Worlds cupped his fists respectfully. The Space Emperor glanced at Feng Wuchen and revealed a smile before disappearing. The Space Emperor had already sensed the Space God Force in Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen had already mastered the Space God Force. Great Guardian, let's go. Old Ancestor Xianzhan wants to meet you. Emperor Myriad World smiled politely. Old Ancestor Xianzhan? Feng Wuchen was taken aback. He thought to himself, could it be that this old ancestor Xianzhan is also in the Panga realm? If Huang Xiaolong wasn't in the Panga realm, Demon Soul Supreme wouldn't have let him go so easily. The Space Emperor alone wouldn't be able to save Huang Xiaolong. Feng Wuchen, you've really surprised me. I thought you were just an ordinary cultivator, but it seems like you've hidden your strength well. Demon Soul Supreme frowned and looked deeply at Feng Wuchen. It seems like Demon Soul Supreme is interested in me. Feng Wuchen smiled without a trace of fear. Demon Soul Supreme was indeed interested in Feng Wuchen, but he was more interested in the mysterious energy. Demon Soul Supreme placed his hands behind his back and said proudly, I know that you're from the dragon race, but I wonder if you're related to Ying Long. I don't know him. Demon Soul Supreme, I'm sure we'll meet again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This brat has hidden his strength well. It's as if there's a mysterious energy hiding his true face. Demon Soul Supreme thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Myriad Worlds left with Feng Wuchen and the rest. Lord Demon Soul Supreme. The Great Elder and the others turned to look at Demon Soul Supreme. Although the ancient god pavilion was strong, the Paragon Main Hall had never feared them. Even if Demon Soul Supreme was just a clone, his true body could return at any time. They couldn't understand why Demon Soul Supreme let Feng Wuchen go. Don't worry about it. Supreme Demon Soul smiled faintly and said, to be honest, this Supreme has misjudged this Feng Wuchen. The Space Emperor took him in as a disciple, and he was even given the title of Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion. He is definitely not simple. Perhaps, he will bring about even more interesting things. I'm starting to get interested in him. Now that I've confirmed that Feng Wuchen is the one with the mysterious power, I'm not in a hurry. When my true body returns, it will be the time of their deaths. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, do you know what kind of power that is? The Great Elder asked. This sovereign has never seen such power before. Sovereign Demon Soul shook his head slightly. Old fogey Xianzhan, you dare to interfere in this Prime's affairs? Looks like you are already prepared to die. Prime Demon Soul sneered inwardly. The force that infuriated me is extremely powerful. If it's really in Feng Wuchen's body, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to him once he matures. If it's possible, I would like to be recognized by this force. Then, I might be able to reach the chaotic realm. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign's cultivation base had reached the Panga realm. It was extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. Even in the deepest part of the dimensional space, it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. The mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body could help him improve his cultivation base. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, are you secretly monitoring Feng Wuchen? An elder asked respectfully. No need. There's no need to waste time. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign smiled faintly and said, my old injuries will recover soon. When the time comes, I'll personally take action. The Space Emperor and Ancestor Xianxia will both die. I'll let them know who the real overlord of the Panga realm is. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign's true body was already at the peak of the Panga realm. Jing Ai Shuhe was so powerful that he could kill the Space Emperor with a wave of his hand. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign was confident that he could even defeat Ancestor Xianxia easily. On the other side. On the way back to the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen said faintly, Pavilion Master, thank you for your help. Supreme Demon Emperor was overjoyed. He quickly asked with a smile, Great Guardian, on account of my help, can you give me some pointers on the manifestation of sword intent? Pavilion Master, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that the sword Dao you cultivate is too complicated. Moreover, you can't fuse them together. It's extremely difficult for you to improve your sword Dao, let alone the manifestation of sword intent. Feng Wuchen said faintly. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, Emperor Myriad Era finally understood why Feng Wuchen didn't guide him in his cultivation. No matter how much pointers he gave, Supreme Demon Emperor wouldn't be able to improve his sword Dao, let alone manifest sword intent. For the past few million years, my sword Dao hasn't improved much. It's all because I was too greedy. I shouldn't have cultivated so many sword Daos. Supreme Demon Emperor smiled bitterly. Great Guardian, is there any way? Supreme Demon Emperor quickly asked. It's not that there's no way, but you have to tell me about Ancestor Xianxia first. Feng Wuchen grinned. He was curious about Ancestor Xianxia. Ancestor Xianxia is the founder of the ancient god pavilion. He's a Panga realm expert. He's been in a deep slumber for millions of years and hasn't woken up yet. The reason I saved you this time was just to scare Ancestor Demon Soul Sovereign. Supreme Demon Emperor smiled awkwardly. I see. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, the ancient god pavilion's strength is unfathomable. To think that Ancestor Xianxia is also a Panga realm expert. Great Guardian, is there any way for me to cultivate the manifestation of sword intent? Supreme Demon Emperor asked anxiously. Actually, it's not difficult. It just depends on whether the Pavilion Master is willing to do it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As long as I can cultivate the manifestation of sword intent, I'm willing to do it. Supreme Demon Emperor said without hesitation. Give up on the sword Dao that you've been cultivating. In other words, your sword Dao territory will be destroyed and you'll have to cultivate it from scratch. Feng Wuchen smiled. The sword Dao territory can be destroyed? Supreme Demon Emperor's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The Vice Pavilion Master, Elder Pill Emperor, and the others were dumbfounded. This couldn't be a lie, right? This is unheard of. Great Guardian, are you joking? I've never heard of such a thing. Supreme Demon Emperor asked in a daze. This was beyond his knowledge. Master, can you really destroy the sword Dao territory? Supreme Demon Emperor Pill Wind asked in disbelief. Of course, but you'll have to pay a price. The Pavilion Master's cultivation will drop. He might become a black-titled ancient god or even lower. It all depends on whether the Pavilion Master is willing to do so. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Myriad Worlds was dumbfounded. He had cultivated for so many years to reach the ancient god realm. How could he accept that he would suddenly become a black-titled ancient god, or even have a cultivation level lower than that? Supreme Demon Emperor fell silent. This was not a good choice. After returning to the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen left after taking the titled ancient god realm examination. Supreme Demon Soul had already started to pay attention to Feng Wuchen. Hence, he had to hasten his pace to enter a higher heaven. Not long after Feng Wuchen returned to the colored glass shrine, he received a piece of news. Any movement in the Thunderfire Temple could not escape the eyes of the Dragon Soul. Today, the experts of the Thunderfire Temple and its subordinate factions had all gathered. At this moment, an army of tens of thousands led by ancient god Thunderfire was rushing toward the colored glass temple. Their goal was simple: destroy the Dragon's soul and kill Feng Wuchen. To wash away their previous humiliation, ancient god Thunderfire had invited ancient god Quicksand, so he was very confident in dealing with the Dragon's soul. "Brother Quicksand, have they all agreed?" Ancient god Thunderfire asked excitedly. "Little brother, you can be at ease. The people have already arrived. They are hiding in the dark. There are 6 titled ancient gods, and 1 purple-colored titled ancient god. He is an expert from a great power of the 27th heaven," ancient god Quicksand said with a proud smile. A purple-colored titled ancient god. Ancient god Thunderfire's eyes were about to pop out. A purple-colored titled ancient god had been invited. How much face was this? Ancient god Thunderfire was ecstatic, and he flattered, "Brother is amazing. As expected of a cyan titled ancient god. You even managed to invite a purple-colored titled ancient god. The Dragon Soul will definitely die in this battle. That brat will also definitely die." Ancient god Quicksand sneered, his expression becoming more and more arrogant. Ancient god Quicksand's words had undoubtedly put him at ease. The Thunderfire Temple's elders and upper echelon were all very excited. They could not wait to reach the Dragon's soul and wipe them all out. The purple-colored titled ancient god had 5 other titled ancient god experts. They would definitely win this battle. No matter how strong the Dragon's soul was, it could not contend against a purple-colored titled ancient god. Ancient god Thunderfire was extremely excited, as if he could already see the tragic scene of the Dragon's soul's destruction. "The colored glass temple, reporting to my lord, the enemy is about to arrive." Defiant Heaven Xing respectfully reported, 7 titled ancient gods and 9 ancient god experts. One of them is a purple-colored titled ancient god, 2 are blue-colored titled ancient gods, and the rest are cyan titled ancient gods. The Thunderfire Holy Temple is really not simple. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised and sneered. No wonder this Thunderfire ancient god is so confident. "Honorable Lord, this subordinate has already arranged for someone to take over their forces." Xianxia grinned. "Pass down the order. Hide well. Don't scare them." Feng Wuchen sneered. Soon, waves of terrifying aura spread from the void in the distance, enveloping the entire colored glass divine palace. Swish! Swish! Soon, 7 titled ancient gods and 9 ancient god experts appeared in the air above the colored glass divine palace. The experts of the Thunderfire Holy Temple and their subordinate forces flew over one after another. A total of 50,000 cultivators. Although the number was not as great as the previous colored glass divine temple, their strength was 10 streets ahead of the previous colored glass divine temple. Just a purple titled ancient god was already terrifying enough. Not to mention the other 6 titled ancient gods and 9 ancient god experts. In the eyes of the Thunderfire Temple, such a lineup was enough to crush the Dragon Soul. "This is the Dragon Soul?" The leading purple titled ancient god frowned slightly. He seemed somewhat disappointed. The Dragon Soul's strength was not enough for them to take action. Ancient god Quicksand smiled politely and said, "Big brother Tianshui, since the Dragon Soul was able to kill Fu Tianshu, there must be a cyan titled ancient god expert. I am just taking precautions. If there is only one cyan titled ancient god, there is naturally no need for big brother Tianshui to take action. They are not qualified." The titled ancient god Tianshui nodded in satisfaction, assuming a superior attitude. "Old brother Tearful Eyes, tell them to come out," a blue titled ancient god sneered. "Today, everyone in the Dragon Soul must die." Thunderfire ancient god angrily roared, his cold-killing intent sweeping out. Everyone. Soon, Feng Wuchen, Xianxia, and the others walked out of the hall. "Reporting to Honorable Lord, that fellow is Thunderfire ancient god," Defiant Heaven Walker respectfully reported. "Thunderfire ancient god, you have invited many experts. No wonder you are so confident," Feng Wuchen sneered and glanced at Thunderfire ancient god's group. Even if it was a purple-titled ancient god, Feng Wuchen did not give him a second glance. Feng Wuchen did not care about a mere purple-titled ancient god. Stinking brat, today, this ancient god will let you know the strength of the Thunderfire Temple. I will let you know who the real overlord of the second heaven is. Thunderfire ancient god sneered mockingly, as though he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and sneered, is there even a need to ask? Of course, it is the dragon soul. Thunderfire ancient god's old eyes instantly turned ferocious, his killing intent multiplying. What an arrogant brat. To think that he can remain so calm in front of us, a blue-titled ancient god sneered, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. This titled ancient god cannot see through this brat. Ancient god Xianxia frowned. At first, he thought that he had made a mistake. But after looking several times, he still could not see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. He could not even sense any energy ripples. This made him feel strange. Ancient god Quicksand slowly took a step forward and coldly said, the dragon soul was able to reach the second heaven and kill Fu Tianshu and Palace Master Colored Glaze. He is not weak, but that is all. Today, the Thunderfire Temple has the help of a purple-titled ancient god. Destroying the dragon soul will be as easy as turning over a hand. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen smiled. A purple-titled ancient god wanted to destroy the dragon soul, what a fool. Jianchou, give the order, Feng Wuchen sneered. Immediately take over the Thunderfire Temple and its 3 factions. Jianchou ordered. Understood. A series of respectful roars came from the Dragon Soul Palace. At this moment, Thunderfire Ancient God and the others were all dumbfounded. What was the Dragon Soul doing? The battle had not even begun, but he had already sent someone to take over their factions. What kind of logic was this? Was the Dragon Soul so confident that he could defeat them? Wasn't he looking down on the Thunderfire Temple too much? Were the 7 titled ancient gods and the 9 ancient gods just for show? Brat, what do you mean? Thunderfire Ancient God was so angry that he almost exploded. It was not just Thunderfire Ancient God. Tianshui titled Ancient God was also furious. This was not just an insult to Thunderfire Ancient God but also to him, a purple titled Ancient God. Feng Wuchen sneered but did not say anything. Brat, you're quite bold. Are you trying to humiliate this titled Ancient God? Tianshui asked coldly, each word carrying a terrifying killing intent. Humiliate you? Feng Wuchen sneered. Are you worthy? Tianshui's face turned completely dark. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant. A ruthless and terrifying aura swept out, carrying with it the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Big brother Tianshui, I'll kill this arrogant brat. Ancient God Quicksand growled, his terrifying killing intent locking onto Feng Wuchen as he immediately dove down. Very good. Brat, you will definitely regret angering this titled ancient god. You will definitely regret it. Tianshui viciously said. Stinking brat. No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you. Ancient God Quicksand angrily roared, terrifying energy gathering in his palm as he madly charged at Feng Wuchen. Quicksand. Hurry and come back, the heavenly water titled ancient god suddenly roared, his expression somewhat shocked. Ancient God Quicksand's heart trembled, his soul almost leaving his body. What did the sudden roar of a purple-titled ancient god mean? It meant that the dragon soul had an expert that even the heavenly water-titled ancient god was wary of. Ancient God Quicksand didn't dare to think too much. He immediately stopped himself, not daring to move. Cold sweat poured down his back. What had the heavenly water-titled ancient god sensed? Did the dragon soul really have an even more terrifying expert? Ancient God Thunderflame and the other titled ancient gods also became abnormally nervous. The tens of thousands of experts all held their breaths. Space suddenly became eerily still. The mood was extremely frightening. Intense unease began to well up in their minds. If someone else had roared, they definitely wouldn't have been afraid. But this was heavenly water titled ancient god roaring. Everyone could hear that this roar was tinged with fear. Just how frightening was someone that could make a purple-titled ancient god afraid? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the ancient god Quicksand. It was so silent that the ancient god Quicksand did not notice it at all. The heavenly water titled Ancient God and the others all paled. Old brother Quicksand. Watch your back. Ancient God Thunderflame called out in fear. What? Ancient God Quicksand paled. Bang, plush, Ancient God Quicksand reacted, but before he could even turn around, there was an explosion. Ancient God Quicksand paled, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. In that instant, Ancient God Quicksand sensed an unimaginably terrifying energy. A handblade had appeared in Ancient God Quicksand's chest. Blood gushed out as intense pain spread through his body. His life energy was rapidly fading away. White titled Ancient God. Ancient God Quicksand's pale face was filled with endless fear. Was this the feeling of death? Ancient God Quicksand already felt that there was no hope. How could a white titled Ancient God show mercy when they attacked? The one who attacked was none other than White Tiger. A Xian titled Ancient God actually dares to behave atrociously in the dragon's soul. You really don't know your place, White Tiger sneered and slowly pulled his hand out. Ancient God Quicksand fell down. His life aura completely disappeared. The titled Ancient God of Sky Water and the others were so frightened that they couldn't speak. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators felt like they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. This was King White titled Ancient God, who among them could beat him. To think that they wanted to destroy the dragon's soul, this was simply courting death. What did you just say? I regret infuriating you? Feng Wuchen sneered as he stared coldly at heavenly water titled Ancient God. Xianxia did not dare to fart. Her entire body was trembling violently. He was so King regretful that his intestines were turning green. White. Killing God White Tiger. The heavenly water titled Ancient God had already recognized White Tiger. His heart raced, and he felt like it was going to explode. It was the Ancient God Pavilion's killing God White Tiger. He had actually provoked such a terrifying existence. The heavenly water titled Ancient God finally understood. Why did Feng Wuchen and everyone else in the dragon's soul, even the ancient kings, show no signs of fear? Why was Feng Wuchen so calm and even arrogant in the face of a purple-colored titled Ancient God? Why did he send someone to take over the Thunderfire Holy Temple and its subordinate forces before the battle had even begun? Carefree Chinese network. Why did he look like he had them in his grasp? This was all because the dragon's soul had the killing God White Tiger. The killing God White Tiger's existence was equivalent to a black-colored titled Ancient God. Why does the dragon's soul have a white titled Ancient God? The Thunderfire Ancient God was completely scared out of his wits. The smell of urine came from his crotch. He was so scared that he wet his pants. You've got guts. White Tiger's cold gaze swept across the heavenly water group. Just one look was enough to scare them out of their wits. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave immediately, leave immediately. Xianxia suppressed her fear and wanted to flee immediately. Did I say you could leave? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold words caused the heavenly water group to tremble in fear. No one dared to imagine what the consequences would be. Honorable Lord, how should we deal with them? White Tiger asked respectfully. White Tiger's address scared them out of their wits again. The killing God White Tiger of the Ancient God Pavilion actually called Feng Wuchen Honorable Lord. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Kill them all. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Boom. These three simple words were like heavy missiles exploding in their ears. They were all scared into vegetative states. Even if there were 500,000 of them, White Tiger could kill them instantly, let alone 50,000. Understood. White Tiger respectfully accepted the order. Brothers, attack. White Tiger shouted. The next scene caused the heavenly water titled Ancient God to be even more terrified. Swish swish swish. Dozens of white titled Ancient Gods and Ancient God experts appeared almost at the same time. This. Heavenly water was speechless for a long time. Her fear was indescribable. Many cultivators fainted from fright. Dozens of white titled Ancient Gods and Ancient God experts. They dared to provoke such an invincible lineup, even 10,000 lives would not be enough to kill them. Killing God White Tiger, please spare me. Heavenly water titled Ancient God hurriedly knelt down. She was so frightened that she peed in her pants. begging me for mercy? You've got the wrong person. White Tiger laughed coldly. He instantly appeared before Heavenly Water. His terrifying aura and suppression rendered Heavenly Water immobile. TCH. White Tiger waved his hand. A knife hand cut across like a sharp blade, cutting her throat. Heavenly Water did not have a second chance to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. The Thunderfire Holy Temple is a subordinate force of the Supreme Main Temple. Thunderfire Ancient God said in fear. His body trembled violently. His limbs were no longer under his control. I'm killing the Supreme Main Temple's people. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Swish, swish, swish. TCH, TCH, TCH. Titled Ancient Gods and Ancient God experts launched a merciless massacre. Each of them was like a wild beast, fighting to kill. In less than 30 seconds, all 50,000 cultivators died tragically. The Thunderfire Holy Temple was completely wiped out. Jianchou, bring the brothers to seize the spoils of war. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brothers, charge. Jianchou shouted excitedly. Dragon Soul and the rest charged out in a frenzy. Yi Qingyu, immediately lead Dragon Soul to the third and fourth heavens. Wipe out all evil forces. Feng Wuchen ordered. Understood. Yi Qingyu accepted the order respectfully. Feng Wuchen did not linger. He returned to the Holy World directly. He had promised Xiaoxiao. As a father, he could not go back on his word. Next, Dragon Soul led many experts and fought their way to the third heavens. In less than 2 hours, several evil forces in the third heavens were wiped out. 4 hours later, the fourth heavens were under Dragon Soul's control. The fifth, sixth, and seventh heavens were swept away by Dragon Soul. All the evil forces were wiped out. The Dragon Soul overcame all difficulties along the way, sweeping away all obstacles. No matter which layer of heaven the evil forces were, they were all unable to withstand a single blow in front of the Dragon Soul. In less than a day, the first layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven were all under the control of the Dragon Soul. The order of heaven and earth from the first layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven was also under the control of the Dragon Soul. The various evil forces that were eliminated were also taken over by the Dragon Soul. No one knew where the Dragon Soul came from. They only knew that the Dragon Soul's strength was extremely terrifying, and no one could afford to provoke it. From the first layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven, the various major forces and countless cultivators were all discussing the Dragon Soul. There were all kinds of versions, all kinds of extravagant extravagance, all kinds of powerful invincibility. Pass down the order. As long as it's someone from the Dragon Soul, they must not provoke it. Even more, they must not offend it. Whoever offends the Dragon Soul, leave them to their own devices. A palace master of a major force issued a death order. The Dragon Soul's strength is extremely terrifying. We must not provoke the Dragon Soul. Immediately send people to the forces controlled by the Dragon Soul to express goodwill. The eighth layer of heaven is already controlled by the Dragon Soul. Such a terrifying force, we must express goodwill. No one is allowed to provoke it. Whoever provokes the Dragon Soul, end it yourself. The various major forces issued orders one after another. No one was allowed to provoke the Dragon Soul. The terror of the Dragon Soul frightened the various major forces badly. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the initial stage of the Ancient Lord Realm, his strength skyrocketing. His Alchemist Realm also greatly increased, and he could completely refine Ancient Lord Realm heaven-defying divine beads. With the help of the 5 times spatial ring, 1,000 spirit pool water, and powerful natural treasures, Long Shirshir and the rest's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them broke through to the Ancient Emperor Realm. The powerhouses recruited by the Battle Soul titled Ancient God joined the Dragon Soul batch after batch and were distributed to the various layers of heaven. The Dragon Soul's strength grew day by day. Under Feng Wuchen's guidance, the ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the others were already able to refine heaven-defying divine pearls of the ancient general realm. They were overjoyed. The Monarch Soul Battle God, the Mystical Soul Battle God, and dozens of other experts had improved their cultivation too. White Tiger, Huangfu Tian, and myriad frost all successfully broke through to become black-titled ancient gods. They had waited for this day for hundreds of thousands of years. If they did not have the 5 times space ring and the 1,000 spirit pools water, they did not know when they would be able to step into the titled ancient god realm. Lai Feng, Tang Xian, and several other black-colored titled ancient gods had also broken through to the great emperor realm. After cultivating for 1,000,000 years, he still couldn't step into the great emperor realm of his dreams. With the help of the 5x space ring and the 1,000 spirit ponds water, Yang Kai successfully broke through in half a month in the outside world. That was the great emperor realm. He broke through just like that. Who in the entire Panga realm could do that? Feng Wuchen could do it. This terrifying increase gave them hope of breaking through to the great emperor realm. However, their cultivations had increased. However, there was not much improvement in the sword principle domain. It could even be said that there was no improvement. Because of this, Feng Wuchen had a headache. Feng Wuchen had no choice but to personally guide them in their cultivation. In just a few days, the divine soul battle gods, mysterious soul battle gods, and dozens of others had improved by leaps and bounds. This was not because Qiu Tian's guidance was not good, but because Feng Wuchen's guidance was easier for them to absorb and comprehend. White Tiger and the others could clearly feel the obvious improvement. It was so easy. They admired Feng Wuchen so much that they wanted to prostrate themselves before him. As expected of someone who had comprehended the highest level of sword essence manifestation. He was so powerful that they were speechless. The improvement of the level is too fast. As expected of Master, Yan Mu and the others will definitely regret it. Lai Feng said excitedly. He was so excited that he could not stop smiling. He had dreamed of breaking through to the great emperor realm, and now it had really come true. My lord is mighty. Everyone shouted excitedly. That's enough. Feng Wuchen said calmly, don't be happy too early. You are still far from sword essence manifestation. Qiu Tian will continue to guide you. Yes, master. Everyone shouted respectfully. After leaving the back mountain, Feng Wuchen went to the alchemy pavilion. The ancient shaman emperor and the others were still working hard to refine the divine beads. Feng Wuchen found a place to sit down and began to refine some pills. The pills in Pangu world were so powerful that they were incomparable to those in the ancient immortal world. Every pill that Emperor Peerless had created was a terrifying existence. This was Feng Wuchen's first time refining pills in Pangu world. Although it was his first time refining elixirs, Feng Wuchen's powerful refining technique and his 100% success rate shocked the great ancient shaman emperor and the others. Not only was his refining speed fast, but his success rate was also 100%. Moreover, the quality of the pills was extremely high. How terrifying was that? They are all created by Master. Although they are low-grade pills, their effects are very powerful and domineering. Senior brother has not failed even once. The ancient shaman emperor could not help but exclaim. It was too shocking. Senior brother's alchemist domain is too powerful. Nail and Gong and the others were stunned. Feng Wuchen only stopped refining after 6 hours. There were healing pills, pills that could restore one's strength, pills that could increase one's cultivation, pills that could temporarily increase one's strength, and so on. In the absence of the heaven-defying divine bead, medicinal pills combined with powerful heaven and earth treasures were also very effective. The ancient shaman emperor and the others watched for 6 hours. Even watching Feng Wuchen refine pills was a kind of enjoyment. Moreover, they gained a lot from the process. 6 hours, and you haven't failed even once. The ancient shaman emperor asked in shock, Senior brother, how did you refine them? Of course, I have to understand the pill, the ingredients, the refining steps, the temperature, the essence of the ingredients, and so on thoroughly to avoid failure, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. It's easy to say, but it's not that easy to understand the pill completely. It takes a lot of time. Senior brother's realm in the alchemist domain is so high that it's beyond our reach. The ancient shaman emperor was very envious. You've been refining for so long. You should take a break. It's not necessarily a good thing to work hard. Things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After stopping to rest, Feng Wuchen simply told them about the refining method and various details of refining a space ring with 5 times the capacity. After a detailed explanation, Feng Wuchen personally refined a space ring with 5 times the capacity. Moreover, he did it at a completely slow speed. Now that you have a preliminary understanding, you can try to refine it. However, you should know how complicated it is to refine a space magic treasure. Don't force yourself, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Senior brother, thank you for your guidance. The ancient shaman emperor and the others thanked him respectfully. Feng Wuchen's teachings had benefited them greatly. They had already fallen in love with this feeling. Imperceptibly, their alchemist realm could increase. It was more useful than cultivation. Swish, just as Feng Wuchen finished his explanation, the Pale Wind Great Emperor appeared. Greetings, Master. The Pale Wind Great Emperor bowed respectfully. Great Emperor Danfeng, why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully, Master, the Pavilion Master asked me to inform you that Ancestor Xianxia has sensed the aura of Old Devil Soul's true body. Devil Soul Sovereign's aura? The ancient shaman Great Emperor and the others frowned. Seeing that Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change, Great Emperor Danfeng continued, Old Devil Soul's old injuries will heal in no time. Moreover, he released his aura on purpose. On purpose? Feng Wuchen grinned and said, he's reminding us that he'll be back soon. That's what the ancestor meant, Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully, that's why the Pavilion Master asked me to inform you. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. I understand. Great Emperor Danfeng, take this opportunity to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. Junior brothers have already done so. That's what I'm planning to do, Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully. Refine it well, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Master. Master. At this moment, Zhang Junlan, Nia Huang, and Su Feng walked in. Senior brothers. Great Emperor Danfeng immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Great Emperor Danfeng, you can't do this. Zhang Junlan and Nia Huang were shocked. They didn't dare to accept Great Emperor Danfeng's bow. Senior brothers, you were the first to acknowledge me as your master. I have to be polite. Great Emperor Danfeng smiled politely. Zhang Junlan and Nia Huang looked at Feng Wuchen awkwardly. Feng Wuchen also shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do. All right. Zhang Junlan smiled awkwardly. It was awkward for the Vice Pavilion Master of the Ancient God Pavilion to address them as senior brothers. Since you're here, teach them how to refine the heaven-defying divine bead and interspatial ring, Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes, Master. Zhang Junlan and Nia Huang said respectfully. I'm going to the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion, Feng Wuchen said and left the Alchemy Pavilion. Feng Wuchen wanted to bring Ling Xiaoxiao, but Ling Xiaoxiao, she was cultivating in seclusion. Feng Wuchen could only go alone. It's a good opportunity to test my space godly power, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. He activated his space godly power. With a thought, a vortex appeared in the space beside him. In the next second, he said Feng Wuchen disappeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already, the 35th heaven level. As expected of the strongest spatial godly power. He instantly arrived at the 35th level of heaven. Feng Wuchen was astonished. The Space Emperor's spatial god force was the first spatial god force since the creation of the world. It was the ancestor of all spatial god forces. The degree of dominance did not lose out to the primordial ancestor. Feng Wuchen rushed to the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion at top speed. Feng Wuchen was here mainly for the natural treasures and medicinal herbs. Originally, he only needed Feng Wuchen to say a word. But apart from the natural treasures and medicinal herbs, Feng Wuchen's other goal was the 1,000 spirit pool water. The 1,000 spirit pool water consumption was enormous for Emperor Soul War Gods and Mysterious Soul War Gods to cultivate. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao they all needed to cultivate too. Very soon, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion. Welcome, Your Excellency. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion's guards jumped in fright at first, then hurriedly went up to greet respectfully. No need to be so courteous. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At the same time, there was already another guard who used all his strength to rush in. Reporting to Pavilion Master, Elder, Lord. Lord has arrived at the ancient alchemy pavilion, the guard said anxiously, his face full of panic and anxiety. When Xian Hall. Lord? Which lord is it? Mu Yunqi asked curiously. The Lord Teaching, the senior brother of the ancient shaman great emperor, the guard said in panic. What? Mu Yunqi's old face changed greatly, and he immediately rushed out. The senior brother of the ancient shaman great emperor must not be neglected. Oh? Refining competition? After entering the ancient alchemy pavilion's main hall, Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He had already sensed a powerful soul power fluctuation. The guard said respectfully, reporting to Lord, a powerful alchemist came to challenge the ancient alchemy pavilion today. The great elder has accepted the challenge and is now competing in the back palace. Let's go and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen had some impression of great elder Moran. She was a gold-colored titled ancient god alchemist and was known as the #1 female genius alchemist in Panga realm. She was also the target of many young masters of Panga realm's major forces and transcendent powers. In the square of one of the ancient alchemy pavilion's palaces, many alchemists were watching. The ancient alchemy pavilion's elders and many alchemist disciples were also here. In the center of the square, there were two alchemists competing. One of them was Great Elder Moran, and the other was a rather handsome man. Who is he? Feng Wuchen asked curiously, simply looking at the man. Reporting to Lord, he is Wen Kong, the young master of the Firmament Palace in the 35th heaven. He is also one of the genius alchemists in Panga realm. He has admired the Great Elder for a long time. This time, he is challenging the Great Elder, the guard replied respectfully. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. This Wen Kong is not weak. His soul power is stronger than the Great Elder's. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Great Elder to defeat him. Lord, you are so powerful. You can tell at a glance that the Great Elder was defeated by him before. The Great Elder did not want to accept this challenge, but she could not stand Wen Kong's provocation, the guard replied awkwardly. What provocation? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The provocation of a defeated opponent. The Great Elder is the first female genius alchemist in Panga realm. How can she stand Wen Kong's provocation? The guard smiled helplessly. That's true. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. At this time, Mu Yunqi quickly came over. Subordinate Mu Yunqi greets Lord. Mu Yunqi respectfully went down on one knee. Pavilion Master Mu, you don't need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, there are so many people here. Let's not disturb their competition. Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry to take the treasures and herbs. After about an hour, the competition ended. Great Elder Mo Ran refined a 6-star Panga weapon, which emitted an extremely powerful aura. Wen Kong also refined a 6-star Panga weapon, but the aura it emitted was stronger than Great Elder Mo Ran's. It was clear that Great Elder Mo Ran had been defeated once again. Mo Ran, I'm sorry. You lost again. Wen Kong smiled proudly. Mo Ran's pretty face was pale. Although she was unwilling, a loss was a loss. No one could change the fact. Sigh. The two elders sighed helplessly and shook their heads. The ancient alchemy pavilion disciples were disappointed. Moran, this young master has already won against you twice. This young master definitely has the qualifications to take you as his wife. Wen Kong smiled. I won't marry you. Moran said coldly. She accepted her loss calmly. She would never give in. Let's compete again. Great Elder Moran will definitely defeat you. If she loses, she will marry you. Feng Wuchen suddenly said. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Feng Wuchen. Moran was the Great Elder of Ancient Alchemy Pavilion, and her status was extraordinary. Now, someone dared to joke about Moran's marriage. Did he not want to live? Great Elder Moran was also extremely angry at first, but this familiar voice made her instantly think of a person. When everyone's eyes swept towards Feng Wuchen, the expressions of the elders and disciples of Ancient Alchemy Pavilion changed drastically. It's him. That's great. It's really him. Emma Ran was overjoyed, and her heart sped up. If it was him, Emma Ran could rest assured. They had seen Feng Wuchen's terror with their own eyes when they were in ancient alchemy palace. Lord! The elders and disciples of ancient alchemy pavilion were shocked again and again. But when they wanted to kneel down and salute, Feng Wuchen immediately stopped them. Kid, who do you think you are? How can you decide Great Elder Emma Ran? Where did this brat come from? So arrogant, Great Elder Emma Ran has lost twice. Who does he think he is? Young master, he is one of the top genius alchemists in Panga realm. There are very few genius alchemists who can beat young master he. You dare to be arrogant here? The alchemist disciples of Firmament Palace, as well as some alchemists of other forces, all mocked. Shut up! Mu Yunqi shouted angrily. The ferocious roar was like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone's body, scaring them out of their wits. Pavilion Master Mu, who is he? Do you mean what you said? He Wenkong asked with a faint smile, glancing coldly at Feng Wuchen. Without waiting for Mu Yunqi to speak, Emma Ran said resolutely, I mean it. Let's compete again. If I lose, I'll marry you. He Wenkong frowned slightly, shocked in his heart. Who was this man? Why did Emma Ran trust him so much? He Wenkong had been in Panga realm for many years and had never seen Feng Wuchen. He did not know him at all. He Wenkong knew all the top genius alchemists in Panga realm, but he had never seen Feng Wuchen. Since he had never seen him, he must not be a genius alchemist. But what puzzled He Wenkong was, why did Emma Ran trust him so much? Could it be that because of this man's appearance, Emma Ran could win him? That was impossible. The alchemist disciples who had followed He Wenkong here were all stupefied at this moment. All of them were curious about who Feng Wuchen was. Mu Yunqi's angry shout seemed to be for him. Good. Then let's compete again. He Wenkong looked at Emma Ran and said with a smile, Emma Ran, I hope you don't go back on your word. Otherwise, not only will you lose face, you will also lose face for the ancient Pill Divine Hall. This elder will keep his word. Emma Ran was full of confidence. Since Feng Wuchen had spoken, Emma Ran trusted him unconditionally. Even Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor fell at the hands of Feng Wuchen. A mere He Wenkong was even less worth mentioning. Let's start then, He Wenkong said with a smile. He couldn't wait any longer. Emma Ran couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. Let him start first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not worried at all. He Wenkong took a deep look at Feng Wuchen, but to his disappointment, he couldn't see anything. He Wenkong no longer wasted time and immediately started the refinement. Head Elder Emma Ran, I'll guide you in refining in a while. Just do as I say. You come down first, Feng Wuchen transmitted. Yes. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Emma Ran transmitted her thanks, then walked towards Feng Wuchen. What does he want to do? Give pointers at the last minute? He Wenkong frowned again, but he didn't think too much about it either. What was the use of giving pointers at the last minute? Did Feng Wuchen have that capability? Even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Relax, he can't beat you, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile and reached his hand out to pat Emma Ran's shoulder. Emma Ran was stunned and immediately felt a very terrifying and overbearing soul force. Everyone know. Even more terrifying than soul force, this was the ancestor of soul force. Emma Ran's heart was greatly shaken, shocking her until she was in a daze. This small action of Feng Wuchen seemed very ordinary, but Mu Yunqi saw through the knack. After a long time, Emma Ran reacted and hurriedly thanked, Many thanks, Your Excellency. 2 hours passed quickly, and He Wenkong had already refined a 6-star Pengu artifact once again. The strength of its aura was the same as the previous one. Emma Ran, it's your turn, He Wenkong said with a grin. Go, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Emma Ran nodded and walked to the square. Take the 10,000-year meteoric iron, 10,000-year ice soul, 10,000-year black jade. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and listed the materials. These are the materials for refining a 7-star Pengu artifact. Emma Ran's heart was greatly shaken, and huge waves surged in her heart. With her current alchemist realm, she could only refine a 6-star Pengu artifact at most. But Feng Wuchen actually wanted her to refine a 7-star Pengu artifact. Even with Feng Wuchen's guidance, Mo Ran didn't have the slightest confidence. Refining a 7-star Pengu artifact was extremely difficult and complicated. Even a white-titled ancient god alchemist would find it difficult to refine it. 10,000-year meteoric iron, 10,000-year ice soul, 10,000-year black jade. These are the materials for refining a 7-star Pengu artifact. He Wenkong's eyes widened in shock. Mo Ran really had this ability? The other disciples were also dumbfounded. The ancient alchemy court disciples held their breaths and didn't even blink. My lord, I've never refined a 7-star Pengu artifact before, Mo Ran transmitted her voice. She was very nervous and didn't know how to start. Don't worry, just do as I say, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. Yes, my lord. Mo Ran's voice was trembling. Activate your soul power and true fire, and put all the materials into the furnace, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice again. Mo Ran's body was covered in cold sweat, and she nervously followed Feng Wuchen's instructions. The ancestor of soul power and true fire were activated at the same time and injected into the furnace. This is soul power? Feeling the domineering and mysterious aura, He Wenkong's face suddenly changed. How can Mo Ran have such a mysterious power that's above soul power? He Wenkong was terrified, and his soul body was trembling. He could clearly feel that the soul power in his body was being suppressed. And it was an irresistible suppression. Not only He Wenkong, but the soul power of all the alchemists present was also being suppressed. Use your true fire to burn the materials, and integrate your soul power into it, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Mo Ran did as she was told. After a while, an extremely powerful aura began to spread out from the furnace. At this moment, everyone was shocked and held their breaths. Mo Ran could really refine a 7-star Pengu artifact. How is this possible? He Wenkong was dumbfounded. Under Feng Wuchen's guidance, Mo Ran did every step and every detail perfectly. As expected of the #1 female genius alchemist. I can't believe I did it. Mo Ran was shocked and excited. This was like a dream. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Mo Ran excitedly transmitted her thanks, and a charming smile appeared on her charming face. You're welcome, Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. The next moment, Mo Ran waved her hand, and the furnace lid opened, and an extremely powerful aura swept out. The crafting furnace shone with a dazzling light. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a 7-star Pengu sword slowly rose and floated in the air. Without the crafting furnace covering it, the 7-star Pengu sword's aura was even stronger. A top-grade 7-star Pengu sword. Mu Yunshi couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The Great Elder actually made a 7-star Pengu sword. Its aura is even stronger than the one made by the ancient shaman emperor. The second elder exclaimed. He couldn't be more shocked. A top-grade 7-star Pengu sword. He Wenkong couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes popping out of their sockets. The disciples of the ancient Pill Pavilion and the Firmament Palace were dumbfounded. The loser had actually made such a powerful 7-star Pengu sword. But how was this possible? It was impossible to forge a 7-star Pengu weapon without a black-titled ancient god realm alchemist. Mo Ran was only a gold-titled ancient god alchemist. Not to mention a 7-star Pengu sword, it was already very good for her to make a powerful 6-star Pengu sword. But now, Mo Ran had made a powerful 7-star Pengu sword. What was going on? Mo Ran didn't do anything. Feng Wuchen only said a few words in private. Could it be that a few words made Mo Ran so powerful? No one could understand. He Wenkong, did you see it clearly? 7-star Pengu sword, you lost. Mo Ran sneered, deliberately showing a smug look. It felt so good to hold one's head high. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You can't make a 7-star Pengu sword. He Wenkong shook his head in a daze, unwilling to believe it. Mo Ran had lost to him twice. It was impossible for her to suddenly win. It was even more impossible for her to make a 7-star Pengu sword. He Wenkong suddenly thought of something. He fiercely glared at Feng Wuchen and shouted, "It must be you. It must be you. A gold-titled ancient god alchemist can't make a 7-star Pengu sword." Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a faint smile, "What does this have to do with me? I didn't do anything." Everyone was watching. That's right. Feng Wuchen just stood there and watched. He didn't say or do anything. What could Feng Wuchen do? This can only mean that our great elder is a genius alchemist. Young master, we're all watching. Don't deny it. A loss is a loss. That's right. The great elder has forged a 7-star Pangu artifact, but you have only forged a 6-star one. You have lost. The ancient alchemy pavilion disciples stepped forward one after another. The disciples of the Firmament Palace did not dare to say a word. After all, this was the ancient Pill Pavilion, a power under the ancient Pill Divine Palace, not to mention that the winner was Mo Ran. How could they dare to be impudent? Wen Kong gnashed his teeth like a wild beast and wished for nothing more than to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Wen Kong knew Mo Ran's strength very well. It was impossible for her to forge a 7-star Pangu artifact all of a sudden. It must be Feng Wuchen's doing. Unfortunately, he had no proof. This young master knows it must be your doing. It's impossible for Mo Ran to have a power above soul power. Didn't you all sense it just now? Wen Kong gritted his teeth and said angrily. Whatever you say. I won't explain anything. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? As the young master of the Firmament Palace, you can't afford to lose? Or do you think that losing to a woman like me is very embarrassing? Mo Ran said coldly. You. Wen Kong exploded, but he could not take out any evidence. In the ancient Pill Pavilion, Wen Kong did not have the guts to slander. The existence of the ancient Pill Divine Palace was not something the Firmament Palace could afford to offend. Let's go. Wen Kong gnashed his teeth and said angrily. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. As if to say, you wait for me. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. He did not take it seriously at all. Thank you for your help, sir. After Wen Kong left, Mo Ran immediately knelt down and thanked him respectfully. Get up. Go back and think about the refining just now. To refine a 7-star Pangu weapon, you don't have to be a white or black titled ancient god alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yes. I understand. I won't let you down. Mo Ran replied respectfully. She was very excited. This was personally taught by the great emperor of the ancient sorcerer. Seeing this scene, the ancient Pill Pavilion's alchemist disciples finally understood. It turned out that the great emperor of the ancient sorcerer's senior had secretly helped. No wonder he was the great emperor of the ancient sorcerer's senior. Without doing anything, he could easily help Mo Ran defeat Wen Kong. What was more frightening was that he could easily refine a 7-star Pangu weapon. Sir, your alchemist realm is really too powerful. Mu Yunqi said from the bottom of his heart. Pavilion Master Mu, prepare a large number of natural treasures and some herbs for me. I have listed many herbs. Feng Wuchen looked at Mu Yunqi and said. Yes, sir. Sir. Mu Yunqi said respectfully and went to prepare personally. Very soon, Mu Yunqi prepared a large number of natural treasures for Feng Wuchen. The herbs that Feng Wuchen needed were also very large in number. This was just the tip of the iceberg to the ancient Pill Pavilion. With millions of years of accumulation, the ancient Pill Pavilion did not know how many natural treasures and herbs they had. Pavilion Master Mu, if possible, send someone to send some natural treasures every once in a while. As for the herbs, I will tell the great emperor of the ancient sorcerer. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Mu Yunqi was immediately shocked. The number of natural treasures in the storage ring was no less than several billion. Feng Wuchen actually said that he would send them over after a while. However, Mu Yunqi did not think too much and hurriedly said respectfully, yes. Sir. Alright, I'll leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran originally wanted to send him off, but they were rejected by Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen had just left the ancient Pill Pavilion when he was targeted by someone. Feng Wuchen, looks like some people don't plan on giving up. The great desolate great emperor's faint laughter transmitted over. Feng Wuchen said jokingly, anyway, I can't beat them. It's fine if the great desolate great emperor takes action. Why do you need this great emperor to take action? You can easily settle it yourself. The great desolate great emperor transmitted with a smile. As long as it was an alchemist, even if it was a great emperor powerhouse, in front of Feng Wuchen, they were insects. I'm giving a lecture at the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall. Looks like there are many alchemists who have not gone. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The alchemists who participated in the lecture definitely did not dare to provoke Feng Wuchen. Just as Feng Wuchen's voice faded, a voice filled with cold killing intent transmitted over. Where are you in such a hurry to go? He Wenkong said fiercely. Before his voice faded, He Wenkong had already appeared in front of Feng Wuchen without making a sound. The terrifying aura of a white-titled ancient god surged out violently. 6 people appeared around Feng Wuchen. The disciples of the Firmament Palace. So, it's you. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was not in a hurry. You're very calm. He Wenkong sneered and clenched his fists tightly. Why are you looking for me? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. I'm very curious. How did you help Mo Ran win against me? I'm very clear about Mo Ran's alchemist abilities. She definitely can't win against me, He Wenkong said gloomily. End of chapter. He Wenkong had fought with Mo Ran twice, so he was very clear about Mo Ran's strength. Mo Ran was not his opponent at all. No matter if it was the alchemist's strength or fighting strength. Both lost to him. Didn't Great Elder Mo Ran win? And you don't seem to be very powerful, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, his words carrying a hint of contempt. What did you say? He Wenkong was instantly enraged. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said with a playful smile, I said you were trash. You. He Wenkong exploded. His anger soared to the sky, and his face was as sinister as a fierce tiger. He Wenkong came from a large faction and believed that he controlled his anger very well. But for some reason, Feng Wuchen could always infuriate him with a few words. Stinking brat. You actually dare to insult young master, you are courting death. A disciple roared fiercely. The 6 disciples exploded with terrifying killing intent at the same time. Their gazes were like poisonous snakes as they stared fixedly at Feng Wuchen. As long as He Wenkong gave the order, they would not hesitate to kill Feng Wuchen. What do you want? Just say it. Wasting your own time is fine, but wasting other people's time is shameful, do you understand? Feng Wuchen had a lazy and impatient look. He Wenkong clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. You still haven't answered this young master's question. What did you do? What is going on with that power? He Wenkong resisted the urge to smash Feng Wuchen's head and asked. The killing intent in his eyes had already reached the extreme. The terrifying power of the white-titled ancient god was also restrained with all his might. He Wenkong had already decided that once he knew how Mo Ran won, he would immediately smash Feng Wuchen's head with a punch. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Didn't I say it already? I didn't do anything. You are inferior to Great Elder Mo Ran, so what else is there to say? You are courting death. He Wenkong could no longer bear it and roared fiercely. However, just as He Wenkong was about to attack, his face suddenly shook. He Wenkong's body was trembling violently. The 6 disciples were the same. Their pale faces revealed deep fear. That mysterious power that was above soul force actually spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. The reason why Mo Ran possessed this mysterious power was because it came from Feng Wuchen. He Wenkong was completely sure. Their soul energy was mercilessly suppressed by the ancestor of soul energy, and it shook them to the point they were unable to move. He was even more powerless to resist. What kind of power was this? He Wenkong was a white-titled ancient god realm alchemist, yet he was unable to resist. What kind of power is this? Why is it able to suppress soul power? He Wenkong asked in horror. He felt that his soul had been nailed to the ground, and he didn't dare to move. He Wenkong had lived for so many years, but he had never seen or encountered such a power before. You don't have the right to know, and you don't deserve to know. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. Disdain, it was an expression of disdain. He Wenkong was instantly enraged. He was a genius alchemist from the Panga realm, but he was being looked down upon by others. But He Wenkong didn't even dare to fart now. He Wenkong was very clear that the mysterious power that could suppress soul power could destroy him in minutes. If he were to flip out at this time, he would undoubtedly be courting death. After saying that, Feng Wuchen ascended and left. After the ancestor of soul energy disappeared, He Wenkong and the 6 disciples instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Terrifying, too terrifying, they had never seen such a terrifying and mysterious power before. Young master, what kind of power was that? Why could it suppress our soul power? A disciple asked in horror. It wasn't suppression at all, it was submission. Another disciple said in horror. He Wenkong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He said, I don't know either. I'll return to the firmament palace immediately and report this to the great elder. It was already fortunate that they were able to survive. But He Wenkong was very curious about that mysterious power, and he had to figure it out. As soon as he returned to the firmament palace, He Wenkong went straight to the main hall. He Wenkong told him everything that had happened. He can suddenly forge a 7-star Pangu weapon? And a top-level existence at that? Inside the main hall, Hallmaster He Tianyun, Great Elder Zhao Changhe, and the other higher-ups were all shocked and incredulous. Father, Grand Elder, Mo Ran was able to refine a 7-star Pangu artifact. I dare guarantee that it was definitely because of that brat. I don't know what that mysterious energy that can restrain soul strength is, He Wenkong said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fury. Can it suppress soul power? The great elder frowned deeply and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Impossible. It shouldn't be possible. What's impossible? Everyone looked at Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe said gravely, only Emperor Peerless, one of the 10 great emperors, can suppress soul power. But Emperor Peerless died millions of years ago. It's impossible for his power to appear. Emperor Peerless. Everyone's expression changed. Could it be him? Zhao Changhe's old face changed drastically, and his breathing quickened. Who is it, Great Elder? He Tianyun frowned and asked. He was quite worried when he saw Zhao Changhe's frightened expression. This He Wenkong had most likely offended someone important. Young lord, you said that you met this person in the ancient pill pavilion? And that he could help Great Elder Moran? Zhao Changhe asked in a panic. That's right. Pavilion Master Mu seemed to be very polite to him. He even stood behind him. He Wenkong replied. He also felt that Feng Wuchen had some background. Is it him? Zhao Changhe's old face instantly paled. Great Elder, who is it? Tell us. He Yuntian asked anxiously. He was about to suffocate to death. Hallmaster, it's very likely that the young lord has caused a disaster. Zhao Changhe said in a panic. It's very likely that this person is that great lord. From the ancient Pill Temple. That great lord? You mean the senior brother of Great Emperor Ancient Shaman? He Tianyun almost collapsed to the ground, his soul scared out of his body. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman's senior brother? How is that possible? He's younger than me. He Wenkong was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it at all. Zhao Changhe smiled bitterly and said, Young lord, you don't know. Before you came out of seclusion, the great lord who taught at the ancient Pill Temple was a young man. Although I've never seen him before, I've heard from a good friend that his power can restrain the soul power of everyone, including Great Emperor Ancient Shaman. Moreover, he has already subdued the Divine Pill Pavilion. What? He Wenkong's face changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His scalp went numb. Out of curiosity, He Wenkong found out that he had offended a terrifying person. Although the firmament palace was not weak and had a superior position in the 35 levels of heaven. However, in front of the Divine Pill Pavilion, they were nothing. Not to mention the ancient Pill Temple. There was only one person who had a mysterious power that could restrain soul power. It's over. He Wenkong was 100% sure that the person was Feng Wuchen. Father, Great Elder, what should we do now? He Wenkong was at a loss. His mind was blank. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The ancient alchemy temple and the divine pill pavilion were not people that the firmament palace could afford to offend. Now that they had offended the senior brother of the ancient sorcerer emperor, He Wenkong dared not imagine the consequences. Great Elder, is there any way? He Yuntian asked anxiously. His face was pale. Young master, follow me to the ancient alchemy temple to apologize. This is the only way, Xianxia said seriously. He could not think of any other way. Great Elder, Pavilion Master Mu and the rest don't know who I offended. If they pursue the matter, won't we be dead? He Wenkong asked in a trembling voice. Humph. I'll go even if I die. He Yintian said angrily and glared at He Wenkong. Zhao Changhe suppressed the fear in his heart and said seriously, Young master, follow me to apologize immediately. If we're late, we won't have a chance. Yes. Great Elder. He Wenkong replied in fear. They had no other choice but to apologize. If they apologized sincerely, they might still have a chance. If they did nothing and the ancient alchemy temple pursued the matter, no one could bear the consequences. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had returned to the first heaven. He knew nothing about what had happened in the firmament palace. Feng Wuchen did not intend to pursue the matter. Otherwise, He Wenkong's body would have been cold. He Wenkong and the rest were just worried for nothing. After returning to the Dragon's Soul, Feng Wuchen went directly to the alchemy temple and began to refine the heaven-defying pearls and various elixirs. The ancient sorcerer emperor and the other 3 great emperors and great emperor Danfeng watched as he refined. Even if Feng Wuchen did not say anything, it was a pleasure to watch him refine. There might be some opportunities in the process. Feng Wuchen was just refining for them to see. He hoped that it would help them in their alchemy field. After a few days, Feng Wuchen was sweating profusely and his face was pale. After refining so many heaven-defying pearls and elixirs, he had used up all his soul power. The ancient sorcerer emperor and the rest were shocked by the huge number. He found it hard to believe that Xianxia was able to forge so much in just a few days. Feng Wuchen wiped his sweat and let out a deep breath. He smiled and said, I'm really tired. Even my soul force is exhausted. Crazily refining, Feng Wuchen's soul power increased rapidly. Senior brother, it's such a high-intensity refinement. Be careful not to tire yourself out, the great emperor of ancient sorcery said hurriedly. Nailingong continued, yes, senior brother, in 5 days, you have already refined thousands of heaven-defying divine beads. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As a newly advanced ancient Lord Realm alchemist, I need to consolidate my cultivation. Feng Wuchen's terrifying improvement as an alchemist was definitely beyond the reach of all the alchemists in Panga Realm. Their jaws would have dropped. As soon as he stopped cultivating, Feng Wuchen quickly recovered. This was how powerful the physical body of an eternal life realm was. However, the feeling of exhaustion was still there. After all, the eternal life realm could not cure the feeling of mental exhaustion. Feng Wuchen stretched and moaned a few times in comfort. He instantly felt like he had been reborn. Great Emperor Danfeng, you have improved a lot in the past few days. Work hard and you will be able to refine heaven-defying divine beads soon, Feng Wuchen encouraged. Yes, master. Disciple will definitely not disappoint master. Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully. At this moment, Jian Chou entered the alchemy pavilion and reported respectfully, Lord, an elder of the ancient alchemy pavilion is outside. An elder of the ancient alchemy pavilion? The great emperor of ancient sorcery was stunned. He spread out his divine sense and sensed who had come. Let her in. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. When Emo Ran appeared, Feng Wuchen had already noticed her. Emo Ran had already advanced to the white-titled ancient god realm. Soon, Grand Elder Emo Ran entered the alchemy pavilion. Zhang Junlan and Ye Huang couldn't help but look at each other. Where did Feng Wuchen go to pick up girls? Isn't this too stunning? As soon as Emo Ran stepped in, her delicate body trembled and she almost lost her balance. She was so scared that she froze on the spot. The great emperor of ancient sorcery, the 4 great emperor alchemists, and the deputy pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion were all in the alchemy pavilion. How could Emo Ran not be shocked? She was scared out of her wits. Lord Ancient Sorcery, I didn't know you were all here. I have something to report and thank you personally. I didn't mean to disturb you. Emo Ran quickly explained, her face pale and filled with fear. Emo Ran didn't expect that the 4 great emperors of ancient sorcery and great emperor Danfeng were all in the Dragon's Soul. The great emperor of ancient sorcery said lightly, it's okay. Don't worry, you didn't disturb us. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Take a seat. Let's talk about it slowly." Mo Ran heaved a sigh of relief, but she didn't dare to sit down. She reported respectfully, "Lord, the young master of the Firmament Temple, He Wen Kong, offended you." The great elder of the Firmament Temple, Zhao Changhe, brought He Wen Kong to the ancient alchemy pavilion to apologize. They are still kneeling in the ancient alchemy pavilion. They hope you can forgive them. He Wen Kong? Hearing that someone had offended Feng Wuchen, the great emperor of ancient sorcery and the other great emperor's faces darkened. Great Emperor Danfeng frowned and said, "He Wen Kong is a genius alchemist, but he is extremely arrogant." Apologize? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He then smiled and said, "Apologize for what? I didn't say that I would pursue the matter. It's just a small matter. Let him go." "Yes, Lord," Mo Ran said respectfully. She then knelt down and kowtowed to Feng Wuchen. "Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. I was able to break through and improve greatly in refining weapons." Mo Ran kowtowed respectfully and thanked him. "Get up." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "You were able to break through in such a short time. It shows that you are very talented and have a high comprehension ability." "It has nothing to do with me." Feng Wuchen's praise made Mo Ran happy. She felt sweet inside. Mo Ran's talent is indeed very good. The great emperor of ancient sorcery nodded slightly. "My lord, there is one more thing." Mo Ran then reported respectfully, "The palace master of the 34th Heaven Saint Divine Palace and the 3 great elders have come to the ancient alchemy pavilion to invite you." "Invite me?" Feng Wuchen was surprised again. "Senior brother, the palace master of the Saint Divine Palace is also a great emperor alchemist. He probably wants to ask for your guidance," the great emperor of ancient sorcery said. "I see." Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Ran and said with a smile, "Great elder Mo Ran, go back and tell them that I appreciate their kindness. If they don't mind, they can come to the Dragon Soul." "Yes, my lord. I will take my leave now," Mo Ran said respectfully. After leaving the alchemy pavilion, Mo Ran heaved a sigh of relief. Her pale face regained some vitality. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. The scene just now was too terrifying. She felt like she had poked a hornet's nest. This was the second time Mo Ran had seen such a terrifying scene. The first time was when Feng Wuchen was teaching at the ancient alchemy pavilion. Today's sudden visit is a little abrupt. I wonder if it will leave a bad impression on the Lord. The reason why Mo Ran left immediately after reporting was because her visit was too abrupt. Mo Ran was worried that she would leave a bad impression on Feng Wuchen. "I wonder if the Lord will like what I'm wearing today," Mo Ran said in her heart. Her beautiful face was already red. If someone who knew Mo Ran saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The Lord is so outstanding. There must be a lot of people who like him. I wonder what the Lord's impression of me is. Is he a little moved? Aya, what am I thinking? Mo Ran's pretty face was about to bleed. She was extremely shy, and her heart was beating non-stop. She immediately disappeared. If others saw this, she would be too ashamed to face them. Unfortunately, Mo Ran did not notice. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing, who were in a palace, saw it. "Xiaoxiao, who is she? She's blushing." Miao Qingqing was puzzled. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly. "I don't know either. Xiaoxiao, I think she has fallen in love with your husband." "I can't be wrong. Such a beautiful fairy is rare even in Panga realm," Mu Wan'er said with a chuckle. Yi Qingyu chuckled softly. "Don't worry, Lord is not that kind of person." Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. "I'm not worried. I believe in Brother Feng. Miss Mu, you don't have to worry. Other than Ling Xiaoxiao, Lord doesn't like anyone else." Mu Honglian smiled helplessly. Mu Wan'er pouted and did not say anything. "She's emitting a very powerful aura. She should be a gold-titled ancient god. Her identity is definitely not simple." Lan Yu said uncertainly. "Lord Madam, she's great elder Mo Ran of the 35th Heaven Ancient Pill Pavilion. She's an alchemist." Jian Chao's voice suddenly came. "Brother Jian Chao, you know her?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Jianchou appeared and shook his head. I don't know, Lord Madam. But I overheard that she came to thank Lord for his guidance and to report something. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Xiaoxiao, let's go. We've already been delayed for an hour. Sister Hongji must have been waiting for a long time, Miao Qingqing said with a smile. Big brother Jianchou, let big brother Feng know in a while. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as the girls flew away. Big brother Nightfall, I'll have to trouble you to protect them in secret. I won't disturb the High Lord any longer. Jianchou sent a voice transmission. No problem. A voice came from the darkness. Ancient Alchemy Pavilion. He Wenkong was still kneeling in front of the door, allowing the Xiaoxia to point at him as they came in and out. The genius alchemists of Panga Realm had lost all their face. The young master of the Firmament Palace was utterly disgraced. But who asked him to offend the lord of the ancient alchemy divine palace? He Wenkong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with despair. He had been kneeling for 5 whole days, and there was no news at all. How could he not feel despair? He Wenkong could only hope that Feng Wuchen would spare him once on account of his sincere apology. But after offending such a terrifying existence, was there any hope left? He Wenkong did not dare to think about it at all. Great Elder Mo Ran, how is it? What did the Lord say? In the hall, Zhao Changhe asked anxiously, looking at Mo Ran nervously. Great Elder Mo Ran, did the Lord agree? The Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace also asked quickly. The Great Elder of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace also asked, Great Elder Mo Ran, did the Lord say anything? The Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace and the 3 Great Elders were even more anxious than Zhao Changhe. Did the Lord say anything? Mu Yunqi looked at Mo Ran and asked. Mo Ran shook her head slightly and said, the Lord did not pursue He Wenkong. If the Lord wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Hearing this, Zhao Changhe was completely relieved. That's right. Why would such an adult bother with a reptile? Zhao Changhe quickly cupped his fists and thanked her. Thank you, Great Elder Mo Ran. Old man is finally relieved. Elder Zhao, tell He Wenkong not to cause trouble. If he offends the Lord again, you know the consequences. The ancient sorcerer and Lord Nalan are very angry about this matter. Mo Ran reminded him, the ancient sorcerer does not allow anyone to be disrespectful to the Lord. Zhao Changhe's face suddenly changed, and he immediately said, Old man will definitely let the Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace discipline him strictly. The old man will take his leave first. After saying this, Zhao Changhe left the hall. The stone hanging in his heart was finally put down. After Zhao Changhe left, the Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace asked anxiously, Great Elder Mo Ran, how was it? Did the Lord agree? Mo Ran chuckled and said, Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace, the Lord did not agree or disagree, but the Lord seems to be busy. He also said that if you have time, you can go to the first Heaven Dragon Soul, but you'd better wait for a few days first. The ancient sorcerer and the others are learning. Great. This is great. Thank you, Great Elder Mo Ran. Thank you so much. The Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace was overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists to thank her. I did not think it through. I was too anxious. The Lord's identity is extraordinary. If you want the Lord's guidance, you have to come in person. This is the most sincere. Mu Yunqi smiled happily and said, You are right, Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace. Ah, you missed the Lord's lesson. You don't know how sad and painful the old man was. The Master of the Sacred Heaven Divine Palace sighed and smiled bitterly. If the old man did not miss the Lord's lesson, he might be able to break through and become a black-titled ancient god alchemist. If the old man had known, he would have given up refining elixirs. An elder smiled bitterly. He was refining elixirs at the most critical moment, so he could not leave. To put it bluntly, he did not take it to heart. At this moment, Zhao Changhe walked out. Great Elder, how is it? Has the Lord forgiven me? He Wenkong asked in a panic. His eyes were red, and he was about to cry. Get up. The Lord did not pursue the matter at all. This is a lesson for you. Zhao Changhe said in a deep voice. The Lord did not pursue the matter? That's great. Great. He Wen Kong was ecstatic. It was definitely the feeling of returning to heaven from hell. He Wen Kong was ecstatic. He wanted to stand up, but he found that he had lost feeling in his feet. He had knelt for 5 days. However, you offended the Lord. The ancient shaman is very angry. Great Elder Mo Ran said that if you don't restrain yourself in the future, the consequences are not something we can bear, Zhao Changhe added. Hearing this, He Wen Kong was so scared that his soul flew away. Great Elder, don't worry. I will restrain myself in the future and will not provoke the Lord. I want to be a good person. He Wen Kong said hurriedly. He now realized that it was great to be alive. In the future, he had to keep a low profile and be a good person. He did not want that feeling of despair and fear to appear a second time. These 5 days of torture were enough. Thank you, Lord, for not pursuing the matter. Thank you, Great Elder Mo Ran. He Wen Kong thanked the ancient alchemy pavilion. Refining crazily. Although the increase in soul power is not obvious, it can be considered as consolidating the realm of an ancient Lord alchemist. The feeling of exhaustion is finally gone. The physical body of an eternal life realm is really strong. I wonder how strong it will be after obtaining the chaotic spiritual qi and reaching the perfect realm. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Feng Wuchen's eternal life realm physical body had reached an unimaginable level. Feng Wuchen was really curious about how strong a perfect eternal life realm was. Feng Wuchen, it's not that easy to obtain the chaotic spiritual qi. It's a treasure that only exists in the chaotic realm. Chaos Emperor laughed. Feng Wuchen had already heard about this from the chaotic Xian fire beast. Chaos Emperor, what do you know about the chaotic realm? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. I don't know. For millions of years, no one has ascended. It should be said that no one has ascended since Pangu created the world. Chaos Emperor replied through voice transmission. What? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Since Pangu created the world, no one had ascended to the chaotic realm. Just how harsh were these conditions? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. Chaotic Xian fire beast, is it so difficult to ascend to the chaotic realm? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. The chaotic realm is the supreme existence in the entire universe. It's the source of all power. Do you think anyone can ascend? Chaotic Xian fire beast's arrogant voice was heard. Even if you have such amazing talent, even if you have the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase your cultivation, the hope of ascending to the chaotic realm is very slim. All the power in your body is nothing in the chaotic realm. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen took a deep breath. There was a huge wave in his heart. Feng Wuchen couldn't imagine how terrifying the chaotic realm was. He wasn't qualified to touch it. What about old Devil Soul? His power can't ascend? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. With his power, he can't even withstand the first thunder calamity. Chaotic Xian fire beast's disdainful voice was heard. Feng Wuchen was shocked once again. He couldn't even withstand the first lightning tribulation. How terrifying was that? Don't even think about it. It's already good enough that you can survive in Pangu realm, the chaotic mysterious fire beast said. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel speechless. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast did not scare Feng Wuchen, it was truly that terrifying. Otherwise, countless experts would have ascended since Pangu created the world. What if it's Feng Wuchen's mysterious power? Maybe. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast thought to himself. What chaotic realm? I don't believe that I can't ascend when I have the power to surpass the Pangu realm. Feng Wuchen didn't believe it. However, he was still far from ascending. Jianchou, where did Xiao and the others go? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. He couldn't sense Ling Xiaoxiao's aura. Reporting to Honorable Lord, Honorable Madam and Miss Qingqing went to the 6th heaven. Ancient God Hongji brought them to a place to cultivate. She said it could help Honorable Madam and the others break through to the ancient Lord realm. For Honorable Madam and the others' safety, I sent Big Brother Yimu to protect them in secret, Jianchou said respectfully. Break through to the ancient Lord realm? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He asked curiously, where? I don't know where it is. Ancient god Hongji said it's only suitable for women to cultivate. It's called the abyss of extreme yin, Xianxia replied. I understand, Feng Wuchen replied, try to arrange for those who haven't broken through to the ancient lord realm to cultivate in the Yin-Yang Valley. Understood. Xianxia replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen activated his spatial divine power. With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he was already at the sixth heaven. Big brother Yimu, where's the abyss of extreme yin? Feng Wuchen asked. Honorable Lord, it's in the north. Honorable Madam and the others just entered the abyss of extreme yin not long ago, Yimu replied respectfully. As soon as Yimu finished speaking, Feng Wuchen appeared beside him out of thin air. There was no fluctuation in space at all. Honorable Lord, that immortal mountain is the abyss of extreme yin. Many women from Panga realm would choose to cultivate in the abyss of extreme yin, Yimu said respectfully. Feng Wuchen glanced at it and frowned. The yin qi is very heavy. It's indeed only suitable for women to cultivate. However, there's an unusual aura in the abyss of extreme yin. I can also feel a powerful soul. He activated his life spirit power and ancient devil eye. This is. With the help of the life spirit power and ancient devil eye, Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He saw something different. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, what he saw seemed to be another world. What Feng Wuchen saw was that in the depths of the abyss of extreme yin, there was a huge blood pool. Countless bloodlines extended out, leading to various heavens. He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. What's with this blood pool? What's with all the blood? Where did such a huge blood pool come from? Honorable Lord, what do you see? Yimu asked with a frown. The source of the yin qi is blood. It's an unusual aura. It's blood qi, but it's covered by a huge amount of yin qi, Feng Wuchen said in shock. What? Blood? Yimu's expression changed greatly. Feng Wuchen frowned. In the depths of this abyss of extreme yin, there's a huge blood pool. The blood comes from various heavens, using independent heavens to cover all the blood paths. There's such a thing. Yimu's eyes widened. Blood from different levels of heaven. Who was the one who did this? What's the use of such a huge blood pool? Absorbing yin qi to cultivate can indeed increase one's cultivation speed, but the person who made this blood pool wants women to help him absorb the yin qi. As for what the blood is used for, I don't know. Absorbing yin qi to cultivate will cause people to lose their rationality and accumulate evil qi. Over time, they will lose their humanity and only rely on yin qi to cultivate. Quickly go in and bring Xiaoxiao and the rest out. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was worried that Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest would be in danger. Feng Wuchen and Yimu immediately shot out. However, when they approached the immortal mountain where the abyss of extreme yin was located, they were suddenly stopped by an invisible barrier. An invisible barrier, and it's very powerful. This is the aura of a black-titled ancient god. As expected, only women can enter this place. Yimu frowned. Feng Wuchen frowned. This person set the blood pool in the sixth heaven. I'm afraid that he doesn't want to be detected by the experts above. However, a mere barrier can't stop me. After saying that, Feng Wuchen and Yimu passed through the barrier. The moment they passed through the barrier, a person in a mysterious place opened his eyes slightly and said in surprise, "Oh? There's actually a man who can enter the abyss of extreme yin. He can actually ignore my barrier. This person is really not simple. However, welcome to hell. You'll definitely regret barging in." The extreme yin abyss was a self-contained space. The space was huge, and there were tall mountains in all directions. Immortal mist lingered around it, and it was majestic. The scenery was picturesque, like a paradise on earth. It was a cultivation treasure land. Because of this, many women from Panga realm were attracted to cultivate here. After entering the extreme yin abyss, Feng Wuchen sensed the auras of many cultivators. They were all women, old and young. The appearance of Feng Wuchen and Night had attracted the attention of many women. Some of the more powerful women had a strong sense of viciousness when they opened their eyes. If it wasn't for Night's terrifying aura, they would have attacked Feng Wuchen. Most of them are already surrounded by evil aura, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Lord, the yin qi here is very strong, but I can't sense any blood aura, Knight said with a frown. Yimu frowned. He could not believe that he was unable to sense the blood qi within the yin qi with his level of cultivation. Knight was an expert with half a foot in the Great Emperor realm. Ordinary people can't sense any unusual blood aura at all. Even alchemists might not be able to sense it. Otherwise, someone would have sensed that something was wrong, Feng Wuchen said with a frown as he looked around. Lord, what should we do now? Knight asked. Find Xiaoxiao and the others first and take them away, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He could feel that the owner of this space was not simple. Xiaoxiao. On a mountain peak, Feng Wuchen suddenly saw Ling Xiaoxiao and the others and hurriedly shouted. Husband? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Looking back, it was really Feng Wuchen. Wasn't the extreme yin abyss only accessible to women? Why did Feng Wuchen and Knight come in? Was it because she missed them too much that she was hallucinating? Lord's wife, it's really the Lord and Big Brother Knight, Hongji hurriedly said to confirm that she was not mistaken. I thought it was an illusion, Miao Qingqing said. Hongji frowned deeply and said gravely, since High Lord came personally, it seems that this place is not safe. Xiaoxiao, quickly leave with me, Feng Wuchen said hurriedly. Feng Wuchen and Nightfall flew away at high speed. Feng Wuchen even activated his spatial divine power. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place, the mysterious man sneered, so it's them. They actually dared to barge into the abyss of extreme yin. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. As he spoke, the mysterious man formed a seal with one hand. In the next moment, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao out of thin air and was about to take Ling Xiaoxiao away. Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. She activated the Pangu sword and lunged at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was caught off guard by this sudden attack from Ling Xiaoxiao. Qi. Ling Xiaoxiao's sword pierced through Feng Wuchen's chest. High Lord. Nightfall's expression changed drastically. This is bad. My wife is being controlled. Feng Wuchen immediately retreated. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Miao Qingqing turned pale with fright. Yi Qingyu, Yang Meier, and the others were also shocked. What was going on? High Lord, Madam is being controlled. Hongji hurriedly said when she saw Ling Xiaoxiao's blood-red eyes. But the moment Hongji finished speaking, their eyes also flickered with blood-red light. The master of this space can control them with yin energy. Feng Wuchen frowned. His injuries had already healed. Oh? He actually recovered in an instant. This kid is not simple. This might have something to do with his physique. The mysterious man was quite shocked. Under the mysterious man's control, Hongji and Ling Xiaoxiao immediately attacked Feng Wuchen and Nightfall. They were completely controlled and did not recognize Feng Wuchen and Nightfall. Big Brother Nightfall, trap Hongji. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and set up a barrier to trap Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Nightfall waved his hand, and a powerful force instantly trapped Hongji. Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Swish. Swish, swish. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, a large number of beautiful figures flashed out from all directions. They were densely packed, all of them women. Their cultivations were all ancient lords. You think they can deal with us? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Kid, you're just an early-stage ancient lord. Do you really think they can't deal with you just because you have a black-titled ancient god? They're all living people. You can't possibly kill them all, right? Suddenly, an illusory sneer came from the space. To be able to barge in, you do have some ability. But if you want to leave, you'll have to ask for my permission. From these words, it was clear that the mysterious person did not place Nightfall, a black-titled ancient god, in his eyes. What's the blood pond below? Where does the blood come from? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Oh? You actually know about the blood pond below? The mysterious person's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The mysterious person believed that the blood pond was extremely well hidden, and even alchemists would not be able to detect it. Moreover, he had chosen the sixth heaven, so it was impossible for any expert to discover it. How had Feng Wuchen discovered it? Not only do I also know that the blood in the blood pond comes from various heavens. But I don't know the exact source of the blood, nor do I know what you need it for. Perhaps it's for cultivation, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The ancestor of soul strength had already locked onto this powerful soul. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to attack directly, but he discovered that this powerful soul would appear and disappear from time to time. It seems that I can't let you live, the mysterious person said in a cold and vicious voice. As soon as the order was given, the women in all directions suddenly burst forth with a powerful force. Their eyes flickered with blood-red light, and their ruthless auras were extremely frightening. My lord, should we kill all of them? Nightfall asked coldly, his cold murderous aura already erupting. No. Just take Xiaoxiao and the rest away. Feng Wuchen frowned and activated his space divine power, instantly disappearing into thin air. Nightfall had no choice but to dodge. But these controlled women were like a pack of vicious wolves, chasing after him relentlessly. Feng Wuchen teleported over, wanting to use space to take Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest away. But at this critical moment, Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing suddenly disappeared. Not good. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. Just one more step. I can't sense their auras anymore. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, secretly anxious. At the same time, a large group of women had already rushed over frantically. My lord, be careful. Nightfall shouted. With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already beside Nightfall. Go, let's leave this place first. Feng Wuchen shouted, not wanting to hurt these innocent people. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen and Nightfall disappeared strangely. What a magical movement technique. His divine power is similar to space divine power. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to disappear into thin air in the abyss of extreme Yin. A stern-looking man appeared in front of him. This kid's identity isn't simple. If he hadn't used his divine power, I wouldn't have been able to see through his cultivation. The mysterious man frowned and said curiously, also, with Knight's identity, why would he submit to an ancient lord? He even addressed him as lord. As far as I know, Knight doesn't belong to any faction. This kid can subdue Knight, so he's definitely not simple. The mysterious man knew Knight. Interesting. If you can escape, you'll definitely come back. The mysterious man's lips curled up into a dangerous smile. After the mysterious man disappeared, the women under his control also returned to their original positions. The bloody light in their eyes disappeared, and they didn't feel anything wrong. They just realized that they were lazy in their cultivation. On the other side, Feng Wuchen had already appeared outside the extreme Yin abyss with Knight. Lord, this person's strength isn't simple. After your wives disappeared, I couldn't sense their auras. Knight frowned. They should have been transferred to another heaven. Feng Wuchen guessed. Otherwise, with his life spirit, it was impossible for him to not sense it. Panga realm had 36 heavens, and it wasn't easy to find them. Feng Wuchen said coldly, if I'm not wrong, they should be in the heaven where this person is, but he's hidden. Lord, since you can sense his soul, why don't you attack him with your soul power? Knight asked, puzzled. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said solemnly, this person is very vigilant. His soul appears and disappears from time to time. I don't want to alert him. Then what do we do now? Knight asked. Find this person's location. Feng Wuchen frowned. It was impossible to find the mysterious man in the extreme Yin abyss. The mysterious man was definitely not in the extreme Yin abyss. Kid, your wives and their beauty are not bad. You have to save them as soon as possible. There are many lecherous people in Panga realm. The mysterious man's cold laughter suddenly came from the extreme Yin abyss. Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned cold. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. 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 Several more women flew over, wanting to enter the abyss of extreme Yin. Darkness wanted to stop them but was stopped by Feng Wuchen. He shook his head and said, it's useless. Even if you stop them, there will be others who will enter. This won't solve the problem. The root of the problem lay in the mysterious man. Only by killing the mysterious man and destroying the abyss of extreme mean could these women be saved. However, it was not easy to solve the problem. For one thing, they didn't know the identity of the mysterious man. Secondly, he didn't know where the mysterious man was. Honorable Lord, why don't we get the ancient shaman Great Emperor and the myriad world Great Emperor to step in? Knight suggested. This person's soul body contains an evil and vicious aura. I'm afraid it'll be useless even if we ask them to come forward. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, this person's strength is definitely not simple. Then what do we do now? Knight couldn't think of a solution. Battle God of Dragon Soul, heed my command. Feng Wuchen transmitted his order with supreme dignity. Present. The Dragon Soul War God Emperors replied at the same time. Immediately search for the evil and vicious aura in the Panga realm. It's possible for every heaven to exist. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, Honorable Lord. The Dragon Soul War God replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen only hoped that Ao Feng Great Emperor and the others could find something. Feng Wuchen's intuition told him that this mysterious man was not simple. Girl Classmate Network Honorable Lord, why don't we order the destruction of the abyss of extreme mean? We're not afraid that this person won't appear. Knight suddenly thought of this idea. After all, the abyss of extreme mean was the blood of the mysterious man. If such a huge pool of blood was destroyed, it would definitely anger the mysterious man. That's a good idea. However, it will harm the people who are cultivating inside. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Obviously, he didn't agree with this idea. Honorable Lord's wives are in danger. We can't care about the others. Knight said anxiously. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't say anything. Great Emperor of Desolation, do you know which expert in the Panga realm has the evil and vicious aura? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. I have been sealed millions of years ago. How would I know? Great Emperor of Desolation replied through voice transmission. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared. Abyss Lord, I brought fresh blood. I only want 2 women. The fat man's face was full of excitement. The fat man held a vessel with both hands. It was filled with fresh blood. He actually used fresh blood to exchange for women. When Feng Wuchen and Knight heard this, they were instantly furious. A powerful suction force sucked the vessel into the abyss of extreme mean. After a while, 2 unconscious women appeared beside the man out of thin air. Thank you, Abyss Lord. Thank you, Abyss Lord. The fat man was extremely excited. He hugged the 2 women and flew away quickly. Beast. Do you still have any humanity? Knight couldn't help but curse. Feng Wuchen's face was ferocious, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Haha. The mysterious man laughed loudly and said crazily, humanity? You are too naive. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, what you need is strength. What humanity, what dignity, what friendship, are just excuses for the weak. What the hell do you want? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, and a strong killing intent surged in his heart. Boy, I don't care who you are. If you don't die, your wife and the others will die. I will only give you 2 hours to think about it. After 2 hours, if you don't enter the abyss of extreme mean to die, I will send your wife and the others out. You should be very clear about the consequences. The mysterious man sneered. Feng Wuchen knew about the existence of the blood pool. He must not leave anyone alive. Come out if you have the guts. Knight shouted angrily, and his face became ferocious. I am in the abyss of extreme mean, but do you dare to come in? The mysterious man sneered disdainfully. Knight exploded with anger and was about to rush in. However, he was stopped by Feng Wuchen in time. Reporting to Great Lord, I did not sense any evil aura in the 36th heaven. Great Emperor Ao Feng suddenly said respectfully. Reporting to Great Lord, I did not sense any evil aura in the 35th heaven. Great Emperor Ling Tian said respectfully. Immediately after, Great Emperor Tian Men and Great Emperor Divine Snow sent news one after another. No one noticed the evil aura. Obviously, the mysterious man hid very well. Even the great ancient emperors could not detect it. It showed that the mysterious man's cultivation had also reached the great emperor level. Unable to find the mysterious man, the only way was to enter the abyss of extremine again. Feng Wuchen only had 2 hours. He had no other choice. Knight, you go back first. I will go in myself. Feng Wuchen frowned. What? Knight's face changed drastically. Seeing the dangerous smile on Feng Wuchen's face, Knight didn't say anything and immediately disappeared. Kid, you're quite confident. The mysterious man sneered. Feng Wuchen sneered, it's not that I'm confident, it's just that you're too cowardly. Even if we go in again, you won't dare to show yourself. But I have to meet you to save my wives. If it's just me, you won't dare to show yourself, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen rushed into the extremine abyss without hesitation. Kid, don't even think about leaving this time. The mysterious man sneered. Feng Wuchen had space god force, but the mysterious man was so confident as if he had already thought of a way to deal with Feng Wuchen. They don't seem to know what happened just now. Entering the extremine abyss again, Feng Wuchen was surprised to find that the women cultivating around him didn't seem to know what had happened. I can't sense my wife's auras. This person's soul is still intermittent. Feng Wuchen frowned again. The mysterious man was very vigilant. Even when facing Feng Wuchen, an ancient lord, he didn't dare to be careless. Kid, you're very special. Among the juniors I've seen, you're the most special. I'm very curious about your origin. The mysterious man sneered. I don't have time to waste with you. What do I have to do for you to release my wives? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he carefully looked around. It's fine if you don't say it. You're going to die anyway. The mysterious man sneered. Swish. Swish. Swish, as soon as the words were spoken, more than a dozen ancient sovereigns appeared in a flash. Their bodies were filled with violent killing intent, and traces of black evil qi lingered on the surface of their bodies. Powerful auras locked onto Feng Wuchen. Their eyes flickered with bloody light. Clearly, they were being controlled. They've completely lost their minds, and evil qi is dominating their bodies. This person can control everyone here at any time, and the people cultivating don't seem to notice anything. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The dragon god sword, battle armor, and sun eye appeared at the same time. A domineering aura swept out like a tsunami. Oh? What a shocking aura. The mysterious man sneered. The dozen ancient lords immediately launched a fierce attack. Feng Wuchen activated his spatial godly power, and his overbearing sword intent exploded. At the same time, Feng Wuchen used teleportation. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, sword light flashed, and the tensome ancient lords simultaneously vomited blood and were instantly frozen. Tsk tisk, he's really not simple. He defeated more than a dozen ancient lords in an instant. I'm really surprised. The combination of divine power and movement techniques, as well as the power of the ice element, can indeed achieve an overwhelming victory. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish t-des swish s swish. Swish swish. Swish swish. Swish swish. To swish. Swish. Swish swish. The mysterious man didn't show himself. Even if he did, it would be an avatar or an energy body. If I don't force him out, I won't be able to lock onto his position. The blood pond must be very important to him, right? Feng Wuchen's solemn face suddenly curved into a dangerous smile. With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air. Brat, when you came in, you were already in my blood realm. No matter how strong your god force is, you won't be able to escape. The mysterious man sneered. The mysterious man originally wanted to control more people to deal with Feng Wuchen and slowly toy with Feng Wuchen. Look where I am, Feng Wuchen sneered. Ancient Chinese blood cave. The mysterious man was shocked. He couldn't understand. How is this possible? How did you pass through the ancient barrier and the triple illusion array? Feng Wuchen's lips curved into a disdainful sneer. Barriers and formations were nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had already absorbed the inheritance of the profound truth Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was in the blood pond deep under the extreme abyss. At a glance, the blood pond looked like a sea of blood. Looking at the sea of blood, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Looking at the bloody sea of blood and smelling the pungent stench of blood, Feng Wuchen couldn't stand it. The depths of this mountain are filled with blood. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. Master, how many people died to become this sea of blood? The Dragon God Sword's trembling voice came. This scene was too terrifying. It would definitely make everyone's scalp tingle and their hair stand on end. This mysterious man was simply crazy to the point of making people's hair stand on end. This is not only human blood, but also the blood of various panga beasts. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His face was extremely ugly. Stinking brat, how did you get in? The mysterious man's angry roar sounded. Even with so many layers of protection, they couldn't stop an ancient lord. This was simply a slap to his face. Feng Wuchen's face was gloomy and he didn't answer. With a thought, the ancestor of all flames appeared. White flames jumped in Feng Wuchen's palm. A domineering and terrifying aura swept out like a storm. In just an instant, the pungent smell of blood disappeared by more than half. What kind of flame is this? It can actually make me feel an intense sense of danger. The mysterious man was shocked. He had never seen this white flame before. This blood pond is very important to you, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. What do you want to do? The mysterious man shouted angrily. He was clearly very anxious. Let's make a deal. Let my wife and the others go. Otherwise, I'll burn the blood pond with fire. You should be able to feel it now. I'm not suppressed by your domain. In other words, your domain has no meaning to me, Feng Wuchen said fiercely. A puny ancient lord actually dares to threaten me. The moment you burn the blood pond, I can kill you. The mysterious man shouted angrily. Oh? Is that so? I want to see if you're faster or I'm faster. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Then, he flicked his finger. Space power coupled with teleportation and thousand illusions grand technique, Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he was faster than the mysterious man. The blood pond was just under Feng Wuchen's feet, only half a meter away. Stop! The mysterious man suddenly roared. But it was too late. The mysterious man didn't expect that Feng Wuchen really dared to make a move. Don't you know that your wife is still in my hands? Don't you care about the lives of your wife and the others? Boom, a black shadow suddenly appeared and blasted out a palm across the air. The terrifying power instantly destroyed the white flames. What kind of flame is this? It can actually devour my power. The mysterious man was shocked again. Staring at the black shadow, Feng Wuchen sneered. You finally appeared. It really wasn't easy to lure you out. Feng Wuchen did not show any signs of fear. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was squatting at the edge of the blood sea. One of his fingers was emitting white flames, ready to ignite the blood sea at any time. Think about the deal I mentioned. Feng Wuchen sneered. Swish, the mysterious man appeared behind Feng Wuchen in an instant and threw out a terrifying palm strike. He could not give Feng Wuchen any chance. He had to kill him in one blow. Boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power blasted dozens of blood pillars out of the blood sea. The blood sea shook violently. If not for the strong domain, the space would have been destroyed. It was a pity that this terrifying palm strike did not hit Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen dodged the attack immediately with the help of the space divine power. The mysterious man frowned deeply. Such a fast attack did not hit Feng Wuchen. As a great emperor expert, the mysterious man could not believe it. As expected of a great emperor expert. If not for the help of the space divine power, I would not have been able to dodge in time. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen once again felt the power of the space divine power. The mysterious man's face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "This is really shocking. You actually dodged my attack. Looks like you don't like this deal." Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring at the mysterious man fiercely. "Brat, don't forget that your wives are still in my hands. Do you know where they are?" The mysterious man said fiercely. His eyes narrowed like a man-eating demon. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered, "To be honest, I don't like to make deals with dirty, rotten, and ugly people. Even if you are a great emperor expert, I don't think you are qualified to make a deal with me. Then I will send you to your death. As for your wives, I will take good care of them for you. As for the rest, I will use them to exchange for fresh blood." The mysterious man shouted angrily and shot out again. Whether it was the aura, power, or speed, it was more terrifying than before. The terrifying aura and pressure mercilessly suppressed Feng Wuchen. "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, completely ignoring the pressure of the mysterious man. The mysterious man arrived in the blink of an eye. His incomparably ferocious fist blasted towards Feng Wuchen. His attack was extremely ferocious. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly, and he actually met the attack with a punch. Boom! Crack! Pooh! The two fists fiercely collided, and a deafening explosion sounded out. The tyrannical and terrifying power shook the mysterious man, causing him to vomit blood. His body turned into a black line as he was sent flying. His entire arm was crippled. How is this possible? The mysterious man was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. An emperor-level powerhouse was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a single punch from an ancient lord junior. What kind of joke was this? While the mysterious man was shocked and frightened, Feng Wuchen had already appeared behind him. What? The mysterious man's expression changed again. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen threw out another punch. The tyrannical power once again caused the mysterious man to vomit blood. His body was sent flying, and he fell into the blood pool. With just 2 punches, the mysterious man was heavily injured. Even an emperor-level powerhouse was unable to withstand a single blow. Injuring an emperor with a single punch, this clearly wasn't Feng Wuchen's strength. Of course, it was the Chaos Emperor. This isn't his strength. He has the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse in his body. The mysterious man was terrified as he stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen dared to barge in alone. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen could ignore his blood realm domain. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen could ignore the triple illusion array. With the strength to injure an emperor-level powerhouse with a single punch, what was there to be afraid of? Feng Wuchen, this man is not simple. He can withstand 50% of my strength. He must be hiding his strength. He should be an ancient emperor. The Chaos Emperor's voice sounded. It's a piece of cake for the Chaos Emperor to deal with him. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile. After a while, the mysterious man slowly came out of the blood pool. He stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Who are you? The mysterious man asked, gritting his teeth. He looked extremely ferocious. You are filthy and rotten. You don't have the right to know. Feng Wuchen sneered. You might consider letting my wife and the rest go. You might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I can kill you and find them. Kill me? The mysterious man was stunned. He then laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Feng Wuchen frowned. The mysterious man sneered. Brat, the emperor-level power in your body is indeed powerful. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. You won't be able to find your wife. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. Haven't you noticed that something is wrong? Don't you know the real reason why I came here? What? The mysterious man's expression changed. The mysterious man seemed to have realized something. He was shocked again. I came here myself. My purpose was to lure you out. Am I not obvious enough? Feng Wuchen sneered. This brat has space divine power. Could it be that he lured me out to lock on to my location? The mysterious man guessed. The mysterious man's guess was right. When he appeared, Feng Wuchen's life spirit and space divine power had already locked on to the mysterious man's location. Feng Wuchen sneered. The moment you appeared, I already knew your location. Since my wife and the rest are not in the extreme abyss, they must be with you. As long as you don't go back, my wife and the rest won't be in danger. I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. The mysterious man's face turned ferocious. His lungs were about to explode. Reporting to Honorable Lord's wife and the rest have been rescued. They are not injured. At this moment, Great Emperor Ao Feng's respectful voice sounded. My men have just sent news. My wife and the rest have been rescued. Feng Wuchen grinned. What? The mysterious man's expression changed. Feng Wuchen's purpose of coming here was not only to lure him out, but also to rescue them. The mysterious man felt that he had been played. A dignified Great Emperor realm expert had actually been toyed around by a junior. Unforgivable. Outrageous. The mysterious man was furious. A terrifying murderous aura erupted. You dare to touch my wife? In my eyes, you are already a dead man. You will be buried with the blood pool. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly turned cold. His eyes were filled with merciless murderous aura. Buried with you? Wishful thinking. The one who is going to die is you. The mysterious man shouted angrily. He immediately put his hands together and a terrifying evil energy erupted. In the next second, the enormous blood sea began to boil. The thick smell of blood swept through the area. The aura was vast and mighty. Wake up! Ancient blood Qilin! The mysterious man shouted. Ancient blood Kirin? Feng Wuchen was shocked. There was actually an ancient ferocious beast sleeping in this huge pool of blood. Buzz. Buzz, under the mysterious man's command, the blood sea started to shake. A violent aura that was filled with a terrifying viciousness soared into the sky from the depths of the blood sea. The bloodline power was so strong that it seemed like it could destroy the world. It was terrifying. 10 Direction Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen's face changed. He was shocked. The ancient blood Kirin is still alive. Baron Great Emperor exclaimed. Haha. You little brat. Do you feel this power? Do you feel fear and despair? The mysterious man laughed like a madman. When he saw Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, the mysterious man became very excited. After a while, a huge head slowly emerged from the violently shaking and boiling blood sea. A huge body slowly appeared before Feng Wuchen's eyes. Is this the Kirin's ancestor? No. The shape of the beast is similar, but the bloodline is completely different. It is like a dragon and a dragon. Feng Wuchen frowned as he looked at the giant blood Kirin. The blood Kirin, as its name suggested, was red. Its giant eyes shone with a red light. Roar! The blood Kirin roared madly. Its roar was deafening as the wind blew. It forced Feng Wuchen back. Its power was terrifying. What a scary power! Aside from the demon soul Great Emperor, the blood Kirin is the strongest beast I have ever seen. Feng Wuchen was shocked by the blood Kirin's cultivation. A 10 Direction Great Emperor was definitely an overlord in the Panga realm. The blood Kirin's cultivation is not weak, but its bloodline power is too weak. It is not as strong as the Ice Sea God Luan's bloodline, Baron Great Emperor said. Baron Great Emperor, you are just a soul. Can you beat it? Feng Wuchen asked. In front of me, it can only kneel. Baron Great Emperor said proudly. Even though he was just a soul, he didn't think much of the blood Kirin. The strength of the first batch of Panga's experts after he created the world was not something an ordinary Great Emperor could compare to. How could a 10 Directions Great Emperor who had lived for several 100,000 years be a match for a 10 Directions Great Emperor who had lived for several million years? Blood Kirin, kill that kid, the mysterious man roared. He sounded like he was giving an order. Roar! The blood Kirin roared again. Its red light stared at Feng Wuchen, and without hesitation, it ran forward. His speed was extremely terrifying, and a huge wave of anger was created in the sea of blood. Master, the blood Kirin is being controlled by him, gods, I said. Nian Luan exclaimed in shock. He can actually control the 10 Directions Great Emperor's beast. Based on this person's cultivation technique and this blood pool, perhaps his most powerful technique is control. Feng Wuchen frowned as he guessed. The ancient blood Kirin was a 10 Direction Great Emperor. It was far more powerful than the mysterious man. However, the mysterious man was still able to control it. Obviously, it had something to do with his cultivation method and the blood pool. The method of control was very powerful. Feng Wuchen's face didn't change as he watched the scary blood Kirin come. The blood Kirin was strong, but its bloodline was too weak. Haha. Stinky kid. Are you scared? Seeing Feng Wuchen not move, the mysterious man couldn't help but laugh. But in the next moment, the mysterious man's smile froze. The blood Kirin, which had been so powerful a second ago, was now kneeling before Feng Wuchen. Its entire body was shaking. It was like the blood Kirin was kneeling before him. It was like it was bowing before a king. The red light in the creature's eyes was full of fear. Bloodline suppression. Even though the blood Kirin was being controlled, its bloodline was suppressed. What is going on? The mysterious man looked confused. He stared at the blood Kirin. Why wasn't the blood Kirin moving? It was fine if it wasn't moving, but it was kneeling in front of Feng Wuchen. Blood Kirin. What are you doing? The mysterious man was furious, and he roared madly. The blood Kirin did not respond. The mysterious man kept casting spells. He wanted to control the blood Kirin to attack. But no matter how many spells he cast, the blood Kirin did not respond. Blood Kirin. Hurry up and attack. The mysterious man was so angry that he kept shouting. The mysterious man looked at Feng Wuchen and shouted, "Stinky kid, what have you done? You can control 10 Direction King's blood Kirin. That must have something to do with the blood pool." Feng Wuchen coldly said, "Blood Kirin, kill him." Roar. Feng Wuchen gave the order, and the blood Kirin went berserk. It turned around and roared. Then, it rushed toward the mysterious man. When he saw this, the mysterious man was shocked and angry. He had spent so many years raising the blood Kirin, and now it was helping the enemy attack him. D*MN animal. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Pa. The mysterious man put his hands together and shouted, "Blood area. Blood world escape." Suddenly, the mysterious man disappeared with a flash of red light. The mysterious man didn't dare stay for even half a second. The blood Kirin was very powerful. One swipe of its claws could kill him. Plus, the mysterious man was badly injured. A secret skill? His presence disappeared. That was fast. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Feng Wuchen had space powers, but with his cultivation, he couldn't stop the mysterious man. Plus, the mysterious man had used a secret skill. His presence disappeared without a trace. Stinky kid. Just you wait. If I don't kill you, I won't be human. The mysterious man's angry roar echoed through space. Then you can be a dog. By the way, I am a first sky dragon soul. I can kill you whenever I want. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Arg. The mysterious man roared. Feng Wuchen ignored him. He waved his hand, and white flames spread. Not long after, the blood sea became a sea of white fire. Under the burning of the ancestor of all fires, the blood sea evaporated. Then, it disappeared. The blood Kirin slowly regained its consciousness. The red light in its eyes was gone. "Thank you for saving me from the blood cave," the blood Kirin said gratefully. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, "It was fate that brought us together. There is no need to thank me. Little brother, what is with your blood? Why do you have the Demon Soul Emperor's blood? It is even stronger than the Demon Soul Emperor's blood. It is similar to the winged dragon's blood," the blood Kirin said. "I am from the dragon gods, but I don't know about the winged dragon. My blood has combined with the Demon Soul Emperor's blood. That is why it is stronger." Feng Wuchen didn't try to hide anything. "You really do have the Demon Soul Emperor's blood." The blood Kirin was shocked and scared. "Elder Kirin, who is the winged dragon you speak of?" Feng Wuchen asked with curiosity. The blood Kirin said, "The winged dragon is a dragon. It is the oldest and most powerful of the dragons. Its blood power is second only to the Demon Soul Emperor. It is the strongest emperor after the 100 emperors." End of chapter. He was the strongest emperor after the 100 emperors. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Winged Dragon's power was strong enough to fight against Emperor Xianxia and Space Emperor. I did not expect there to be such a strong elite after the 100 emperors. I am so happy. If I have the chance, I would like to meet him. Old Desolation Emperor chuckled. Feng Wuchen wanted to meet this elite, whose bloodline was second only to Demon King Great Emperor. He wanted to see another kind of dragon. Without Demon King Great Emperor's bloodline, the dragon god's bloodline would not be stronger than winged dragons. Feng Wuchen was sure of that. By the way, Elder Kirin, who is he? His power is very evil, Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. Speaking of the mysterious man, the blood Kirin's eyes looked murderous and hateful. It even looked sad. The blood Kirin gritted its teeth and said, "This man is a descendant of the blood marquises. The blood marquises are evil. They are the root of all evil. Back in the day, many factions of Panga realm tried to kill them. I thought they were gone, but now they are back. It looks like many of their elites have survived." Blood marquises? Feng Wuchen frowned. He had never heard of such an evil race. But the fact that so many factions had tried to kill them showed how powerful they were. The blood Kirin controlled its anger and murderous intent. It went on to say, back then, the blood marquises were very strong. I don't know how strong they are now. If they were still alive, they would be even stronger now. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, "You are very strong. How did that man control you?" The blood Kirin sighed and said, "Back when I was injured, he targeted me. He used that opportunity to control me. He has been torturing me for hundreds of thousands of years. For hundreds of thousands of years, I have been trapped in the blood cave. Because of the blood Kirin's bloodline, I was able to absorb the power of the blood cave and become a 10-direction great emperor. But because of my blood, I could not escape the control of the blood marquises. He used me as a killing tool." "I see." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Thanks to you, little brother, I was saved. You have saved my life, and I will never forget that. Little brother, you have a Demon King Emperor's blood pulse. You will become something great in the future. If you ever need anything, just come to me. I will not hesitate." The blood Kirin thanked him again. Feng Wuchen had saved the blood Kirin, and he had been given a new lease on life. Without Feng Wuchen, the blood Kirin would have spent the rest of its life in pain and being controlled. Now that the blood pool had been destroyed, the blood Kirin didn't have to worry about the mysterious person controlling it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Senior Qilin is too polite." After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen left. "Great Emperor Ao Feng, do your best to track down the blood Marquis tribe," Feng Wuchen ordered as soon as they left the extreme abyss. Feng Wuchen wouldn't have bothered with such an evil race if he hadn't touched Ling Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, he had touched Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen would never let him off. It was a good thing for the cultivators of Panga realm. "Yes." Great Emperor Ao Feng said respectfully. "Wasn't the Blood Marquis tribe destroyed? Is the Blood Marquis tribe the evil aura the Great Lord wants us to track? But when I saved the Great Lord's wife, the evil aura in the cave didn't belong to the Blood Marquis tribe. Maybe the evil aura covered the blood aura." Great Emperor Ao Feng guessed. At the same time, he ordered the Dragon Soul Battle God to track down the Blood Marquis tribe. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others naturally knew about the existence of the Blood Marquis tribe. They just didn't know that the Blood Marquis tribe was making a comeback. The blood pool had disappeared, and the mysterious person had left the extreme abyss. The dense and intense yin qi gradually disappeared. March. Why did the yin qi suddenly disappear? The women who were cultivating could clearly feel it. They were confused, but they didn't know what had happened. They believed that soon, no more women would come here to cultivate. In a mysterious independent space in Panga realm. This was the Blood Marquis tribe. If Feng Wuchen was here, he would definitely find that there was a huge blood cave in the Blood Marquis tribe. This blood cave was even bigger than the extreme abyss. At the same time, there were countless blood paths that led to different heavens. The disappearance of the blood cave in the extreme abyss had alarmed the Blood Marquis tribe. In the majestic palace of the Blood Marquis tribe, the upper echelons' faces were gloomy, and they were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Who destroyed the blood cave in the extreme abyss? An elder on the main seat said coldly. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one had discovered the blood cave. How could it be destroyed all of a sudden? Send someone to investigate immediately. We can't let this person go. An elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was ferocious. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to make an enemy of our blood marquis tribe and destroy the extreme abyss must die. Another elder said furiously. At this moment, a clansman rushed into the palace and reported, "Clan leader, elder, Lord Shuiyun has returned, but he is severely injured." What? Severely injured? The upper echelons were shocked. There was a reason why the upper echelons were shocked. Shuiyun was a great emperor. The person who could injure him must be an ancient great emperor. They all knew about the existence of the blood qilin. In other words, the person who injured Shuiyun was most likely a great emperor of 10 directions. While the upper echelons were shocked, the severely injured Shuiyun had already entered the palace. Clan leader, elder, something has happened. The blood cave in the 6th heaven has been destroyed. Shuiyun said in a panic, his face pale. The clan leader's face was gloomy as he asked, "Who did it?" "First heaven dragon soul." Shuiyun replied. "First heaven?" The clan leader and the elders were stunned. They ignored the words dragon soul. In their eyes, the first heaven was a world of ants. How could a first heaven person injure Shuiyun? Because of this, when they heard about the first heaven, they were all in disbelief. None of them believed it. Clan leader, this person is only an ancient lord, but he has powerful movement skills and spatial divine power. The most terrifying thing is that he has the power of a great emperor in his body. It is very domineering. I was injured by this power. Shuiyun continued, not caring if they believed him or not. The power of a great emperor? The clan leader frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the blood qilin you control? What is a mere great emperor?" I don't know why, but the blood qilin suddenly knelt in front of that kid. No matter how hard I tried to control it, it was useless. It listened to that kid, Shuiyun said helplessly. How is that possible? An elder frowned. He felt that Shuiyun was talking nonsense. The blood qilin was an ancient beast and a great emperor of 10 directions. How could it kneel in front of a junior? Shuiyun. What happened? Tell us the truth. The clan leader shouted angrily. He didn't believe Shuiyun at all. Clan leader, I am telling the truth. I am telling the truth. Shuiyun was about to cry. Humph. Don't you know what kind of place the first sky is? Even the 10 great emperors have to be wary of you and the blood qilin. Don't tell me that there's someone stronger than the 10 great emperors in the first sky. The blood marquis patriarch scolded Shuiyun angrily. Shuiyun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If no one believed him, what was the point of saying more? Shuiyun, tell us the truth. The great elder scolded. Great elder, what I said just now is true. Even if you kill me, the truth won't change. Shuiyun said with a disappointed face. He was bitterly disappointed. The patriarch's face was ashen as he scolded, "Send someone to investigate immediately. The existence of the blood marquis clan must not be leaked. We must kill the person who destroyed the blood cave as soon as possible." Shuiyun wanted to say something, but his face suddenly shook as if he had realized something. Could it be that Feng Wuchen said it was in the first sky on purpose? If that was the case, no one would believe him. Who would believe that there was a great emperor in the first sky? Wouldn't it be beneath the strong to step into the world of the weak? The more Shuiyun thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Palace master, elder, I will find out the origin of this person as soon as possible. Shuiyun said and left to treat his injuries. Shuiyun had to recover as soon as possible. It didn't matter if the blood marquis clan believed him or not. The most important thing was to find Feng Wuchen. The first sky dragon soul. Great Lord, it's all because of me. I almost killed your wife. Please punish me. In the hall, Hongji knelt on one knee and blamed herself. Sister Hongji, please get up. It's not your fault. Brother Feng will blame you. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly helped Hongji up. Hongji, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Xianxia in the extreme abyss is very strong. If my soul power wasn't strong enough, I wouldn't have noticed the blood qi in the Xianxia. Even an alchemist wouldn't be able to notice it. Even I couldn't detect it. Yi shook his head. My lord, who is behind all this? Mu Honglian asked curiously. A cold light flashed in Feng Wuchen's eyes. I don't know what kind of race the Blood Marquis tribe is, but I heard that they are very powerful. Feng Wuchen only mentioned the Blood Marquises. He didn't mention Blood Cloud's Cultivation or the ancient Blood Kirin. Blood Marquis clan? Yi Mu's expression changed as he said in disbelief, how is this possible? The Blood Marquis clan was wiped out hundreds of thousands of years ago and never showed up in Panga realm again. How could they still be alive? Not only Knight, but Lai Feng, White Tiger, and the others were also filled with shock and disbelief. Obviously, they all knew about the existence of the Blood Marquis clan. Seeing Lai Feng and the others' shocked expressions, Qiu Tian asked, is this Blood Marquis race very powerful? Extremely powerful, with 3 10 directions great emperors overseeing it. There are many great ancient emperors and great emperors, but they have disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know how they are doing. The White Tiger nodded and replied. 3 10 directions great emperors? Dragon Soul and the others gasped as their eyes widened. The Lord of the Extreme Abyss is a member of the Blood Marquis race, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Master, if the Blood Marquis race is still alive, this force is very scary. Master destroyed the blood pool, I'm afraid they won't let it go, Wan Qianhan said with a serious expression as fear flashed in his eyes. Brother Feng, it seems like the Dragon Soul is in trouble. With 3 10 directions great emperors overseeing it, they will come to us soon. Shan Tong frowned with a serious expression. Shan Tong is right. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said seriously, Master, we have to be prepared. The corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly. He smiled and said, it's even better if they come to us. We don't have to waste time investigating. Shui Yun was someone Feng Wuchen had to kill. Because he touched Lin Xiaoxiao. If the Blood Marquis race insisted on interfering, Feng Wuchen wouldn't mind destroying them. Young Master doesn't seem to be worried at all, Long Nidian thought. Long Xiaoyang and the others could also see it. The Blood Marquis race was indeed powerful, but Feng Wuchen wasn't worried. Feng Wuchen had the identity of the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall, Divine Pill Pavilion, and Ancient God Pavilion. He could crush the Blood Marquis race with just the reincarnation Pagoda Great Emperor. The Dragon Soul Battle God had already started investigating in various realms. He hoped that he could find the whereabouts of the Blood Marquis race soon. Inside the Divine Ring. Looking at the dozens of Yuan spirit avatars, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. My cultivation has increased a lot. I will definitely break through to the late-stage Ancient Lord realm in 2 months. 2 months in the Divine Ring was less than half a month in the outside world. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 33 levels of heaven, God's Eye Palace. Reporting to Great Elder, the people we sent to the first level of heaven have been killed. An ancient god expert reported respectfully. Someone dared to touch the people of the God's Eye Palace, and they were killed. This was simply challenging the dignity of the God's Eye Palace, this was courting death. Scram! The Dark Eye Emperor shouted angrily, and a terrifying aura erupted. He wasn't in the mood to care about these trivial matters. The ancient god expert was so frightened that he hurriedly left the palace. The upper echelons of the palace were also frightened. The Dark Eye Emperor's anger could definitely make the 33 levels of heaven tremble. Great Elder, the people of the God's Eye Palace have been killed. This is a provocation and insult to the God's Eye Palace. We can't just ignore it, the palace master hurriedly said. Humph. If you want to care, then do it. I don't care about anything. For 3 years, I won't care about anything. The Dark Eye Emperor shouted angrily and left the palace. No one in the upper echelons of the palace dared to say anything in the face of the Dark Eye Emperor's angry rebuke. If they provoked the Dark Eye Emperor at this time, he would really kill. After being punished for no reason, the Dark Eye Emperor's anger didn't dissipate. Instead, it grew stronger. The Dark Eye Emperor believed that he had done his best to follow the orders given by the Supreme Main Divine Palace. However, in the end, not only was he not rewarded, but he was also severely punished. The Dark Eye Emperor originally wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, all of this was for naught. The Dark Eye Emperor couldn't accept such an outcome, and the anger in his heart couldn't be quelled. How could the angry Dark Eye Emperor care about anything else at this time? If he violated the order of heaven and earth again, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation for the rest of his life. The palace master smiled awkwardly. He knew that the Dark Eye Emperor didn't feel good, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Demon Soul Sovereign had punished him personally. For 3 years, the Dark Eye Emperor couldn't cultivate or raise his cultivation. He couldn't even think about breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. However, in comparison, Emperor Xianxia's punishment was much lighter. Emperor Xianxia had violated the order of heaven and earth, so he couldn't cultivate for a year and couldn't step out of the supreme main divine palace. It was only a year, and it would pass in the blink of an eye if he cultivated in seclusion. Men, send someone to the first level of heaven to find out what happened. If you find anything, report it immediately. The palace master ordered helplessly. Yes. End of this chapter. 9th Heaven. Shanming Temple. Lord Temple Master, we've just received news that something big has happened in the 8th Heaven. Several major forces have been destroyed. A person reported respectfully with a panicked expression. Major forces have been destroyed? The expressions of the upper echelons changed slightly. That's right, including the Xianxia Celestial Palace under the Supreme Main Shrine. The subordinate continued. What? The Xianxia Celestial Palace was destroyed? The upper echelons were shocked, and their eyeballs almost flew out. The Xianxia Celestial Palace had several powerful ancient gods overseeing it. Moreover, it was a force under the Supreme Main Shrine. Who had the guts to destroy the Xianxia Celestial Palace? This was simply looking down on the Supreme Main Shrine. There were many ways to seek death. There was no need to be so arrogant, right? It's absolutely true. The one who did it is the Dragon Soul. Now, the 8th Heaven is under the control of the Dragon Soul. Including the order of heaven and earth, it is also under the control of the Dragon Soul. This is news from a subordinate's friend in the 8th Heaven. The subordinate reported respectfully. Control the order of heaven and earth? The upper echelons were shocked again, and their expressions stiffened. Not only did they destroy the forces under the Supreme Main Shrine, but they even dared to control the order of heaven and earth. How arrogant was this, looking down on the Supreme Main Shrine, looking down on the Supreme Monster Soul. The upper echelons were stunned for a full 5 minutes. These 5 minutes felt like 5 years. It was too shocking. They didn't even dare to think about such a thing, but someone actually dared to do it. It was absolutely domineering to have the strength to contend with the Supreme Main Shrine, but if one didn't have the strength, then they were extremely stupid. What's the background of this Dragon Soul? They are openly making an enemy of the Supreme Main Shrine. Don't they know how terrifying the Supreme Monster Soul is? The Temple Master was shocked, and huge waves surged in his heart. I've never heard of the Dragon Soul. But no matter what the Dragon Soul's background is, they are undoubtedly playing with fire by doing this. An elder said. He couldn't imagine it. There was actually such a stupid force in the world. Temple Master, Great Elder, my friend also said that the Dragon Soul wants to occupy the 9th Heaven. The Dragon Soul is very powerful. When the time comes, we will have to submit. The subordinate added. What? You want to control the 9 heavens? How arrogant. Simply lawless. Do you really think that there is no one in the 9 heavens? The palace master was furious. Hall Master, report to Fire Cloud Pavilion immediately, an elder suddenly said. I'll make a trip to Fire Cloud Pavilion right away. The Hall Master immediately vanished. The news of the 8th Heaven being controlled by the Dragon Soul had slowly spread to the 9th Heaven. After the news reached the 9 heavens, it spread like a plague and quickly swept through the 9 heavens. No one knew what kind of power Dragon Soul was. He had never heard of a 9th stratum Xianxia. However, after knowing that the Xianxia Celestial Palace had been destroyed by the Dragon Soul, many forces in the 9 heavens were extremely fearful. But most of them were filled with disdain and ridicule. How could the 8th heavenly layer compare to the 9th heavenly layer? There wasn't a single titled ancient god in the 8th heaven. The ninth firmament fire cloud pavilion master was an azure-colored titled ancient god. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The dragon's soul dared to come to the nine heavens, it was simply courting death. Fire cloud pavilion. Has the Xianxia immortal palace been destroyed? And they want to occupy the nine heavens? When the fire cloud pavilion master heard the news, he was stunned. It was as though he had heard the biggest lie in the world. The elders of the fire cloud pavilion were also stunned. Seeing the expressions of the fire cloud pavilion master and the others, the disciple hurriedly said, reporting to the pavilion master, the news also said that the dragon's soul wants to occupy the nine heavens. It's just a rumor. It's not to be believed. The grand elder shook his head and smiled. In the entire Panga realm, who would dare to touch a faction under the Paragon Main Divine Palace? I don't believe that there's such a fool in the Panga realm. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master smiled faintly. Pavilion Master, this is absolutely true. The 8 heavens are already under the control of the dragon's soul. As for the 9 heavens, a disciple said respectfully. All right, there's no need to speak further. You may leave. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master interrupted. He didn't believe it at all. He had never heard of the dragon's soul. How strong could a faction without any fame be? Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, this is absolutely true. The boundary of the 8 heavens has been sealed. Without a powerful cultivation base, one can't go to the 8 heavens. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Xianming Temple Master, Lu Hongkong? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master frowned slightly. Sealed off the 8 heavens? Is this true? The Grand Elder was already half convinced by Lu Hongkong's appearance. An old man appeared. It was the Xianming Temple Master, Lu Hongkong. The Xianxia Celestial Palace has indeed been destroyed by the Dragon Soul. Several major factions in the 8 heavens have also been destroyed. Now, they are all under the control of the Dragon Soul. Lu Hongkong said solemnly. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's old face became more and more solemn. He had already believed it. Xianming Temple Master, what's the origin of the Dragon Soul? Doesn't he know that the Xianxia Celestial Palace is a faction under the Paragon Main Divine Palace? An elder asked doubtfully. Lu Hongkong shook his head and said solemnly, I don't know either. No one in the 9 heavens knows the origin of the Dragon Soul. When I learned that the Dragon Soul is going to occupy the 9 heavens, I was really worried. That's why I came to report to the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said solemnly, Guardian, go to the 8 heavens and see what the origin of the Dragon Soul is. They are openly going against the Paragon Main Divine Palace. I think they are tired of living. Yes. Pavilion Master. The Guardian said respectfully. At the same time. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the 9 heavens boundary. A huge hole was forcibly smashed in the boundary of the 9 heavens. Dragon Soul's people, led by Feng Wuchen, flew out one after another. There were not many people, only a few dozen. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Shan Tong. Of course, no one knew how many people came secretly. Dragon Soul. They must be Dragon Soul's people. No. Why are they all ancient emperors and ancient lords? Are they really Dragon Soul's people? If they are really Dragon Soul, aren't they courting death? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master can wipe them all out with a single finger. The cultivators near the boundary came to watch. Huang Yun, is the president sure to establish a chamber of commerce in the 9 heavens? The president and senior soul destroyer haven't ascended yet. Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. Huang Yun nodded and said respectfully, the Chamber of Commerce has just started. The president said that we can't stand too high. The 9 heavens is just right. Emissary, bring Huang Yun to find a place. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Lord. The emissary said respectfully and left with Huang Yun. You are Dragon Soul of the 8 heavens? At this moment, an ancient lord asked. That's right. We are from Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen grinned. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and go back. The 9 heavens is not a place you are qualified to step into. We have titled ancient gods in the 9 heavens. No matter how strong your dragon soul is, you are just courting death. The ancient lord sneered. There are no rules. We're just reminding you out of goodwill. Whether you listen or not is up to you. If you want to seek death, we won't stop you. In any case, you'll die without a doubt. Dragon soul is so strong that even the subordinate factions of the sovereign god palace dared to attack you. How could we dare to stop you from coming to the ninth heaven? Quite a few people were gloating. In their view, no matter how strong dragon soul was, if it dared to come to the ninth heaven, it was seeking death. Scram. Otherwise, we'll take care of you as well. Xianxia coldly said, his icy gaze sweeping over. The spectating cultivators all trembled in fear. Quite a few people involuntarily backed away. Although Dragon Soul had only sent several dozen people, there were quite a few ancient lords and ancient emperors among them. If they really fought, the spectating cultivators might not be a match. Moreover, no one knew if Dragon Soul had other experts hidden in the shadows. Since Dragon Soul dared to come to the ninth heaven, then the news from the eighth heaven was probably true. Humph. If you want to die, then go ahead. An ancient lord gnashed his teeth and angrily glared at Feng Wuchen's group before flying away. Firecloud Pavilion's strength is unimaginable to you. You'll soon experience the terrifying power of a titled ancient god. Take care of yourselves. Don't be wiped out in the blink of an eye. It's best if you call over all the members of Dragon Soul. Before leaving, they didn't forget to jeer. Once the spectating cultivators left, heaven-defying appeared. Did you find out? Feng Wuchen asked, looking at against the sky. Reporting to High Lord, the subordinate faction of the Sovereign God Palace is Firecloud Pavilion. Firecloud Pavilion also has Black Underworld God Palace and several other major factions, Heaven-defying respectfully reported. Ancient God Southern Evil has already taken control of the ancient Rhino God Palace. High Lord can go at any time. Let's go. Feng Wuchen nodded. The people of Dragon Soul had clearly entered the ninth heaven a step earlier and had secretly taken control of the ancient Rhino God Palace. Just as Feng Wuchen's group was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. An extremely powerful aura swept out, carrying an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The newcomer was Fire Cloud Pavilion's protector, Wu Jing. Ancient God Realm expert, Wu Jing was originally ordered to go to the 8th layer of heaven, but he didn't expect to meet someone from the 8th layer of heaven. Oh? Another ancient God Realm expert came so quickly, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen and the others, Wu Jing coldly asked, "Are you a Dragon Soul member?" Lu Qingyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, "That's right. We are Dragon Soul. May I know who you are?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. It is indeed the Dragon Soul. Wu Jing frowned and asked coldly, "Did you guys destroy the Xianxia Celestial Palace? Xianxia Fairy Palace?" Feng Wuchen was stunned. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, is there such a thing?" Seeing Feng Wuchen's action, Wu Jing was furious and his face darkened. Feng Wuchen really didn't know about the destruction of the Xianxia Celestial Palace. He only ordered them to fight their way up. The Xianxia Celestial Palace is the strongest force in the 8th layer of heaven and also a force under the Supreme Main God Palace. It was indeed destroyed by us and is now under the control of our Dragon Soul Supremacy, Xianxia said respectfully. You heard it? Feng Wuchen grinned. Humph. Publicly going against the Supreme Main God Palace, how dare the Dragon Soul? I think you guys are tired of living. Wu Jing shouted angrily, and a cold murderous aura suddenly erupted. I think you are tired of living? Long Qinghun shrugged and sneered. Ning Tiancheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, more than a dozen ancient gods from the Qingxian Celestial Palace were all killed by us. You think you can stop us? If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Wu Jing's face changed drastically, and he was frightened. The Dragon Soul's strength was indeed terrifying. More than a dozen ancient god experts were all killed. However, ancient gods were ultimately ancient gods and could not be compared to titled ancient gods. No matter how strong the Dragon Soul's ancient gods were, they were like ants in front of a titled ancient god. Humph. The Dragon Soul's arrogance will definitely make you pay the price. We will meet again soon, and the Fire Cloud Pavilion will let you know what great power is. Wu Jing sneered contemptuously and then disappeared. Wu Jing did not dare to stop him alone. However, it was different if it was the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion. Big brother Feng, let's just kill our way to the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Lu Qingyang said. He could not wait to destroy the Fire Cloud Pavilion immediately so that those who mocked the dragon's soul would all shut their mouths. With the terrifying strength of the dragon's soul, the Fire Cloud Pavilion was just a reptile. He could destroy the Fire Cloud Pavilion with just a finger. There's no hurry. Since the Fire Cloud Pavilion knows, we'll wait for them to come knocking on our door. I don't have time to waste with them, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen only wanted to break through to the ancient god realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen was now at the mid-stage of the ancient lord realm and was not far from the late stage. Moreover, breaking through to the ancient god realm was not easy. Feng Wuchen needed to make sufficient preparations. Soon, the news that the dragon's soul had stepped into the ninth heaven quickly spread throughout the ninth heaven. What kind of faction is the dragon soul? We just received the news and they're already here. To openly make an enemy of the Paragon Main Shrine and Lord Demon Soul Paragon, they are simply courting death. Pass down the order. Gather the shrine experts and destroy the dragon's soul at any time. Many factions in the ninth heaven gave the order. Once the Fire Cloud Pavilion attacked, they would not hesitate to attack. Firstly, they would let the dragon's soul see the strength of the ninth heaven. Secondly, they could curry favor with the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Fire Cloud Pavilion. Wu Jing had already reported the matter to the Fire Cloud Pavilion master. To think that they are so arrogant. I'm getting more and more curious about the origins of the dragon's soul. The Fire Cloud Pavilion master sneered as he looked forward to it. Simply calculating, the eighth heaven has at least 18 ancient god experts. For the dragon's soul to be able to kill them, it's indeed not weak. It's no wonder they dare to come to the ninth heaven. The Grand Elder smiled faintly without any fear. Pavilion Master, for the dragon's soul to be so arrogant, it's likely that there are titled ancient gods, the Second Elder suddenly said. The dragon's soul naturally had its reasons for being so arrogant. Yes, Second Elder is right. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master nodded. Pavilion Master, do we take action now? Wu Jing asked respectfully. He could not wait to prove it to the dragon's soul. He wanted to let the dragon's soul see the strength of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. He wanted to let everyone in the dragon's soul know that their little bit of strength was nothing in the ninth heaven. Wu Jing wanted to make all of them pay the price for their arrogance. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's old eyes flashed with ferocity as he sneered. The ninth heaven is my territory. If the Fire Cloud Pavilion does not take action with the dragon's soul being so arrogant, wouldn't it be a joke to the various factions in the ninth heaven? Pass down the order. Send the 4 factions of the mystic underworld shrine to test the dragon soul's strength. If the dragon soul is not strong enough, destroy it immediately. I hope the arrogant dragon soul will not disappoint me. Ancient Rhino God Hall, respectfully welcoming Sovereign Lord Dragon Soul. Ancient God Southern Evil and the rest of the God Hall got down on one knee and respectfully welcomed him. Rise, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Everyone in Ancient Rhino God Hall was sizing up this dragon soul sovereign that they had never seen before. No one dared to believe that such a young man was a dragon soul sovereign. Such a young man could command such a terrifying dragon soul. This man in front of them didn't look like a titled ancient god or an emperor expert. Palace Master Ancient Rhino and the others had already seen the terror of dragon soul. It was precisely because they had seen it that they didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen was a dragon soul sovereign. After getting up, Palace Master Ancient Rhino respectfully said, reporting to Sovereign Lord, Ancient Rhino God Hall is already a subordinate faction of Dragon Soul. We are all willing to submit to Dragon Soul. Ancient Rhino God Hall was not very strong, and its Palace Master was only an Ancient Lord. To become a subordinate faction of Dragon Soul was Ancient Rhino God Hall's honor. Surrounded by mountains and water, Ancient Rhino God Hall is not bad, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After a simple glance, he was very satisfied. Ancient God Southern Evil, well done, Feng Wuchen praised. Many thanks for Sovereign Lord's praise, Ancient God Southern Evil respectfully said, pride surging in his heart. Sovereign Lord, please come in, Palace Master Ancient Rhino respectfully gestured. No need for now. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. Prepare to receive guests. Guests? Palace Master Ancient Rhino was taken aback. Big Brother Feng, the enemy is here? Lu Qingyang instantly reacted. Reporting to Sovereign Lord, it's Black Underworld God Hall and 3 other factions. They are subordinate factions of Fire Cloud Pavilion, Ancient God Southern Evil respectfully reported. Defiant Heavenbearer respectfully said, Sovereign Lord, Fire Cloud Pavilion is testing us. Teacher, there are 13 Ancient God experts in total, Zhang Junlan said. Lu Qingyang sneered, you guys sure came quickly. Sure enough, we didn't have to come in person. High Lord, do you want this subordinate to lead people to intercept them? Ancient God Southern Evil asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, those who come are guests. Very quickly, the experts from the 4 forces, including the Dark Nether Temple, appeared in the sky above the Ancient Rhino Temple. Waves of powerful aura swept out like a storm, enveloping the entire Ancient Rhino Temple. The terrifying pressure of his aura was enough to shake one's soul. 13 ancient gods, dozens of ancient lords, and hundreds of ancient emperors. It was a terrifying lineup. 18 ancient gods of the 8th layer of heaven were no match for them, Ancient God Profound Nether and the others were veteran ancient god experts. Compared to ancient gods of the 8th heaven, they had stepped into the ancient god realm several thousand years earlier, or even 10,000 years earlier. The difference in strength was huge. You are the dragon soul from the 8th heaven? Ancient God Xianming, who was the leader, asked coldly. His gaze swept over Feng Wuchen and the others. That's right, Feng Wuchen replied with a faint smile. Li Yuan, did the dragon soul force you to submit? The dragon soul is truly arrogant to the extreme. The 9th heaven is not a place for you to behave atrociously, another ancient god gloomily asked. A terrifying aura erupted, suffocating everyone. But Li Yuan's answer nearly caused them to vomit blood. The ancient Rhino Temple Master said expressionlessly, the ancient Rhino Temple is willing to submit to the dragon soul without any coercion. What? Ancient God Profound Nether and the others were dumbfounded. All of them opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Willing to submit to the dragon soul, did they hear wrongly? This was the 9th heaven, with the support of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Was there a need to submit to the dragon soul? What did you do to Li Yuan? Ancient God Profound Nether angrily asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. We didn't do anything. There's nothing wrong with Palace Master Li Yuan, right? Panga Realm doesn't seem to have a rule that people of the 8th heaven can't come to the 9th heaven, right? What are you trying to do with such a large force? Zhuiwen asked. The dragon soul doesn't seem to have provoked you, right? The dragon soul destroyed the Azure Mystic Immortal Palace, making an enemy of the Sovereign God Hall, and you want to occupy the 9th heaven? You're seeking death, an ancient god angrily roared. Stop wasting words with them. Attack, another ancient god angrily barked. Their goal was very simple, destroy the dragon soul. What? Not going to have a good talk? Feng Wuchen grinned, a dangerous smile on his face. Kill. Ancient God Profound Nether angrily roared. With this order, the experts of the 4 major factions all moved out. Killing intent surged to the heavens. Buzz buzz. Bzzz. 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 In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100,000 feet was plunged into darkness. The surrounding factions, large and small, were scared out of their wits. Palace Master Li Yuan helplessly sighed and shook his head. You've all come to die, the ancient Rhino God Hall was willing to submit, and you couldn't even understand such an obvious hint, if not for the fact that the dragon soul was extremely terrifying. How could the ancient Rhino God Hall have been willing to submit? Kill without mercy, Jian Chou coldly ordered. Kill without mercy? Humph. Your arrogance ends here, an ancient god angrily roared. However, the moment they made their move, they were all scared out of their wits. Thwish thwish thwish, with Jian Chao's order, several dozen ancient god dragon soul sovereigns instantly appeared. Ancient God Profound Nether's group was completely surrounded. Upon seeing this, ancient god Profound Nether's group came to a halt in fear and stared in shock. Everyone was flabbergasted. These were all Motherf King ancient god experts. Even if the 13 of them were veteran ancient gods, they couldn't possibly agree to kill several dozen of them, right? They had never imagined that the dragon soul's strength would be so terrifying. Which force could casually take out dozens of ancient god realm experts? At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of Li Yuan's words. 38 ancient gods. One of the ancient gods swallowed his saliva in fright. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Ancient god Profound Nether was dumbstruck, his old face pale. The 38 ancient gods before them were only a portion of the total. After all, from first heaven to ninth heaven, the dragon soul had ancient god experts overseeing it. This was all thanks to the ancient god title of Fighting Soul. Hall Master, we're dead for sure. There are so many ancient gods. We can't beat them, an eldest disciple said in horror. 38 ancient gods, their terrifying killing intent locked onto them. Terrifying power surged as they prepared to attack. Sovereign Lord Dragon Soul, it's a misunderstanding, ancient god Profound Nether said in horror, wanting to stall for time and send a message to Firecloud Pavilion. That's right. It's all a misunderstanding. Sovereign Lord Dragon Soul, let's go, another ancient god said in horror. Kill. Feng Wuchen gave them no chance at all. With this word, he sent them to the 18th level of hell. Everyone despaired. 38 ancient gods. They were powerless to resist. In less than a minute, the experts of the 4 factions, whether they were ancient lords or ancient gods, were all mercilessly slain. The horrifying massacre frightened everyone in the ancient Rhino Divine Temple. Reporting to Exalted Lord, the enemies have all been killed, Southern Evil respectfully reported. Too slow. Feng Wuchen shook his head. These 3 short words sent ancient god Southern Evil and ancient Rhino god Hall into a daze. In less than a minute, several hundred people had been killed, including 13 ancient god experts. Feng Wuchen found it slow. Li Yuan and the upper echelon of the god hall almost fainted. Jianzhou, did you not teach them any arts or spells? Feng Wuchen asked Jianzhou. Jianzhou hurriedly replied, Exalted Lord, I taught them the moment Big Brother Soul brought them back. Moreover, with the help of the quintuple spatial ring, they've already finished cultivating. Teacher, this disciple has also taught them the formation, Zhang Junlan added. Reporting to Exalted Lord, Commander Supreme Being said that unless absolutely necessary, we cannot reveal our true strength, Ancient God Southern Evil respectfully replied. Cannot reveal their true strength. If ancient god experts were this terrifying, then wouldn't titled ancient gods be even more terrifying than those of the same level? Li Yuan and the others were frightened once more. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. Big Brother Feng, Firecloud Pavilion sent so many people. Shouldn't we return the favor? Lu Qingyang asked. Chu Shitian continued, Exalted Lord, if we take the initiative to attack and destroy Firecloud Pavilion, we can intimidate the various factions of Nine Heaven. At that time, who would dare insult our Dragon Soul? Dragon Emperor shook his head. That's not necessary. Nine Heaven will know of our Dragon Soul's strength sooner or later. If we don't leak the news, won't we be able to strike at those factions that have ill intentions toward Dragon Soul? Old Brother Feng, am I right? Haha. Feng Wuchen happily laughed. Big Brother Dragon Emperor is right. If we expose ourselves too early, it'll be very difficult to clean up. Let's go in and have some tea. Exalted Lord, please, Li Yuan came back to his senses and respectfully said. Firecloud Pavilion, in the Grand Hall, the Firecloud Pavilion Master and company were beaming. Hall Master Xian Ming and the others are not weak. If Dragon Soul does not have the title of Ancient God, Dragon Soul will definitely die, Great Elder said happily. Great Elder, even if the Dragon Soul has a titled Ancient God, it will definitely be a green titled Ancient God. It is far from being comparable to the Pavilion Master, an Ancient God. Said with a smile. He did not take the Dragon Soul seriously at all. The Dragon Soul destroyed the Qingxian Celestial Palace and openly went against the Supreme Main God Palace. We have done a great service by destroying the Dragon Soul. The third elder laughed happily. Haha. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master laughed happily. Third Elder is right. At this moment, Wu Jing suddenly appeared in a flash. His face was deathly pale, and his expression was one of extreme fear. The protectors have returned. It seems that they have already eliminated the dragon's soul. It seems that we were worrying too much. The dragon's soul was not even able to withstand a single blow. Another protector said excitedly. But when he finished speaking, he finally noticed Wu Jing's expression. The smiles of the upper echelons instantly vanished. What happened? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master asked with a frown. This was the first time he had seen Wu Jing so terrified. Reporting to Pavilion Master, Hall Master Xianming and the rest, they have all been killed. Wu Jing reported in horror as his voice trembled. What? They have all been killed? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the upper echelons were alarmed as their eyeballs nearly flew out. How was this possible? Hall Master Xianming and the rest had just been dispatched. How could they have all been killed? Could the dragon's soul really have a titled ancient god? Wu Jing suppressed his fear and composed himself. Pavilion Master, Dragon. Dragon's soul has 38 ancient god experts. Hall Master Xianming and the rest did not even have a chance to resist. 38 ancient gods? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the rest had a drastic change in expression. What was the background of the dragon's soul? How could there be 38 ancient gods? Wasn't such a lineup too terrifying? The Fire Cloud Pavilion was powerful and had a green titled ancient god presiding over it. There were only a dozen or so ancient god experts. Even if all the ancient gods of the ninth heaven were added together, they would not have as many as the dragon's soul. For the dragon's soul to have 38 ancient gods, didn't that mean that the dragon's soul was stronger than the Fire Cloud Pavilion? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the rest were dumbfounded. No one expected the dragon's soul to be so powerful. 38 ancient gods, how is this possible? How can the 8th heaven have so many ancient gods? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said in horror. Even the 15th or 18th heaven factions don't have that many, right? Have the dragon soul's men arrived? First Elder asked anxiously, his face filled with panic. No. Wu Jing shook his head. Does the dragon soul have a titled ancient god? Second Elder continued asking. No. Wu Jing shook his head. Wu Jing's words did not mean that the dragon soul did not have any. Pavilion Master, the dragon soul has 38 ancient gods. There must be a powerful titled ancient god. I'm afraid our Fire Cloud Pavilion is no match for the dragon's soul. First Elder hurriedly said. It was because he realized that the dragon soul's titled ancient god was stronger than the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master that he was so panicked. If the dragon soul were to attack at this time, who could stop it? First Elder added, Pavilion Master, there's no time to lose. This matter must be reported to the 10th heaven immediately. If it's too late, we won't have a chance. Just in case, send someone to spread the news to the 33rd heaven. The dragon soul has destroyed the Azure Mystic Immortal Palace. The Deva Eye Temple will definitely not sit idly by. First Elder is right. Pavilion Master, we can't delay any longer. If the dragon soul comes, we will all die. Second Elder said in panic. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's face slowly turned gloomy. The dragon soul's strength had already threatened his life. The dragon soul's threat is too great. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. I will personally make a trip to the 33rd heaven. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said gloomily. With his cultivation as a titled ancient god, he was qualified to head to the 33rd heaven. The moment the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said this, the elders and upper echelons heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon soul's strength had exceeded their imagination. 33rd heaven, Deva Eye Temple. The ancient god expert sent out had already reported the matter. Dragon soul? The Deva Eye Temple Master frowned deeply. You mean to say that the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather have already betrayed the Paragon Main Temple? That's right. Right now, the Mingyuan Pavilion and Control Temple are under the Dragon Soul's control. I heard that the Dragon Soul even wants to manage the order of heaven and earth. I reckon that the Dragon Soul is not weak, so I don't dare to alert him, a subordinate said respectfully. He wants to manage the order of heaven and earth? The Deva temple master's face turned cold. The dragon soul's arrogance had reached a level that he could not understand. The Deva temple master narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "Humph. The dragon soul has guts. He dares to provoke the demon soul paragon. He's courting death." "Temple master, should we report this to First Elder?" another subordinate asked respectfully. "No need. First Elder is in a bad mood. Don't disturb him." The Deva temple master said coldly, "Check the dragon soul's strength. Pass down the order. Send a few heaven experts to kill the dragon soul." End of chapter. The Dark Eye Emperor was severely punished and was furious. The Sky Eye Palace Lord did not dare to provoke him. Dragon soul? The Sky Eye Palace Lord frowned and guessed, dragon soul, winged dragon, could they be related? It shouldn't be possible. The winged dragon clan can't have descendants. Palace Lord, if we send a few heavens to kill the dragon soul, I'm worried that others will say we're bullying him with numbers, a subordinate said awkwardly. Yes, Palace Lord, although the dragon soul is strong, he's only at the first heaven. We can just bring a few ancient gods, another ancient god said. I feel that this dragon soul is not simple, the Sky Eye Palace Lord frowned. Anyway, first investigate the dragon soul's strength and find out what race the dragon soul is from. Remember, don't underestimate any enemy. Yes, Palace Lord, the two answered respectfully and disappeared. When the two of them went to investigate, they would be scared out of their wits. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the second heaven. At first, they were full of confidence, but when they arrived at the Thunderfire Temple, they were shocked to find that they did not know anyone. After asking, they were shocked to find out that it was the dragon's soul. The Thunderfire Temple was controlled by the dragon's soul. Even titled ancient gods could not do anything to the dragon's soul. How terrifying was that? After that, they went to the third heaven and found that it was also controlled by the dragon's soul. The fourth heaven, fifth heaven, sixth heaven, seventh heaven, and eighth heaven were all controlled by the dragon's soul. What was the background of this dragon's soul? He controlled 8 heavens without anyone knowing. The two of them were scared out of their wits and lost control of their bowels. It wasn't until they arrived at the 9th heaven that they heaved a sigh of relief. The Fire Cloud Pavilion was still the original Fire Cloud Pavilion. Great Elder, there are 2 people outside who say they are from the God's Eye Palace of the 33rd heaven and want to see the Pavilion Lord, an expert reported. God's Eye Palace? The Great Elder and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect to send people so quickly. However, when they went out to take a look, they found that it was only 2 ancient gods. He was instantly disappointed. Why are you looking for the Pavilion Master? The Great Elder asked doubtfully as he sized up the 2 ancient gods in front of him. The 2 of them then told him everything that had happened, including the dragon's soul. What did you say? The dragon's soul came from the first heaven? The dragon's soul has taken control from the first heaven to the 8th heaven? How is this possible? Are you kidding me? How many experts were there from the first heaven to the 8th heaven? And he's even a titled ancient god. How is it possible for a dragon's soul? The Great Elder and the others turned pale with fright. Their eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. They were scared out of their wits. Although they already knew that the dragon's soul was powerful, they didn't know that it was this powerful. They did not know that the dragon's soul came from the first heaven, and thought that it was a newly risen power from the 8th heaven. This is absolutely true. The Pavilion Master ordered us to send a few heaven experts to kill the dragon's soul. He hopes that the Fire Cloud Pavilion will cooperate. We still have to make a trip to the 10th heaven later, said an ancient god. The Great Elder hurriedly said, the dragon's soul has already come to the 9th heaven. He's in the ancient Rhino Temple. The Pavilion Master has already gone to the 10th heaven and the 33rd heaven to report. You came at the right time. Quickly contact the 11th heaven and the 12th heaven. The more, the better. The dragon soul's strength is terrifying. He has 38 ancient gods, and I reckon there's even a powerful titled ancient god. The Great Elder was really scared out of his wits. 38 ancient gods, perhaps only a major force in the 20th heaven could take out such a number. Reading Network. 38 ancient gods. The 2 ancient gods were scared silly. Was the dragon's soul really that terrifying? It came from the first heaven, a world that couldn't be any more trashy. A place that even the ancient gods were unwilling to stay in had 38 ancient gods. Reporting to Hall Master, the ninth heaven fire cloud pavilion master requests an audience. It's extremely urgent. At this moment, a guard entered the hall to report. Let him in, the Heaven's Eye Hall Master said lightly. Soon, the fire cloud pavilion master entered the hall in a panic. Greetings, Hall Master. The fire cloud pavilion master knelt down respectfully. Fire cloud pavilion master, what's the matter that's extremely urgent? The Heaven's Eye Hall Master asked curiously. His face was calm, as though he wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Hall Master, a new powerful force has risen in the eighth heaven. It's called the Dragon's Soul. It has already fought its way to the ninth heaven. The experts of the four forces under me have all been killed. It's threatening the fire cloud pavilion. Hall Master, please send someone to eliminate the Dragon's Soul, the fire cloud pavilion master reported respectfully. What did you say? Dragon's Soul? The Heaven's Eye Hall Master was shocked. Seeing the Heaven's Eye Hall Master's shocked expression, the fire cloud pavilion master's heart trembled. Was the Heaven's Eye Hall Master afraid of the Dragon's Soul? No. That's right. It's the Dragon's Soul. The fire cloud pavilion master nodded in a daze. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master frowned deeply and asked in puzzlement, what's going on? Didn't the Dragon's Soul come from the first heaven? Why is it at the eighth heaven? And fighting its way to the ninth heaven? Upon hearing the Heaven's Eye Hall Master's words, it was the fire cloud pavilion master's turn to be shocked. The Dragon's Soul came from the first heaven? Wait a minute. The Dragon's Soul has already controlled the first heaven. Could it have fought its way to the ninth heaven from the first heaven? The Heaven's Eye Hall Master exclaimed in shock. From the first heaven to the ninth heaven. The fire cloud pavilion master was dumbfounded. Is the Dragon's Soul F** King crazy? That's right. That must be it. The more the Heaven's Eye Hall Master thought about it, the more likely it was. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master suddenly recalled that someone had reported to the 33rd heaven. Unfortunately, they did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, it was the Dragon's Soul. The Dragon's Soul had already fought its way to the ninth heaven. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master could not believe that the Dragon's Soul was so bold. It completely disregarded the Paragon main temple. Reporting to Lord Hall Master, the Dragon's Soul has 38 ancient god experts. I'm guessing that there must be a powerful titled ancient god. The fire cloud pavilion master continued. What? 38 ancient gods? The Heaven's Eye Hall Master was shocked again. It was no wonder the Dragon's Soul was so bold. It was because of its powerful strength. But how could there be so many ancient god experts in the first heaven? This is bad. Something's wrong. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master realized the severity of the matter. And it was extremely serious. A faction with 38 ancient gods in the first heaven was definitely not simple. Reporting to Lord Hall Master, the Dragon's Soul has fought its way to the ninth heaven. The Dragon's Soul still has 38 ancient gods. At this moment, the two ancient gods who were sent to investigate the Dragon's Soul returned with panicked expressions. Pass down my orders immediately. From the 15th heaven to the 9th heaven, the experts of the factions under the Paragon main temple are to immediately extinguish the Dragon's Soul. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master immediately gave the order. Send out 5 titled ancient gods. Understood. The 2 ancient gods received the order respectfully and immediately left the hall. Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, return to the 9th heaven immediately and seal off the ancient Rhino Temple. Don't let a single Dragon Soul escape. The Heaven's Eye Hall Master ordered. Understood. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said respectfully. He was finally relieved. The moment the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master returned to Fire Cloud Pavilion, he ordered all the experts to gather. The Heaven's Eye Palace Lord has issued an order. Seal the ancient Rhino God Palace and exterminate Dragon Soul, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master bellowed. Exterminate Dragon Soul. Fire Cloud Pavilion roared, their voices shaking the heavens. The Heaven's Eye Palace Lord personally issued an order, stirring the blood of the Fire Cloud Pavilion members. The Heaven's Eye Palace Lord has issued an order. All the experts from the 15th heaven to the 9th heaven, including the factions under the Supreme God Palace, are to exterminate Dragon's soul, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master bellowed. The confidence of the Fire Cloud Pavilion members soared as they madly cheered. With the Heaven's Eye Palace taking action, they had no need to fear Dragon's soul. On the contrary, Dragon's soul had to worry about his own situation. After all, the major factions above the 10th heaven had titled ancient gods presiding over them, possessing terrifying strength. Dealing with Dragon's soul was like squashing an ant. With the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's order, tens of thousands of cultivators of Fire Cloud Pavilion flew toward the ancient Rhino God Palace. The Fire Cloud Pavilion is taking action. I knew that the Fire Cloud Pavilion would take action. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master is an Azure-titled ancient god. This time, Dragon's soul is doomed. I already said that Dragon's soul coming to the 9th heaven is simply seeking death. If he doesn't listen to my advice, there's no point in regretting it. Everyone, follow the Fire Cloud Pavilion and see the consequences of Dragon's soul's arrogance. Many of the factions and cultivators of the 9th heaven rejoiced in the misfortune of the Dragon's soul, as if they could already see the tragic end. All of a sudden, a large group of people followed after him one after another. Ancient Rhino God Palace, reporting to High Lord, there's activity from the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Ancient God Southern Evil respectfully reported. He had already sensed that the Fire Cloud Pavilion was gathering experts. They're here? Feng Wuchen grinned. It's good that they're here. There's no need to waste time and delay my breakthrough into the Ancient God Realm. Breakthrough into the Ancient God Realm? Lu Qingyang and the others were stunned. All of them stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Old brother Feng, you're about to break into the Ancient God Realm? It can't be that fast, right? We haven't even broken through to the Ancient Lord Realm yet. Younger brother Feng, you aren't lying, right? Shan Tong also jumped in fright, not daring to believe it at all. Brother Feng, isn't your cultivation speed too terrifying? Bailey Yufeng was dumbfounded. Everyone from Dragon's Soul looked at him in shock. However, Li Yuan and the ancient Rhino Divine Hall's elders were even more stupefied. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Feng Wuchen wanted to break through to the Ancient God Realm, which meant that he was only in the Ancient Lord Realm. An Ancient Lord was actually able to command such a terrifying dragon soul. What was the identity of this Feng Wuchen? Could it be that he was the young master of some powerful force? The guests are here. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Swish. Swish. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, the 3 elders, and dozens of upper echelons appeared in a flash. The experts of the Fire Cloud Pavilion appeared one after another. In just a few blinks of an eye, the sky above ancient Rhino Divine Hall was covered in black shadows. Waves of terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami, shocking everyone's soul. The Fire Cloud Pavilion's lineup was even stronger than that of Profound Nether Divine Hall's 4 factions. This was because the Fire Cloud Pavilion had an Azure-titled Ancient God. Reporting to Exalted Lord, the old thing leading them is the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, Ancient God Southern Evil respectfully said. Feng Wuchen nodded as he sized up the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's group. Long Xiaofeng faintly smiled and said, the Fire Cloud Pavilion is indeed not weak. Even an ancient king has come. This is the full force, right? Seal off ancient Rhino Divine Hall, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master ordered. Tens of thousands of cultivators quickly spread out, sealing off ancient Rhino Divine Hall from all directions. The entire book. What's going on? Why isn't anyone in ancient Rhino Divine Hall happy that our Fire Cloud Pavilion has personally come? The 3rd elder was confused. The Dragon Soul had occupied ancient Rhino Divine Hall, so logically speaking, they should be happy that Fire Cloud Pavilion had come. Why were they not reacting at all? Today, everyone in Dragon Soul will die, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master coldly said, his voice brimming with dignity. It was like the judgment of the King of Hell. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master swept his gaze over everyone in the plaza and sternly asked, who is the Dragon Soul Exalted Lord? I am, Feng Wuchen said without any change in expression. The Fire Cloud Pavilion's people all looked at Feng Wuchen at almost the same time. Their first reaction was that the Dragon Soul Exalted Lord was so young, no one could see Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but they all felt that Feng Wuchen was a titled ancient god. However, just as everyone was sizing up Feng Wuchen, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's third elder suddenly trembled. The Fire Cloud Pavilion's third elder was suddenly scared out of his wits, his body trembling violently. His old eyes were filled with endless fear as he stared at Feng Wuchen. He recognized this young man. Wasn't this the Lord who was teaching in the ancient alchemy Divine Hall, the senior brother of the ancient shaman Great Emperor, the owner of the Divine Pill Pavilion, and the master of the Great Emperor Danfeng? The third elder's head had already exploded. The Dragon Soul Exalted Lord was actually that Lord. The third elder finally understood why the Dragon Soul was so arrogant. This Lord could not be offended at all. The most frightening thing was that Feng Wuchen's gaze also landed on the third elder. In that instant, the third elder felt as if he had been struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning and turned into ashes. Feng Wuchen clearly recognized the third elder. During the lesson in the ancient alchemy Divine Hall, all the alchemists present had received personal guidance from Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen remembered almost every alchemist. The third elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. His old face was deathly pale, and the fear in his heart was indescribable. No one from the Fire Cloud Pavilion noticed the fear on the third elder's face. Their gazes landed on Feng Wuchen. The Divine Hall Lord has ordered that the Dragon Soul has violated the order of heaven and earth and openly made an enemy of the Supreme Main Divine Hall. It has provoked the dignity of the Supreme Main Divine Hall. It is a heinous crime and must be eradicated, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord said coldly. Pavilion Lord. The third elder said with a trembling voice. The third elder wanted to stop the Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord from speaking, but it was too late. Third elder, what's wrong? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord asked with a frown when he noticed the third elder's abnormality. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord was puzzled. The third elder was fine just now, so why did he suddenly become so terrified? The Grand Elder and the others also noticed that something was wrong. The third elder's extremely terrified expression and eyes could not fool them. Without waiting for the third elder to speak, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, if I remember correctly, you should be called Xianxia. I didn't expect you to be an elder of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord and the others turned pale with fright. The people from the ancient Rhino Divine Hall and Dragon Soul were also shocked. Feng Wuchen actually knew Xianxia. What was going on? Third elder, you know him? The Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord asked with a frown. His old face was extremely ugly. The third elder suppressed the fear in his heart and said, Pavilion Lord, we are in big trouble. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Lord was enraged when he heard that. The third elder did not say anything but said that they were in big trouble. What trouble could the Fire Cloud Pavilion cause? This was an order from the Divine Hall Lord. Third elder, what's going on? Grand Elder asked with a frown. He had a nagging feeling that things were not that simple. Furthermore, Xianxia had never shown such a strange and inexplicable fear before. Something must have happened for Xianxia to suddenly become so fearful. Grand Elder vaguely felt that it had something to do with Dragon Soul. Furthermore, it was a Dragon Soul supremacy. Xianxia did not answer. He quickly walked out of the void and bowed to Feng Wuchen with cupped fists. He said respectfully, Your Excellency, this disciple did not know that Your Excellency was a Dragon Soul supremacy. This disciple had no intention of offending Your Excellency. Your Excellency has given this disciple a new lease of life. This disciple is willing to bear any punishment. The moment Xianxia's words came out, everyone present was shocked until they were dizzy. Xianxia was actually a disciple of a Dragon Soul supremacy. Hall Master Li Yuan and company were completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity had once again frightened them. Brother Feng, he's your disciple? Lu Qingyang asked in shock. He never knew that Feng Wuchen had a disciple he did not know. Jian Chou shook his head and said, I've never seen him before. Neither have I. Shan Tong, Fairy Yu Yan, and company shook their heads. Xianxia is an alchemist. He's not teacher's disciple. However, any alchemist has to address themselves as a disciple in front of teacher. He must have received teacher's guidance, said Zhang Junlan. I see. Only then did Lu Qingyang, Jian Chou, and company understand. Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, Grand Elder, and company were also extremely shocked. Disciple? Fire Club Pavilion Master and company's eyes nearly popped out. Fire Club Pavilion Master and company immediately guessed who it was. After Xianxia returned from teaching at the ancient alchemy sacred hall, he had mentioned Feng Wuchen. When Xianxia faced Feng Wuchen, he addressed himself as a disciple. That meant that Feng Wuchen was no doubt that terrifying lord. Third Elder, is he really that lord? Fire Club Pavilion Master asked in horror. His face had already turned extremely pale. That lord was the senior brother of the ancient Magus the Arch and the owner of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Even the ancient Divine Pavilion's deputy pavilion master was his disciple. Such a terrifying identity was not someone they could provoke. Even the deific temple could not afford to offend him. Xianxia did not say anything. He was already regretting it so much that his intestines were turning green. The Fire Club Pavilion Master swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror as he thought to himself, how could it be him? The Fire Club Pavilion is finished this time. Fire Club Pavilion Master finally realized what the Third Elder meant when he said he would be in trouble. Seeing the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the elders fall into fear, the entire Fire Cloud Pavilion was filled with fear. None of them knew what had happened. However, they all saw how Xianxia addressed Feng Wuchen and how respectful he was. The space was dead silent. No one from the Fire Cloud Pavilion dared to speak. The invisible pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Feng Wuchen did not speak, and Xianxia was in despair. After offending a terrifying existence like Feng Wuchen, Xianxia was very clear that no one could save him. No alchemist could withstand the terror of the ancestor of soul force. You may leave, Feng Wuchen said slowly. Yes. Xianxia replied respectfully. Then, he retreated to the side and lowered his head in silence, like a child who had done something wrong. It was already fortunate that Feng Wuchen did not pursue the matter. Xianxia did not dare to plead for mercy for the Fire Cloud Pavilion. After all, the Fire Cloud Pavilion had once ordered 4 factions to deal with Dragon Soul. Supremacy of Dragon Soul. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master said in horror. But before he could finish, Feng Wuchen said, it seems like the Fire Cloud Pavilion has found quite a number of helpers. Feng Wuchen had already sensed that a large number of experts were rushing to Ninth Heaven. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and Grand Elder were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to imagine what would happen. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master wanted to beg for mercy, but Feng Wuchen did not give him a chance. It was too late for regret. Swish. Swish, swish. Not long after, figures appeared one after another, all of them emitting extremely terrifying auras. They were ancient gods from 15th to 10th heaven, as well as titled ancient gods. The moment they received the order, they took action. There were close to 100 of them. There were more than a dozen titled ancient gods, and the rest were ancient god experts. The strongest titled ancient god had already reached the realm of a blue titled ancient god. The lineup was extremely terrifying. At the same time, it was clear that the Sky Eye Hall Lord was determined to eliminate Dragon Soul. Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, you came quite quickly, the leader of the blue titled ancient gods said with a cold smile. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master did not answer. He did not dare to speak at all. Where is Dragon Soul? The leader of the blue titled ancient gods asked arrogantly with a lofty attitude. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the others did not dare to fart. Dragon Soul is here. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. You are Supremacy of Dragon Soul? The blue titled ancient god asked coldly. Yes. Feng Wuchen remained expressionless. By the order of the Sky Eye Hall Lord, anyone with Dragon Soul is to be killed without mercy. The blue titled ancient god stared coldly at Feng Wuchen like a venomous snake. Fire Cloud Pavilion Master, what's wrong with you? A titled ancient god asked with a voice transmission. When he saw the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master and the others, he was horrified. Don't ask. It's best if you don't interfere, the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master replied helplessly. The Fire Cloud Pavilion had already offended Dragon Soul, and the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master did not dare to offend it again. Otherwise, he would definitely die. The Fire Cloud Pavilion Master's words shocked the titled ancient god. Was Dragon Soul really that terrifying? They were all experts from large factions under the Paragon main divine hall. For the Fire Cloud Pavilion Master to be so wary, this Dragon Soul is definitely not simple, the titled ancient god thought to himself as his expression turned grave. Eliminate Dragon Soul? Why? Are there only so few of you? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Dragon Soul Supremacy, don't think that you're amazing just because Dragon Soul went from level 1 to level 9. In our eyes, Dragon Soul is just an ant, the leader of the blue titled ancient gods sneered disdainfully. I've seen many arrogant people, but it's rare to see someone who dares to go against the Paragon main divine hall, a green titled ancient god sneered mockingly. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, then I'll let you see today. There are many people who will go against the Paragon main divine hall. Is that so? Call out as many as you can. The more, the better. I'd like to see how many of you are not afraid of death and how many of you dare to go against the Paragon main divine hall, the blue titled ancient god sneered mockingly. His arrogance seemed to come from his bones. Everyone, listen up. Eliminate Dragon Soul. Leave no one alive. Buzz. Buzz, with the blue titled ancient god's command, the ancient gods and the other titled ancient gods erupted with terrifying power at the same time. The space shook violently and collapsed. Monstrous killing intent swept across the area. Dragon Soul Supremacy, I hope you didn't shoot yourself in the foot with your words. Don't be scared out of your wits, the blue titled ancient god sneered disdainfully. End of chapter 3590. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.